This boy is our protagonist. He was born into a family of scholars who for generations read books and became civil officials, but he wanted to learn martial arts. He wanted to smash his fist into the mouth of the son from a martial official's family who bullied him. No matter how much his father tried to stop him, he was relentless. In the end, he stripped off all his clothes, left everything behind, and snuck out of his house in the middle of the night to find a master who would teach him martial arts, beginning his journey wandering the martial world. Though he set out empty-handed, he soon gathered the street urchins and established a martial arts hall. There he became the leader, honing his fists through daily fights. Then one day a man happened to pass by. He was looking for a human punching bag to help a young lady with her training, and so the protagonist caught his eye. Against his will, the protagonist had to follow him, for if he didn't, all his brothers would lose their lives. He was dragged away by the man and became a living punching bag, tortured daily by a little girl. Unable to bear it any longer, he launched a counterattack, smashing the girl's face with his head and infuriating her elders. He was beaten to within an inch of his life and lost consciousness for a long time. After waking up, he happened to discover something strange inside the cave, which led him to find a secret passage to another place. It was the resting place of 3 legendary masters of the martial world from 300 years ago. Here he gained their acknowledgement and began to train in martial arts. How strong will he become, and how will he exact his revenge on them after completing his training? Furthermore, how will the martial world change with his appearance? Brothers, please stay with me to find out. The story begins in a gloomy and quiet landscape. This is Jeondeok, a small town in the western part of Zhejiang province. The legend of the Fist Demon began in a back alley of the town. In a rough, uneven place, a giant man with a bruised face was swinging his fists. His opponent was a small boy. The boy nimbly dodged his punch. Then he aimed for the giant's face and threw a series of counter punches. Although he was hit, the giant was still standing and seemed largely unfazed. The boy, on the other hand, failed to dodge his next attack and took a direct hit. Spewing blood like rain, he was sent flying back by the single punch, hitting the wall like a kite with its string cut before collapsing weakly to the ground. Not far away, a group of people was watching the fight. Seeing the boy fall, one of them tried to draw his sword, but another stopped him. "This is the big bro's way, let him be." Hearing this, the young man grew worried. "But this has gone too far," the other man retorted. "Are you trying to tarnish the big bro's reputation?" Another person chimed in. "Second brother is right, don't be a fool and interfere." The young man sighed at those words. "I'm sorry, I was being short-sighted." The second brother continued to explain, "In this land of Dongju, disputes can only be settled with fists." Up ahead, the boy was getting back on his feet. The giant was a little surprised to see this. "Hey kid, you look like you want to break my neck, huh? But before you do, I'll grind you to dust." Such empty boasts. After speaking, he charged forward, swinging his fists again. The boy on the other side staggered, but as the giant's attack approached, he easily twisted his body to avoid it. Seizing the opportunity as his opponent left an opening, he landed a punch on his face. The giant roared in anger, "Keep it coming, you bastard." Hearing this, the boy didn't hesitate and threw himself forward. The giant was greatly surprised by this and immediately raised his arms to block, cursing nonstop. "Damn it," but unexpectedly, just as the boy reached him, he suddenly changed direction. The giant couldn't react in time and was once again hit in the face by the boy's fist. This time it was the giant's turn to fall and roll on the ground. Not far away, someone mixed in the crowd narrowed his eyes and watched him. A success, he's the one. After the fierce fight, the boy was also in a sorry state. His entire body was covered in blood and dark bruises. A moment later, a heavy rain suddenly began to pour. In the storm, a peaceful door was suddenly shattered by some force. Inside, the group who had been talking about the masterpieces on the Hugo Review channel was startled. "What the?" As a man stepped inside, a man in yellow clothes asked sharply, "Who are you?" The man responded with a question of his own. "Where is the kid who was fighting on the street earlier?" The second brother spoke with displeasure. "What's with your tone? Our big bro may only know fists, but we're different." The opponent expressed his annoyance in a cold voice. "I'll ask again. Where is the kid?" Without hesitation, the second brother turned and shouted to his brothers to see their guest out. Both sides immediately assumed combat stances, and the group rushed forward together to take down their opponent. Soon, the sound of impacts from the fight echoed in the rain. A moment later, the entire group was on the ground. Only then did they realize that their opponent knew martial arts and was in fact an expert. The man in yellow lay on the ground horrified. "Who in the world is that guy?" The opponent shouted again in a cold voice. "Tell that brat to come out now." The second brother stepped forward fearlessly and calmly. "Boys, charge." Outside, the young men got up again to fight a decisive battle, but the boy came out and stopped them. "What's going on?" the man answered. "I came to see you. You must come with me." The boy walked forward and asked, "What for?" He replied nonchalantly, "She needs you." The boy asked again, "And if I don't go?" The man threatened him outright. "Do you want to be dragged away alive or dead?" The boy was puzzled. "Can I even survive if I go?" The man nodded. "You won't die easily." The boy nodded. "But it won't be easy to live either. Still, it seems I can survive, so what's in it for me?" The man replied, "Your martial arts will improve greatly." Hearing that, the boy flinched slightly. The words, "your martial arts will improve," seemed to come with other conditions. The man gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, how dare a mayfly like him make me back down, this milk-sniveling brat. I'll make sure to gouge your eyes out later." With that thought, he spoke through clenched teeth. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The boy suddenly shouted for Wang Ryong, "From today on, you are the leader here." The young men were shocked to hear his words. "Boss, what are you talking about?" he explained. "I've told you before I never planned to stay here for long anyway. I think this is my chance to leave. I'm not being dragged away, I want to test myself. That's why I'm going with him." Hearing this, the group cried out in unison, trying to hold him back, but his decision was firm and they couldn't stop him. "Enough talk. This is my final command." Wang Ryung furrowed his brow, lost in thought. That master's internal energy is incredibly deep. If the brothers were to fight him now, today would be the end of the Black Dragon clan. Not just me, but everyone in the Black Dragon clan knows this. All the brothers are ready to lay down their lives for the boss, but if I take over and he leaves with this man, we can avoid bloodshed. He is young but so decisive. The boy in front spoke again, asking, "Hurry up and answer." Wang Ryung clenched his jaw and shouted, "I understand your wishes, boss, but every brother here in the Black Dragon clan gathered under your command, therefore I will take this position temporarily and await the day of your return." The rest of the men said nothing, which seemed to mean they all agreed with his words. The boy sighed and headed outside. "I already have a reason to come back alive." He didn't forget to urge the man to get going. As they walked, the man sneered to himself. "This is nothing more than child's play. How pathetic." Just then, Wang Ryung came over, grabbed his shoulder and blocked his path. "Well, what's your name?" the man cursed angrily, broke free from his grasp and continued walking. Wang Ryung threatened, "If our boss gets so much as a single scratch on his finger, we will find a way to hold you accountable. So reveal your identity. If you're scared, just leave." The man turned his head and said coldly, "Knowing my name will be your death sentence." The boy in front spoke up again. "Wang Ryung, don't treat your brothers' lives so lightly over something trivial. Your job is not to avenge me, but to take good care of the brothers of the Black Dragon clan." The hand holding Wang Ryung's shoulder trembled slightly. "I understand. I will fulfill my duty. So boss, please don't worry and have a safe journey." He let go of his hand after that. The two left the Black Dragon clan. The man walked behind, marveling to himself. "I'm already old, yet I still have to bother with the games of these young punks, but this is also the kid's weakness." The young men left behind could only watch as their boss was taken away. Somewhere in a sunlit forest, a carriage was rattling along. The boy was blindfolded. He thought to himself, "It's been 3 days since we started moving. This is driving me crazy." The rattling of the carriage was incessant, and thoughts swirled endlessly in his mind. "Sitting here motionless with a blindfold on is no different from being a prisoner. I've wanted to escape countless times every day, but I had to endure it for the sake of my training." The name of the man who took him was bygone. As if understanding the boy's feelings, he had offered to blindfold him instead of tying his hands. A week passed. Though he couldn't see anything, his mind grew calmer. He distinguished day from night by the sunlight seeping through the blindfold or the cold sensation on his skin. He slept well, ate well, and used the restroom comfortably, but his pressure points were sealed. He was truly curious about where this place was. They traveled by carriage but encountered no obstacles on the road. "It seems this is a direct path here, and there are no signs of people living or passing through." 45 days passed like this. Only when they arrived at Mildo was he allowed to remove his blindfold. Deep in a forest mountain inside a cave at the summit, two people were talking. An old woman who was sitting down asked, "Did you find him?" Bygone confirmed, "Yes, a very suitable child." The old woman remarked with admiration, "He's the 12th, wasn't he? A little late, but I'm glad you found him. I know it's a terrible thing for the child, but this is all for the goal of creating a strong and outstanding warrior. So what's a little hardship like this? It might even be an honor for him." He agreed. "Of course." The scene shifts to Zhangmudong. The boy was here alone. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from outside caught his attention. Seeing Bygone enter, he asked, "If you're going to lock me up in a secret place like this, shouldn't you at least tell me what your intentions are?" He retorted, "Getting bored? Then let's get straight to the point." The boy looked at him and continued, "Hurry up and tell me, before I go mad with curiosity." He raised his hand and pointed somewhere. "Your job is very simple. Either survive until the end or try your best to survive before you die." The boy couldn't understand. "Survive," he explained. "There is currently a person with extremely high martial skill, and her granddaughter is perfect in both literary and martial arts. The only problem is her sense of battle. The experience of spilling blood, breaking bones, and getting bruised in a life or death struggle," the boy realized. "You're telling me to be a sacrificial lamb?" He didn't deny it. "She will use only a tiny fraction of her power to fight you, and it will take a very long time of fighting before you die." The boy furiously punched the rock wall. "And if I don't do it?" His expression hardened as he said, "If you don't listen to me, you and your lackeys will die." Hearing this, the boy clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. "There shouldn't be a single one of my men there now." Soon his expression turned serious again. "You picked the wrong person to threaten. They're not as stupid as you think. They're all as clever and smart as their boss," he reminded him without hesitation. "But don't forget that their boss's life is in my hands." Time flew by and a month passed. Outside the cave was a valley with sheer cliffs nearby. The cliffs had holes carved into them. Inside a cave, the boy thought to himself, "There's a difference between someone who has killed and someone who has never dirtied their hands with blood. That's why I was brought here, to teach that little wench how to kill. Seeing as they blindfolded me and brought me here, they probably have no intention of letting me live." He lay helplessly, gasping for breath. His body was in a truly wretched state. He trembled and with great effort managed to sit up. He vowed to himself, "To die a stranger's death naked like this, but I still have things I need to do." He looked at the woman before him and thought with contempt, "Beautiful but foul, more venomous than poison. I must chew this wench's head off. I have to endure even if I die." With this resolve, he stood up and took a step toward the woman. Seeing this, she was puzzled. "Are you finally going to fight back?" He looked up at her and laughed maniacally. She was startled by the sight. "Look here, you beast," she then threw another punch at him. Even as he spat blood from the blow, he was still smiling. This made her even more displeased. "This beast can still laugh." She then began to beat him even more frantically. "You're not going to fight back even after taking a beating like this? Are you even a man? Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you get up and resist?" From beginning to end, the boy had no intention of fighting back. He just sat there quietly and took the beating. Only after beating him for a long time did the woman stop, exhausted and gasping for breath. She then began to circulate her chi again. "I'll smash your arms and head all at once." Seeing this, the boy seized his opportunity. He stood up, swung his arms and thrust them toward her eyes. Although it was a surprise attack, she quickly leaned back and dodged. But while she avoided her eyes, she couldn't avoid her nose. His 2 fingers plunged straight into her nostrils. The 2 elders chatting outside were suddenly startled by the sound of an impact from within. Inside, the woman who had been hit was falling backward. The boy didn't miss the chance and lunged at her. He slammed his own head directly into hers. The woman cried out in pain from another blow. He didn't stop, grabbing her head tightly with his hands before trying to ram his head into her face again with all his might. "You may have tortured and even killed others, but this time I'll show you what it feels like to be smashed to pieces." After spewing curses, he continued to headbutt her. Just then, the 2 elders rushed in. They were utterly horrified by the scene before them. "Could it be?" the boy threatened them. "Don't come any closer. This rock-hard head of mine is for smashing this brat to pieces." He then tried to headbutt her again, but just then the old woman made her move. A palm strike carrying terrifying power flew at him. The boy was sent flying before he could land the blow. Mo Dagon approached and asked, "He's still alive. Should I finish him now?" The old woman replied, "No, not yet. When my granddaughter wakes up, she will personally chew that bastard's head to pieces bit by bit." The scene flashes back to 3 years ago. Inside a small house, a scolding voice rang out. "You rascal, why do you say you hate studying?" Another voice answered, "Father, I believe it is not the way of a true man to spend all his time buried in books." The scolding voice rang out again. "You lightning-struck fool, do you intend to disgrace our ancestors' honor even in the afterlife?" the boy explained. "No, it is studying that disgraces our ancestors' honor. To become an official in the Emperor's army, one must have outstanding martial skills. Besides, martial arts use fists, not a brush and ink, do they not, father?" The middle-aged man said with displeasure. "Hachianan, you unfilial son, are you mocking your father now?" The boy snorted coldly and didn't answer. His father sighed helplessly at the sight. A moment later, Chionan spoke again. "Father, there is a reason I must learn martial arts. That bastard Go-Daesung insulted me and our family. I won't be satisfied until I teach him a lesson," the middle-aged man shouted again. "You fool, our family is a family of scholars, and the Go family is one of warriors. If we work just a little harder, we can elevate our family's status even higher than theirs. When that time comes, you'll be able to decide his fate with a single word." Chionan remained sullen, then shouted after a moment, "I must fight him one-on-one myself. This grudge will only be settled with a life-or-death duel. Using power to oppress others is not the act of a true man," the middle-aged man retorted. "So you're saying you want to learn martial arts and become an uncultured, ignorant fool?" he replied. "Then what about my marriage engagement to the young lady from a prestigious family which was decided while I was still in the womb?" At those words, the man's face turned ashen. "You brat, that's—" As his father was at a loss for words, he pressed on. "Today I have seriously realized that taking revenge through studying takes far too long. But if I clench these 2 hands into fists, everything can be settled quickly." The middle-aged man shouted helplessly. "Chionan, you unfilial son, if you only see one side of things and judge shallowly, you will go down the wrong path," he replied nonchalantly. "Give it up, father. Our family has been famous for its stubbornness for generations. Besides, you know what they say, like father, like son. The reason I'm so stubborn is that I take after you." Hearing him speak so confidently, the man could only stand there agape and helpless. After clutching his head and thinking for a long while, something occurred to him. "Then how about this? Why don't you get engaged and ask Bukgung Yin to take revenge for you? I hear the couple from the Bukgung family are the most skilled martial artists in their clan. Since you will be husband and wife anyway, they will surely do their best to help you." Hearing this, the boy trembled with rage and clenched his fists. "Are you telling me to rely on a woman to wash away this shame? How can a father say such a thing? You, of all people, should know that a true man must not procrastinate or hesitate. Rely on a woman? How absolutely pathetic," the middle-aged man sighed. "Then what do you intend to do?" "Chionan, think of your mother and sister." He was still resolute. "Please let me go. I will take a great teacher as my master. After that I will train hard in martial arts, beat Go-Daesung half to death and then return," the man shouted. "Do you think you'll die if you don't learn martial arts? Can't you just study and raise our family's status?" the boy answered with a serious face. "I have already made up my mind." The man gritted his teeth again and cursed. "You beast!" Soon a scolding voice rang out. "Servants, take all of that boy's things and lock him in his room." Darkness soon fell. Chionan knelt before the house gate and said, "Until I return with my wish fulfilled, I will leave everything behind." All his clothes and shoes were taken off and neatly folded by him. He looked at the house before him naked and said, "Father, mother, please be well. So Yin, you too, grow up well and be a good daughter to our parents. I will follow in our ancestors' footsteps and restore our family's honor with a man's fists." With that, he left without any lingering attachment, beginning his path to conquer the martial world. In the present, he regained consciousness. Was I unconscious? He suddenly remembered the day he left home. How much time has passed, looking at a bowl of water. He guessed he had been unconscious for 12 Shichen 24 hours. He strained and crawled toward the water bowl. The pain from that old man's palm strike was nothing compared to how starving I am right now. He quickly picked up the water bowl and drank frantically, emptying it in an instant. The bowl fell to the floor and rolled away. Kneeling, Qianan looked up and noticed something. "Why is there writing here?" It was in Sanskrit. "Is this telling me how to get out of this place?" He quickly felt along the cave wall and pointed his finger at a certain crevice. "This is how you find the exit from this bloodless cave. If there is a place where 3 cave entrances face each other, that is what will lead you to the exit." Qianan then quickly crawled inside. It was a long tunnel leading to an unknown destination. Only after a long while was he able to straighten up and move. The stone-studded cave seemed to stretch on endlessly. After some time he finally came upon an obstacle ahead. He pushed it hard with his hands without hesitation, but when it didn't open he threw his body against it. Finally he managed to push the stone door over and get outside. When he emerged, the blinding light made it impossible for him to open his eyes for a moment. After a while he composed himself and looked around. "Where am I? There are living creatures here. I won't have to worry about food. And what are those statues?" He didn't pay them much mind and quickly ran to a bush, devouring its contents frantically. "First, I'll fill my stomach with this moss." In an instant he had eaten a huge amount of moss. He then bent down and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Only after eating and drinking his fill did he look around again. His gaze fell upon the statues behind him. He read the words written on them again. "Only I can contend with the passage of time. Byung-changik, with the power of life and death in my hand, no one can kill me. And I shall never grow old. Wagwayamja. No one can overcome my 9 fists." Chilso Mujokja. After a quick glance he muttered, "I like the last line the best. What are those books?" He approached and picked up a book to look at it. "A diary. They've each recorded their own stories. Let's see." This was the diary of Chilso Mujokja. The contents of the diary were as follows. "My parents were from Hangan village in Sichuan province. I was the eldest son of a poor family in a barren rocky village, but I was not treated like a son in that house. While people lived on food, I lived on beatings. In the year I turned 6, a long drought led to a poor harvest. Families began to use their children as food. I was traded for food with a child from the Kong family, but I was not angry. My fate was to be beaten to death anyway. I thought it was for the best. I didn't want to live like everyone else, and at least my stomach would be full. Just the thought of becoming food made my mouth water. But man's plans cannot overcome the will of heaven." The old man of the Kong family suddenly collapsed and died, and his wife choked to death while eating her husband's flesh. In the end, only I was left. I survived by eating the remaining meat. After that, I happened to meet my master. He was looking for a disciple to whom he could pass down the 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School, and he found me. Later, my master told me that all the tragedies that had happened around me were because of my innate killing intent. From then on I was happy to have overcome starvation, and I realized my destiny was to walk the path of martial arts for the rest of my life. This is the history of the 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School. The foundation of the 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School is the Chenjen School. Before his death, Wang Chongyang, the founder of the Chenjen School, left behind the words, "There is no invincible martial art in this world." Qiangnaiza, the first-generation grandmaster of the 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School, sought to use the Chenjen School to prove Wang Chongyang's words wrong. He created an unbeatable martial art that could finish an opponent in just 10 moves. Later he founded the 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School and established its theory by integrating supreme martial arts. After completing the theoretical foundation, he felt he did not have much time left to put the martial arts into practice. So he passed it down to his disciple Sagang. The second-generation disciple, Master Sagang, was a former monk. He studied the theory of his predecessor Qiangnaiza for 100 years and created the Yuxinbi Yangak by applying the Sipjan Maguksingang. But once again, Master Sagang did not have much time left to continue, so he passed it down to his disciple Isajak and passed away. The third-generation disciple, Master Isajak, reached the pinnacle of this martial art and gave himself the title of Lightning Invincible Fist. However, he realized it required a great deal of training time to master and tried to shorten it. But there is a limit to human strength, and he passed away from exhaustion. I am the 4th-generation disciple who inherited this martial art from my predecessors. It was only when I turned 80 that I was finally able to fully master this martial art. After that, no matter who I fought, I never went beyond 7 moves. That's why my title is Chilso Mujokja, Invincible in 7 moves. There was no one in this world who could stand against me, and I fulfilled my school's long-cherished wish. The only regret is that I failed to develop the techniques further and made a big mistake. One day 2 masters appeared and challenged me, and I had to use more than 7 moves. I was too arrogant and faced both of them at the same time. Although I neutralized my opponent's power in just 7 moves, I was also seriously injured by Wagwayamja and Byung-changik, and in the end both sides suffered severe injuries. But then a bigger crisis struck. When all 3 of us had exhausted our energy, we were hit by a fatal palm wind that left us unable to even move. I've lived to be 120, so I have no more regrets in this world. I only lament that I couldn't find a disciple to pass on my martial arts to. Byung Changik and Wagwayamja felt the same way as me. So the three of us easily found common ground and grew closer. But Byung Changik was poisoned by a poison palm and his energy was waning. Wagwayamja and I shared our internal energy with him to help him last a little longer, and we talked about martial arts. As time passed, we realized we didn't have much time left, so we decided to have one last duel. We vowed to die together on the same day at the same time. It was to see which of our three martial arts the one who found this place would choose to learn. The one whose martial art was chosen first would become the first master, the next the second master, and the third master. We guarantee that whoever masters all three of our martial arts will be invincible. If you intend to take us as your masters, bow 9 times and receive this relic. After reading this far, Qianan couldn't help but be impressed. This looks pretty good. I want to learn it and become invincible too, but from what I've read, even at the fastest, it'll take 50 to 60 years of training to reach the 9 realms. Where will my youth be after learning all that? I just need to learn enough to beat that bastard Go Daesung, and my fiancée Bukung Yin will be a wrinkled old woman by then. He placed the secret manual back in its place. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed another passage, the result of 60 years of research so that future generations can quickly train and master this martial art. This statement surprised him greatly. Quickly, he continued to look at the passage below. Of course, this method can only be used once. Let the successor consider this a stroke of luck. Bow to me 9 times and I will pass on the secret manual. He furrowed his brow and was lost in thought. This is really lucky. Surely they won't trick me. If it's a real trick, I can just quit being a disciple. With that thought, he immediately bowed to the stone statue and performed the ceremony to become a disciple. Then he approached and opened the wooden box placed on it. Inside were 2 other secret manuals. The moment he reached out to take out the manuals, the stone statue suddenly moved and grabbed his hand. The other hand also channeled chi and lifted it. He was greatly shocked when the statue's hand was placed on his head. He struggled, but there was no way to escape. Just then, the stone statue opened its mouth as if to reassure him. Do not be alarmed, my disciple. This is the process of preparing the successor to learn the martial arts. Now I will pass on the martial arts I have trained for hundreds of years so that you can train in just 100 days. The techniques will be directly transmitted to your mind and the internal energy will enter your body through the inner core. In 100 days I will become the first master. With this, my wish has been fulfilled. I have no more regrets. The transmission process proceeded, and time flew by so fast that it was impossible to tell how much had passed. The scenery outside was still peaceful. I successfully learned the Jusamun and Jaeonri Hyunchen and Daebup, and then combined them to create the Sipjan Maguksingong. Now, by cultivating the Sipjan Maguksingong, I have reached the 3rd stage. I have realized the oral formula of the Sipjan Maguksingong and understood the unique techniques of the Sipjan Maguksingong. Yuksimbe Yungok. It permeated my entire body, forming crystals and flowing. The speed of acquisition depends on one's own ability and effort. Remember that it is not easy to make this martial art your own. The martial power was transmitted into his mind along with the master's teachings. After some time, everything finally stopped. Accordingly, the stone statue also began to make cracking sounds. Qianan was still standing there gasping for breath when suddenly the stone statue collapsed before his eyes. This sight couldn't help but startle him. After receiving so much from his master, he had accepted this master. He soon bowed and sincerely paid his respects to him, then began to collect the remains of the statue and place them in a box. The 9 bows of the disciple 100 days ago were simply out of a desire to receive martial arts from the master, but now it was entirely out of respect and gratitude for him. As the 5th generation disciple who has inherited the teachings of my predecessors, I will surely become the best of the 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School. After receiving the inner core, the disciple could even feel the pain that the predecessor must have felt when fighting his enemies. To create an inner core from internal energy, one must feel 7 stages of pain. The Jaeonri Hyunchen and Daebup will be accompanied by a pain that pierces to the bone. Pain as if muscles are twisting and bones are being crushed. The 5th generation disciple, Qianan Sipjan Maguksingong, is a defensive martial art that trains internal energy. This is the foundational martial art of Yuksimbe Yungok. Yuksimbe Yungok consists of 9 techniques, also known as Guyu Yunwan Yongkwang. This martial art is formed by 9 consecutive punches. Each technique is unique, and its application is also different. Yuksimbe Yungok is divided into Yunwan Yukyangsinggi and Samjul Pachianhoang. That is why this martial art has the nickname Yuksum. Only after completing the training of Yunwan Yukyangsinggi and Yuksimbe Yungok can one use Samjul Pachianhoang. In Yunwan Yukyangsinggi, you must finish the first technique to use the second. The same goes for the 4th, 5th, and 6th techniques. In other words, you cannot use the 3rd or 6th technique first. If you don't use the first technique, you can't use the 3rd. When you reach the 8th stage, you can use the techniques from the 7th technique onwards individually, along with Yunwan Yukyangsinggi. When you reach the 9th stage, you can use all the techniques in any order, and from this stage on is the realm of theory. These techniques are related to power. In the case of Yunwan Yukyangsinggi, if the power of the first technique is 1, the second becomes 2, and so on. The power gradually weakens as you go on. But if you master up to the 7th technique of Samjul Pachianhoang, the power increases several times compared to the 6th technique. Similarly, the 8th technique's power increases several times more than the 7th. That is precisely why the power of the 9th technique is unimaginably strong. One more thing, all these techniques are nothing special, just powerful punches, but they can only be used after raising the Sipjan Maguxinggang to a certain level. First, the Sipjan Maguxinggang must reach the 5th stage to use the 6th stage of Yunwan Yukyangxingyi. If the Sipjan Maguxinggang reaches the 8th stage, you can use the 9th stage of Samjul Pachinhoang. In that case, the 9 Revolutions Invincible Fist School also has a weakness. After skillfully using all the techniques, the martial power is depleted, leaving only a small amount of internal energy. In other words, if you've used up to the 9th technique and haven't defeated all your enemies, you will die instead. If you reach the 7th level of Sipjan Maguxinggang, you can freely use the 6th level of Yunwan Yukyangxingyi and other techniques in any order. After reading this far, Qianan couldn't help but be lost in thought. So to use Yunwan Yukyangxingyi skillfully, I need to train in Sipjan Maguk. Jaeonryong Sapalsa is a combination of palm techniques, grappling arts and pressure point attacks. One who masters Jaeonryong Sapalsa can hold the world in his hands. After reading Wang Chongying's commentary, he was once again impressed. A total of 18 stances and 162 forms of Jaeonryong Sapalsa. It is also famous under the names Jaeonryong Zu or Hangma Jiamgung Singwon. I didn't know there would be such a precious secret manual in the box in front of my master. Hangma Jiamgung Singwon is a fist technique developed from Teraboyo Singwon. It was specially created to supplement Yuxumbi Yanok. Therefore, any disciple of the 9 Revolutions Invincible Fist School must master it. This is the last will of Master Sagang. After reading this far, he shrugged. So all the divergences of Taoist Wang Chongying's Chenjian school are recorded here. And this is the 9 Revolutions Invincible Fist School of the 2nd generation Master Sagang. Truly amazing. I'll be able to defeat that Go Daesung bastard with these techniques. Using fists is more satisfying than using the finger or palm techniques of Jaeonryongzu. But if I hit him with Yuxumbi Yanok, won't his head fly off instead of just his nose? I have to beat that Go Daesung bastard half to death before I get married. First, I need to train hard. Come to think of it, when I think about smashing that girl's nostrils, I realize how young I was. Well, whatever. I'll train and master it from now on and then fight again. After that, he immediately began to focus on his training. Time flew by so fast that it was impossible to tell how much had passed, and he stood up, stretched, and exhaled. I finally finished circulating my chi. The inner core of the Muguxingong has also stabilized to some extent. Is it second master's turn now? It's better to be eternally youthful than agile, right? To have such an outstanding appearance at 200 years old, what a miraculous martial art. He then turned to look at the second youthful-looking stone statue. As soon as he picked up the secret manual, he broke out in a cold sweat. Master Wagwayama's book is really heavy. Wag was Yurijigung Mohai. He began to study his memoirs. My real name is Deung He. My mother was a famous courtesan in Hangzhou, and my father was the successor commander of the Sichuan provincial soldiers. In the year I turned 8, my mother took me to my father and revealed my existence. But he did not acknowledge this child of his own blood. Instead, he sent men to assassinate us, mother and son. My mother sacrificed herself to save me, leaving only the dying wish that I should not take revenge on my father before she left this world forever. That winter, I met the #1 assassin king of the martial world and took him as my master. Because of my hatred for my father, I quickly mastered martial arts in a short time. When I turned 40, my master passed away, and I began to kill all those in the world who deserved to die. As I killed people while thinking of my ungrateful father, I had become a bloodthirsty demon before I knew it. And I went to see my father, but not to kill him. I just wanted to hear a sincere apology from him as a father. But he hadn't changed at all and tried to trick me and kill me again. I fought with all my might, but I alone was no match for the soldiers. In the end, I couldn't block the hidden weapons and poison and ran away, regretting my own inadequacy. I meticulously studied and mastered my master's martial arts. I focused on treating poison and hidden weapons. Thanks to that, I was able to maintain this youthful appearance. And I also mastered the ultimate body protection chi art of Amhon Salman, the most fearsome assassination group in the martial world at the time. 100 years had passed since I mastered hidden weapons. When I went to see my father again, he had already passed away. My heart felt empty. I carved rocks to soothe my mind. I started building a house and taking care of my body, and then I married a wife 120 years younger than me and accepted Ho Yin Song. I treated Ho Yin Song like a disciple, and thinking he was a man of integrity and honesty, I passed on 8/10 of my martial arts to him. But I was stabbed in the chest by the person I trusted. The bastard had ambitions for my wife and secretly entered the training grounds to approach her because he wanted to compete with me. But she firmly refused and was killed by him. To eliminate any future trouble, that bastard poisoned all 3 of us. All 3 of us were poisoned, but we pursued him. But we couldn't figure out what kind of poison it was. Although he was defeated by Chilso Mujokja, he could still be a rival to me and Byung Changik. From this speculation, it seems he had a purpose in approaching me. But he was seriously injured by my hidden weapon and ran away. I sealed this place completely so he couldn't come back, but I still worry that one day he will counterattack and return to the training grounds. So unless we fully recover our martial power, or someone who trains in martial arts learns how to open the door from the outside, this door will never be opened. After reading this far, Qianan had a realization. So this place was to protect the martial arts secret manuals from that bastard Ho. Last time that girl had a training ground near the master's secret chamber. Then could she be a descendant of Ho Yin-song? No, she must be his descendant. To be more precise, she is the descendant of the one who murdered Master Wagwayamja and his wife and took everything they had. The next time I see her, I'll rip that wench's mouth apart. Enraged, he bit off the secret manual in his hand. He trembled in fear and repented. Your disciple lost his mind for a moment. To think that that girl and Mo Daegun were the enemies of my masters. Then I have one more reason to take revenge on those bastards. He then bowed his head again in apology and continued to open the secret manual and read. I researched the secret to maintaining a youthful appearance in case I met my father again in the future, because I wanted to ask if he could still deny that his blood flows in me even after seeing his own reflection in my face. To do this, one must know how to expel all toxins. Let the potent poison spread through the body and seep into the flesh, and then let it slowly seep through the pores with chi and internal energy. This method is related to the martial art of the Amhon Salman that I trained in, and through it, I created a martial art secret called Wagwazirajigong. Wagwazirajigong is an excellent protective weapon and can also cure all diseases. Once you master Wagwazirajigong, no matter what kind of poison or poisonous chi you are exposed to, your body can always maintain its best condition. If you have mastered Wagwazirajigong, you can use Jalum Hungi Sahansarajong. So remember, you must master it. After being poisoned by that bastard Ho, I continued to develop Wagwazirajigong, giving this martial art a special resistance to poison. If you learn up to the 8th level, you can immediately expel poison. And if you reach the 10th level, you will never be affected by poison. The hidden weapon of Amhon Salman Sarajong has no physical form, because it is a crystal made by condensing the internal energy of successive sect leaders. Originally, Sarajong is a martial art that flows throughout the body like internal energy and then bursts out like a hidden weapon. As a master of the martial world, naturally, I always wanted to master martial arts as quickly as possible, because its power can even pierce through granite. But it was very difficult to control and master the martial power, so when I first started, our sect leader had only reached the 5th level. Later, through research, I developed Sarajong to its limit and made Sahansarajong a frighteningly sharp weapon. Sahansarajong is divided into Samsal Sharmajong and Talmyong Sirajong. If you have this martial art alone, you don't need to train in any other martial art. After reading this far, he was impressed. Amazing, now I need to train in Sipjon Magukjigong and Wagwazirajigong. The food here is fine with these mosses and the spring water that flows in. This place was originally a training ground for an assassination sect, so what place could be more suitable for practicing martial arts? But how long would it take to roughly train in Wagwazirajong? Time flew by and winter came. The entire mountain was covered in white snow. Soon winter passed and spring came, and everything was once again filled with greenery. A year passed like that. At the place where Chianon was training, he sat cross-legged in front of the stone statues of his 2 masters, with a wooden box containing the secret manuals placed before him. He said with admiration, Gujan Magukwan Mun in the morning, Wagwazirajigong in the afternoon. A year has passed since I started training. I've finally reached the 3rd level of Wagwazirajigong. I need to train more in Sahansarajigong as well. He took out the object inside the wooden box and struck it. This must be the Samsal Shuramajong. It's truly amazing, to have form but no substance. It's truly a treasure. Then what if I channel my chi? With that thought, he immediately channeled his true chi, and his body was soon covered in a faint red internal energy. He sat with his eyes closed and legs crossed. The object in his hand was soon lifted by the true chi. They floated in front of the tips of his 3 fingers, then slowly seeped in and finally melted into his body and disappeared. At this he shouted in surprise. Amazing, it automatically entered the blood vessels and muscles of my right arm. He observed his arm for a moment, then gathered his strength and prepared to launch a technique. Soon a technique flew out. The rock in front of him was pierced by what he shot with a single finger and fused with his martial power. Only then did he cry out in surprise, I'm sorry, master. That rock was where his master's statue had been standing. A moment later he was lost in thought. I can't feel much of a difference. It doesn't feel perfect yet. Alright, next is Talmyong Sirajong. With that thought, he channeled his chi again. As the true chi was triggered by him again, the object floated in front of him, enveloped in true chi and then slowly seeped into his head. He then collapsed on the spot, exhausted from the pain. After some time he woke up with a start from a daze. I think I lost my memory for a moment. He sighed as he looked at the bump on his forehead. What's this? Was my chi insufficient? A moment later he stood up and paid his respects. Master, your disciple has received both Wagwazirajigong and Surasahamjung. Immediately after, the stone statue also collapsed and disappeared. He continued to train for some time after that, and only after mastering it did he go to where the last statue was. Just like the previous 2 times, he began to read the memoirs. I was born an orphan, but fortunately heaven gave me a handsome face and 2 fast legs. When I was 7, I was sold as a slave to the favorite concubine of the master of a prestigious martial arts family in Hunan. The Si family was a prestigious family in the martial world based on their unique footwork, internal arts and kicking techniques. Si Bong, the head of the Sanbonguk, was one of the 5 great masters of the martial world at the time. Si Bong's favorite concubine was particularly fond of me. When I was 15, she blatantly seduced me, and eventually the 2 of us entered into an inappropriate relationship. Since I was young, I had harbored the ambition to train in martial arts, leave the martial world, and live as a righteous hero. It was truly fortunate that she helped me achieve my dream. With my long and fast legs, the C family's footwork, internal arts, and kicking techniques were very suitable for me. She secretly stole and read those secret manuals and taught them to me. But once I reached a certain level, there were no more skills to learn. I approached the master's only daughter to find out the martial art that only the master could learn. The concubine found out and in a great rage told Si Bong everything. The furious Si Bong had her drawn and quartered, and I barely escaped with the help of the young lady, but under the pursuit of the Si family's men I lost an arm during a battle. Afterwards, when Si Bong found out I had escaped, he became extremely furious and subdued the top masters with the martial art only the head of the family could use. But it was already too late. After that, my mind was filled only with thoughts of revenge against the Si family, and I devoted myself to perfecting my martial arts. A year of wandering the world would allow me to reach the final stage of training. Having lost an arm, I might have no other choice but the martial arts of the Si family. When I faced Si Bong again, he was already over 100 years old, so I easily defeated him, but my desire for revenge did not diminish at all. Finally, I decided to annihilate the Si family. It felt like all the resentment in my heart would disappear only if I cleanly took care of the last descendant of that family. A short while later, the young lady Yoyo appeared, saw the bodies of the master and me, and took her own life on the spot. Her last words to me before she left the martial world were, "This child is your child." Since that day, there has not been a day I haven't had a nightmare. I was called Byung-chongik and my fame spread farther and farther, but the shock of having killed my own child drove me more and more insane. Thus I met Chilso Mujokja and fought against him and Wagwayimja at his training ground. I look back on my past with regret. There may be those who are ahead of me in martial arts, but in terms of movement techniques and footwork, no one can surpass me. I hate it when someone runs in front of me. After reading this far, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Byung-chongak's martial arts are of 3 types in total: Chungwangangi-pung, Sionpung Palbigak, and Chilbajunyungsaengi. Looking at third master's martial arts, I can see why first master and second master didn't leave behind any internal arts. Third master's internal art is so fast. Elder Hyangniza said, "A man is his fists, but if the opponent quickly runs away, it's all in vain." So I must learn third master's internal art. Chilbajunyungsaengi helps to protect oneself from the dangers of this world. Reaching the 7th level is enough. To think that footwork could reach such a level, I never knew third master's intention was this. With Chungwangangi-pung you can have the fastest legs, and with Sionpung Palbigak you can subdue kicking techniques. But Chilbajunyungsaengi is the ultimate martial art that can be used for both offense and defense. It is this footwork that also reaches the 7th level of Master Chilso Mujokja's Yuksumba Yungok. What if I use Chilbajunyungsaengi and Yuksumba Yungok together? But to use Chilbajunyungsaengi, I need to grasp the Chungokjan Hyungsumbiap. The problem is that Chilbajunyungsaengi is based on internal art, while Yuksumba Yungok is based on divine art. After thinking this far, he clapped his hands in realization. It wouldn't be completely impossible if I could replace the internal energy of the internal art with divine art. From today I will integrate all martial arts into the Muguksingong, which is built on the foundation of all things returning to one. A vibration suddenly echoed from the cliff outside, and even a small rabbit searching for food stood stunned. The vibration over there grew stronger and stronger, and this vibration was caused by Qianun practicing his fist techniques inside. A moment later he withdrew his power and marveled. Muguksingong, 6th stage. I can finally use Yuksumba Yungok. But Wagwai-gigung is still only at the 8th level. He looked at the quiet stone door in front of him and was lost in thought. This stone door is no longer a problem. He then swung his fist and threw a punch. I can open this door once I reach the 10th level of Wagwai-gigung. He stood there observing the door and lost in thought, and after a long while he let out a sigh. A moment later he began to train again. When I studied the breathing mechanism of the Amhon Salmen, I already knew how to open this iron door. The reason First Master said that Wagwazurajigung must reach the 10th level to open this door is because only at that level can the training be considered complete. But considering it took 7 years to reach the 8th level, it might take even longer to create a martial art. So today I will open this door with my own martial power to test the level my martial arts have reached. With that thought his eyes widened and true chi condensed in his fist. Immediately after, the mountain shook violently, and the stone door inside the cave was already pierced through. Qianun accordingly rushed outside quickly. After running for a while he suddenly stopped, looked up, and his jaw dropped. A well that had been sealed for a long time by a huge rock was vibrating violently. Soon Qianun shattered the rock from below and jumped out. After spending years in the dark cave he was finally out. As soon as he came out he put his hands on his waist and laughed like a madman. "Go Daesung, just you wait a little longer, I'll show you what I'm made of soon." But immediately after he looked at the mountain in front of him. But first I need to find that girl and smash her to bits. With that thought he launched himself forward. He shot straight up the cliff, reaching the mountainside in an instant. Landing at the entrance of the cave on the summit, he was greatly puzzled by the desolate scene. How it's only been 7 years, so why is no one here? Unable to find his enemy, he clutched his head in frustration and shouted, "It's no use hiding. I'll find you and break your legs for sure." A moment later in the forest, two women were picking wild mushrooms when the one in blue suddenly noticed something and was startled. Soon, Qianan passed in front of them. The two women were shocked by him and immediately covered their faces. He glanced at them and said, "Ladies, may I ask you something for a moment?" The two stepped back in fear. "No, we're still young." Only then did Qianan look down at his own body. He then vanished from the spot. The two women were bewildered. Where did he go? "Did you see that? After seeing a man like that, I'll never be able to get married." "You don't have to run away, what's the big deal?" The scene shifts to another location where clothes hanging on a line suddenly disappeared. Qianan stole the clothes and put them on, marveling as he ran. "Wow, no wonder my body felt so light. I was so focused on training my martial arts in the cave for the past 7 years that I didn't even realize all my clothes were torn." A moment later, a voice came from inside a house. "Mom, have you seen my black flower and black ritual clothes? I washed them to wear for the village festival and hung them out to dry. But in the yard there were only a fox, a rabbit, and some wild boars. Oh my god, the laundry is gone and only birds and beasts are left." At that moment, Qianan was sitting on the mountain peak thinking about what to do next. "Now that I've learned the 3 great ultimate arts of the 3 schools, I should follow my master's wishes, right? First, Third Master Byung Changik had no special last wishes. Nor did he have any other requests. Upholding the Grand Master's 9 revolutions Invincible Fist School can be said to be the only requirement to do that. I must train the Muguksingong to the 8th level." Thinking this far, he sighed again. "Alright, first let's uphold Second Master's Amhon Salman. Of course I don't need to become the successor assassin of the Amhon Salman, but since it's my master's wish, I must fulfill my duty as a disciple. Anyway, I need some money to gather information on the Ho clan, and I don't know when I'll be able to find that girl." He then performed the Seom Janiojipung and flew away. At dusk, the Ronin assassin village. Qianan arrived here and was marveling. The scenery here is friendly, but in reality it's a poor village of Ronin and assassins, a place where all sorts of people commission and direct assassins. My second master's last wish was for me to act as a lone assassin and use the coded techniques of the Amhon Salman to let the world know that a successor of the Salman still exists. So my first mission is an assassination. There is no place more suitable than this Ronin village to complete this mission. With that thought, he hung a sign on the wall with the following content: "If the reason is just and the person deserves to die, whoever they may be, I will finish them for you." A giant man was sitting stylishly nearby. Qianan's voice still echoed nearby. "My second master said that if you only kill 3 people in your entire life, you don't need to worry about your actions thereafter." The moment the giant was about to say something in frustration, he was suddenly hit on the head. He had no time to react and was knocked out cold. Qianan looked at him and warned him to be quiet. He then took his place and lay down, marveling. "Where was I in my monologue? It's been 7 days since I came to this Ronin village, and I still haven't received a single assassination mission. Getting a request is really difficult." He had lived on nothing but moss for 7 years, and he couldn't resist the determination to have a huge meal after coming out into society, completing a mission and receiving money. He lay there bored and fell asleep. After some time he suddenly struggled and shouted, then woke up with a start. "Now that I've built up my internal energy, starving for a few days is fine, but I don't want to eat moss anymore. After eating it for 7 years straight, I'm sick to death of it." Just then a certain scent hit his nose. He soon noticed the object in a woman's hand. "That looks really delicious. So round and it looks very firm." Hearing those words, the woman was bewildered and her jaw dropped. "Hey, what did you just say?" he hurriedly explained. "Oh no, I meant the dumplings look delicious," but before he could finish his sentence she slapped him across the face. The young man cried with a handprint left on his cheek. "I was talking about the dumplings that the young lady is holding in her arms." The woman came to her senses. "I'm sorry, my hand reacted on its own, and I think you dropped this, sir." He was surprised to hear that. "What?" The young lady fell backward. She slapped him a few more times. The young man sat sullenly and whimpered, "I'm sorry, I was hungry and talking nonsense." The woman's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. "Excuse me, Sir Warrior. Do you only do killing jobs?" he answered seriously. "Of course I'm an assassin," the woman asked again. "Is it not possible unless it's killing someone?" He hung up the sign again. "I have a reason why it must be so, unless it's a matter of life and death." The woman bowed to him. "I'm sorry, I shall take my leave now." She then turned and left. After a few steps she suddenly turned her head to look at him again, then took out 2 dumplings from her bosom. "Sir, if you're hungry, would you like some of this?" Unexpectedly he answered firmly that he would not eat them. The woman was surprised. "Are you refusing because there's too little?" He turned his back to her. "I am an assassin. An assassin does not accept anything for free." She came to her senses. "So you mean you only kill people after receiving something?" He immediately confirmed. "That's right exactly," she said again. "Then could you accept this and help me with something, although it's not a killing job?" He again firmly refused, saying no. The woman was sad. "As I thought, it's too much for you, brother. It seems you can only do killing jobs. Then I can't give you the dumplings, sir." Just as she was turning away he spoke again at length. "I do not accept anything without a price, and there is a reason why my first mission must be murder. I cannot tell you the reason. One thing is certain. You are my first client, but after I complete my first murder I may be able to accept your request. If that's all right, I will gladly eat those dumplings." She turned and held out the dumplings. "Sir, please accept them." Halfway through her sentence he had already snatched the dumplings and was munching on them deliciously. "All right, of course I'll take them." Only after finishing them did he get up and ask for her name. She handed him a water bottle and began to explain. My name is Sobbing. He drank the water and replied, all right, Sobbing, what do you want to hire me for? Sobbing answered, it's nothing much, I'd just like you to protect my young lady and young master later. Hearing this, his two eyes sparkled as he asked, what kind of danger are those two in? Sobbing was sad. As expected, unless it's murder you won't do it, sir. He glanced at her and said, I'll change the mission details. A true man must be clear about his accounts. If the young lady is in danger, I will protect you. That will be my first mission. Sobbing was moved, her eyes welling up with tears. This is the first time I've heard such warm words. Then what about the young lady and the young master? He answered while eating. I received 2 dumplings, so I'll throw those 2 in as a bonus service. Hearing that, she hurriedly bowed her head. Thank you, sir, I sincerely thank you. Just then a calling voice was heard from afar. Sobbing, what are you doing there? She immediately answered loudly. I'm coming now. Before leaving, she didn't forget to tell Chianon, I will be going now, sir, please remember my request. You're not to kill the young lady and the young master. Chianon turned his head and looked in that direction. The figures of 2 people were waiting there. Sobbing hurried over. I'll be on my way. After running a few steps, she turned and asked, oh right, I still don't know your name, sir, he answered proudly. I am Chianon, Sobbing continued. Yes, and if you're looking for an assassination job, sir, you should try going to a place called Hukjobza. The young man was surprised. Hukjobza, right, I had forgotten about that place. All right, let's go there. He suddenly noticed the giant man nearby. He was happily beating someone up when Chianon called, and he looked over with displeasure. Who are you again? Chianon calmly denied that he had something to ask, but of course the giant didn't listen and immediately swung his fist and charged at him. Does this bastard want to die? Chianon didn't dodge at all and stood still. The giant was poked by a single finger of his and immediately clutched his stomach in pain and collapsed to the ground. Chianon interrogated him with a menacing expression. Can we talk nicely now? Where is the number 1 Hukjom in the Ronin village? Seeing the opponent hesitate, he snapped. Hurry up and speak, can't you? The giant was terrified and pointed to a house on a cliff far away. The place he pointed to was a nearby mountain. Chianon turned his head and glanced in that direction. All right, shall we begin the mission of the Amhon Salmon? He then walked in that direction. In the darkened house, the sound of conversation echoed. Originally, we don't handle 2 jobs at once. Of course, it was your special request, sister, so I handled it specially. I have erased all traces. You can trust the reputation of our Hukjomsa sister. Of course, it was handled cleanly. Tomorrow night will be a hot night. Of course, I will excite you tonight as well, sister. The next morning, in a certain place, an old man was stretching outside doing an 8-move exercise. He looked at the morning sun coming through the window and marveled. The weather's nice today. In his mind, the scene of the affair he had with a pretty lady last night unconsciously surfaced. Yesterday was a really hot night with Yulhai. He then continued to move his lower body. He wanted to check if his little brother was still vigorous. Just then, he saw someone sitting nearby. Chianon was at this time cleanly shaven and neatly dressed. He raised his cup, took a sip, and replied, You're up now. I waited politely for 2 hours. The old man frowned and looked at him. Who are you? He answered calmly. Chianon. Remember this name. It's the only one in the world. The old man sneered unpleasantly. What a complete madman. By the way, aren't those my clothes? He laughed. They were on the floor, so I picked them up and put them on. Don't they suit me well? The old man shouted in anger. Take them off. What kind of rolling mutt dares to be so insolent? Get the hell out of my sight. Chianon looked at him coldly. I don't know if I was a mutt before, but now I'm an assassin. Hearing that, the old man became tense and broke into a cold sweat. So what are you going to do to me? He sighed and took something out. I'm not here to kill you. I came to find someone to kill. Understand? You broke into my house to get a job. This guy is crazy. If I give him a job like this, all the thugs in this Ronin village will come looking for me. I need to show this brat the dignity of the Hukjomsa and straighten out the discipline. Seeing him standing blankly, he asked, What are you plotting with such a grim expression? If you don't give me a job worth considering, you're a dead man. The old man was afraid but tried his best to act strong and shouted, Hey, you're trespassing in someone's house. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped across the face. It didn't stop there. He continued to slap his face. Only after being beaten until his face was miserably distorted did the old man finally compromise and beg for forgiveness. Please spare my life. I have a job for you. He then took out a scroll. This mission is worth 10 taels of gold. First, take 1 tael of gold as a deposit. Your identity has been confirmed, so you can be sure to receive the mission fee. The address is from this house. Chianon didn't wait for him to finish and snatched the scroll. I'll take it. He then broke the roof and flew away. The old man inside screamed miserably. Hey, you should at least know who the target and the mission are before you go. But these words did not reach his ears. In the blink of an eye, he was outside the peak of a mountain quite far away. He approached a certain mountain gate and observed it. I've arrived. A gatekeeper on guard asked suspiciously. What brings you here, sir? He asked back. Is this the private residence of Dechungsan and Lady Iengai? The opponent shook his head. This is not it. He was startled. This isn't it, the gatekeeper explained. To be precise, this is the entrance to the house. He was surprised. The house is that big? Anyway, if I go through this gate, I can enter the house, right? The gatekeeper nodded. That's right, but who are you, sir? He pointed to himself and introduced himself with a smile. I am the assassin Qianan, who else could I be? The two were surprised to hear the word assassin and looked at each other. My god, what kind of assassin comes in through the main gate in broad daylight? If you're an assassin, I'm the leader of the martial alliance. Didn't pay much attention and asked, the master of the house is here, right? The gatekeeper got right up in his face and threatened him. Get lost before you get a beating. Qianan wasn't one for many words. He immediately shot a diamond finger technique at him. The opponent collapsed on the spot and lost consciousness. He sighed. I told you beforehand, please don't block my path. The remaining gatekeeper realized he was an expert and broke into a nervous cold sweat. Qianan smiled and walked towards him. Seeing that, he swung his club and attacked, but Qianan passed by him like a lightning-fast wind. He looked at the huge gate in front of him and marveled, this sturdy gate must be made of yellow sandalwood from the snowy mountains. He then raised his hand and performed the demon-subduing diamond divine fist diamond wind, deftly shattering the gate with one punch, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Before going inside, he didn't forget to sneer at the gatekeeper. That's right, I'm an expert. But just as he stepped inside, he was startled. It was because there were many other gatekeepers standing inside. He scratched his head and marveled. It's a long way to get into the house. The group pressed him and asked, who are you? What did you just do? He introduced himself with a serious face. My name is Qianan. Just then, the gatekeeper from outside stuck his head in and interrupted. That guy is an intruder. Qianan looked at him with displeasure and he broke into a scared cold sweat. The leader inside heard this, took a deep breath and shouted, brothers, this brat came here to die. Qianan wasn't the least bit afraid and still said calmly, I didn't come here to die, I came here to kill. The leader swung his iron club and ordered his brothers to get him. Hearing this, Qianan clenched his fists and let out a cold HMPH. The group in front also all rushed towards him crazily. Qianan raised two fingers and performed the diamond finger, charging towards his opponents without fear. His iron club attack was easily dodged by him. And what's more, he swung his finger and poked his forehead once. He didn't stop and continued to charge towards the remaining group. Their attacks were easily dodged by him. And with each jab of his finger, one person was hit by his attack. Countless finger attacks were continuously performed, and the group had already begun to collapse and fall. Qianan didn't stop and continued to crash through the encirclement, and no one in the group could touch his body. His movement technique could be described as ghostly, with afterimages scattering everywhere, and this place was covered in dust in the blink of an eye. The gatekeeper outside couldn't believe his eyes, which were about to pop out, seeing the entire army annihilated. Qianan was still standing leisurely and sighed. Not even as good as a morning workout. He then looked at him again. He smiled and pointed a finger. I'll ask again, where's the private residence? He covered his face and hesitated. Seeing this, he raised his hand to threaten him. He was terrified, clutched his forehead and pointed into the distance, shouting, I'm not telling you. Seeing him point in that direction, Qianan launched himself and ran. The young man stood there, squinting as he followed his retreating figure. Past the main gate over Mount Sukko, and another hour's journey you will see Yangxiu. After moving for a while, Qianan came to his senses. I see. He stood there, closed his eyes and listened to the murmuring sounds coming from all directions. Those guards, in an instant there are so many houses. Where is it? Captain of the guard, an intruder has appeared. Hey, the new Hugo review came out yesterday. Did you see it? If you haven't, go give it a view and a like. A moment later he looked at a building. Is that the house? He approached the outside and couldn't help but be overwhelmed. My goodness, the door is massive. He quickly approached, pushed the door and asked, is anyone here? As soon as he opened the door he was startled. No, it can't be. Inside, women in revealing clothes stood holding clubs. Who are you? He immediately bowed his head to them in greeting. Hello, I've come on business. The group was bewildered. What business? He held up both hands and smiled. Then please take a short nap. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately performed the diamond finger. The miserable screams of the women immediately echoed, and in the blink of an eye they had all lost consciousness and fallen to the floor, not caring what anyone did. Qianan then went inside and met two other people. As usual, they asked who he was and he happily introduced himself. When they asked what he came for, he also honestly replied that he came to kill someone. The woman was flustered. Is there no one outside? He waved his hand. There's no one, it's just the three of us here now. So shall we finish this? But wait, who gave the order and who is the target? In front of the two's incredulous expressions he just stood there scratching his face and lost in thought. A moment later he took out the mission paper again to look at it. Isn't it written on this paper? The woman saw this and the corners of her mouth lifted. She then pointed to the person opposite her. What are you waiting for? Hurry and kill that man. I'm the one who gave the order. Just as he seemed about to comply, the bald man pointed in the opposite direction. No, don't listen to that wench. I'm the one who gave the order. Hearing this, he turned his gaze towards the woman. She was flustered and shouted, You, a man who deserves to die, looking like a rotten cucumber. Go back to your 5 courtesans and make them your concubines. Do you think I'd let someone like you live? You deserve to die right now. That's why I hired someone to kill you. He didn't back down in the slightest and shouted, You wench, have you said your piece, you lowly thing? After marrying into this family, didn't you use your sister's power to abuse me every day? I had 3 ribs broken by you, both my arms were broken and my right leg became useless. And do you even see this? It's gone, my front tooth is gone. What man would stay silent after suffering such humiliation? It was because I couldn't bear this humiliation that I hired an assassin. Do you know how much of my wealth was extorted by that wench's siblings and parents through all sorts of threats and blackmail? You wouldn't know. That's why spending money to hire an assassin to take care of that wench is more economical than being beaten and robbed like this. Hearing this, Qianan was lost in thought again. It was impossible to know what he was thinking. Seeing this, he continued to manipulate him psychologically. Sir, please take care of this wench quickly. If you kill this wench in front of my eyes right now, I will pay you double. She was furious to hear this. You octopus head, you think you can look down on me just because you have some money? There's a saying that a woman follows her husband when she marries, but no woman can live after hearing your treacherous words, he said with a cold HMPH, you lowly thing. So did you fool around with the guard? Hearing this, Qianan looked at her in surprise. The woman had nothing to say and gritted her teeth as he counted on his fingers and said, what else was there? You fooled around with the servant and you fooled around with a guy you just met on the street. The more Qianan heard, the more shocked and incredulous he became. He talked for a long time and became even more furious. I was so ashamed I couldn't tell anyone. What would happen if this got out? I thought about it carefully. For the sake of the family, shouldn't I kill you quietly before the children find out? Hearing them quarrel late into the night, Qianan was lost in thought. Does a person like you have the right to say such things? Wasn't it enough that you wiped out a whole family just to get a 16-year-old concubine? I also know that you got my handmaiden pregnant and killed her to keep it a secret. You're worse than a beast. Please kill this beast-like man, I'll pay you double. Qianan was surprised. Really? After that, a price negotiation between the two began, and soon the price rose to 10 times. The bald man was horrified. You crazy bitch, are you insane? With what money are you going to pay him? She answered calmly. Once you're dead, all of it will be my money anyway. At this point, Qianan spoke up again. I said I would kill for the person who gives a just reason. But one is a bastard who deserves to die, and the other is a wench so lowly she deserves to die. The two were flustered to hear this. I'll pay 100 times, kill them. Qianan didn't hesitate at all and immediately sealed the deal, and soon blood splattered everywhere. In a certain place someone was moving. Something is wrong. Who is conveying this sense of unease to me? Is it one of the three great assassins of the world? To dare to challenge the Dark Heaven demonic sword Hyukchorang is truly no small matter. After completing the mission, Qianan returned to the Hyukjobza. As usual, he flew in from the air and went straight into the top floor. The old man's angry voice was heard. Damn it, why do you break through the ceiling when there's a door? Breaking in like a petty thief in the morning. What are you doing in broad daylight? You should hide during the day and come out to be active at night. Qianan stretched and asked back, puzzled. The job's all done. Hearing this, the old man gave a thumbs up and praised him. Yeah, good work. Qianan didn't seem to care much and was still extremely calm. What good work? It was a piece of cake, the old man asked back. But you left before I could even tell you who the client and the target were. How did you distinguish between the two? He sat down and scratched his ear. Distinguish? I just took care of them both. The one who deserved to die is dead anyway. The old man snapped his fingers and praised him. That's a good method. You're a good joker. It's lunchtime, so stay and eat with me, he asked back. Can I eat as much as I want? The old man confirmed. Of course, I'll send someone to collect the payment later. Just then, someone came in from outside. Master, did you call for me? He whispered something quietly into the opponent's ear. A moment later, the food was served. The old man sat on one side, lost in thought. It seems this martial arts protagonist character is a god of food. Damn it, the food bill alone will be over half a tael of gold. He's eating like he's been starved for years. Over here, Qianan asked while eating, there's a monologue box above your head. You know I can see it all right. The old man got angry and waved his hand. This damn brat, you can even see monologues? Just then, a voice calling Hyukju echoed from outside. The subordinate who went to work earlier has now returned, the old man shouted with displeasure. What's all the noise about? He was gasping for breath and stuttered, which made the old man even more displeased. Speak clearly. The young man tried his best to calm down and replied, the master's client has been murdered. At these words, the old man couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. My client is dead? This time, Qianan, who was lying down after eating his fill, opened his mouth. I just told you I killed both of them. The old man was completely stunned. You weren't joking? No, the client might have refused to pay, the subordinate whispered softly into his ear. Sir, it's true. The man was beaten black and blue and murdered. The old man bit his hand, lost in thought. An assassin killing the client too? Then what about the payment? No, more importantly, my credibility is on the line. Thinking this far, he spoke. Even if you didn't know who the client was, you could have at least tried to find out. You could have known with just a little effort or by asking a few questions. Qianan yawned long and answered, it was a hassle. Hearing that, the old man was completely dumbfounded. What? Qianan glanced at him. Even if they're both dead, they were just two insignificant humans. No need to beat around the bush. I had a deeper reason for killing the client, but the old man cut him off. Enough, I don't want to hear such trivial excuses. Then what about the payment? Qianan immediately took out gold from his clothes. The old man softened a little upon seeing it. Still, there should be some order to things. Are you going to pay me the fee with your own money? Well, you won't have much left after I take my cut. Let's just leave it at that. Qianan stood up and stretched. What do you mean, my money? Of course not. This is what I received directly, and I'm giving you what I received. The old man couldn't hide his surprise at those words. What? Is that true? You killed the client just because it was a hassle, Qianan replied. Though I am an assassin, I have my own principles different from other assassins. The old man turned to his subordinate and asked, Tell me, why did he kill the client? I have a right to know. As you know, if something goes wrong, it will cause a major disruption to my business. If rumors spread, who will come and entrust me with missions? If things go wrong, I might not even have clients to commission me. Qianan nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The client was that woman, right? The old man shouted. You knew, then why did you do such a thing? Qianan answered. Because that woman's husband also hired me before he died. He found that even more unbelievable. An assassin works like that, Qianan reassured him. Don't worry, I would never do such a thing unless they were people who deserved to die, the old man thought to himself. This young punk is more complicated than I thought, Qianan continued. But I have something to say. It seems Dechungsun hired someone to kill Iengai before. Of course, that assassin wouldn't be from the Ronin village. The old man's expression turned serious. You're not necessarily wrong, but this is a different matter. The Ronin village is where the foundation of the martial alliance is laid, but we killed Iengai, and her sister Jinju is one of the 5 most powerful people in the martial alliance. With just one breath from them, this entire Ronin village could be blown to bits. That's why that husband bastard didn't dare to commission our Hyukjamsa for the assassination. And you killed that woman? Qianan reassured him. Don't worry, both of them disappeared along with the money, right? Surely there isn't a thief foolish enough to steal the gold left there. Besides, there aren't any decent assassins in this Ronin village anyway. And who would think that a guy who walks in through the front gate early in the morning is an assassin? Hearing this, the old man bowed his head in deep thought. But your tone is really grating. I'm an old man after all. Qianan glanced at him nonchalantly. So what? Seeing his action, the old man was unknowingly scared and covered his face. Qianan snorted coldly. If you're offended, either hone your martial arts or fix your character before you talk to me. You're quite ambitious when it comes to murder and brokering. The old man shouted in frustration. Are you saying you're more moral than me just because you're an assassin? Qianan sneered. You're not on the same level as me. The more he heard, the more unpleasant he became. What, you son of a bitch? Qianan threatened. Do you want to get bitten by a dog? Hearing that, the old man's face immediately turned pale, and he couldn't utter a single peep. Qianan sat down and grinned. Thanks for the dog food. I'm leaving, see you next time. After speaking, he broke through the roof again and flew away. The old man could only stand there, look up and wail. The ceiling again, that bastard laid a hand on the sister. But wait, where's Dechungsun's commission fee? The scene shifts to another location. Father, mother, what has happened? I must go and inform my eldest sister of this matter at once. The assassin stood on a tree observing and lost in thought. What kind of bastard did this? I am Hyukchilrang, the master of the Hyuksalman and one of the 3 great assassins of the martial world. Seeing the traces left by the killer, I knew a descendant of the Amhon Salman had appeared. In our confrontation 3 years ago, those Amhon Salman bastards who called themselves the 2nd best assassination sect in the world brought great disgrace upon our Hyuksalman. I've waited too long, and to ruin my 33rd mission on my 33rd birthday. Now I will wipe out everything, whether it's the sect or the so-called best assassination sect in the world. Vowing revenge, he left, and the scene shifted to Hangzhou. The streets were bustling with people and very lively. Qianan went to a tavern and asked, Innkeeper, he said unpleasantly, who's making a fuss so early in the morning? Qianan said nothing and threw a money pouch on the table. Seeing it, the waiter immediately changed his attitude. Sir, please come inside. Qianan then immediately ordered and devoured an enormous amount of food, reminiscent of something out of Journey to the West. The amount of food he ordered was truly terrifying. Darkness soon fell. An assassin stood on the street. So this is the place. I've waited for days and nights. The smell is awful. He grabbed a waiter and asked, Bring it out now. The best tasting, heirloom limited edition dumplings. The waiter explained, We don't have any. Today is the full moon, so the customers ordered everything. Not just the heirloom dumplings, but all other menu items are sold out as well. Soon the sound of cursing and violence echoed from within the tavern. What do you mean? I don't know. Our shop is closed, so please leave. No, since I was 7 it was decided that I must eat the heirloom dumplings on my 33rd birthday. The young man came outside, knelt and looked up at the sky asking, Why won't you leave me alone even today? Qianan, who was eating in the tavern, suddenly blurted out, What's all that noise? Time flew by and 10 days passed. A subordinate approached Qianan holding a bundle. Young master, old man Gok is looking for you. Qianan didn't know why. Why, he answered, It's probably about that client matter. Qianan continued to eat his food in silence. Not interested, the young man was worried. If I go back empty-handed this time, I'll be killed. So please help me. Qianan didn't pay attention and still focused on his own business. Sorry, but I want to rest. Let's talk later. The young man had no choice but to turn back helplessly. Master, young master Qianan says he wants to rest. Hearing this, he shouted in anger, I told you to bring him some Vietnamese spring rolls over here. Qianan was sitting by the window looking at the moon, lost in thought. Since I completed the missions of the 2 sects at the same time, there's no need to hurry now, but according to my master's last words, I must become an assassin worth 100 taels of gold. That really bothers me. A moment later, old man Gok came to find him in person. Young master Qianan, I have a mission worth 120 taels of gold. Hearing this, Qianan let him in. He pushed the door and entered. Sorry to interrupt your meal. As soon as he opened the door, he was startled. The room was empty. He hurriedly closed the door and tried to leave. But just as he closed it, Chianun's voice was heard again. Where are you going, old man? He pushed the door open again and stuck his head in. Young Master Chianun. Chianun sat clutching his stomach and smiled. Long time no see. He entered holding a box of persimmons. Did something happen while you were resting? Chianun gestured with his eyes and said, just get to the point. Who's the target? He answered. You just need to go to the Mugga Manor. This time you won't be acting alone, but just helping the person giving the orders, so you don't need to worry about who the target is. Chianun nodded coolly. All right, I'll do it, he continued. Then rest well today, and at the OC 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. tomorrow, wear this and come to the place I told you. Chianun calmly drank his tea and replied, I'm looking forward to it. He laughed. This mission is something to look forward to. Chianun glanced at him. As I thought, you're up to something. I know what people like you are like, so you'd better not say anything unnecessary there. Hearing that, he was lost in thought for a moment, then clasped his hands and headed outside. Anyway, rest well. See you tomorrow. Chianun didn't stop him and let him leave. Soon the next evening came. The assassins were puzzled to see Chianun not wearing black clothes. Why is your face uncovered? I'm sure I told you to wear a mask when you came, Chianun replied nonchalantly. If you don't like it, I'll leave. The man got angry at those words. How dare you ignore the rules? Chianun was still calm. What's there to be afraid of that I need to wear a mask? I like to work openly and honestly. He grew even angrier at those words. What did you say? Chianun was as calm as ever. Then I'm leaving. He had no choice but to compromise. All right, I'll let it slide this time. What we have to do today is very simple. We just need to infiltrate the manor and take care of 2 targets. Of course I'll do the killing. You guys just have to deal with the Mugga guards. Chianun thought to himself, the Mugga Manor is a place in the martial world I haven't set foot in yet. The one giving orders and that woman are a team, and both are experts. The giant man in the mask, judging by his physique, probably uses fist techniques, and the one next to him, judging by the shape of his folding knife, is likely an assassin. The fact that they've been sticking together from the start means either their relationship is very close, or they know each other well. The sword of the man on the right is really unusual. Seeing its long and sturdy body, he probably uses kicking techniques. This one's weapon is a long, large sword. Not hiding one's main weapon means one is not hiding one's confidence and identity. I don't know how great the Mugga Manor is, but with this many people it seems we could make a medium-sized sect disappear without a trace. Just then someone spoke up and asked, Is that all? You called all of us experts just to deal with the Mugga guards? That means we have to be careful. Besides, the skills of those manor guards are no ordinary matter, especially that guy named Chianun. I can only make my move when all the guards rush at you. It will be dawn soon, so we will begin our operation at NC 3 to 5 a.m. The group then used their lightness skill and flew away like birds. They climbed onto a cliff and observed the manor below. The giant man waved his hand. From here. Everyone be quiet from now on. By the way, where's the guy who's not wearing a mask? Just then a vibration suddenly echoed from below, waking the entire manor. The group on this side was startled and looked down. Chianun was charging through the main gate with great momentum. The giant man couldn't contain his anger. That crazy bastard, and I deliberately chose the middle of the night. The group then quickly disappeared from the spot. Below, Chianun, without the slightest fear, charged straight inside. He mercilessly beat down anyone he encountered. After exchanging a few blows, he confirmed that the warriors here were indeed no ordinary men. Despite the sudden attack, they were neither agitated nor panicked. Up ahead, warriors were blocking the path. The other assassins arrived and sighed, "We won't be able to break through anymore. The plan is all messed up because of someone. Anyway, our mission was to delay them. By the way, what are those guys over there?" Chianun explained. "These are the guards here. I've sealed their pressure points so they won't be able to move for an hour." The man with the greatsword then immediately made his move. He cut down those 3 men with a single slash. He moved very quickly, and only after he sheathed his sword did blood begin to spray out. Chianun was inwardly surprised. He cut down people without getting a single drop of blood on him, he said with admiration. "Do you really have to go that far?" the opponent reminded him. "Have you forgotten why we came here? Everything here, even a single bird, will be taken care of." Chianun snorted coldly and thought, "I don't like this." The man with the sword also began to draw his sword at this time. "Shall we begin then?" The warriors up ahead were also discussing among themselves. "Senior brother, it seems an intruder has entered through another gate. Let's leave that to the royal guards and we'll block them here." The group then moved forward to block the 3 men. The assassin analyzed inwardly. "Chianun, that guy has trained his soldiers very well. I need to hurry. In any case, we've decided not to leave anyone from the Mugga Manor alive." Chianun was still relentlessly sealing pressure points and throwing punches. A moment later, he broke through the outer group and entered a room where 2 other colleagues were. In front of him was someone who looked slightly familiar. He recalled the figures of the 2 people he had seen outside the village that day. Is that the guy who called sobbing? If so, could it be? He began to examine the bodies on the ground. Seeing that sobbing was not there, he breathed a sigh of relief. But sobbing definitely said her master was a brother and sister. Come to think of it, I don't see that pair of male and female assassins. The man in front suddenly shouted loudly, "If you want to kill me, go ahead and try. It won't be that easy." The assassin laughed coldly. "How ridiculous. Killing you is a piece of cake, but killing you is not our mission. Still, it seems I'll have to beat you half to death to take you away. As he moved, Qianon also moved immediately, unleashing a fist technique called Sagwa Snake's Fangs. The black snake directly bit the assassin's leg, but he too reacted very quickly, executing a Jeonho So on full rotation evasion and leaping up to dodge. What kind of strange martial art is this? Similarly, the other guy on this side was also being entangled by the Sagwa. He was no ordinary man either, throwing a punch in retaliation, and soon the two separated. Although the two assassins were not injured, they had no choice but to retreat for a moment. Qianon then reappeared. Qianon then told the other person to put on some clothes, thinking to himself, "You bastard, if you lay a hand on that maid I'll finish you off first." The two assassins were discussing among themselves at this time. "That's a powerful move. If I hadn't learned the Hyukjamsa's moves I would have been seriously injured. That guy is my target, so keep a close watch. Don't you know the rules of the Ronin village? Traitors are executed." "Do you know what you just did?" Qianon replied calmly. "Of course I do," he asked again. "Then you also know that we can't let that guy live now, right?" Qianon sighed. "Is that possible?" the opponent said roughly. "Who are you to dare say such a thing?" Qianon scratched his face. "What's the point of knowing? The result will be the same anyway." He was enraged and immediately rushed towards Qianon. "You son of a bitch, die. I'll give you a proper burial." Qianon ducked to avoid this punch, then lifted his leg to kick. A rain of kicks soon flew towards his opponent. He had no choice but to raise his two arms to block, but even so he was kicked by Qianon and had to retreat, dragging his feet along the ground. The other one suddenly looked back in surprise. Qianon had appeared by his side in the blink of an eye. He too reacted very quickly and swung his sword. This sword seemed to have pierced his body, but it hadn't. Instead he was punched without knowing why. "I'm sure I stabbed him in the heart." Qianon was at this time still standing safely in front of the target, and the giant man rushed towards him again. Just then, Qianon reappeared and executed the demon-subduing Diamond Divine Fist, blowing away the giant's arm with one punch. The opponent did not back down and executed the mountain-splitting fist with his remaining hand. Qianon immediately stepped forward and blocked for the other person. With a bang, an explosion occurred. Qianon and the other person were sent flying and rolling into the courtyard outside. The two assassins looked out from inside the house. Qianon stood up and marveled. "The move of the mountain-splitting fist, then you must be Jin Ji-yu of the mountain-splitting fist, then the one next to you must be Sa-hun sword. It's truly an honor to meet the best assassin and sword-wielding Ronin of the Ronin village at the same time." Qianon then whispered something into that person's ear. "Oh, this is good." At the same time, the two assassins also jumped down. The giant man threatened in a rough voice, "You will die here." Qianon stroked his chin and thought deeply, "If I'm going to die, I don't think it will be here. I still don't know the extent of my skills, so I'd like to test them against you, but on second thought it seems I have the initiative." The opponent used the mountain-splitting fist and Qianon used the Diamond Divine Fist. The two faced off fist to fist, and it seemed as if heaven and earth were trembling with their fight. Suddenly an unexpected situation occurred that stunned the two. Qianon had run away with the other person. The two looked at them, not knowing what was happening. "Are you kidding me? He dodged and ran away. We can't take any more damage." At the same time, on the other side, assassins were blocking the path of several people. At the same time, Qianon and the other person came over the wall. "Everyone please wait a moment." The assassins were surprised to see him. Qianon thought to himself, "Have the two masked assassins who were acting elsewhere already arrived?" The people on this side also all looked at him with surprise. Qianon saw sobbing and breathed a sigh of relief. "Everyone is safe." He then approached that side. "Long time no see." He patted her head and called her sobbing. The girl's two eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Is it really you, sir?" Qianon nodded. "Yes, I came to grant your request." She clasped his two hands tightly and answered, "The young lady will cancel that request now. It's very dangerous here now, so please evacuate." Qianon held her shoulders tightly. "Of course I can't do that." She sobbed at his words. "Why are you here? Being here won't change anything." Qianon explained, "I came to thank you for the 2 dumplings you gave me. Besides, I don't predict the outcome without carrying out the mission. So don't worry." The assassin on this side was puzzled to hear that. "What are you doing?" sobbed and bowed her head towards him, about to say something, but he stopped her. Qianon said to the assassins, "Mission changed." Hearing this, the group was all very surprised, and it was like a bolt from the blue for both friend and foe. The giant man shouted in anger, "You crazy bastard, have you lost your mind?" Qianon replied calmly, 15 days ago I received a request from this girl. I will now change my client to her." The giant man asked again, "Then what about the mission on this side?" Qianon put his hand into his chest and searched for something. "Wasn't the rule first come, first served? Unfortunately, this girl asked me first. I have no choice." He then took out a coin and threw it. "This is the commission fee I received from you." As he caught it, Qianon threw another coin. "This is the penalty fee." Seeing the 2 gold coins in his hand, his anger towards Qianon rose to his head and his face turned red. "How much did that little girl give you?" Qianon replied calmly, 2 dumplings. The opponent burst out laughing at those words, and at the same time the man with the sword stepped forward and pointed his sword at him. "Good. I was planning to kill you anyway," Qianon asked back. "Did old man Gok of the Hyukjamsa order it?" He continued. "Of course I can't reveal client information, but the reward for killing you is 10 taels of gold." Qianon couldn't help but be impressed to hear that. "Is that all? Within a year the market price to assassinate me will rise to 1,000 taels." The group couldn't hide their surprise at those words. The giant man who had exchanged fists with Qianon quietly agreed. "It makes sense." At his age with that level of martial arts it's definitely possible, but at this point he won't be able to beat anyone here. Thinking so, he shouted, "Whether it's a delusion or you do as you please, you will die today for sure." Qianan rolled his eyes and sneered. "Do you have the ability to do that?" He was so angry he clenched his fists and circulated his chi. "You crazy bastard." Qianan raised his hand to stop him. "Wait. 7 moves. If any of you can withstand my 7 moves, I'll admit defeat. If not, consider your skills lacking and all of you retreat elsewhere." When these words came out, the place became dead silent again. The man with the sword took the lead and rushed forward in anger. "You son of a bitch!" Qianan raised his hand to block and marveled. "Your swordsmanship is too clumsy." Qianan continued to duck and dodge, then swung his fist to face him head-on. It looked like he was going to block the blade with his fist, but he didn't. At the crucial moment, his fist turned into a fire dragon and wrapped around the assassin's arm. Before he could react, he was hit squarely in the jaw by this one punch. The young man was immediately knocked out by this one blow and dragged along the ground for a long distance, his longsword also flying from his hand and blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Qianan stood and sneered. "With your skills, I really doubt how you can work as an assassin and receive 100 taels of gold from people." He tore off his mask in anger and shouted, "I'll make you regret saying that." Qianan was still extremely calm. "We'll see. I've never regretted my words on this side." A middle-aged man observing the fight thought to himself, "That guy seems to be a newcomer who has just entered the martial world, but to maintain such confidence and composure in this situation is truly rare. He's like a martial arts master who has gone through many life-and-death duels." On this side, the assassin rushed forward again. "Let's see how much longer that mouth of yours will be attached to your face." Qianan still didn't care. "Come on, hurry up." Before dawn this time, he didn't use his sword but continuously kicked towards Qianan. Qianan was not to be outdone and countered with kicks, his moves turning into 8 snakes and biting towards him. Soon he was at a disadvantage and knelt on the ground, but he quickly sprang up again. He leaped high into the air, swung his foot to execute the diamond meteor crush, and his kicking technique turned into a shining meteor in the air. Seeing this move, the middle-aged man recognized the opponent's identity. That person is Diamond Meteor Kick Gal Qianri, one of the 3 great kicking assassins of Hubei province. They all had the same thought. That rookie warrior will not be his match. A rain of kicks soon came down. Qianan below executed the rain guarding stance to block, and all the kicks were blocked by his hand. Finally, the opponent gathered his true chi again and put his strength into one blow. Qianan did not back down and gathered power in his fist. The two sides clashed head-on again, and soon a powerful explosion occurred. Qianan stood there without a single scratch, snorting coldly. His opponent was already on the ground, having lost the strength to fight, and the group was all gaping in disbelief. He won. He took down his opponent with a single palm strike. Gal Qianri was defeated in just 4 moves. Gal Qianri was at a disadvantage being in the air, but that actually added to his power. Thinking this far, the giant man opened his eyes wide and shouted, "What kind of fist technique is that? Is it the 100-pace divine fist or the diamond lion divine fist?" Qianan did not hide it and cleared up his doubts. "It's a fist technique called the demon subduing diamond divine fist." Gal Qianri, lying on the ground at this time, trembled and uttered 2 words, "Pinnacle." Qianan glanced at him. "It's not perfect yet, but it's not because you're weak, so don't blame yourself." "Well, one down, who's next?" The group was so angry to hear that, they snorted coldly. Just then an impatient voice rang out again. "What are you all doing? Attack him together already." Hearing this, the group no longer hesitated and charged all at once. Seeing this, Qianan bolted to the side. The group was shocked. "What is this? Are you trying to run away like a coward?" As the fleeing Qianan suddenly stopped, the young man who had just shouted was taken aback, and at the same time he gathered true chi in his fist. His intention was to catch his opponent off guard and then launch an attack. As he threw the punch, his opponent was horrified, and the fist technique turned into an illusion, flying towards the man with the sword. The group was horrified by this sight. That's a fist chi projection. Has he already reached that level at his age? His opponent was no ordinary man either, and created a sword chi barrier to block, but he underestimated this punch from Qianan. He couldn't block the fist and was immediately sent flying, spitting up blood. The giant man also charged from the other side, swinging his fist. The name of the technique he used was mountain-splitting heavenly wind. Qianan stood his ground without a trace of fear, gathering his true chi to prepare for a block. The 2 men on this side observed and analyzed the battle. For now, we can only hope that the strong chi of the fist chi master spreads throughout his body. The power of the mountain-splitting heavenly wind is the strongest among the mountain-splitting fist techniques. Even if it fails, he will be seriously injured and won't be able to keep dodging the other assassin's attacks. The giant man on this side also spoke. "If you use your strong chi, your internal energy must be depleted. This fist will decide the match." Qianan paid him no mind. As his fist approached, he immediately swung his own to meet it head-on. The group marveled at the sight. "It's over." It seems this was all he had, but reality was different. The situation unfolded in a way they couldn't believe. They thought the giant had the upper hand, but he didn't. His arm spurted blood from the impact and the wound spread from his arm to his body. He was horrified to see this and hastily used his remaining hand to press the acupoints on his arm to stop the wound from spreading. He knelt on the ground and cursed. "You cowardly bastard, you were hiding this technique." Qianan sneered. "You fool, you talk too much without even knowing what techniques I have." Just then a greatsword came flying from behind again. It seemed to have cut off one of his arms and the assassin was thrilled. "Got him, you bastard." But what he had cut was only an afterimage. Qianan's reaction was extremely fast. He twisted his body at the last second to dodge and then gathered true qi in his fist. Seeing this, the assassin turned his body, gathered his momentum, and swung his sword. He swung his sword head-on, delivering a powerful blow using offense as defense to receive the attack. A crowd watching was all agape. Is that the same type of martial art? What in the world is that guy's martial art? A fist clashing with a sword? Just as they thought, the fist and the sword truly did clash. However, the sword couldn't injure Qianan. Instead, it was shattered by his monstrous strength. Not only that, but the assassin was also punched by him and became a bloody mess. Qianan had proven his words with his own power. Before him were the assassins who had just been boasting. The remaining group was all horrified, thinking, his power is even more terrifying than before. It's stronger than when he showed the power of a fist qi master. Such a martial art can't possibly exist. For his qi to gradually deplete only to become strong again. For an unknown warrior to neutralize 4 renowned masters of the martial world with just his fists. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would have believed it. One by one they fell with each punch. At this moment, Qianan stood lost in thought. By using 3 techniques of the continuous 6 phantom technique in succession and skillfully controlling my power, I was able to take that warrior's life, but I still need more training. Up ahead, another assassin drew his sword again. Your strong qi is impressive, truly amazing, but in any case you will die here today. Qianan glanced at him nonchalantly. A fist has a right to speak only when it is used. How pathetic. What will you do if that sword breaks? Power is demonstrated in a direct confrontation. Hearing this, the opponent's true qi exploded in anger. You arrogant bastard. Seeing this, Qianan circulated his blazing true qi. At the same time, the woman also drew her weapon. Seeing her weapon, the middle-aged man immediately recognized her as Oh My Oh Hong, the soul-chasing heaven severer. Then the one next to her must be the leader of the 7-star phantom blades. The opponent replied, you know quite a bit. That's right. The middle-aged man was inwardly horrified. Why have all the assassins who disappeared for 3 years shown up here together? Why is this happening? Was this place really that dangerous? I have to get out of here. On this side, one person asked the man next to him, Brother Jin Ji-yu, what about this mission? The giant man continued. In any case, that guy has also run into the 5 ultimates. The young man was shocked. Are the 5 ultimates that great? The giant explained. There was a master named Baek Yu-tak of the 7-star demonic army. There's a famous story that a Huashan sect elder cut an opponent in 2 with a single slash. The 7-star demonic army had the 5 ultimate techniques, but he later passed down 1 technique to each of his 5 disciples, which is why they are called the 5 ultimates. Qianan thought to himself, so that guy is the 2nd disciple of the 5 ultimates, the renowned Hyang Garo. I'm a little nervous, but strangely I'm not afraid. The opponent scowled and shouted, let's see if you can still smile later. After speaking, he swung his sword and charged at him. The assassin on this side was shocked. Is that the ultimate technique of the 7-star phantom blade? Just as he thought, this technique was indeed the 7-star phantom blade. 7-star severance. Qianan stood there watching the countless falling blades without a flinch. His opponent sneered, this is the highest realm of the sword qi projection. Let's see how you block this technique. Though he shouted triumphantly, he remained calm. He met the tip of the sword directly with his fist. Ha! As soon as they clashed, the assassin screamed and was immediately thrown back. He fell to the ground, shocked and in disbelief. Why is he getting stronger and stronger? You're quite good, but this time you won't be so lucky. The woman on this side was also thinking to herself, is that brat that strong? The assassin on this side got back into his stance, gripped his sword hilt tightly and lifted it. A woman from the manor spoke. 7 armies Azure Wolf Star. That's Baek Yu-tak's technique. The Huashan sect elder cut a man's body in 2 with a single slash. Just then a voice came to her ear. Child, the moment those 2 clash head on, let's get out of here. What do you think? After all, that man stepped out to fight to protect us. The woman sighed. I'm so sick of us being twin siblings, the young man reminded her. Stop with that foolish talk. The remaining assassins are hiding and watching, waiting to assassinate us. Besides, even though they're injured, if those 3 assassins team up, the 2 of us, even with Uncle Qianan, won't be able to win. The woman asked back. Then what about my handmaiden? The young man replied without emotion. What do those 2 handmaidens matter? We have to survive first. The woman cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's so hard to get out of this situation. That man hasn't lost, but it's hard for him to win either. Over here, Qianan was still fighting his opponent. He dodged for a moment, then swung his fist to clash directly with the opponent's blade, and a powerful force spread in all directions. The assassin stumbled back in disbelief. What in the world is this martial art? He answered nonchalantly. This is the continuous 6 phantom technique. Like the one before him, he tore off his mask in anger and asked, I'm asking why you get stronger every time I use another technique. Qianan launched himself forward. You ask your opponent too many questions. If I answer, will you give me your head? He exploded with true qi again and raised his sword. Seeing you talk such nonsense, it seems it's time for your head to be cut off. Let's see how much stronger you can get. He had already reached him. I'll have to smash your head to make you realize how wrong you are. The 2 sides clashed violently again, and this one punch of his flew out. The 2 were then pushed back by the recoil, and the assassin was even more incredulous. His power keeps getting stronger. Where does it end? Qianan charged again. There's still one last blow. Seeing this, the woman behind him shouted loudly. Everyone move aside. The 2 in front charged towards their opponent again at this time. Over here, the woman asked the giant man through telepathy, Uncle Qianan, is that young man's skill now on par with yours? He answered. For now, yes, it's truly unbelievable, but he's getting stronger and stronger. In this situation, it's highly likely both sides will be seriously injured. She was very worried to hear that. That's not good. If we don't help him, it will be hard for us to survive as well, he confirmed. But surely you're not thinking of using a hidden weapon, young lady. You mustn't, she answered firmly. Surviving is the most important thing right now. Uncle, please wait a little longer. It's not time yet. Over here, the group was all attacking Qianan at once. He furrowed his brow and thought, 4 of them teaming up. It's too late to dodge. This is really too dangerous. Thinking so, he unleashed his true Qi and performed the 7-step life-forming Qi. Continuous 6 phantom technique. A terrifying true Qi erupted from his body, and the entire manor suddenly lit up accordingly, followed by a blindingly bright and powerful explosion. Qianan stood in front of the group, protecting them. The assassins on this side were all thrown about, and none of the 4 were an exception. The ground had already been torn to shreds. The woman approached and asked, "Fourth brother, are you all right?" He waved his hand to dismiss her, then reached out and pulled a hidden weapon from his body. The woman was shocked. When did a hidden weapon come this way? Qianan's group was also extremely surprised and in disbelief. The giant man glanced to the side and said, "Is there another assassin?" In front the dust was still thick, and soon Qianan's figure was revealed. He was still standing there, imposing and perfect without a single scratch. He spat out a mouthful of blood and asked, "What in the world is that guy's identity?" Qianan paid them no mind and turned to walk away. As he passed Qianan, he spoke up, "If you just let them go." He spat out a mouthful of blood and reminded him, "Let's go now. It seems we're not the only ones who came for you." He marveled to himself. He's young, but his judgment is very calm and sharp, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Over here, Sobbing also ran towards him. He said to her, "From now on I will carry out the mission you entrusted to me." Sobbing, the giant man's mind cleared at the sight. "That's right, the third-rate warrior from the Ronin village back then. I'm not blind, but is he a guy who doesn't know common courtesy? He values a 14-year-old girl more than me." The young man on this side also sneered inwardly. "What a cunning bastard, hiding his abilities, my foot." Thinking so, he spoke up, "If it's just a contest of skill, I could right now." Over here, Qianan pointed to the woman in front and asked, "Are you Sobing's master? Then from now until there is no more danger I will protect you." She asked back in confusion, "Weren't you here to kill us?" He confirmed. "That's right, didn't you hear? Sobbing hired me first. I already promised to help that child. Her request was to protect you." Hearing this, her heart was filled with questions. What money could that child have to hire such an assassin? Qianan glanced at her and said, "2 dumplings." The group was all very confused to hear that. "What is that guy talking about?" Qianan explained, "The fee for protecting you 2 siblings is 2 dumplings." The young man was stunned. "What? Are you serious about what you just said?" Qianan continued, "You underestimate the value of 2 dumplings. A day will come when you realize their worth." The young man snorted unpleasantly and didn't answer. Qianan didn't seem to care much and turned to call Sobbing. "Sobbing, let's leave this way." She was worried, "But the young lady is still." "Please wait a moment, I'll just pack some light and simple luggage." Over here, Qianan took a deep breath and thought to himself, "I need to recover my Muguxingong. That guy collapsed before I could even use the last technique, but if I had to use it I would have been in danger afterward. The technique will recover to its original state after 1 Shichen 2 hours, but if an enemy appears during that time it will be very dangerous." Over here, the woman was treating her brother and explained, "They are leaving. You can't attack him anymore." He let out a long sigh. "I need to circulate my qi and regulate my breathing now." Qianan's group soon left together. He walked and thought, "I am still lacking. I can't even properly use the martial arts I've trained in. I just used the Sipjan Muguxingong and the Yuximbi Yanok together, and I couldn't even control my power properly. I've only barely reached the 6th stage of the Sipjan Muguxingong, and even my trump card, the Yuximbi Yanok, couldn't display its proper power. How shameful, moreover, I couldn't apply the Chilbajunyang Sengi, and the harmony of the Muguk became a mess. I need to research and train more. Then I can't lose. If I lose, my pride will be hurt. That won't do." The scene shifts to the martial alliance. A voice of disbelief echoed from within. "They failed? All they had to do was fight Qianan, the Muga siblings, and that girl, and they failed?" He slammed his fist on the desk in anger and thought, "I even hired 2 of the 5 ultimates and the best assassins from the Ronin village. On top of that, I hired 3 more assassins, and they still failed? What in the world is going on? To dare to leave a stain on my weapon?" The crouching dragon military advisor. The subordinate took something out and reported. "A report has also been sent." He quickly took the report and opened it. All this is because of one young assassin in his early 20s. He took care of 2 top assassins by himself, both completely neutralized, and the match was decided by fists. Moreover, he got stronger with each technique he used. It's still unclear what kind of martial art this is, but it's not the Chilso Mujokja who came back from the dead in a battle 300 years ago. Does this make any sense? Just then, another voice echoed from outside. "Sir, Chief Bukung Yin has arrived." Hearing this, he instructed his subordinate to show her in. He hastily straightened his clothes. Soon a beautiful woman entered. He stammered, "Please come in, Chief Bukung." She bowed her head to him. "Bukung Yin, the eldest daughter of the Bukung family and Sword Empress, at your service." He also returned the greeting politely. "There's no need for such grand formalities between us." She then asked, "I heard the mission failed." He smiled and confirmed, "For now, yes," she continued. "And that military advisor Jama was the first to hear this news." He explained, "I'm only human. Besides, there was an unexpected variable in this mission." Bukung Yin was shocked. "A variable?" he explained. I heard an assassin from the Ronin village betrayed us. According to the report, he had accepted someone else's mission before receiving ours. Perhaps we exposed our information, so they hired another bodyguard. I heard a handmaiden of the Muga family tasked him with protecting her master in the future. In other words, he came to assassinate but instead became someone requested to protect. According to the rules, the handmaiden and the Muga siblings hired him first, so he protected them. She was shocked to hear that. It sounds like a heroic novel, but in any case, the dispatched assassins couldn't have been ordinary, he continued. I am also very curious about that point, she went on. The handmaiden of the Muga family must be rich to be able to hire an assassin of that level. At this question he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Well, I hear the payment was 2 dumplings. Hearing this, Bukong Yin couldn't help but be stunned. 2 dumplings, he explained. So I've heard. When I heard it from Omayo Hong, one of the 5 ultimate assassins, I couldn't believe if it was true either. Bukong Yin marveled. To risk one's life for just 2 dumplings, I must acknowledge his spirit and loyalty. But the fact that the payment was only 2 dumplings is still hard to understand, he replied. In my opinion, if it weren't for those dumplings, that assassin might have starved to death. She still found it hard to believe. Even so, for him to keep his promise for just a faint promise, he must be a very noble and righteous person, he sighed. That's why I also find it a bit regrettable. Bukong Yin was puzzled. What do you mean, he replied. I mean that everyone involved in this matter must die. She was a little disappointed. Must it be so? To this day I still don't understand why the Muga siblings must die. And whether that rumor is true, he asserted. That rumor has been confirmed to be true, so please Chief Bukong, pretend you don't know. I will handle this matter myself. And this situation has already gone too far. All of them must die. Bukong Yin marveled to herself. So that rumor is true? She had no choice but to accept it. Understood, let's end our conversation here. Then I will take my leave, he approached her. You're leaving already? Oh right, I just happened to brew some of the finest Taiwan tea. Stay for a cup to ward off sleep before you go. Bukong Yin firmly refused. I drank some solcha tea before coming. Besides, I still have many things to attend to, so I must go. Hearing this, he carelessly dropped his teacup. Then you must come for a cup of tea later. She bowed her head in respect and left, and the scene shifted to the Vice Alliance leader's secret chamber. Military advisor, what should we do now? We must not let them live. No matter what means we have to use, we must deal with them before Ho Yin Ran and the 9 factions make a move. The opponent sighed. It seems I entrusted military advisor Jama with a task that was too complicated. He clasped his hands and replied, I believe unexpected things always happen in life. As a man, I'm sure you understand, my lord. The opponent nodded. The principle is so. But what do you intend to do now? The military advisor replied. I think we may have to open the Demon Gate. In the past and now, I have always thought he was a more outstanding figure than anyone in the Martial Alliance. That way, there will be no problem whether we dispose of him or abandon him after the job is done. The opponent asked again, Is the opponent strong enough that we need to open the Demon Gate? The military advisor explained. I have an ominous feeling, but we must open the gate to handle it cleanly. The Yang-Ho family has also begun to make clear moves, and the 9 factions have started to act. We have no more time to delay. The opponent asked again. Then who do you plan to use? The military advisor replied. I will mobilize all of the 5 ultimates and even use the 3 demons. The opponent frowned at those words. The 3 demons? The military advisor urged. That's the only way to handle it perfectly. He was worried. Isn't that too dangerous? If we release them, it will be very difficult to capture them again. Besides, what about the eyes of the martial world? The military advisor explained. They are the best experts at hiding their identities and traveling incognito, even if they are discovered later. If we say it has an inseparable connection to the heavenly demon's soul absorption art, no one will be able to suspect anything. Hearing this, he thought it made sense. We can release them and exchange their freedom for the heavenly demon's soul absorption art. The military advisor confirmed. Yes, that is my conclusion. He stood up and instructed, look into it and proceed. But what about Chief Bukong? The military advisor reassured him. Vice Alliance leader, you don't need to worry. As he headed outside, he said, Then that's a relief, but I feel uneasy about involving Chief Bukong, the military advisor replied. The situation was unavoidable. Besides, it's just a spreading rumor. In any case, she still believes our words, so nothing will happen. As he went out, he nodded, understood. Then you go into the Demon Gate and handle it yourself. The military advisor continued. That is why I came, my lord. In any case, I need your permission and help to enter the Demon Gate, he continued. I'll leave it to you. The military advisor bowed his head. Thank you, Vice Alliance leader. The scene shifts to the gate of the ghostly realm. Deep inside was a demonic prison. This place was truly dark, gloomy, and terrifying. Countless prisoners were locked up here. They all looked very bizarre. One person even had several swords stuck in his body. These 3 people were probably the 3 demons. The military advisor said to them, I will give you freedom, and you will be able to obtain the heavenly demon's soul absorption art. The opponent inside was still quietly silent. The military advisor thought to himself, 3 demons, you won't be able to refuse my sincerity. After a moment the opponent spoke, Do you even know what the heavenly demon's soul absorption art is to be saying such things? The military advisor explained, I'm not giving you all of it. I will give each of you a small amount to use. After you find the secret manual, before you give it to me, write down what you need in front of me and then you can leave. That is your mission. Kill someone and come find the heavenly demon soul absorption art, the opponent asked back. How can we trust you? The military advisor sneered. What can you do if you don't trust me? Besides, isn't it better outside than in here? The opponent asked again. So if I accept, you'll let me go free since there's work to be done? The military advisor praised him. You roughly understood my words. Good. In return, I will place a restriction on you. Of course, I will release it once you complete the mission. As the chains moved, the miserable screams of the person inside echoed. The military advisor outside marveled. It won't be easy. The sound of grinding teeth and shouts calling his name echoed endlessly. The scene shifts to the Hoian family. A young man looked at the person in front of him and marveled to himself. Only 20 years old, yet a genius in martial arts, she has surpassed the martial arts of her father, the family head. Hoian Ran is one of the most beautiful women in the martial world, called one of the twin flowers of heaven along with Bukung Ryan. Such a beautiful young lady, but to become the lord of the Flying Moon Command is truly a waste. Hoian Ran in front looked at him and asked, Is it definitely true? The young man came to his senses and replied, It is true. I heard one of the Bygak's subordinates was sacrificed to dig up this secret, she marveled. If it's true, this is an opportunity. We just need to capture them alive somehow. You haven't said anything to grandfather and father yet, right? The young man replied. They said they would entrust full authority to you, young lady. Just then, another person spoke up. Young lady, how about entrusting this matter to Mo Gak-ju? Hoian Ran replied, That would be good. My grandfather and father cannot intervene in this matter directly. If they step forward now, it will only make the enemy more cautious, and entrusting it to someone else is too risky. This is a crucial matter, so I think we must rely on Mo Gak-ju. Mo Gak-ju replied. Do not worry, young lady. The young man in blue spoke again. We must hurry. Samamugi's side has already made a move and the 9 factions are showing signs of appearing. Hoian Ran explained. In any case, we know the Muga siblings are still safe. If Samamugi's side tries to kill them, we just have to protect them. A small show of goodwill should be enough. In any case, it's a gain for us if they tell us about their conspiracy. So Mo Gak-ju and military officer Seo, please handle this matter. I will fully support you. The two then left together and the scene shifted to a cave in the mountains. People were hiding inside, hiding so close to the Muga manor, instead of farther away. Will that be all right? Qianan replied. Haven't you heard the saying, it's darkest under the lamp? This place is good for hiding and has a good vantage point, making it perfect for observation. I have something to ask you two. Why are they trying to kill the Muga siblings? He was horrified to hear that. No, don't tell me. You came all this way without knowing the situation, Qianan replied. An assassin either accepts a mission and kills or doesn't. If I know too much, I can't do anything, he said with a serious expression. To kill someone, you must know clearly about your opponent. Before he could finish, he was cut off. I am different from them, so let's not talk about this matter anymore. It's my last mission anyway, he was puzzled. Last mission? What do you mean by that? Qianan said with displeasure. You talk too much. Hurry up and tell me. I need to know to complete the mission. Don't I? He asked back. Do you know about the heavenly demon soul absorption art? Qianan firmly said he didn't. He explained. The heavenly demon soul absorption art is a demonic grand art from the legends of the evil sects. One who masters this martial art will become the #1 expert in the world within 20 years, but they will be corrupted by the evil chi of the martial art and become a demon who kills innocent people indiscriminately. 200 years ago, there was an incident called the Sea of Blood of the Heavenly Demon because of the heavenly demon soul absorption art. A while ago, a rumor spread that the Muga siblings had successfully trained in that martial art. Qianan was puzzled. Then you're saying there's no such thing as the heavenly demon soul absorption art? He confirmed. There isn't. There really isn't. I mean, there isn't even a similar martial art, and those siblings have never trained in such a thing. Qianan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then who deliberately spread the false rumor and is trying to kill them? The important part starts now. When he couldn't continue, the old man asked, What do you mean by that? He explained. Those who came today did not come to find the heavenly demon soul absorption art, but to kill the Muga siblings. He was shocked to hear that. No way, he said with a serious expression. You already knew. Who is it? Everyone looked at him, waiting. He bowed his head. I don't know. I can't even guess. Qianan stroked his chin, lost in thought. Does he really not know? In that case, 2 of the 5 ultimates were deceived by the rumor and infiltrated the Muga manor, but they didn't even ask about the secret manual and only focused on eliminating the Muga siblings. In the end, they intended to massacre the Muga manor and disguise it as if they were forced to do so because of the heavenly demon soul absorption art. They didn't think the mission would fail, so they weren't careful and the plan ultimately failed. But I don't know what it is, but there are still many suspicious points. It's like looking at a tangled ball of yarn. The woman was puzzled. Why would they use the heavenly demon soul absorption art as an excuse while trying to kill us siblings? Qianan shook his head. How would I know that? He also spoke up. Then why do you think so? Qianan explained. Such a rumor wouldn't spread for no reason, right? Is it possible that you two don't have even the slightest grudge against anyone? He replied. No, nothing like that has ever happened. He walked into the cave. Then don't worry about useless things. My internal injuries are quite severe, so I need to treat them. While I'm circulating my chi and regulating my breathing, please keep a close watch on anyone who comes and goes from the Muga manor. It will take some time. He then sat cross-legged on the spot and began to circulate his chi, and a faint blue true chi soon swirled around his body. The group moved quietly, trying not to disturb him. The woman asked Chang'an, "What should we do now?" His martial uncle replied, "Judging by the current situation, to be honest, only that young man can stop them. If we are ambushed, it will be a big problem, so for now, besides following his words and keeping a close watch on the Mugga Manor, there is no other way." Darkness soon fell. Outside, the assassins were still there. "Oh my Ohang, I've finished circulating my chi and regulating my breathing, so let's leave now. By the way, where are the guys who came with us?" The woman replied. "Two are on the verge of death and one is already dead." He marveled at those words. "So only the two of us are left. There's no other way, so let's go." The two then left the place. Inside the cave, Qian'an came to his senses. "Let's go now." The woman was puzzled. "Hey young hero, why do we have to escape in the middle of the night? Can't we escape when it's bright?" He scratched his head, puzzled. "Escape?" The girl replied. "Yes. Weren't we escaping now?" He immediately shook his head and retorted, "No, we're going back to the Mugga Manor now." She was shocked to hear that and shouted, "You mean we're going back there?" He confirmed, "Of course. Is there any reason why we can't? The group of the 5 ultimates has left anyway and no one will come back." The woman confirmed, "That's true, but what if an enemy comes again while we're there?" Qian'an said nonchalantly. "It's the same wherever we go. If the remaining 2 of the 5 ultimates treat their wounds and come after us, it won't be that difficult. So right now, the Mugga Manor is actually a safer place." The young senior brother spoke up at this time. "Couldn't those guys be thinking the same thing and return to the Mugga Manor to hunt? Even a fool could think of that much, don't you think?" Hearing his words, he cursed firmly to his face. "A fool? You're the one who's a fool. Who said we're going to openly play at the Mugga Manor? If your parents weren't fools, they would have made a secret base that only you know about. Given your background, you must have always lived in danger. There must be a secret place where we can all eat and sleep for the next few days," the young man stammered. "Was there such a place?" the woman continued. "The situation was so urgent that I didn't think that far. Now that I hear you say it, I understand." Old man Chang'an spoke up at this time. "All right, let's move quickly instead of delaying here. Of course, since the situation is chaotic, our thoughts will be chaotic as well." The group then quietly began to descend the mountain. A moment later, they arrived inside a certain cave. "To think there was a place like this inside the Mugga Manor. We can go outside, but it's better not to. That way no one will be able to find us." Qian'an brushed the dust off his body and said, "I need to go out for a while now." The woman was puzzled. "Where are you going?" Qian'an gritted his teeth. "I have a debt to repay." The scene shifts to the Hyukjamsa. Old man Gok's voice echoed incessantly. "Damn it, did I fail because of that Qian'an bastard? Is his martial art that strong? With his personality, he'll definitely come back for revenge. Anyway, I was in a situation where I had no choice, so I don't need to worry that much, right? I need to prepare thoroughly. It would be best if that bastard just dropped dead and went to hell." As he was cursing, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly turned his head and soon clutched his head and marveled. "I need to drink some eye bleach. I'm going to have a nervous breakdown at this rate. But how did that bastard get here? He really has no shame. With Iangayi murdered like that, would Jinju's Yanga family stay still? Besides, when the information leaked, I placed many people around the Hyukjamsa to defend it. Don't tell me he was waiting outside. On top of that, the 5 ultimates are staying right below my room. Haha, I put a bounty on you, so this entire place is looking for you with bloodshot eyes, you bastard Qian'an. If you have the guts, come here, wherever you are. I wish my concubine Yulhai was here too." Just then, a voice was heard from outside. "My lord, I have arrived." The old man's 2 eyes immediately lit up. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear," but soon his eyes widened in horror. His whole body trembled as he stammered, "How?" The opponent cut him off. "Are you asking how I got here? Of course I came in proudly through the front gate just as you wished." He was even more surprised. "Do you know how dangerous a situation you're in right now?" He replied nonchalantly. "Of course I do. I heard that because of your big mouth, Jinju's side and the entire 5 ultimates came all the way here." He confirmed inwardly, "That's right, the situation is in my favor, so why should I be scared?" With that thought, he regained his composure and spoke up. "Then why did you come back here? Your life could be over with just one mistake. Don't tell me you came to threaten me." He came closer. "I came because I was curious who instigated the massacre of the Mugga Manor." Seeing him suddenly laugh, he was puzzled. "What's so funny?" he replied. "What should I say? I don't know. Even if I did, do you think I would tell you? I am the owner of the #1 Hyukjamsa in this Ronin village." Qian'an immediately released his 2 hands. "Perhaps so, but you never know what will happen in the world. Then let's end the conversation here and settle the debt. You ordered my death, didn't you?" Hearing that, he broke into a cold sweat in fear and trembled violently. "This damn bastard has run his mouth carelessly again. Although I'm not even a tenth of his senior brother, I shouldn't have acted so foolishly." Qian'an was puzzled. "Senior brother," he replied. "Yarieo's senior brother is Yahan. He is called the Ghost-Killing Sword, one of the 3 great assassins of the martial world. Although I was thinking of abandoning that foolish little brother, as you know. You can't abandon your own flesh and blood just because you want to. To be honest, all the guys who went there died, but Yahan saved only Yario. Yahan is a really dangerous figure." Even after hearing that, Qian'an showed no sign of fear and was still calm. "That's good," he laughed coldly. "Hee, look at you pretending to be calm." Qian'an clenched his fists. "Crying won't help. The important thing is that you tried to kill me. Now you have to repay that debt, don't you? He was surprised. Now, he said with a serious expression, I mean, I'm so resentful and angry that I can't think of anything, so I have to do as my heart tells me. He trembled all over again. He said with a serious expression, there's one thing I've realized since I was young. If you get too caught up in schemes and calculations, you miss opportunities. I realize that sometimes it's better to do as your heart tells you than to calculate 100 ways. He was surprised and cut him off. Wait, you foolish bastard, what are you trying to do? The entire 5 ultimates are gathered here. The Ianga family's 10-section Thunderclap Spear and the Zhaoyun 10-section Spear are all here too. Do you think you can escape from that group after killing me? Of course not. If that happens, you will lose your qualification as a bodyguard. There's an order to things, and your priority right now is to protect the Muga siblings, isn't it? Qianan felt there was some truth to it, stroked his chin and was lost in thought. Seeing that, he continued to manipulate him psychologically. You're using your internal energy to block all sounds right now, right? But to kill me, you'll have to release that internal energy. You know what that means, right? He nodded in confirmation. He continued, I'll give you half a sheech in 1 hour. During that time, I won't tell anyone you came, so run away immediately. Qianan marveled. So that's it. Your words make sense, but I will do as my heart tells me. Otherwise, I might get excited and die of a stroke. He shouted in anger. You son of a bitch. Qianan was not one for many words. He immediately lifted his foot and without any mercy kicked him straight in the mouth. Hit by this one blow, he knelt on the spot and collapsed. With blood spraying out like rain, he clutched his mouth, searched for his teeth and screamed. Qianan stood with his arms crossed and snorted coldly. What teeth? Their original place is now firmly embedded in the ceiling. As he said, his entire set of teeth was now embedded in the ceiling. The old man clutched his mouth and wailed miserably. It was truly a pathetic sight. Qianan didn't stop and continued to unleash techniques. Let's start the calculation now. He hit countless pressure points on his body. His entire body was dented and twisted, and he couldn't even stand properly. Qianan didn't stop and clenched his fist. Just then, someone appeared from behind him and, intending to ambush him, launched a palm wind. This one palm wind caused a huge explosion there, and the house was accordingly pierced with a hole as big as a door. Qianan let out a sigh of relief inside. If I hadn't remembered the footwork of the 7 treasures, I would have been hit by the palm wind. He turned his head, looked at the opponent, and asked, Are you Zhuljang? The opponent replied, You have good eyes. I am Zhuljang Dumdachin, also known as Byakryokja Dumdachin. Qianan continued, It's not that I have good eyes, I've heard about you. By the way, it seems you were waiting for me, he replied. I heard you might come if I waited here. I didn't think you'd actually come, he marveled. I don't know who it was, but they judged very smartly. To grasp even my personality with just a few pieces of information. Then was that old man the bait? Dumdachin thought to himself, The one who guessed you would come is that old man, and the one who brought us all the way here is also him. To realize and deduce that, you're no ordinary man but that young punk. Don't tell me he's thinking of fighting all 5 of us by himself. How can such judgment and foolishness coexist in one person? He stood there and thought. 5 of them, a little disadvantageous. The group looked at him puzzledly and laughed. A little disadvantageous? You really don't know how high the heavens are. Qianan clenched his hand and his knuckles cracked. It's not fear, it's courage, Dumdachin sneered. That courage will kill you. Qianan shook his head. How can you say that? But before that, I have to finish my calculations with that old man. I have to break that bastard's legs and cut off both his arms, so could you wait a moment? Dumdachin became even angrier. Do you dare to give orders in front of us, the 5 ultimates? Do you think we'll keep our promise? Qianan didn't back down in the slightest, gritted his teeth and threatened. Is that so? Then try to stop me. I will definitely settle this debt. Dumdachin furrowed his brow and thought. His eyes are filled with determination. To say he'll finish his calculations first, even in this situation. Is this bastard crazy? Thinking so, he spoke up. Give up any thought of surviving. Qianan, without the slightest hesitation, launched a kick at his face. Faced with his Janpung Paihangik technique, he quickly moved his body to dodge and at the same time executed the Byakryoksin Paljang to counterattack. But Qianan also quickly ducked to dodge, and this one exchange ended in a draw, with neither side gaining an advantage. The other members of the 5 ultimates behind him also rushed in at the same time. One attacked with her fingernails, but he dodged. Another used a hidden weapon, but he dodged by lying on the floor from above. Another one swung a sword and slashed down. Fortunately, he still reacted quickly, got up and dodged. This one sword strike split the house in 2. Qianan displayed a ghostly movement technique, successively dodging all of their attacks. He quickly broke out of the encirclement. His target was the remaining one, who was standing leisurely. The other group was shocked and gaping at the sight. The young man was still standing very calmly with his arms crossed. Qianan's fist almost reached him. Dumdachin shouted in surprise, "Dodge!" The scene flashes back to when they were discussing their strategy. Is that true? Yes. That man's martial art is truly great. The more I think about it, the more I don't understand, but it's true. Dumdachin furrowed his brow. He launches powerful punches continuously without any techniques, and those punches get stronger the more he hits. The young man laughed. Hasn't martial arts become too common in the martial world these days? The group shouted in anger. This is not a matter to joke about. All brothers must remember what we're saying now. In the present, the young man was blocking this one punch from Qianan. He was pushed against the wall and groaned in pain, and the house was soon shattered, and the young man was accordingly embedded in the wall. This one punch from Qianan could be said to have been successful. He then ducked again, infused true chi into his two hands and at the same time threw two punches at the two women attacking from both sides. The two were horrified to see this. He attacked the opening at the same time and he's throwing a third punch at the same time. I have to dodge quickly. One chose to dodge and the other chose to block. The house was soon shattered again, and in an instant the place was filled with dust. A woman jumped out from inside. On this side the other woman was being supported by Demdachin. Qianon glanced at them and spoke, "It's effective." He then swung his fist again and looked at the woman in the back. She shouted in anger, "Was that a feint? You cowardly bastard, watch my skills." As soon as she finished speaking, she moved her weapon and attacked him. She quickly spun the iron chain around her body, and at the same time, Qianon also attacked. His fist clashed head-on with her weapon. Demdachin on this side shouted in surprise, "Oh Myohong, be careful." The house shook violently again. Inside, Qianon was still standing very strong and imposing. Demdachin gritted his teeth, swung his sword and launched a strike, and the house seemed to be split in two by this one blow. Qianon jumped up to dodge. He then swung his fist again to attack another one. And there a dazzling golden light soon exploded, covering the entire area. When the dust settled, only a pile of ruins remained there. Old Man Gok also collapsed helplessly on the spot. The members of the five ultimates also looked very disheveled at this time. Qianon on this side also had his clothes torn to shreds. He looked at his opponent and thought to himself, "It's no exaggeration to say that the reputation of the five ultimates was built by Byakryokja Demdachin and Hyang Ga's 7-star Phantom Blade. I dodged Hyang Ga's sword strike at close range, but I almost broke my waist. Besides, my martial arts level is just about enough to block Demdachin's palm power. Now I have to land a decisive blow. There are no signs of internal injuries either." Thinking so, he gritted his teeth and circulated his chi. At the same time, the other three people also appeared and surrounded him from behind, and the group soon rushed towards him. Qianon gritted his teeth, triggered his true chi, and faced the three people in front head-on with a powerful punch. The three were immediately sent flying and rolled on the ground. Qianon also spat out a mouthful of blood from the recoil. Another one on this side also triggered his true chi and executed a fist technique, and he continuously formed a series of hand seals. The name of his technique was Guksen Byakryokpi. Qianon wiped the blood stain from the corner of his mouth, glanced at him, and thought to himself, "He's pushing me like crazy, but I'm also prepared." The sixth technique of the continuous six phantom technique. He then turned his body and rushed towards his opponent. The two clashed head-on, fist to fist, and the opponent was immediately sent flying and fell to the ground. Qianon was also sent flying back by the recoil. As the dust cleared, the opponent struggled to get up, but as soon as he moved, he continuously spat blood from the corner of his mouth. At this time, the other group also got up again. Qianon was still inside the pile of ruins. Demdachin shouted loudly, "That bastard has already used up all 6 punches. Everyone attack together." The group then rushed in all at once. Qianon came out of the pile of ruins at this time with a meaningful smile on his lips. He then stood up straight and clenched his fist, and his internal energy condensed in his hand again. He was going to face them head-on again. Both sides, without the slightest hesitation, rushed straight at each other. The guy who had just been hit by him and collapsed on this side had not yet gotten up. He raised his head to look at the battlefield and thought nervously to himself, "This time it's different. Until now the power increased step by step, but now it has doubled." Just then Demdachin in front noticed something and shouted, "Everyone scatter!" But it was already too late. A huge explosion soon occurred there. This one punch of Qianon burst out, and a golden light spread covering the entire mountain, and the place suddenly vibrated violently. After the attack passed, the cliff was now pierced with a hole from the aftershock. The members of the 5 ultimates were still alive and were slowly getting up. The power of the last punch is truly terrifying. He looks young. Where did he learn such a terrifyingly powerful martial art? Even if we attacked together, we wouldn't have been safe if we faced it head-on. The Hyukjamsa has disappeared. That old man must be dead too. I remembered the teachings of the senior brother and Omayohong. Demdachin gritted his teeth. Even in the midst of that, he finished his business and escaped. As Qianon said, old man Gok's armless corpse was not far away. The scarred face furrowed his brow. He couldn't have gone far. Now is the time to catch him. On this side, Qianon was moving on top of the cliff. He launched himself and descended to the ground, and at the same time a spear flew through the air from the front. He was immediately hit by the technique and embedded in the cliff. He reached out, grabbed the spear shaft, and let out a sigh. This is the Ianga spear. He then struggled to get out. Damn it, I almost died. The opponent was very surprised to see that. No, he dodged that. He was soon shocked. The group hurriedly rushed towards him. Qianon on this side had already started to execute the sagwa. He wriggled like a snake and attacked quickly, not giving the opponent a chance to react. He was subdued and lifted by him, completely unable to resist and could only tremble helplessly. The remaining group also did not dare to act rashly at this time. Qianon applied more and more force and the person was in pain. One person stepped forward and stopped the Ianga group. Everyone stopped. Lord Ianbyuk's life is in danger. Qianon thought to himself, the warriors of the single spear. The Jiaoyun 10-section spear, so they were the warriors of the Ianga family. From behind a person quickly appeared. He approached holding twin spears, and as soon as he arrived he combined the 2 spears into one. He stood there imposing and looked at him. "Are you the one who killed my niece?" Qianon without the slightest fear confirmed. "That's right," he praised. "Knowing who I am, you still have quite some guts," Qianon asked back. Of course I have guts. Anyway, didn't you come here knowing everything? He replied. I couldn't be sure, he snorted coldly. Whether you were sure or not, didn't you come to eliminate me anyway? 10 section thunderclap spear Iahang, he praised again. Quite thoughtful, he said nonchalantly. You're still far from reaching the Ianga manor, right? He was puzzled. What do you intend to do now? He smiled and said as if it were no big deal. I'm holding a hostage now, so I'd like to leave this place. Of course I'll need your cooperation. If you keep dawdling like this, I'll tell everyone here what kind of person your niece is. You're her uncle, so you must know her conduct better than anyone, he shouted in anger. If you dare to run your mouth recklessly, I'll kill every last one of these Ronin villagers to silence them, he snorted coldly to himself. Aren't you just doing this because you're afraid of what others will think? With that thought he spoke. As expected, the righteous factions are truly impressive. Hearing those words, he grew even angrier and gritted his teeth. Qianan continued, then I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll take the hostage and leave. Of course it would be better if I didn't have to. He provoked him. You coward, don't you even have the courage to fight me one-on-one? He asked as if he couldn't understand. Why should I? He sneered. Taking a hostage is not something a martial artist can do with pride, he replied without much concern. I am very proud and I must survive no matter what, so save that useless talk for yourself. He frowned in frustration but could do nothing. Qianan then turned to leave. Then excuse me, and let me say one thing, I have to deal with not just the Ianga family but those guys over there too. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 ultimates appeared, he thought to himself. The 5 ultimates were at the Hukjamsa. This has gotten troublesome. On this side, Qianan began to run. The group hesitated. That guy ran away, should we chase him? Iahang stepped forward and stopped them. Wait, you bastard, the Ianga family will chase you to the ends of the earth. Just wait until I catch you, I'll tear you limb from limb. He showed no fear and ran straight into the forest. Do as you please. On this side, one of the 5 ultimates opened his mouth and asked, what should we do? The 4th, the one with the scar, answered. We're not in the same boat as the Ianga family, so let's watch their actions and then decide. At this time, Iahang drew his spear. Do you think I'll just let you go, you bastard? He raised his spear, triggered his true chi and shouted loudly. You're a target, so die. As he ran, Qianan thought even masters like the 5 ultimates are at the mercy of the Ianga family and can't make a move. I see now the extent of the 5 great families' authority. There's another world behind the martial world, I know. I'm resentful that my fists haven't finished their work yet. If I can just hold out for 20 Zhong with the ice wind swift chi, I should be able to escape easily, right? I should thank Third Master Byung Changik. Now I need to get out of the blind spot of that spear. With that thought, he executed the 7-step Junhyung. The spear flew in an instant, and the entire forest vibrated with it. This one spear pierced through the forest, leaving holes in countless tree trunks. The same went for the cliffs and other things. Everything in its path was left with a hole. The spear was embedded in a cliff far from where it was thrown. Accordingly, a vibrating sound echoed continuously. Damdachin, observing from the cliff, marveled. Truly amazing to pour all his energy into the spear and create such a tremendous roar. The person in front replied. The name of the Ianga spear among the 3 elders of the Ianga is not for nothing. If the Aga spear and the Yanga spear saw the Ianga spear now, they would lament their own laziness. Below, Iahang couldn't help but marvel after launching his technique. What an ultimate movement technique. On this side, Qianan dodged his spear. He was getting back up and the disciples of the Ianga family were murmuring, it's a shame, but he managed to graze his hair. Don't get distracted, focus on that guy. Has he let go of Lord Ianbyuk? Elder Iahang, that guy is releasing his life force. He instructed the group. Everyone fall back for now. Qianan stood there, emanating a powerful aura from his entire body. He then disappeared from the spot. The group all stood there with their jaws dropped at the sight. The 5 ultimates couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Could it be? What a truly terrifying movement technique. As Qianan ran, he thought to himself, the movement technique of the flashing lightning riding chi saved me. Now that I've come out into the wide world, I understand why the movement techniques of my 1st and 3rd masters were so praised. And if it weren't for the penetrating ability of the Wagwazurajigung, my body would have been riddled with holes. The power of that blue spear earlier. Could I have won if I had used the 7th fist? It would probably have been a close call. Even if I had managed to block it, my chances of winning would have been 50-50. I wouldn't have been able to block it even with the fist techniques of the continuous 6 phantom technique. If I had to throw punches from beginning to end in a situation like that, I would have died before I could even unleash the 7th fist. Even if I resist with movement techniques and footwork, my fists end at the 7th. Is this the limit of the 9 revolutions invincible divine art? No, this is a martial art from 300 years ago. The world has changed, so this is a natural result. During that time, all the martial arts in the martial world must have developed further. If one of the 3 elders of the Ianga family is this strong, how strong must the head of the Ianga family be? And how strong are the legendary masters? This world is wider than I thought, and it's overflowing with masters. I need to research the Sipjan Maguksingang and the Yuximba Yangak again. I must train in them seriously. The Ianga group was puzzled. This is not the time to stand around and watch. Shouldn't we chase him? Iahang stepped forward and stopped them again. Wait, first let's reform our battle formation and maintain our ranks. We can't catch him right away. From now on we begin a long pursuit. That guy is no ordinary man, he's an old fox. That damn bastard, I'll never forgive him. He narrowed his eyes and thought, killing my niece is a crime, but cutting off the Ianga family's funding is the greatest sin, and that mouth of yours, the mouth that knows of Gahai's dirty deeds, I will shut it forever." Thinking this far, he shouted loudly, "Changsa, you bring back Ianbyuk and retrieve my 10-section thunderclap spear. Half of the troops here will follow that guy's footprints left on the scene. The other half will immediately return with Ianbyuk and reorganize the formation." At this time he asked the 5 ultimates, "Do you not know where that guy went?" Hearing that they didn't know, he asked again. "Really?" the opponent replied again with a serious expression. "We'd like to know too," the young man behind him said unpleasantly. "That disrespectful guy with the surname Eon to act so arrogantly just because of his background, he's so annoying," Demdachin reminded him. "Endure it. It's not like your 4th brother is enduring it because he wants to." Oh Myohong also spoke up. "He's really too arrogant. Since when have we, the 5 ultimates, been treated with such disrespect?" Another woman spoke up. "Endure it. Look at reality," the 4th one confirmed. "Yes, that's reality. Our pride was already shattered when we had to do as Jama ordered." Ianbyuk, who was below, spoke up and asked again, "But why are you hostile towards that guy? Is there some inside story I don't know about?" The 4th one furrowed his brow, glanced at him, and refused to answer. At the same time a subordinate brought the spear. "Elder, I've brought the spear." He gripped the long spear tightly and said menacingly, "Why don't you answer?" The 4th one was nervous and hesitated. When the young man was about to step forward, the woman stopped him. "Calm down. If you're that angry, train in martial arts and become stronger. After you become stronger, do as you please. But now is not the time." The 4th one in front had no choice but to answer at this time. "I just received a request from the Hyukjamsa. Hearing that the old man was being targeted, I accepted money to protect him." He asked again, "Then why did the Hyukjamsa become hostile to that guy?" The 4th one asked back, "Isn't that because of your family, sir?" He was puzzled. "Because of my family," the 4th one explained. "As you know, that guy named Chianon murdered Lady Eon, and it was Old Man Gok of the Hyukjamsa who informed the Ianga family of that fact. That's why Old Man Gok also became Chianon's target. So Old Man Gok of the Hyukjamsa hired us for his own safety. But that guy's martial arts were stronger than we thought, so both Old Man Gok and we tasted failure." He couldn't help but be impressed to hear that. To target him even knowing we of the Ianga family were there. That guy's audacity is truly top-notch. Demdachin gritted his teeth in frustration and thought to himself, "Where did such a wretched bastard come from? These righteous faction guys are truly endlessly arrogant." Just then another person approached and said something quietly to him. Hearing those words, he instructed, "Ianga family's single spear unit, everyone move out." The group then left the place. Demdachin also told his brother to leave. The 4th one nodded his head. "Let's prepare what we need to." As the group all left, the assassin revealed himself. "This guy is really no joke, but why is there no trace of the Amhon Salman's martial arts? Is he the assassin I've been looking for? Looking at the way he fights, he's almost like a warrior or a guard, but if he's the one who killed Iangai, he must be an assassin. Even if the world turns upside down, his actions will gradually be revealed. I'll find out if I investigate further. I've spread the 1,000-li tracking scent everywhere, so you can't escape me." He then set off and the scene shifted to another location. "That guy went to find the 5 ultimates and we missed him. How terrible, too terrible. I knew that guy named Chianon was no ordinary man, but I never imagined he would be this much," another person continued. "That's right, and even Iahang and the Zhaoyun 10-section spear were toyed with by him." The military advisor was thrilled to hear that. How satisfying. Iahang's pride must have been quite hurt. "I wanted to see Eongahai's dark face. It's a real shame," the other person continued to report. "And we still haven't found the Mugga siblings. The 2 of them disappeared strangely without a trace." The military advisor furrowed his brow. "Still no trace? Then they must be hiding somewhere in the Mugga Manor. It seems there is a secret chamber in the Mugga Manor. Chianon must have hidden them in the secret chamber and then appeared at the Hyukjamsa." Thinking this far, he couldn't help but marvel. "I've sent the 5 ultimates just in case, but he didn't even care and just took his revenge and disappeared. He even took a hostage and ran away. No matter how much I read the data and information on the 5 ultimates, I couldn't have imagined this." Thinking this far, he laughed like a madman. "This will be fun. It feels like hunting 7 times. If the report that came to me is accurate, the martial art that guy named Chianon uses is a martial art that can only use 7 fists, the other person confirmed. "That is correct," the military advisor continued. "That means there are quite a few weaknesses in that martial art. I'd like to hear the opinion of the master of illusion analysis." The opponent clasped his hands. "Then I will dare to present my analysis to the greatest strategist of this era, military advisor Jama. The characteristic of the martial art Chianon uses is that the second fist is twice as strong as the first. The third fist is about 3 times as strong as the first, and the power increases as it goes on. The final 7th technique gathers all the power and explodes with all its might. I'm not sure, but if it doubles with each punch, the 7th punch will have 128 times the power." The military advisor asked again. "Then where is the weakness of that martial art?" The opponent continued to explain. "There are 3 fatal weaknesses. First, he must strike from the first fist. Whether the enemy is strong or weak, his martial art must start from the first fist. Second, the interval between fists is too rigid. This is evidence that he lacks practical experience when he has to throw continuous punches. Third, and this will be the biggest weakness, he can only strike continuously up to the 7th fist. If he doesn't strike the 2nd fist, he can't strike the 3rd. It seems this martial art is a crude imitation of the martial art of Chilso Mujokja, who was known as Invincible 300 years ago. The military advisor agreed. I think so too. Relay this weakness to the 3 demons, and if the Ianga family interferes or sniffs something out, it will be very troublesome. The opponent bowed his head. I will be careful, the military advisor nodded his head. Good. Then I'll wait for good news. Oh right, I heard that Sahun's sword Yario was among the dead, is that correct? Then keep a close watch on Yahan. A mission might come up depending on the situation. The other person then immediately disappeared and left. I will keep that in mind on this side. Qianan was still moving through the forest. The 5 ultimates and the Ianga family are acting separately. There's no way to avoid them, but I can buy more time. He was moving, and suddenly his body flickered in and out of existence. First, I need to move to a secret place to treat my wounds and recover my strength by circulating my qi. How much time passed? Qianan looked up at the sky and marveled. I've recovered my internal energy for 1 shichen. Now I can almost use the Yuxumbe Yungok again. Most of the wounds were protected by the Sipjan Maguksingang, but since it's only at the 6th level, I wasn't fully protected. But the fortunate thing is that the Wagwazirajigung treated my wounds and helped me recover very quickly. If I had been weak, I would have died. My martial arts have too many weaknesses. All those who clashed with me today have grasped my weaknesses to some extent. The next time we meet, they will fight me with all their might. The only way to fill the gap between my 1st and 7th fists is the Chilba Junyang footwork. But this footwork also has its limits when facing masters of a similar or higher level. Even if I pour all my strength into it, I can only throw a punch again after 1 shichen has passed after exploding the power of the 7th fist, and I have to start again from the 1st fist, and during that 1 shichen I am in a completely defenseless state. This weakness is truly fatal. How should I supplement this flaw? Reaching the 8th level of Sipjan Maguksingang could solve the problem, but I can't supplement it in a short period of time. Then Chilba Junyang Sangi. If I can't block it even after reaching the 7th level, it's really dangerous. I need to train to use the Chilba Junyang Sangi skillfully. I must harmonize the Muguk Divine Chi and the Chilba Junyang footwork. If the enemy comes with a powerful attack, I should first avoid a direct confrontation and deal with them using the Demon Subduing Diamond Divine Fist and the Flying Eagle Whirlwind Kick. I still have my last trump card, the 3-kill Sura Demon Crystal, but I shouldn't show too many of my cards. Let's decide on the training direction this way. How much time passed? He came to his senses again. The chi circulation is over, so I should move now. At this time, a huge figure was suddenly moving in the forest, and with each step of the opponent the ground rumbled. His target was a small stream nearby. When he arrived, he bent down and drank a few mouthfuls of water to quench his thirst, and in the blink of an eye he had drunk all the water. The young man wiped his mouth, smacked his lips, and was very satisfied. He stood there, stretched, and shouted loudly, I am Muchiel. I have finally come into this world. Everyone wait for me. He continued to shout like that, making the entire forest noisy. Qianan and the other assassin heard the noise and had a headache. After shouting for a long time, Muchiel stopped and thought, I need subordinates to look cool when I appear in the martial world, but where can I find subordinates in these mountains? As it happens, there's a guy over there who's worthy of being my subordinate. Is heaven helping me to be able to meet a subordinate in these remote mountains? This is a really good sign. The young man then ran as if flying. He didn't follow the path but went straight ahead, knocking down trees to create his own path. My disciple, I'm coming to see you. But when he arrived, he was startled. Wasn't there only one person? The 3 demons were quite surprised when he suddenly appeared while they were moving. Muchiel stood there and sized them up. Not impressive at all. That old man is short, so he's perfect as a servant. That big guy is similar to me, so he's perfect as a guard. That guy looks like a walking corpse, so I don't have a good feeling about him. I'll kill only you and take the other 2 as my disciples. Before he could even finish his sentence, he widened his eyes in horror. The big guy among the 3 demons had punched him so hard that foam came out of his mouth. Muchiel was sent flying with a fist mark engraved on his body, and it didn't stop there. The opponent continued to apply force. Muchiel was sent flying so far that it was impossible to know how far he went. After dealing with him, the group continued on their way. How dare a piece of trash like that pick a fight with us? He's probably dead. But is he dead? The 3 walked on like that, not even looking to see if he was alive or dead. Muchiel was embedded in a cliff, crying miserably. I won't make you my subordinates anymore. Someone please save me. Qianan, who was nearby, scratched his ear in annoyance. Did someone catch a wild boar or something? The assassin on the other side was also very displeased. I can't concentrate, so I won't be able to fight properly. The scene shifts to the Mugga Manor. We've been here for 4 days like this. Will it be all right, Martial Uncle? Right now we can do nothing but wait for young Master Qianan. Martial Uncle Chang'an is the reason the 5 ultimates were mobilized to find us, really, as you said? For now, we can only infer that the arrogance of the 5 ultimates was played by a false rumor. The young man was puzzled. Wait, if even the 5 ultimates were played to that extent, won't all sorts of insignificant guys come looking for us with their eyes lit up? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Chang'an sighed. I can't know that either. The bigger problem is that the 5 ultimates are unlikely to back down like this. What if they send the 3 ultimates later? The woman in blue was flustered. Then how about we announce to the entire martial world that it's a groundless rumor, that what you're looking for isn't here, so feel free to search. The woman in pink shook her head. They will think we've memorized the secret manual or hidden it somewhere. There's a bigger problem than that. They think we've already successfully trained in it. The young man sighed. They must have decided to eliminate us. But where did that guy named Qianan go? The giant shook his head. I don't know either. The woman in pink spoke up again. What do you think of that person, Martial Uncle Chang'an? Isn't there some intention in him approaching us? He furrowed his brow and thought to himself. Young lady Soso is smarter than Qianun, but she has an arrogant side, and it seems she doesn't have a good impression of Qianan right now. I wonder why. With that thought he spoke. I don't think there are any other intentions, young lady. When Sobbing made her request to him, Qianun and I were also nearby. If he had harbored any ambitions, he would have killed us all long ago. He is a very skilled person. To have that level of martial arts at his age, the fact that he could defeat Duchul is unimaginable. It's no exaggeration to say that a god has appeared in the martial world. He's not a master from a prestigious sect, but I'm really curious who raised him. The woman in blue teased Sobbing. Sobbing is really lucky to have such a brave and cool person grant your request and even protect us. Soso nodded. He's a little rough, but his appearance seems decent, and he's very bold but also stubborn. Chang'an thought to himself, that fist is a truly terrifyingly powerful martial art. Qianun stood to one side, crossing his arms unpleasantly. He shouted at Sobbing. Did that guy really grant your request for just one dumpling? Did you give him something else? Did you offer your body? How can you believe he would go to kill someone for just one dumpling? Sobbing burst into tears, feeling wronged. That's not it. Seeing that, he said even more harshly, tell me, what did that guy really ask of you? Your body, right? Sobbing replied. Actually, it wasn't just one dumpling. The group was shocked to hear that. It wasn't what? Did you offer your body without your master's permission? Sobbing seriously held up 2 fingers and the young man broke into a cold sweat. What is that? Hurry up and tell me, you lowly thing. Sobbing replied. It wasn't 1 dumpling but 2. The group was dumbfounded to hear that, and the young man shouted in annoyance, what are you crying for? Go sit over there. Time passed, and no one knew how much had passed in one day. It's been a week, so why hasn't that guy come back yet? Don't tell me that bastard got scared and ran away. I knew it. Soso continued, that could be. What can you expect from an ordinary warrior? Sobbing approached and urged. He is not that kind of person. He will definitely come back. Qianun was displeased. What do you know to be chattering like that? Hurry up and shut your mouth. At this time, Chang'an spoke up. In my opinion, he is not a man without courage, so it would be better to wait a little longer. The young man was annoyed and displeased. Everyone's going crazy after being in the secret chamber for a few days. Sobbing sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, young master Qianan. Qianun stood to one side, frustrated, and the other 2 handmaidens were laughing happily. This made him angry and he turned his head, and as soon as he turned his head his gaze was fixed on their chests. He immediately shone his 2 eyes and drooled. When did those mountains become so rugged? He then turned and shouted. Sobbing, come follow me for a moment. She, without the slightest suspicion, immediately approached. He instructed, let's just the 2 of us go to a quiet place. Sobbing replied, a little worried, you can speak here, young master. She then turned her head again and called for the young lady. Chang'an was puzzled. Young master, what is it? Soso stopped him. Martial Uncle Chang'an, Qianun is a lively child, but he's been locked in the secret chamber for over a week, and it would be better for Sobbing to become a concubine rather than a handmaiden. Sobbing was terrified. Young master, please spare my life. Qianun said with a cold HMPH. When did I say I was going to kill you? I just wanted to talk for a moment. Just then another voice echoed. Speak here. The young man smiled sinisterly. It's not like that, just the 2 of us. Qianun appeared, grabbed his hand and stopped him. Why is it something other people shouldn't hear? Seeing that he had returned, Sobbing bowed her head. I'm so glad you've returned safely, young master. Qianun was puzzled. But what's going on now? Soso approached and continued. Please come inside, young master Qianun. We were very scared while you were away. Qianun asked harshly, as if he wasn't interested in her at all. I didn't ask you. She stiffened at those words. Sobbing explained in fear. The young lady is right. Since you didn't return every day, we thought something had happened. Qianun glanced at Qianun. You mean you were worried about me, but what were you and that guy trying to talk about? Qianun broke into a cold sweat and stood there stiffly, hesitating. Just then, Chang'an spoke up again to change the subject. Have you resolved everything, young master Qianun? He replied. Yes, you must all be tired of waiting here. Let's prepare to leave this place now, Sobbing reminded him. Young master Qianun, perhaps it would be better to change your clothes first. It looks like you've been through something terrible. At the same time, there were several people outside. Is this the place for sure? Yes, this is the only remaining exit from the Mugga Manor. But there is no movement. I have been observing carefully since I came in, but I haven't seen any movement. The leader firmly ordered his subordinate to break it, and he took a piece of paper from his clothes. The scene shifts to the Hoian family. In Seo Baekhyun's residence, he was holding a pigeon in his hand, quickly untying and reading the letter attached to its leg. He couldn't hide his surprise. Amazing. This guy is really amazing. What sect raised him? He's not just strong in martial arts but also smart and has a strange personality. He's someone who can't be defined in one word. Those who use their heads are the trickiest opponents. Just then, someone entered. It seems the military advisor has taken an interest. Bichian laughed. It seems military advisor Sama is having a bit of a headache. Hearing that, she came to her senses. I see, you were enjoying the thought of some prey. What's important is that this man might become a very important existence to us. Can you buy us a little more time until we leave? Cheng Yin marveled to himself, a smart person knows 10 things after hearing one. She's a person with almost no flaws. She was born with the disposition of a ruler. With that thought he spoke. It will be so, it's just my feeling, but that man is more than capable of it. But it will take a long time for Leader Mo to depart. I think we need to move before that, she asked back. Are you saying the family's assassins should move first? The young man nodded and confirmed. It will probably have to be that way, she continued. Do as you see fit. If Yi Wang is certain, then I am at ease. The young man smiled in excitement. Thank you, we will definitely approach the Mugga siblings before that side does. Ho Yin Ran was a little worried. But it seems that side hasn't captured them yet either. Does that mean they hid so thoroughly that nothing could be found? The young man laughed loudly at those words. I have my own person among them. She was even more shocked. What, you have your own person? I thought the manor was destroyed, so I never even considered it. Does Jamma know about this? He answered with a serious expression. What I know he will also know. She furrowed her brow and was lost in thought. You mean this is a time of chaos? The young man continued. I still have one more advantage, she asked back. It must be because they don't yet know that we moved first, the young man confirmed. That's right, but they will soon find out. Even so, that short amount of time is enough for us to get ahead of them. Besides, our Hoyin family is in Hunan province, so both our location and distance are more advantageous than Jamma's. She nodded in agreement. Then what do you intend to do now? He picked up a pigeon. First, I will deploy the family's Hunan assassins to block all of their activities. Since Jamma came to kill them, if we approach and lure them a little, we can easily bring the Mugga siblings over. She asked again, who do you intend to send? The young man prepared a letter and answered. According to the information here, the man named Qianan has excellent reasoning skills. Since Leader Mo entrusted this matter to me, it would be reasonable to pick a trustworthy person among my subordinates and send this anonymous letter. She marveled. It's going to be quite a huge hunt. The young man then released the pigeon. Over here, the giant man received the letter and couldn't hide his puzzlement. What kind of milk-sniveling brat requires me, the leader of this White Tiger Brigade, to personally step in? Leader Bygak Seo Bichian and Leader Qian Gakmo Dagon are too cautious. Who in the world is that guy named Qianan that they have to emphasize caution to me several times? Whoever he is, I'll break his limbs into several pieces. At this time his subordinates were still breaking rocks and searching, and they soon entered Mildo. But they couldn't find anyone. One person instructed, there might be another secret chamber, so search every inch. Soon someone came back and reported, it seems someone was here until a little while ago, but they're not here now. And inside, besides this place, there are a few maze-like sections. The leader ordered them to set fire to the secret chamber. The wind will blow in the direction they left, so observe the flow of the smoke. The group immediately set a fire. A subordinate ran over and reported, we finally found it. We found a total of 7 emergency exits, and at the same time we discovered a place they must have passed. The leader praised him. Good. Search the surroundings and follow the traces. Erase all traces cleanly so that no other pursuers besides us can find them. Over here, Qianan's group was moving over a mountain quite far away. Smoke is rising. It means the secret cave has been discovered. Qianan reminded them, hurry up, they came faster than expected, so we have to hurry too. Soon darkness began to fall. So said, panting, we've been running for half a day, so let's move slowly from now on. Martial Uncle Chang'an needs to rest too. Hearing that, he spoke. The Mugga siblings have martial arts, yet they're this tired. So Sobbing and Sosul must be exhausted. Let's rest for a while, young master Qianan. Qianun grumbled from behind. When I asked for a break earlier, it was because I was already tired enough to die. Qianan thought to himself. He said young master Qianan could use his lightness skill with only a small amount of internal energy. But for him not to be even slightly out of breath like this, his centering martial art must be truly great. The group continued to move, but their speed had slowed down quite a bit, and they settled down under a large rock by a stream. Let's camp here for today and leave early tomorrow morning, Qianan continued. In my opinion, this place seems suitable for hiding. I must once again admire the young warrior's keenness. Qianan asked back, so where should we go now? He answered. Let's go to the summit of Gansu province. Soso was shocked to hear that. Martial Uncle Chang'an, why Gansu province of all places, he explained. Young lady, I have an acquaintance there. He has quite some power and his influence cannot be ignored, so he will be able to protect us. Qianan thought to himself, but it's too far. There are even 2 girls who don't know martial arts, so to have to chase them all the way there is truly daunting. Besides, if it's Gansu province, wasn't that where the Central Plains and the remaining forces fought fierce battles with the soldiers in the past? With that thought he asked, where in Gansu province are we going? He answered, let's go to Lanzhou first. He nodded. Understood, let's leave early tomorrow. We can't light a fire, so everyone sit close together and warm each other with your body heat. Qianan continued. I'll keep watch outside so everyone gets some sleep. In the dark night, the sound of constant whispering echoed. Chunlun was sitting on a rock keeping watch while the others were lying down and sleeping, recovering their energy. Qianan was sitting cross-legged, circulating his qi. Thanks to circulating my qi, I've recovered all my power. Now before we leave, shall I refine my Muguxingong a bit? He approached Chang'un's side and said, "I'll keep watch from now on, so please go inside and get some rest." He was inwardly shocked. Even his internal energy recovery has no strange points to be able to do so in such a short time. With that thought he spoke. "Thank you, I won't refuse." He then approached the stream, looked ahead seriously, and was lost in thought. "I need to remove the joints of the fist technique. The true chi of the Muguxingong is an activity where the blood vessels of the whole body are concentrated in the fist, but that happens in an instant. That's why the Muguxingong is both a fighting chi and a protective chi. But the problem is that until I reach the 8th level, I can't store the true chi of the Yukyang. I can use the 6 techniques of the Yunwan Yukyangsingi, but there is a weakness. It is that they are connected like a chain, and I cannot change the order or combine them to use them at the same time. Can't I combine the 6 times into one? At the very least, if I could just use the 6th true chi by connecting it in an instant, I would be able to supplement the weakness as much as possible." In the blink of an eye he had crossed the stream and was on the opposite bank. Not stopping there, he continued to move. His 2 legs continuously moved nimbly, executing the footwork. Suddenly he recalled the Chilbajunyang footwork. The Muguxingyi and the Chilbajunyang footwork use the same kind of true chi, so I can naturally release the power of the footwork. Wait, using the Muguxingyi and the Chilbajunyang footwork at the same time. With that thought he began to train. Not far away someone was hiding behind a tree, quietly observing. "I really don't get it. What in the world is that guy doing?" the person next to him continued. "Who knows, but it seems he's studying footwork. He walks 7 steps and rests, and after that he walks 7 steps again. If that's studying footwork, isn't it too easy? It seems I still have a lot to learn. Then if we walk 7 steps now, can we also learn that profound footwork?" To his subordinate's question, he could only answer perfunctorily. "We'll know soon enough." The young man came to his senses. "Right, of course we'll know soon enough." He nodded and gestured for him to go out. Just then, Qianan opened his mouth towards them. "If you're here to negotiate, wait a moment." He looked at him and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It was very meaningful. "What are you talking about? Why do you assume we're here to negotiate?" He was still very calm. "If you weren't, you would have already ambushed us with this many people. You didn't say any provocative words like 'I'll kill you' or 'come at me.'" Hearing that, he coldly snorted and didn't answer. He got into his stance again and trained. "It'll be dawn in a little while, so just wait a little longer. I have to talk after getting some sleep, even if it's just a little. And I'm contemplating something very important right now, so don't interrupt my thoughts." Ignoring his teeth grinding in anger, he trained in his footwork again. Judging by the behavior of those two, they're not from the righteous faction. Both the guy in front and the subordinate behind him are considerable experts. Besides, there are about 300 people surrounding this place, yet there's no strange feeling. After training for a long time, he shouted in annoyance. "Seriously, don't make a sound even if you grind your teeth. Or go grind them somewhere else. I'm just about to grasp the key point of my martial arts, and you're buzzing like a mosquito next to me." Being scolded, he fumed with anger. "Aren't you worried about who we are?" Qianan, without any interest, bent down again and circulated his chi. "Since you didn't rush in right away, you're not from the 5 ultimates or the 5 great families. Seeing as you accepted my request to wait until dawn, you came to help the Mugga siblings as much as possible. And since you have over 300 guards gathered for support, what's there to be afraid of? Whether you two help or discuss, it's all related to the interests of give and take. So you must have another purpose, right? Isn't that so?" Ignoring his cold snort, he immersed himself in studying his footwork again. The internal energy of the Chilbajunyang mainly uses the true chi internal energy of the lower dantian, can draw on the internal energy of the middle dantian, and can also connect with the internal energy of the upper dantian. On the other hand, the internal energy of the Muguxingong's Yunwan Yukyangsingi only uses the internal energy of the middle dantian. The Chilbajunyang uses and condenses internal energy at the tips of the feet to minimize internal energy consumption. But in special cases, if the footwork is used with a lightness skill, it also uses internal energy. However, the way the Yunwan Yukyangsingi gathers internal energy is not for both purposes but a technique that uses internal energy in the order of gradually increasing power. Compared to the Chilbajunyang's harmonious use between dantians, using the lower dantian, centering the middle dantian and applying it to the upper dantian, the Yunwan Yukyangsingi amplifies the power of the internal energy sent from the middle dantian. And because the whole body is pressured in an instant and released from the tip of the fist, it's very difficult to break the order of the techniques. If I reach the 9th level of Muguxingong, I wouldn't even need to worry about these things, but for now I have to work to overcome this weakness. There is no way. I have no choice but to store the internal energy of the first technique somewhere and then use the next technique over here. The giant man was constantly grinding his teeth and cursing. "Damn it, immoral bastard, but since Siobichian earnestly requested it, I have to use persuasive words and show that our side will protect them. But I'm so angry I can't stand it. My patience is running out because of that rude attitude." The subordinate next to him suddenly reminded him. "Master, your teeth are going to fall out," he replied unpleasantly. "I've met a strong opponent," the young man continued. "Leader also specifically told us to be careful, but that guy is unforgivable." He sighed. "But we have to compromise first." He continued, "But there's really nothing to compromise with that guy." After confirming, he raised his hand to draw his sword, but thought again midway. Still, I have to wait until they wake up in any case, since Leader Seo also asked me to take special care of the Mugga siblings. Making them feel comfortable is also our responsibility, isn't it? Soon, dawn began to break and sunlight seeped through the branches and into every corner of the forest. The group began to wake up at this time, and as soon as they woke up they saw a group of people standing there. Qianun rubbed his eyes, puzzled. Am I still not fully awake? But when he looked closely he couldn't believe it. The giant man approached them and said, I cannot reveal who I am, but I am someone who can protect you. Will you follow me? I have promised never to harm you. Soso replied, I don't know what your purpose is, but we do not have what you are looking for. He explained, if it's the secret manual of the heavenly demon soul absorption art, you don't need to worry. I also know that you do not have that secret manual, and we are not interested in it either. Changlan was puzzled. If you already know, then why? Soso asked again. If you are protecting us, there must be a condition, he replied. Of course there is. You just have to prove one thing for us. She asked again. What is that? He shook his head. I cannot say now. To be precise, I don't know either. She became even more uneasy. How can we believe you won't harm us? He said nonchalantly. You'll know if you follow me. Just then, Qianun opened his mouth again. By then it will be too late, he shouted unpleasantly. Shut up. I am a man who keeps his word. Once I make a promise, I never break it. Qianun glanced at him. I don't know if you can be trusted or not, but among the people dispatched here there must be such a person. In my opinion, you're even hiding your identity and appearing like a ghost, so it's clear that we will be involved in something shady. Besides, the Mugga siblings didn't know in advance what they had to confirm, which is why you said you didn't know. So of course it will be more dangerous later. In any case, we will be discarded after being used. Before he could even finish his sentence, he snorted coldly and cut him off. This is a grave matter, so we must keep it a secret. But I believe no harm will come to you from what I know. In any case, isn't it better than being pursued? And we will also clear your name of having used the secret art. Not only that, but we will also find the real culprit who lied about you possessing the heavenly demon soul absorption art. Soso asked Changlan through telepathy, if what he says is true, isn't it a favorable condition for us? Changlan reminded her. No, young lady, we must stay away. If we get out of here, we can explain the situation, but right now we can't trust anyone. And those guys must absolutely not be trusted. Hearing that, she nodded reliably. Yes, I understand your meaning, Martial Uncle. Having come this far, she said, I'm sorry, but we have decided where we are going. He ground his teeth in anger and shouted, if you don't follow, I'll drag you away by force. We have more than enough ability to do so, but in any case, isn't it better to come along quietly? That is the best way for you now. Hearing that, Changlan prepared to lower the sword on his shoulder, and the two handmaidens hid behind a rock, worried. Qianun sighed. Thinking about being dragged away a few years ago makes me furious. If you want to drag them away by force, you'll have to go over my dead body. Hearing that, he laughed loudly. So you're a guy who can stand against the 5 ultimates. Now no one is in your sight, I see. Don't compare us to them. If you want to leave here alive. Having said this much, he threw the sword in his hand onto the ground. Qianun was very puzzled to see that. He didn't make him wait long and continued, cut off 2 of your fingers and leave. Then I will let you live. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Every word was filled with foolishness. Am I your subordinate to do as you say? Without giving him a chance to reply, he lifted his foot and kicked the sword back to him. Then you cut off 1 of your fingers and leave. Then I will let you live too. If you resist, you will die. He bent down and picked up the sword. It seems I have to get rid of you. That way there will be no one else to interfere with our work. He replied without the slightest fear. I have to take care of you. That way the scarecrows behind you will become a disorganized mob. He snorted coldly. You son of a bitch, you're all talk, but know this, it may sound very irrational with your skills, but even if I die, someone stronger than me will fill my vacancy, he marveled. If a vacancy is created, a stronger person will take over. What an amazing organization. But wait, if a vacancy is created, a stronger person will fill it. This is just like the logic of the Yukyangsingi's oral formula. I see. With that thought, he pointed his finger and shouted, that's right, a vacancy should be filled by someone stronger. And for a vacancy to be created, of course I have to take care of you. But why did I only think of such a simple principle now? Being mocked by him, his face veined with anger. A subordinate hurriedly approached and advised, my lord, the subordinates are all watching. Qianun on this side still didn't shut his mouth. Thank you, thanks to you I've realized something important. So I'll postpone killing you. Instead, you just have to cut off 1 arm. He could no longer hold it in and shouted explosively. Son of a bitch, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this bastard. Don't hurt the others. As soon as they received the order, they immediately rushed in, and a club was swung down, but he easily dodged it. In the blink of an eye, he had stepped on his opponent's head and slammed him into the ground, and water splashed everywhere. Inside, Qianun stood imposingly and soon reappeared. The splashed water continued to fall around him. Suddenly, the countless water droplets bounced back out. Qianun hit them with his hand, and the water turned into hidden weapons and flew towards the group. Before they could even rush in, they were all in a flurry. He then rushed in and began to punch them one by one. One was hit by him, and his jaw was dislocated. On this side, the leader marveled. He's really no pushover. At this level he could be called one of the 10 great young masters of the martial world. If it weren't for the 3 dragons of Sambong, he might have become the most outstanding young master. The subordinate next to him was worried. We can't just watch like this. I will step in. After speaking, he was about to rush in. He opened his mouth. The White Tiger Brigade is still immature, but is there a need for you to step in? Besides, are you going to throw away your sword and use your secret skills and secret sword? He replied. The White Tiger Brigade's 7-layered gold is a secret. It's better for me to step in. Besides, my martial arts can match him. He nodded. That makes sense. Since the vice leader has stepped in, that guy won't be able to move. He then shouted loudly for the White Tiger Brigade to fall back. The group immediately stopped fighting and all of them distanced themselves and retreated. The young man landed in front of Qian'an. You're quite something. I acknowledge that you're strong, but it ends here. From now on I will fight you. Qian'an laughed. That's what I wanted, to be honest. Fighting those guys was a bit boring. The young man took a deep breath. Are you that arrogant after taking down a few new soldiers of the White Tiger Brigade? He inhaled until his stomach was about to burst, and then exhaled a thick black smoke that enveloped his body. Changlan on this side was shocked to see this situation. That is the turtle transformation nether art. Soon, the young man was surrounded by a blue armor like a ninja turtle. Changlan was still in disbelief. How could the turtle transformation nether art appear here? The young man laughed. Haha, this is my martial art. Anyone who sees this turtle shell like strong chi will recognize it immediately. Then you must know how terrifying this martial art is, he asked back. The turtle transformation nether art. In that case, are you Yang Maoui Sr.? He laughed. Thank you for remembering my name. On this side, Qianun was puzzled. What? Soso explained. Yang Maoui is the only disciple of Gongyachi, a person who specializes in practical martial arts in the chaotic martial world. The turtle transformation nether art he uses is one of the highest grade martial arts through which he changes his appearance, and he is especially strong in palm and strong chi arts. He is a very strong person who shook the martial world by killing over 20 people and disappearing without a trace. All that remains are just floating rumors. Chang'an continued, Little turtle transformation nether, Yang Maoui. If he is the vice leader, what kind of person is the leader? What's important now is that it's not just the 5 ultimates who are pursuing us, but the fortunate thing is that these people will not eliminate us immediately like the 5 ultimates group. The problem is that we don't know what kind of expert is pursuing us, and currently all of us can only rely on young Master Qian'an. In any case, the road ahead is dark. Qian'an sighed. I told you we should have just run away at dawn instead of sleeping. Soso was helpless. This guy really, he explained. I meant at least you, sis, should have run away. On this side, Qian'an opened his mouth at this time. You really look like a turtle. I admit it's a unique martial art, second to none in the world, but originally turtles are very slow. Are you like that too? He laughed. Then why don't you check for yourself? He said no more, launched himself and rushed in. Really? Then come at me. One foot flew towards the opponent's stomach. After launching this one technique, he couldn't help but be surprised inwardly. He endured my shocking kick, not believing it. He kicked once more, but the result was the same. Seeing the opponent's counterattack, he twisted his body and dodged behind him. One blow aimed for the opponent's neck and flew in. One technique, dragon severing hand, struck his neck. On this side, Chang'an was shocked. Did he take him down? But life is not like a dream. Not only was the opponent fine, but he also launched a counterattack. Qian'an was immediately entangled in something. On this side, the audience was puzzled. He's alive even though his neck was broken. What is going on? Chang'an quickly realized that he survived thanks to the turtle transformation nether art. But that's probably not all of it. On this side, the two separated for a moment. Qian'an hid behind a rock and said, he's a complete turtle. I will never train in a martial art like that. Yang Maoui soon stuck his head out of the turtle shell. Is this your limit? He touched his own chest and marveled. Are you that arrogant just because you grazed my collar? He continued. I've read your indictment. I've also figured out your weakness, so you can't win. I will now show you the strongest technique of the turtle transformation nether art. Your fist will only be able to match me when it reaches the 6th fist, but in that time it's enough to finish you off, Qian'an replied. You may be right, but don't be so certain, the opponent continued. I admit your footwork is very special, but it's not yet complete. Qian'an snorted coldly. How long are you going to fight with your mouth? He laughed loudly. Till after tasting the essence of my Gui Wan Miang Gong. He then spun his hands, turned into a spinning top and flew toward him. Try and dodge this. Qian'an sneered. It's a waste to even use my footwork on your pathetic martial arts. His mind raced. A stronger one fills the vacancy. If I unleash the Muguk True Chi with the first fist in order, the second fist will burst out in succession. Every time the Muguk True Chi bursts out, the middle dantian is forcibly emptied, and the True Chi for the next fist explodes. In this way, the True Chi of the 6th fist gathers at once, and the internal energy of the 6 punches is also concentrated in the middle dantian, unleashing the continuous 6 phantom technique. The two sides clashed head-on. The Ninja Turtle was horrified and retracted his head. How can the power of 6 fists explode at once? Qian'an wasn't one for many words. He continued to unleash a flurry of punches attacking him. The young man was forced to stick his head out again after being hit by his fist, and he didn't stop, continuing to charge in. Learned men know how to use their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his head directly into his opponent's. Over here. Qian'an trembled in fear. To strike the chest repeatedly and then deliver a fatal blow to the head. The opponent was already a bloody mess, collapsed on the ground, and the group was utterly horrified. Changlun marveled to himself. Truly amazing. To overcome the need to throw punches in order by manipulating his internal energy, the assassin hiding nearby also cursed inwardly. This cunning bastard was still hiding his skills. The leader gritted his teeth. This brute with only strength. Just then another voice echoed from the forest. Finish it already, it's our turn after you're done, you brats. The three demons quickly emerged from the bushes. A few people recognized them as the three demon brothers as soon as they saw them. Qianan glanced at them for a moment, then turned resolutely and said with a cold HMPH, I wondered who it was, so Zal's eyes sparkled as she drooled and said, sobbing young Master Qianan is so cool. Sobbing, who was next to her, also had sparkling eyes and teased with a smile. You're just realizing that now, so Zal spoke again. But it's one mountain after another. He just fought a turtle, and now more ugly martial world thugs have appeared. Sobbing continued, young Master Qianan will defeat them this time too. Changlun spoke to the Mugga siblings through telepathy to join hands with the three demons. I probably won't be able to serve you, young Master and young lady. Until the end, she replied, if things go wrong we'll have no choice but to rely on that man named Gang Yung. If we lose all our martial uncles, we'll be as good as dead anyway. The assassin on this side was also thinking to himself. To be so composed even while knowing the reputation of the three demons, as expected of an assassin from the Amhon Salman, does he still have tricks up his sleeve? Qianan on this side was cursing inwardly, damn it, my insides are a complete mess. After continuously unleashing the Muguk True Chi and filling the vacancies with the Qian Huangpa, a violent clash is now occurring in my middle dantian. I can't fight with just mental strength anymore. At this moment Gang Yung also jumped down from the cliff. He and his subordinates buzzed as they prepared for battle. One person instructed the group. Third squad of the White Tiger Brigade immediately retrieved the vice leader's body. Second squad continued to stand guard. The rest of the White Tiger Brigade prepared to escort the Mugga siblings. Gang Yung called out to someone. He immediately approached and bowed his head. Vice leader of the Swift Sword Yulmuk awaiting your command, he instructed. According to the rules of the White Tiger Brigade, you are now the vice leader. He then turned to the newcomers and asked, Three demons, what business do you have with us? The giant man answered, you crazy bastard, what business would we have with a worthless punk like you? We have business with the Mugga people. Gang Yung raised his voice and shouted, if you're here for the heavenly demon soul absorption art, you've come to the wrong place. The long-nosed man continued, will be the judge of that. It's not for you to interfere. But why are you all gathered here? He said with displeasure. We have other reasons. The long-nosed man said with a cold HMPH. Do you think we'll believe that? Don't make me laugh. Qianan glanced at the two forces, furrowed his brow and said, this won't do, it seems the three demons have come to kill us. Weren't you here to escort the Mugga siblings no matter the cost? Then try protecting us from the three demons first. Otherwise your superiors won't let it slide. He gritted his teeth in anger. You damn bastard, I wouldn't be satisfied even if I tore you to shreds. The three demons on this side spoke up again. Wait, what are you two discussing? Don't tell me you want to die with the Mugga family. Qianan continued. The one who hired you is probably the same one who sent the 5 ultimates, but what to do? With so many guards protecting us it'll be a bit difficult. You were probably ordered to kill the Mugga siblings by any means necessary. Come on, come and kill us. The long-nosed man was displeased. You insolent bastard. I'll kill you first. Qianan stroked his chin. Are you both going to attack at once? It seems my reputation has grown quite a bit. To think it takes 2 of the 3 demons to team up, the giant man spoke up in anger. Brother, leave that insolent bastard to me. The long-nosed man nodded his head. Do as you wish. Teach that punk a lesson. Gang Yung on this side instructed his subordinate. This is getting interesting. Let's fall back for a moment. So on this side was puzzled. Why is young Master Qianan provoking the 3 demons? If he just left them alone he might have been able to get out of this dangerous situation with some luck. Changlun shook his head. I don't know either. Perhaps the 3 demons are too strong and his intention is to weaken their power and then balance the forces. Qianan furrowed his brow and thought, I need to release the stored True Chi quickly. I can't hold the Muguk True Chi in my middle dantian anymore. As expected, I can't suppress the Qian Huangpa any longer. It would be better to punch the air. Gang Yung on this side marveled. To be so composed in front of one of the 3 demons, truly amazing. Yulmuk, who was behind him, continued. I acknowledge that as well, but if it weren't for the 3 demons I would have taken care of him. If that didn't work I would have used the full power of the White Tiger Brigade. Gang Yung nodded his head in agreement. I think so too, but the mission comes first. What should I tell Master Gangyatchi? He will surely go berserk when he finds out his disciple is dead, and can we even handle the 3 demons? Over here, the 2 handmaidens were still discussing worriedly. Will young Master Qianan win this time too? Of course, he will definitely win. He said he would protect me. I'm so happy. I'm so envious. Sobbing patted her shoulder and comforted her. I'll ask him to protect you later too. Sol was moved to hear that and hugged her. Sobbing, you're the best. At this time the giant man began to trigger his True Chi. I will teach you how wide this world is. Qianan, without the slightest fear, clenched his fists. I know this world is wide too, but the more I learn the smaller it feels. To think the world is that wide with just that much, you're more of a coward than I thought. What a pathetic man. The opponent couldn't contain his anger upon hearing those words. You damn bastard. He then spread his two arms to the sides and subsequently swung them down with all his might, creating a terrifying vibration towards Qianan. Gang Yung, who was observing from this side, commented, "To fire a chi cannon with just the pressure of the wind, the compressed power could annihilate a small infantry unit." Qianan, without being fazed in the slightest by the opponent's attack, easily dodged it. The more Gang Yung watched, the more he couldn't hide his surprise. An endless confrontation. To dodge the wind pressure pouring from a small chi cannon with just footwork. Truly a madman beyond imagination. Qianan on this side still had a stern expression, and his opponent was still crazily circulating his chi. He quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack, and a punch flew swiftly. It hit the opponent's chest squarely without missing in the slightest. The giant man could only stand and take the hit. He wasn't that agile either. As the two punches flew, the impact pierced through his body, and a thick cloud of dust soon covered the place. When the dust cleared, the figures of the two were revealed again, unexpectedly. Qianan was at a disadvantage, kneeling on the ground. Sobing's group was terrified to see that. "Young Master Qianan," Qianun also said, as if he couldn't understand. He landed two clean shots on Guokchel's chest. Soso was also very puzzled. "What happened?" Chang'an explained. "It's a protective strong chi." Gang Yung on this side was also marveling. "There's a reason those guys are so arrogant." With that punch, even young Maoui, who turned into a turtle and defended with his whole body, would have been easily taken down. But that guy blocked it with his bare body and protective strong chi. Guokchel stood there, looking down at Qianan and sneering. "Is that all you have to run your mouth? Now you're a dead man." He then took something out of his chest and without hesitation threw it at him again. Qianan looked up and the attack was already in front of him, but he was still able to twist his body and dodge. Guokchel didn't stop and continued to attack, one attacking and one dodging, fighting fiercely like that. Yulmuk marveled. "The wind pressure is moving like a snake." Gang Yung shook his head. "It's not wind pressure. That's Guokchel's ultimate technique, the Chulsakya over here." Guokchel was still continuously spinning his iron chain, and Qianan was still holding on firmly. Chang'an, who was observing on this side, analyzed. "Guokchel's Chulsakya is truly amazing, but young Master Qianan is not falling behind at all, dodging with only footwork and facing him with his bare hands. But at this rate, young Master Qianan is in danger." Gang Yung raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Guokchel's Chulsakya is not just one." As he said, Guokchel took out another one and attacked. He then clenched his hand. "Got you." And then he pulled with all his might. Qianan was instantly surrounded from the front and back. He was thus wrapped in the opponent's iron chains. Guokchel didn't stop and pulled with all his might. He was easily pulled away like that, but he quickly regained his balance and landed on the ground. This greatly surprised Guokchel. He didn't panic and instead launched himself, clenched his fists and charged in. One punch aimed for the opponent's chest and flew in. A punch carrying extremely powerful might exploded on his body, and the entire forest vibrated and exploded accordingly. A large area was turned into a flat pit by this one punch of his. Guokchel could no longer be as leisurely as before. His fist mark was clearly imprinted on his chest and he was continuously spitting blood from his mouth, looking very strained. Nevertheless, he had not yet fallen. "You're the first one to injure me with a long-range attack in the past 10 years. Considering your age, you're quite something." Qianan clutched his neck and said with a cold HMPH, "This is also the first tough fight I've had since I stepped into the martial world. I praise your martial arts." Guokchel gripped his chain again. "Let's see how that mouth of yours trembles when you become a ghost. I hear you can only throw 7 punches. If you have any remaining, don't hold back." Qianan laughed coldly. "Too arrogant. If you want to last long in the martial world, of course you have to hide a little. Do you understand, you foolish oaf?" Guokchel lifted his chain. "It seems the only thing you've hidden is that mouth of yours." The assassin hiding in the bushes had a realization at this time. "Wait, now that I think about it, if that guy dies here, I'll be the second best assassin in the world forever, right? That weak-looking guy is the brilliant disciple of the #1 assassin in the world. Things have gotten complicated. If I help him now, my identity will be revealed. But if I let him die like this, I'll be stuck in second place forever. But if he's a brilliant disciple of the Amhon Salman, he should know that ultimate technique. Don't tell me he still doesn't know how to use it. Damn it, do I have to step in after all?" Just as he was about to step forward, Chang'an stepped forward at this time. Guokchel saw it and sneered. "And what kind of bug are you?" he replied. "I am Chang'an, the 7-kill heartless sword." Guokchel burst out laughing. "What fly flew in from where? Don't tell me you're trying to stop me," he confirmed. "You're going to kill everyone from the Muga family anyway. I can't just die knowing that. Your wrist alone is enough to be my toll for the road to the underworld." The group was all very surprised to hear that. Guokchel, on the other hand, laughed even more cheerfully. "Stop wasting time and come at me." Qianan, who was behind, was still continuously vomiting at this time. The group next to him was all worried. Young Master Qianan stood there and marveled. "To think that I, who didn't even train in the Muguksingong properly, just wanting to break Go Daesung's nose, teach a lesson to the girl from the Hoyin family, and curse Mo Daegun a bit, would end up in such an unfortunate situation. If I survive and return this time, I will never fall into a situation like this again. I will not show this back to anyone, and I will surely establish the name of the Mugukwanmun. I have not fallen yet, so move aside." Unexpectedly, he firmly refused. He continued to persuade. "You can't beat him anyway." Guokchel on the opposite side also opened his mouth. "I guess you thought it's better to die trying to block than to just die." After speaking, he spun his chain and prepared to attack. Gang Yung on this side explained, The reason Guokchul is called the Diamond Blood Demon is because of his ultimate technique, the Hylian Tamyeongsak. But his martial arts are just getting started. Guokchul quickly rushed in and attacked again. Qianon saw it, gritted his teeth and endured. The opponent's two hands were tightly gripping two iron chains. He then continuously swung them with all his might. Qianon on this side was still dodging fiercely, and he had been able to dodge so far, but the opponent's attacks were getting more and more fierce. He was finding it more and more difficult. Guokchul had a stern expression and clenched his two hands, and the chain almost hit his face, but it didn't. At the crucial moment he bent down and dodged. Without caring that the opponent's attack destroyed the area behind him, he firmly moved forward. The distance between the two grew closer and closer. He crouched down and gathered true chi in his fist, then stretched out his palm to hit his chest, but he quickly lifted the chain to block it. He then flew back from the recoil, and he didn't miss the chance and immediately swung his chain again to attack. Qianon saw it and hastily retreated to dodge. This time he even infused his true chi into the chain. From a distance it looked like it had hit him, and blood spurted from his body. Nevertheless, he didn't show the slightest sign of fear and immediately launched himself and charged in again. Guokchul immediately pulled his chain with all his might again. Seeing that his own foot would be hit by the technique, Qianon quickly moved to dodge. In the blink of an eye he had appeared behind his opponent, and a punch aimed for the opponent flew in, but he was no ordinary man either and immediately turned his body to block his back with the chain. Qianon had no choice but to proactively retreat and dodge. He quickly went behind him again. Guokchul swung his chain and tore up the ground, drawing a circle around his body as he chased him. Qianon was hit by it again and sent flying. He couldn't get close to him, and could only struggle to retreat and create distance. But just as he got up he was hit again. Suddenly he swung his arm and threw something. Seeing this, Guokchul realized it was a hidden weapon and was startled. He didn't dare to underestimate it and hastily lifted his chain to block in front of his body. It looked like he could block it, but he couldn't. One still flew at the speed of light and hit his head. Specifically, his right eye was hit by the attack. He immediately knelt on the ground and screamed miserably. Qianon on this side said with a cold HMPH, detailed movements, agile actions. Haha, the two guys on this side were puzzled. Was that a hidden weapon just now or a finger technique? A finger attack? What in the world was that? The Mugga siblings were also very puzzled. To be hit by such an ordinary-looking hidden weapon, the power didn't seem that strong either. Gang Young laughed. He really used a hidden weapon. He's a guy worth paying attention to, Yulmuk continued. Now I can be sure that he's not just a brat who only knows how to use his fists, Changlan thought to himself. To act like he had no other choice, make Guokchul reveal an opening and then counterattack with a hidden secret technique. The assassin on this side was also sweating profusely. I thought it was a fight unbecoming of an assassin, but he aimed the hidden weapon very accurately, befitting the two words, assassin. What in the world kind of assassin is he? Gang Young instructed his subordinate. Yulmuk, what are our goals? Yulmuk replied. First is to persuade the opponent, and second is to forcefully capture them if persuasion fails. Finally, we give up everything and prioritize saving the two Mugga people, he confirmed. Yes, let's use that guy. From now on, forget about Yang Maoui's death and execute the third objective. Finish off the three demons. Qianon was at this time completely exhausted and had collapsed there, unable to get up. Sobbing at this time, hastily ran out from between the rocks. He struggled to remind her with great difficulty. Don't come, it's dangerous. The girl stood there and cried. Young Master Qianon, he reassured her. No matter what, I will protect you, so don't worry and stay in a safe place. So asked Changlan through telepathy. What happened to young Master Qianon? He replied. Young Master Qianon was already internally injured from his fight with Yang Maoui, so he tried to fight at close range, but Guokchul used his special chain to create distance. So he used that opening to throw a hidden weapon. He declared war and prepared and hid the hidden weapon with all his might. That's why Guokchul was careless, Qianun realized. So you're saying he intended to block it lightly with his body, but it ended up like that, uncle? On this side the assassin was still lost in thought. It's somehow different from the Amhon Solman I know. If he had used the techniques properly, it wouldn't have been such a difficult fight. To struggle so much fighting that foolish bear-like guy, if that guy dies, what will happen to the position of the #1 assassin in the world? Did he kill that guy with the surname Eon and take that protective art? Damn it, why don't the guys I kill have such a protective art? Qianon on this side was trembling incessantly. On the opposite side his opponent shouted for a while and then got up again. You son of a bitch, I'll gouge out your eyes, get up and take a beating, the long-nosed man asked the person next to him. The youngest's right eye will be hard to recover as before, right brother? The opponent replied. This will be an opportunity for our youngest to become stronger. Just then Yulmuk shouted loudly again. White Tiger Brigade assemble. A rumbling vibration soon spread in all directions. The White Tiger Brigade fully revealed themselves and assembled, and following Yulmuk's order for a full-scale attack they immediately charged. The long-nosed man was horrified. Are they charging at us? Should I help the youngest? The group on this side rushed in crazily, and Guokchul on this side put his hand into his right eye and pulled out the hidden weapon. Damn it, are the wildcats next? He, without the slightest fear, swung his chain. The charging group's bodies were split in two by the chain and numerous people lost their lives with just a single swing. He threatened loudly. This is the life-taking chain, you wildcats. Gang Yung on this side burst into a loud laugh. How absurd, Yulmuk approached and reported. Leader, it seems it will be difficult, he instructed. Rescue the 2 Mugga people first. He bowed his head and received the order with no objections. Gansu gritted his teeth and thought to himself, are the 3 demons that strong? The assassin at this time noticed a fact. When he fought Qianan, he was hiding his internal energy. The battlefield at this time was in a very tense situation. Bai Chengjiam Yulmuk entered the battle and his twin swords were soon drawn from his hands. He shouted loudly for his brothers to advance. The White Tiger Brigade charged again with fierce momentum. Gansu on this side said to the group through telepathy, Mugga family, we will block them, so please escape. Chang'an replied, we can't escape now. Gansu continued, from now on the White Tiger Brigade will fight to complete the mission. As long as we are alive we will surely find you, so don't say much and hurry up and go. The Mugga siblings looked at each other and exchanged opinions. Chang'an observed the situation and thought, 3 are fine. Young Master Qianan is fatally injured and the 2 handmaidens don't know martial arts. It's a bit overwhelming, but there's a possibility. Qianun offered his opinion. Martial uncle, leave the 2 handmaidens behind. They don't know martial arts anyway, so no one will touch them if we leave them. It's too much to escape with 2 girls who don't know martial arts. Chang'an sighed. But if Sobbing and Sosol leave now, we won't be at ease either. 2 children who don't know the ways of the world will become lone orphans. Still, if they don't go with us, their chances of survival might be higher. Just then, Sobbing approached and held his hand. Martial Uncle Chang'an, Sosol and I are fine, so please everyone hurry and escape. He turned his head, looked at the girl and sweat profusely as he thought to himself. Don't tell me she heard the telepathy, the girl continued to say. Young lady, young master, Martial Uncle, please hurry up and go, but you must take young master Qianan with you. I beg you. Just then, Qianan opened his mouth again. If you abandon Sobbing, then abandon me too. Chang'an was startled. Young Master Qianan, he was still lying there, but his attitude was very firm. If you abandon Sobbing, I will abandon you too. Hearing that, Chang'an turned his head and instructed. Young lady, carry Sobbing, and young master, carry Sosol. I will carry young Master Qianan. Seeing her younger brother looking displeased, Soso reminded him. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and carry Sosol. The young man carried the handmaiden and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm going to die because of these servants. I never knew Martial Uncle Qianan was so short-sighted. Chang'an carried Qianan and reminded him. From now on only look forward and run with all your might. Didn't you share life and death with us? It's only right that we go together until the end. The path will be rougher than before, so Sobbing and Sosol hold on tight. Qianun thought to himself, that guy is going to cross the river of death and meet his ancestors soon anyway. So why must we take him? If that brat dies, I just have to find the secret manual he hid and then I will become the #1 master in the world. The long-nosed man saw them escaping and said, those guys and that brat ran away. Should I chase them, or should you, brother? Me, you. Guokchul at this time opened his mouth again. Brothers, leave sending those guys to hell to me. Before he could even finish his sentence, something flew and made him dodge in surprise. The one who attacked was none other than Yulmuk. It's a shame, but it won't go as you wish. As the White Tiger Brigade charged, Guokchul glanced unpleasantly at the group rushing from behind. What's this? Aren't these rats afraid of dying? He then swung his chain and finished them off. Yulmuk broke through the group and quickly approached Guokchul. Seeing that, he couldn't help but be surprised. He immediately swung his palm and attacked. Yulmuk with extreme agility went behind him, and the tip of his sword then aimed for the opponent's remaining eye and thrust in. But just then a shield appeared and saved Guokchul. Yulmuk's arm was twisted accordingly, and the long-nosed man executed the Hylian Bicha, sending him flying. The young man rolled on the ground like that in great pain, and the long-nosed man reminded him, from now on I'll play with them here, so you hurry up and chase the dogs. Guokchul immediately ran. Thank you, second brother. Gansu at this time suddenly shouted loudly, you damn bastard, where are you trying to run? He then executed his White Tiger divine art, and the long-nosed man lifted his shield again and executed the Hylian shield. As the White Tiger rushed in, it was immediately split in two and failed to hit Guokchul. Gansu was horrified to see that. To block the White Tiger divine art, he's no ordinary man. The long-nosed man was also quite surprised inwardly, for the Sassen Mu, which had vanished 200 years ago, to reappear. It was truly something he could have never imagined. Gansu snorted coldly and said, there's no need for useless talk. White Tiger Brigade, form up. Hearing his words, the group stepped forward in unison. The long-nosed man was puzzled. It seems they're trying to form some kind of formation. The eldest brother also opened his mouth. Are they trying to execute the White Tiger 7-layered prohibition formation? Guokchul replied. Eldest brother, there is no need for you to step in, the eldest brother explained. You two are enough, but if that's the case, it will be a hassle to go and catch the Mugga people who ran away. Third brother, go and chase those bastards. Second brother, clear the way for third brother and I will block them here. The other two followed immediately without any disagreement. Yulmuk charged in again and snorted coldly. I can't let you go. He swung his sword and aimed for Guokchul, but the long-nosed man rushed in again and blocked him. The two immediately began to fight fiercely. Gansu on this side also began to move. Guokchul was still running as if flying. A white tiger soon appeared behind him. But how could the long-nosed man stand still? He swung his hand and threw his shield again to block the white tiger. Both Gansu and Guokchul were sent flying by this one blow and collapsed to the ground. Yulmuk hurriedly ran over and asked about the situation. And the long-nosed man also asked his brother. He snorted coldly and sneered. Could it be worse than a girl's scratch? Gansu lay on the ground laughing like a madman. Damn it, is this all I have? The White Tiger Brigade had already taken their positions at this time. The White Tiger's 7-layered prohibition formation was formed and they soon surrounded the group. Guokchul ran again and shouted, "I will definitely cut off those bastards' heads." Yulmuk looked at the long-nosed man and said, "Leader, that guy's internal energy." Yang Yung continued, "It seems both of us will have to use our full strength." The eldest brother on this side stood in the middle of the encirclement without the slightest waver. "From now on I will show you the first generation of the martial world." He raised his hand and slowly drew his sword, 3-section prohibition sword, disassemble. World-shaking great power. The Mugga group on this side was still running like mad. Qianan, carried on Changlan's back, thought to himself, "My consciousness is getting dimmer. My willpower, stamina and energy have all declined, and there is not a bit of vitality left. Is this the legendary Qi deviation? The middle Dantian is already a complete mess from the clash of the Muguk Singong and the Qian Huangpa. In this state I can't send Qi to my inner core and Dantian. Each part contains Qi, but only one can be generated." Just then his master's voice was heard again. "If the Muguk Singong had reached the 7th stage or higher, this would not be so difficult. But there's no use regretting what's already passed. Fortunately, the internal Qi of the Wagwai Singong can prevent Qi deviation." Qianan sighed. "This disciple is very regretful and ashamed before you, master, but in this situation," another voice cut him off, "find the divine path that flows between the Muguk true Qi and the Qian Huangpa. After that, make the meridians clash with each other without causing a vibration, because no matter how fierce a river is, it becomes one when it meets the sea." Qianan's 2 eyes suddenly flashed. "My face, let me be able to see behind me. I don't want to show my back to the enemy," he vowed to himself. "I cannot tarnish the honor of the Muguk Wanmun any longer." Qianun, who was running behind, said unpleasantly, "We've been running for over 2 shichen, won't we rest a bit?" Changlan shook his head. "We can't rest, we have to keep going until the sun sets," Soso said. "But everyone is very tired," he explained. "If my prediction is correct, the one who sent the 3 demons and the 5 ultimates is the same person, but even after the 3 demons found us, the 5 ultimates still haven't shown themselves. Perhaps they intend to secure our escape route. Please, I just hope my prediction is wrong." Just then the sound of a vibration echoed again, and with each step a footprint was stamped on the ground. Qianun turned his head in fear. "What's that sound?" Guokchul soon appeared in front of the group. They were all horrified. "He's already caught up." Guokchul saw them and shouted loudly, "Stop right there, you bastards!" Sosul snorted coldly and replied, "By your words, are you saying we're dogs?" He narrowed his eyes and tempted, "I won't kill you, so stop." Sosul still didn't shut her mouth and spewed curses, and Qianun had to shout at her to shut up. Guokchul swung his hand at them. "You fledgling wench!" The young man was horrified to see that, and in the blink of an eye he sped up, overtook everyone and ran to the front. Seeing that, Guokchul took out his chain and threw it, and an explosion soon occurred there, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. On a mountain peak not far away someone was standing and watching, just as Jamma predicted. Tighten all the escape routes. After speaking, they launched themselves and ran. The assassin hiding on one side marveled. "Seriously, what's with those guys again? I'm suffering like this because of some worthless guy. Not a single thing has gone right since I started chasing that guy, but it doesn't matter. Even if the heavens fall, I must kill that brat." The group on this side had already collapsed to the ground at this time and could no longer run. Changlan asked, "Young Master Qianan, are you all right? Everyone hurry up and escape." He staggered and crawled to check his condition, and as soon as he lifted his head he saw the group of the 5 ultimates blocking the way. He sat down helplessly on the spot and sighed. The others also stood up from nearby at this time. Guokchul was emitting killing intent from behind. The 5 ultimates blocked the front and stood in a line, and they were now completely surrounded. Just then an unexpected situation occurred. The assassin moved and Qianun stood up again. He painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In front of the group's incredulous expressions he slowly walked forward. His target was Guokchul. Seeing that he praised, "Quite cool, my brother should have seen this sight with me." He confidently threw his chain to the side. "Now I'll smash your head with the fists you like so much." Qianun sneered. "You fool, I only like to hit. I've never liked being hit." Guokchul laughed loudly and swung his fist. "This rotten bastard is still running his mouth." In front of this fist Qianun seemed unable to dodge. It seemed he would be hit squarely and fall, but he wasn't. By some method he dodged sideways. At the same time Guokchul was hit by a technique and collapsed, and everyone there was so shocked they couldn't put it into words. At this time a certain shining dot appeared on his forehead. The pupils of his 2 eyes also changed very strangely. He stood there, looked at his opponent and marveled. "From now on listen carefully to my words, Guokchul. You will not die. I won't kill you now and will let you go. Do not forget the pain you have given me. You and the 5 ultimates are the same. After today, if I return to the martial world, I will thoroughly settle this debt then and place this world under my fist. Tell them that at that time I will collect the principal with interest, and I will leave that eye so that you can see this world. So take good care of it." Guokchul could only lie there, grind his teeth and endure it, not daring to talk back. Qianun confidently approached the group. He then told the group to leave. At the same time Guokchul's consciousness also faded and he fainted. The 5 ultimates stood to one side and sighed. "He doesn't even spare us a glance. We have to teach him a lesson." But as soon as they took a step they noticed something. "Wait, we've fallen into an assassin's crossroads. But isn't it possible for one person to face Qianun and the rest to chase the assassin? This is no ordinary assassin's crossroads. If we can feel the crossroads we've fallen into, where is the assassin? Does that mean we still can't find him? Do as second brother says. This assassin's flying shadow is no joke. The moment we take a step, one of us will surely die. What if we tell second brother to block the Mugga people? The remaining 4 must chase the assassin, but the assassin will probably try to take care of me, the most troublesome opponent, first. And the remaining 3 will be able to chase the assassin. After that, the assassin will take care of Omaohong, who is a weaker opponent. Even if my prediction is wrong, someone among us will have to fight the assassin to the death. I don't mind throwing away my insignificant life, but if I do that, I will be disobeying our master's last will. The assassin on this side was holding them back and thinking, things have indeed become very complicated. I was robbed of the honor of being the first assassin sect, and I was robbed of my 33rd mission on my 33rd birthday. He even took away the wages I should have received. He also took away my rest time, which is more precious than gold. My back hurts so much from crouching all the time. The moment anyone leaves the crossroads they will die, but at this rate everyone will just crash into each other like that. Qianan on this side had approached right in front of the 5 ultimates at this time, and the few people behind were worried. Is that guy eager to die? He said to them. You all must have heard clearly what I said to Guokchul, right? I meant it. If you want to live until later, get out of the way on your own. One person couldn't hold it in and cursed that he would kill him. The person next to him stopped him and told him to endure it. Qianan passed by them and shouted to the group behind, the road ahead is long, so hurry up. Those guys are just scarecrows right now, so just pass by. The 5 ultimates were furious but had no choice but to watch them leave. Qianan walked for a moment and then shouted loudly, I don't know which assassin is hiding, but thank you very much. Please suffer a little longer. Murimjiguanpiang China, I will pacify the world with my fist. Later, this nameless mountain in Hunan province was called Guaningjungsan, and it became a famous mountain in the martial world where aspiring young heroes gathered to stand where Qianan had stood and declare their own grand ambitions. The assassin in the bushes sighed to himself. He's telling me to suffer a little longer? Look at him talk. How much longer do I have to stay in this position? On this side, the battle between the White Tiger Brigade and the eldest brother of the 3 demons was still going on. A fierce tiger roared and charged, and the opponent resolutely swung his sword. With a single sword strike, countless people lost their lives. This vibration did not stop there but spread to the surroundings. Soon numerous explosions occurred one after another here. Gang Yung lay on the ground marveling to himself. The 3 demons are too terrifying. That guy's single sword strike broke our White Tiger half formation, and we couldn't even touch that short guy's shield. Yulmuk said through telepathy, Leader, are we now left with only the 2 of us in the White Tiger soul-collecting demon formation? The eldest brother on this side was still standing there after swinging his sword and killing countless people. The survivors were grinding their teeth. He glanced at them and asked, Are those guys not going to fight? Gang Yung helplessly slammed the ground hard and cursed, and Yulmuk asked, How about using the soul-collecting demon formation? He shook his head. No, we can't let the world know the secret of the White Tiger Brigade. The Mugga siblings must be alive. That is our remaining hope. The scene shifts to the Martial Alliance. The military advisor was horrified. What, they failed? The 3 demons chased and the 5 ultimates blocked and they still failed? A single assassin in his early 20s overwhelmed all those masters, the other person explained. We should have analyzed it more thoroughly. We really underestimated him. Besides, we only knew that his martial art launched techniques in order. We didn't expect him to use hidden weapons, the military advisor marveled. He even pushed Guokchul of the 3 demons to the brink of death and disappeared. Truly amazing, the other person explained. It was partly because Guokchul was careless, but it was probably also because we didn't analyze him properly. The military advisor glanced at him. It wasn't just you, I was also at fault. In this case there are 2 possibilities. This brat thoroughly hid his abilities to the point that we couldn't analyze them, or he developed further after we analyzed him. Otherwise it could be both reasons. In any case, it's not a good sign, especially if it's the 3rd case. By the way, he was injured to the brink of death and still took down Guokchul, the other person answered. It seems he used a hidden weapon, the military advisor asked again. Isn't that a ridiculous thing to say? A hidden weapon is a hidden weapon. What do you mean it seems? The opponent explained. It's because it's not certain yet. No one saw him throw a hidden weapon, and no one saw him hide a hidden weapon on his body, but after the 13th secret shadow examined Guokchul's wound, it's 90% certain that it was a hidden weapon. The military advisor looked at the report again and marveled. Not certain, things have become strangely complicated. Besides, I heard that GWAK Wan and GWAK Young were blocked by some warriors, the other person confirmed. They are warriors from the Hoyin family's military side, the military advisor furrowed his brow. The Sasanmu of the Hoyin family has also interfered, the other person explained. It's only the White Tiger Brigade of the Sasanmu, he nodded his head. I hope so too, but we must think of the worst-case scenario and prepare countermeasures. It will be more difficult from now on. The Hoyin family will also go all out. If they think we release the 3 demons, they might suspect the Demon Gate, the other person continued. The Mugga siblings will die and they won't be able to know about the Demon Gate either. He slammed his desk and asked again. Then the only variable is Qianan. How is the analytical ability of the 13th secret shadow? The other person asserted. It must be correct, the military advisor stood up. Is that so? Then that means the opponent couldn't know a hidden weapon was being thrown and had no way to dodge, so he had no choice but to be hit. Besides, if no one there saw Qianan throw a hidden weapon, then he is the king of hidden weapons. A hidden weapon but not using a hidden weapon. Do you know about the Amhon Solomon that disappeared 300 years ago? The other person was horrified. You mean the Suramajang? The military advisor explained. No matter how much I think about it, only that hidden weapon comes to my mind. The other person clenched his hands. I think so too. No matter how many times I review it, there is no other way to explain it. But even so, there are many suspicious points. Guokchul was pierced in the mouth by a hidden weapon and collapsed. How in the world must one throw the Suramajang to pierce the mouth of a master like one of the three demons? I still can't imagine it. Besides, according to the report, Qianan was so seriously injured that he couldn't even circulate his internal energy. The atmosphere was lost in thought for a moment. The military advisor stroked his chin, lost in thought. In a state where his internal energy is depleted and even facing chi deviation, he throws a hidden weapon into the mouth of a master like one of the three demons. Besides, one couldn't even see him throw the hidden weapon. If it's not a hidden weapon, what kind of special martial art is it? Thinking this far, he opened his mouth. He has a fist that shakes the heavens and the earth while using the king of hidden weapons. To be invited as an assassin as soon as he debuted, is he a descendant of the Amhon Solomon that appeared after 300 years? If not, he must be a successor of another assassin martial art, the other person continued. When he acts as an assassin, his actions are completely different from ordinary assassins. He breaks through the main gate in broad daylight and even kills the person who gave him the mission and takes their property. It's an unprecedented event in the martial world. It's worse than the actions of street thugs. Besides, if it's the Amhon Solomon, it means he's a first-rate assassin, so why doesn't he fulfill his duties? The Secret Shadow has never received such information since it began its activities, the military advisor asked again. Then did he luckily learn the Suramajang? His martial arts are very outstanding for his age, but he has just stepped into the martial world. How is Guokchul's wound? The other person answered. It seems he will have to rest for a while, but his life or martial arts will not be affected, he asked again. How are those foolish 5 ultimates? He broke into a cold sweat. According to the report, they haven't been able to move for over 3 days, the military advisor couldn't understand. Then who brought Guokchul? He answered. GWAK-1 and GWAK-Young brought him and then disappeared. The military advisor clutched his head helplessly. Who in the world has tied down the feet of the 5 ultimates? The other person offered his opinion. Among the 3 great assassins, it's highly likely to be this person. It's just my guess. Since Yario was killed by Qianan, Yahan is waiting for the day to take revenge and is preventing others from harming the target he wants to take care of. The military advisor sighed. Send the 9 warriors to help the 5 ultimates. The other person did not leave and continued. There is a bigger problem than the 5 ultimates. We sent 80% of the Secret Shadow to find the Muga family, but Qianan's whereabouts are still unknown, the military advisor furrowed his brow. Since we missed him twice, he must have hidden thoroughly. But since there is a group following them, it won't be difficult to find them. We just need to grasp the key point. No more mistakes are allowed, the other person nodded his head. I will keep that in mind, and there are words that the guy named Qianan left behind. He said that on the day he returns to the martial world, he will place the martial world under his fist and settle accounts with those involved in this matter with principle and interest. The military advisor heard those words and laughed like a madman. That guy is a foolish brat who looks down on the world. Use any means necessary to kill him before he returns to the martial world. The other person heard those words and was inwardly horrified. Kill him before he returns to the martial world? The military advisor was already thinking of the day he would return and appear with the name of the Fist King. The scene shifts to the assassin's side. The 5 ultimates who had been pinned down for 3 days, the young man could no longer bear it at this time. Damn it, my legs are so numb. I was pinning those guys' feet and now my own feet are pinned. My legs are so numb from being like this for 3 days and nights. I have to switch to the other leg. Just then he was startled. Among the 5 ultimates there was one who couldn't endure it and collapsed. The tug of war between the 2 sides finally ended here. The scene shifts to the Hoyan family. In Hoyan Ran's residence, she finished listening to the report and was horrified. Is that so? The person named Qianan is very rude but truly talented. Bichian, who was behind her, agreed. I think so too. She took the report and opened it. By the way, Jama even sent the 3 demons. How did he lure them out? Bichian continued. So the previous rumor might be true. She put down the report and asked again. The demon gate, the young man confirmed. Yes, it seems we will have to investigate secretly. This could become a very important variable. She shook her head. It won't be easy. We failed before, he continued to persuade. We must be a little more decisive this time. Hearing his words, she nodded her head. Give it a try, but make sure you don't get caught. The young man bowed his head and marveled to himself. As expected, Lord Hoyan Ran is very straightforward. She trimmed the flowers and continued. And I will have to go myself this time. I want to go to Dongjing Lake in Hunan where this incident occurred. Do not let anyone know this fact. I plan to go quietly with Tae Rang. I have some business at the main family anyway. He bowed his head immediately without any disagreement. Understood. For now only I will know. Night soon fell and the scene shifted to Qianan's group. Chang'an carried him on his back and thought, we walked along Dongjing Lake to the northwest for 5 days. It's different from moving using lightness skills and all my internal energy like before. A moment later the group stopped walking for a moment and panted. Chang'an said, for now we have come to a place where the 5 ultimates cannot see us, But Qianan cut him off. There's no time. If we survive and get away from those guys it's fortunate, but otherwise it will be very tiring. Qianan couldn't understand. But we at least need a plan. The man in front suddenly staggered at this time, and he hurriedly approached to support him and at the same time signaled for the group to be quiet. Qianan said through telepathy, I have a way but I don't have the strength to explain. Just trust me and follow me. Qianan sighed. You're not going to answer anyway. I'll just run without asking. Occasionally a telepathic message pointing the direction was heard. I think we'll arrive soon. Since they had entrusted their lives they all had no other choice. How much time passed they finally stopped. Qianan said through telepathy, now we just have to go for 2 more shichen, enter the forest in front of us. Sol was horrified. Young Master Qianan's back, sobbed and blamed herself. It's all my fault. Qianan continued through telepathy, I think we've come the right way. There is a pre-installed absolute formation nearby. Everyone, look at my footprints and follow behind me. The group then quickly entered the bamboo forest and Qianan's explanation echoed continuously. This is an ancient strange formation called the Yulmokan Wonjin. It is difficult for even masters to find and they cannot enter recklessly. Even if they do enter, they will only see this place as an ordinary forest. It is designed so that if a stranger happens to enter, they will naturally be led out of the formation, and the entrance and surroundings are also completely blocked. Chunlin was horrified to hear his explanation. I only heard that assassins have a place to hide when they are in a dangerous situation. This was that place. Qianan answered, it's a story recorded from hundreds of years ago, so I was half in doubt but thankfully it really existed. Everyone please come inside and have a cup of tea. I will treat my wounds by circulating my qi. He then sat cross-legged on a rock by the stream and began to circulate his energy. The group each found a corner and sat down to rest. The 2 handmaidens mustered their strength to plant vegetables and raise fish. Time passed like that. On this side, Muchil had just hunted a bear and was roasting and eating the meat. Yes, the enemy must be the #1 master of all time, past and present. It was my bad luck to meet masters like them so soon after stepping into the martial world. A guy with a big build like me has the air of a master from the past and present. The 2 guys who were behind were probably subordinates or minions. When he was alive, my master told me to be careful of nameless masters when I step into the martial world. I didn't think I would experience such a thing so quickly. After comforting himself with nonsense for a long time, he finished eating a whole bear. From now on I will become the 2nd divine demon of all ages and time. I can take the position of the #1 person whenever I want. My injuries have also healed. I should hurry to Gangbok. But as soon as he stood up he felt his body tremble a little. Still, I need a servant like that guy to look cool. If a newcomer enters the martial world without any subordinates, no matter how loudly he proclaims himself a master, won't others just laugh at him? This time I need to find a skinny guy. Just then, he noticed something below the stream. As expected, the heavens are always helping me. He pointed his finger in that direction and shouted loudly, Hey you there, come here quickly. The opponent lifted his head and looked at him as if he couldn't understand. Muchil stood there, shouting and threatening. Muchil, the 2nd divine demon of all ages and time, I will accept you as my servant to attend to me. I missed the timing to declare my ambition because of a servant. The other person sighed helplessly and couldn't say anything. Muchil was still triumphant. Look at you, at a loss for what to do out of fear. I'll leave Gangnam to the #1 of all time, and I have to take the opposite direction, Gangbok, to match the ambition of a great man. After I take Gangbok, I will then advance to Gangnam and unify this world. Suddenly he got goosebumps and realized something. But now that I think about it, if it weren't for the great strength, mad demon divine art that my master passed down to me, I might have become a pile of ashes by now. The other person below was still standing there at a loss for what to do. Seeing that, Muchil smiled contentedly once more. That look of looking up at me with an unyielding gaze, he's a perfect servant. Hee. The opponent could no longer bear it, and gritted his teeth and shouted, This madman, I'm sure of it. My luck has been twisted ever since I met that guy. My mental and physical strength has weakened after not being able to move for 4 days. Now that I'm trying to rest, what kind of rotten luck is this? It's so annoying to be sweating buckets just standing still. Muchil sneered from his spot. Look at that guy sweat, what a pathetically weak man, the opponent sighed. I followed the 1,000 li tracking scent all the way here, but the trail went cold. He must have hidden in the Mugga Manor, causing the scent to disappear. To shake me off while covered in wounds, he's really something else. Just as expected of the Amhon Salman, Muchil was still spouting nonsense over here. Hey, to greet me, Muchil, the 2nd divine demon of all ages and time, you should at least offer a roasted bear leg, shouldn't you? The man below paid him no mind and monologued. But I haven't eaten or slept for 4 days and nights, and that guy is resting comfortably hidden in the Mugga Manor. Muchil was puzzled. That guy is spouting nonsense that doesn't even make sense. After that, the opponent sat down on the spot. Well then, I should circulate my qi and get some sleep. Muchil was puzzled. Is that guy crazy? The young man couldn't take it anymore and ran towards him. I'm dying to vent this anger. Muchil was horrified. Looks like you've learned a thing or two, the opponent rushed in and threw a kick. From now on you'll be my personal drum. Muchiel beat his chest in frustration. Where do you think you're going with those cheap tricks? If you have the guts, come at me. A kick soon landed squarely on his chest. Unlike its appearance, this one blow was extremely powerful. Muchiel's expression was even more exaggerated than when Guokchul had hit him. Having been punched on a full stomach, he spewed all sorts of things onto his opponent's body, and so he was sent flying an unknown distance once again. Qianan, who was chopping firewood here, was also startled by the sound. What's that sound? The young man, covered in his vomit, shouted unpleasantly. I just finished bathing. He rushed in again in a rage. From now on I'll make you wail like a great drum. Muchiel was startled and lifted his head. Screams like the beating of a drum echoed endlessly throughout the forest. Qianan was puzzled. Is someone holding a funeral somewhere, or are they hunting wild boars? Time passed like that, and darkness fell. Qianan was still sitting there cross-legged, training. A small amount of food was placed before him. Sobbing was secretly hiding not far away, observing. Changlan asked, Did you go there again today? The girl said worriedly. The clothes and food are still untouched, he reassured her. Those who train in martial arts are different from ordinary people, but the girl was still very worried. But it's already been over 14 days, I'm really so worried. Thoughts swirled endlessly in Qianan's mind. Still not used to it, lacking sincerity, not wholehearted, too hasty. This is the mistake of using something that is not mine as if it were. Even though I have taken 3 masters, I am endlessly resentful of myself. For over 10 days I've circulated my qi to suppress the clash between my true qi and the Qian Huangpa. But my internal energy is in conflict with the internal energy of Master Chilso Mujokja. I can use the 7th stage Muguk true qi that my master passed down to me with the transmission debuff when I was in the cave. But the problem is that my Muguk true qi is stuck at the 6th stage. It's just like when I was in the cave. Now I understand why my master urged me to leave only after reaching at least the 7th level. Using the 7th stage with a 6th stage body not only leads to qi deviation but also causes other complications. Fortunately, I was able to prevent qi deviation with Wagwai Gigung. But I almost sullied the undefeated legend of the Mugukwan Mun. I am truly sorry to Master Chilso Mujokja. There is only one way to solve all these problems now. To raise my Sipjan Maguksingang to the 7th stage. With that thought, he began to circulate his qi again and faced his master within his mind's eye. He smiled. I have always waited for this day. Qianan clasped his hands together. Only now does this disciple understand. If I cannot surpass you, master, I cannot stand on my own 2 fists. If I lose, I will not only suffer from qi deviation but also lose my life. I would rather die at your hands, master, than go out and tarnish the name of the 9 revolutions Invincible. Even if all my meridians are severed, Chilso Mujokja will not be defeated. My goal now is not just to break that bastard Go Daesung's nose but this entire martial world. To do that, I need a fist that surpasses yours, master. He clenched his fists and said, Come at me. The scene shifts to a desolate and remote slash-and-burn village in the mountains. The sound of constant coughing echoed, and there were countless rugged small rocky mountains here. A few houses were also scattered sparsely in the village. An old woman sat in the yard waiting for someone. Seeing the person who returned, she shouted, Dear, the old man replied, You're not well. Why are you out here? The old woman smiled, I'm much better, so don't worry too much. The old man approached and reminded her, You have to be even more careful then. You and I both have to be healthy until the children come back, don't we? That's enough, let's go inside. I picked some mushrooms today, so I'll go to the kitchen right now and boil them for you, the old woman asked again. Dear, do you think the children are doing well? The old man laughed cheerfully. Don't worry about the children, just take care of your own health first. A moment later the mushroom soup was ready. The old man scooped out the mushroom soup and marveled. Now there are only the 2 of us left in this village. Although I only used mushrooms, I added some medicinal herbs too. So force yourself to eat and get well, the old woman sighed. I wonder what the children have eaten. The old man was puzzled. Are you saying our precious children are starving? They're probably living well as merchants somewhere. One day they will return and open the door. At that time we must greet our children with bright smiles, the old woman prayed. To all the gods in the world, please look after my children. Outside, the 3 demons were quietly kneeling and bowing, their hearts all filled with sincerity. Father, mother, your unfilial sons have returned, but we must leave right away without even seeing your faces. Please forgive these unfilial sons for not being able to provide for you. You took us in when we were abandoned by the world and you raised the 3 of us who are not even blood-related like real brothers. There is no way to repay your kindness. This kindness truly cannot be repaid with anything. You cherished and loved us more than your own deceased child. We will never forget this kindness for the rest of our lives. Ah, eldest brother, the gold and silver we put away when father and mother weren't here are still there. Do you think they didn't open the jar? The eldest brother replied. They'll probably open it someday. If they opened it every day, they would know when we came and went. Guokchul trembled all over. Then the 3 rice balls next to the jar weren't an offering for the dead. Second brother also had tears welling up in his eyes. They eat only greens themselves, yet for their children whose return date is unknown they cook new rice every day to make rice balls. Guokchul looked back at the house with regret. The eldest brother marveled. The reason this path has become so wide must be because father has been clearing it every day to make it easier for us brothers to walk. Brother, or should I just level this mountain? The 3 left with a firm resolve. We will definitely come back. We will provide for you with dignity, so please live in good health. The scene shifts to the bamboo forest. So-Sol brought food and approached Qianun. Young master, we're running out of firewood. For over 40 days you haven't chopped a single piece of firewood and just sit there without moving. Everyone is doing their part, but we can't cook without firewood. The young man shook his leg in displeasure. Are you crazy? He suddenly noticed her voluptuous chest and his 2 cheeks turned red. So-Sol paid him no mind and continued. I don't know when Master Qianun will wake up and will leave again, but the young lady said that we should replace everything we've used while staying here. The young man paid her no mind, stared intently at her chest and breathed heavily. So-Sol saw it and shouted, Anyway, please chop all the firewood by tomorrow. When the young man suddenly turned away dejected, she broke into a cold sweat. Then I will take my leave now, young master. The young man gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Since I came to know women at the age of 17, there hasn't been a single day I've lived without a woman by my side. Since that guy appeared, I haven't been able to satisfy my desires for a single day. I am the master of the Mugga Manor, and So-Sol and Sobbing are maids of the Mugga family, so they are all mine. Yes, first I'll make So-Sol my woman. Over here. So-Sol returned to Sobbing, who was tilling a field, and sat down. Child, don't worry too much. Master Qianun will soon achieve what he desires and wake up. Sobbing was worried. But it's already been over a month. So-Sol sighed. Didn't you hear what martial uncle Chang'un said? A person who trains in martial arts is fine even if they don't eat or sleep right. He even said that not eating or sleeping is what leads to this and that. Sobbing puffed up her cheeks. Still, So-Sol nudged her. What's with that expression? It's like lovers worrying about each other. Just then, the devilish Qianun approached them. Sobbing, you keep working. So-Sol, you follow me? She followed him immediately without any disagreement. So-Sol saw it and asked, Where are you taking So-Sol? The young man replied, I'm just taking her for a moment. She knew what he was going to do, so she could only sigh helplessly. Do as you wish. So-Sol was startled to hear that. Hurriedly approached So-Sol, knelt and begged. Young lady, I only want to stay by your side. I will do the kitchen work more diligently than now. So-Sol was furious. How dare a mere handmaiden express her opinion? Although the Mugga family is on the run, if you follow Qianun, you could even become a concubine. You should know that for someone of your status, that's more than you deserve from Qianun. So-Sol had no other choice, turned her head and begged the old man Chang'un, but all she received was silence. Sobbing approached at this time and begged the young lady, and I also knelt and begged. Qianun laughed cheerfully and picked So-Sol up in his arms. Don't worry. From now on you don't have to worry about kitchen work, you just have to stay by my side. Sobbing saw it and helplessly thought of Qianun in her heart, and So-Sol here was extremely terrified. How can someone as lowly as me become the young master's concubine? Besides, I am still young. The young man laughed even more cheerfully. It's all right, I'm still young too, I'll treat you gently. Haha, Qianun had disappeared from this place at some point. Sobbing was still begging in despair, but all she received was indifference, and soon miserable screams echoed from inside the house. It was not a scream of pleasure but a scream of misery. Qianun at this time was beaten to a pulp and was crying miserably. He stammered and asked, Why are you here? Qianun lit incense on the memorial tablet and replied nonchalantly, You crazy bastard, this is my hideout, and there's even a memorial tablet enshrined here. What's so strange about me being here? Now that I've finished my training, isn't it proper to pay my respects to my elders? You're the one who suddenly barged in and disturbed a sacred ancestral rite. So-Sol bowed her head. I'm sorry, great hero Qianun. Qianun at this time asked again seriously, What are you two doing here? Qianun got up and called for So-Sol to come to him. The girl was sad and dejected and didn't move. The young man saw it and reached out to grab her. I told you to come here. So-Sol was startled and sobbed, and the young man mercilessly dragged her away. Don't dawdle, you can't escape my grasp anyway. Qianun was still clasping his hands and chanting on this side. I pray for the daily prosperity of the school. So-Sol, if you don't want to follow him, stay here or go to Sobbing. Qianun heard those words, glared, and threatened So-Sol not to listen to him. I'm trying to make you my concubine, so from now on you don't have to do handmaiden work. So-Sol answered firmly. I only want to be a servant. He was even more furious to hear that. This lowly thing dares to reject me. This is the first time I've been so humiliated. So-Sol was terrified. I'm sorry, young master, please forgive me. He raised his hand to hit her once. This thing. Soon the sound of a beating echoed from inside the house again. The group outside was also startled. Qianun, with a cold expression, spewed curses. How dare you say such things with a mouth filthier than trash? The young man was furious. Don't interfere, your role is only to protect us, and So-Sol is our house's handmaiden. Qianun snorted coldly. HMPH, I thought she was your sister's handmaiden? So-Sol heard those words and opened her mouth. Master Qianun, I gave my permission. This is a matter of the Mugga family, so please step aside, sir. Qianun pointed his finger and admonished, The problem is people like you from prestigious families with high status but no substance. It's your family's business, so don't interfere. In fact, isn't it because of your family's business that things have come to this, and now you're telling me not to interfere? I'm really getting angry. Should I get rid of you two and go outside? It's not my family's business anyway, and the person who made the request wasn't you. Seeing him smash a rock with his bare hands, the group was horrified. Chang'un at this time hurriedly ran over. Master Qianun, wait a moment, please calm down and listen to what I have to say. Qianun looked at him coldly. Let me say this in advance, if you're going to persuade me, do it properly. If you don't, I'll do as I just said. You should have used that mouth of yours to persuade the Mugga siblings first before trying to persuade me. Qianun shouted in anger. What, you're just a bodyguard, don't meddle in other people's affairs. Qian unclenched his fist and the rock in his hand shattered. Good, from now on I won't interfere in your business so you don't interfere in mine either. The group widened their eyes at the sight. So shouted in surprise, Master Qianon, please tell me. I will do whatever you say, and please put that fist down. Chang'an also opened his mouth. Master Qianon, what should we do to appease your anger? He dusted off his hands and sighed. So you'll listen to me on the condition that I don't deal with that piece of trash? Chang'an replied. Yes, that's right. He looked at them coldly. In that case, give Sobbing and Sosol their freedom. Compared to that piece of trash, I'm at a great disadvantage, but that's life. You have to accept some losses, Soso replied. Alright. We agree that from now on, Sobbing and Sosol are no longer handmaidens of the Mugga family. I, the owner of the 2 children, have given my consent. In return, please promise us 2 things, Master Qianon. First, please escort us safely to Gansu. Second, never lay a hand on us. He agreed coolly without any disagreement. All right, the promise is valid until you arrive safely in Gansu, and I won't lay a hand on you either. She clasped her hands together. I will trust you, Master Qianon, he replied nonchalantly. I always take responsibility for my words. From this moment on, Sobbing and Sosol will be of the same class as you. Soso called for the 2 girls to come over. From now on, you are free. Let's be clear about this. The 2 girls bowed their heads and were a little sad but said nothing. The young man Qianun shouted in anger. You lowly things, just you wait. I will repay this humiliation 100,000 times over. How dare these insignificant things reject me and become that dog-like bastards' playthings? I will definitely make you regret it. As he spewed curses, the 2 girls just stood there and cried. Qianon was already showing clear signs of displeasure and couldn't hold back his anger. Seeing his expression, Soso opened her mouth. Second brother will never lay a hand on you. Qianun approached him swaggeringly and said cheerfully, Be honest, your hands and that other place are itching, aren't they? It must be hard pretending to be a great man, you thief who stole my toys. You look manly, but it seems you have a taste for children. You must feel good having 2 children all to yourself, don't you? The 2 hurriedly tried to stop him, but the young man stubbornly continued to taunt Qianun. Be honest, you're dying to hit me, but you made a promise. It's driving you crazy having to hold it in, right? Qianon replied, Of course I will never lay a hand on you, instead I'll use my feet. After speaking, he stepped on his leg and then swung his foot to kick him square in the mouth. The young man was kicked by him, spat blood and was sent flying back, and the group all gaped at this sight. The young man lay on the ground, struggling and calling for his parents. Qianon raised his foot again. Since I've met a useless man, I'll have to use my feet to remove something useless. Soso was startled to see that. Not there. Qianon paid her no mind and maintained his posture. The young man was terrified and shouted no, and urine poured out like rain. This one blow from Qianon didn't hit his precious place. It was just to scare him. The young man wailed and shouted, You evil bastard, you were going to crush my precious place? Qianon, without the slightest hesitation, raised his foot again and kicked him square in the mouth. It was impossible to know how many times he kicked him like that. Finally, the young man grabbed his leg and begged, Please spare my life. Qianon looked down at him. Do you feel wronged? You must, but the people who have met a guy like you feel just as wronged. After speaking, he raised his foot again and kicked him. A few people tried to shout and stop him, but he cut them off. Listen carefully. The 2 dumplings I received from Sobbing were the condition for protecting her. Protecting you 2 siblings was just a bonus service. In my eyes, you treat a handmaiden like a toy, but to me, you are just a rat I can kill anytime. Remember this. Crushing a rat is the most satisfying thing. Having said this much, he approached and placed his foot on his butt. The young man shouted in fear, Not there. Qianon pressed down with force. Do you remember what I said? The young man wailed and shouted, Sister, save me. I remember. Qianon continued, If you do anything useless again. The young man was kicked by him, and almost had his 2 testicles shoot up to his throat as he wailed desperately. Qianon then turned to the remaining 2 and said, Listen carefully, you wench. In my eyes, you, this punk, and the person standing next to me, all 3 of you are the same. From this moment on, if you don't follow my words, I'll smash your heads into the ground. If you're going to assist your master, do it properly. Fulfilling unconditional demands is not assistance. Having said this much, he turned his head and looked behind him. The 2 girls broke into a cold sweat at the sight, but to them he smiled cheerfully and gave a 2-fingered salute. The 2 girls were so overjoyed at the sight that they burst into tears. He let the 2 go to check on the young man's condition and took the 2 girls with him, saying, Hurry up and move that thing to one side and prepare to leave for Gansu the day after tomorrow. Sobbing and Sosol, you continue as you have been. In an instant the place was cleaned up as before. The same went for the altar. The group then left the place together. Qianon looked back with regret and thought, Thanks to my master's teachings I reached the 7th stage here, but I can't stay here. I must surpass my master and reach the 8th stage. The scene shifts to the Bygone family. As she was lost in a daze, a servant asked, Are you thinking of him again? She immediately came to her senses and let the person inside. The person entered, bowed her head and paid her respects. Soso has returned. I have come to pay my respects. She stood up and approached. There's no need for grand greetings, just tell me the situation. How is the matter I asked you to look into? The opponent replied. First, it is certain that something has happened to the Mugga siblings that military advisor Jama is pursuing. If it were simply because of the heavenly demon soul absorption art, the Hoyin family would not have intervened. Currently, military advisor Jama and the Hoyin family are confronting each other there. Even if it's because of the heavenly demon soul absorption art, The strange thing is that military advisor Jama is trying to kill the Muga siblings, while the Hoyin family is trying to join hands with them. What's noteworthy is that the three demons also appeared to kill the Muga siblings, and if the three demons have stepped in, it's highly likely to be a very urgent matter. Bukong Yin was horrified. To summarize, military advisor Jama sent the 5 ultimates to deal with the Muga siblings. They are the ones who possess the heavenly demon soul absorption art, but they failed, and the entire 5 ultimates were immobilized. At the same time, besides the 5 ultimates, the Ianga family was also there. But everything failed. They even sent the 3 demons, but the Wagwa's White Tiger Brigade joined forces to protect the Muga siblings. Soso continued. But in the case of the Ianga family, they have no connection to the Muga. They probably came for another reason. Bukong Yin was puzzled. Military advisor Jama sent the 5 ultimates and the 3 demons, and the Hoyin family sent the White Tiger Brigade. Soso continued. It's also possible that the 3 demons came because of the heavenly demon soul absorption art. They might not be related to military advisor Jama. Or if both sides joined hands to seize the heavenly demon soul absorption art, then this matter is truly too big. Bukong Yin was still very puzzled. The question is why the Hoyin family intervened in this matter. Besides, the reason for capturing them alive is not reasonable. Soso explained. I heard that until the heavenly demon soul absorption art awakens, neither the person who has it nor the people around them know that it is the heavenly demon soul absorption art. But if the heavenly demon soul absorption art awakens, neither the 3 demons nor the 5 ultimates will be a match for it. The frightening thing is that until it is completed, that person becomes a bloodthirsty demon who cannot distinguish between friend and foe. Bukong Yin asked again. Then is the Hoyin family trying to seize the heavenly demon soul absorption art and control the entire martial world? Military advisor Jama may have his own thoughts, but if one has successfully trained in the heavenly demon soul absorption art, even if they are young, there is no possibility of survival. The heavenly demon soul absorption art, a forbidden demonic art of the martial world, must be eliminated. After being ordered by you, young lady, to monitor the Muga siblings, a question arose. First, everyone agrees that they do not want the heavenly demon soul absorption art to turn the martial world into a sea of blood, but it is still unclear whether to collect it or eliminate it. We will not be on the same boat as the Hoyin family, but the problem is military advisor Jama, with whom we are allied. She replied, actually I think the same way as you, Soso. If I had known, I would not have had you chase the Muga siblings. Currently both my father and grandfather are away, so the biggest worry is that we lack the power to stop or eliminate the heavenly demon soul absorption art. I don't know how they found out that the Muga siblings possess the heavenly demon soul absorption art, but it's truly suspicious that military advisor Jama and the Hoyin family are secretly deceiving the martial world and pursuing them. I think it's highly likely they intend to seize it, not eliminate it. Soso was startled. So that's what it was. What truly evil bastards, come to think of it. Is that guy still causing trouble? No, it would be more correct to say he's meddling recklessly. Bukong Yin was puzzled. What? Soso gritted her teeth. Who else could it be but that Jama fellow? On my way back, Lord Ha Munmyong of Beijing said he had a message for you, young lady. The Lord said that if there is no contact by your birthday next year, you may do as you wish. Even if you break off the engagement right now, the Ha family will not object. She asked again. What did my father and grandfather say? Soso explained. They said they will follow your wishes, young lady. You are also of marriageable age, young lady. And while military advisor Jama's Black Dragon and Crouching Dragon are warring between the north and south, there is no news from the only one you are waiting for, young lady. Bukong Yin's face reddened slightly as she sighed. Why did you say the Ianga family is not chasing the Muga siblings? Soso shouted loudly. Please don't change the subject, but it's not greatly related to the Muga siblings. Only a little. They are chasing a young man who protected the Muga siblings. A young man named Qian'an. He is a match for the 5 ultimates, escaped the Ianga family's schemes, and left the 3 demons far behind. It is also said to be the martial art of the gifted prodigies of the prestigious sects of the martial world. His personality is eccentric, but his martial arts are even more special. His school must surely be very special. I don't know where he's from, what his martial art is, or which school he trained in, but at the age of 20 he clearly has extraordinary martial arts. Come to think of it, that child should be around the same age as young Master Unchan. But it can't be him. He's a scholar to the bone. Bukong Yin continued. By the way, what's the news on the person I personally asked you to look into? Soso took out a small notebook. Although she had meticulously recorded everything she had found out over the past time, there was nothing special. The last news was of an incident in Gandiok, west of Zhejiang province, after he had run away that day. And it was as if he had vanished from this world. She received the notebook and marveled. Could he still be alive? Soso shook her head. I don't know either. I think it would be difficult. After saying this, she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's just that the traces have been erased. He's not dead. How could a scholar who ran away from a village naked and became the leader of a group of thugs not die? No, he's not dead. He's probably just barely hanging on somewhere. Bukong Yin sighed. It's been over 10 years since I started looking for him, but after the Gandiok incident, his whereabouts have become unknown. In my heart, he's still like a 13-year-old child, and I feel like I'm worrying about a child who ran away from home. If I had known he would leave home and disappear like that, I would have begged my father to let me stay. The Ha family's young master Unchan, while she was crying her eyes out over here. Qianan was on one side, leisurely eating a sweet potato. Suddenly he felt his ear itch a little. Is someone talking about me? Why is my ear so itchy? He then casually stretched out his foot and kicked Qianun over. The young man asked angrily. Why did you hit me? He asked unpleasantly. You were just cursing me in your head, weren't you? The young man hurriedly bowed and answered. No, I wasn't. Qianan then stood up. All right, let's keep going. It's been over 2 months, so we must be almost in Gansu, the young man thought to himself. I've cursed you every day for the past 2 months. He sent a telepathic message to Chang'an. Martial uncle, I'm really so angry and exhausted. He promised not to lay a hand on me, but he kicks me and hits me with a club. I'm worried every day that the club will turn into a sword. He soothed him telepathically. Just endure it a little longer. We need him to get to where we need to go, he said again. I'm angry about getting food and cooking, and I hate seeing my sister doing kitchen work. Why are those 2 wenches allowed to do nothing and just play, he advised. Young master, all the food we're getting while on the move is thanks to his power, so please endure it a little longer. The young man glanced at Qianan and cursed inwardly. He blabbers on about fairness but has never cooked once, always avoiding all sorts of chores under the excuse of training. He reminded them. No matter what you two think in your hearts, please do not speak carelessly and show respect to young master Qianan. The one protecting your lives is young master Qianan, not me. You have to survive until you reach Gansu, so I am only giving you advice, not taking young master Qianan's side. After a while, they arrived outside a certain fortress. They had finally arrived in Gansu. We'll rest here for a bit today, stay one night and leave right away, so prepare to set up the tents and we'll have the food we made this morning for dinner. Qianan asked, It's a bit cold, shall I light a fire? He reminded him. We have to be careful, just light enough to warm ourselves. I have something to tell you. Could you come over here? Over here. The 2 handmaidens were laughing cheerfully and the young man angrily shook his clothes, sending dust flying their way. What's this? Is lighting a fire our job? So continued. The night watches you two, so light the fire yourselves. The 2 of them. Qianan climbed onto a cliff and stopped. He looked down and opened his mouth. We've arrived safely so far. He clasped his hands. It is all thanks to you, young master Qianan. We are always grateful to you, young master, he said again. But in my opinion it's not yet time to be relieved. Although we moved in secret, their encirclement was looser than I thought, so I think they might have predicted we would come to Gansu and are waiting there. So in my guess, only you, young master, can know the exact reason why they must eliminate the Mugga family. And don't say it's because of the heavenly demon's soul absorption art. At this question he was silent for a moment and couldn't answer. Qianan continued, We at least need to know to be able to deal with it, right? I'll ask you directly. Is it true that they trained in the heavenly demon's soul absorption art? He became agitated upon hearing those words. Young master Qianan, you're going too far, he shot back without losing. Our lives are at stake. If you don't tell the truth, we will all die. He struggled to calm down again. I really don't know the truth. It is just a guess. Qianan clenched his 2 hands tightly. It doesn't matter if it's a guess or what. What in the world is the secret that even those siblings can't know? He marveled. Those siblings will eventually find out the secret anyway. What would I hide? It's just that if I tell them, the 2 children will be shocked, so I'm waiting for the right opportunity. Qianan realized. So there is something. First, is it true that they possess the heavenly demon's soul absorption art? He asserted. Young master Qianan, I swear on my honor there is absolutely no such thing. I have watched over those 2 children since they were young, so I can assert it. If one were to train in the heavenly demon's soul absorption art, they must start before the age of 50. But in the Mugga manor there is only me, the siblings and their mother, Mukwei Young. He was puzzled to hear that. The Mugga sibling's mother is also a Muk, he answered. I will talk about the Mugga sibling's mother later. As I know, her real name is Jo. He stroked his head and was lost in thought. Then that means there is no heavenly demon's soul absorption art. But why did such a rumor start? In that case, who in the world did that to the Mugga manor? He continued. In my opinion, it is highly likely to be the Martial Alliance. He was lost in thought. They even sent the 3 demons and the 5 ultimates. I've met a tough opponent this time. They must be very strong. Still, that's good. He was horrified. Aren't you afraid? He answered nonchalantly. If they're going to move to that extent, they must have thought I was a tough opponent. Since I already thought I was a tough opponent, it's better if they're the #1 masters in the martial world. Whether it's the 9 factions or the 5 great families, they are all tough opponents, aren't they? So even if I die, wouldn't a rumor of dying while fighting the Martial Alliance be cooler and more valuable than a rumor of dying while fighting the Ianga family? He nodded his head. And if that's the case, before he could finish his sentence he cut him off. But come to think of it, it doesn't seem to be the entire Martial Alliance but a part of it moving in secret. What in the world is the reason? Although they used the heavenly demon's soul absorption art as an excuse, isn't it strange that they are secretly pursuing the Mugga siblings? He sighed. The truth is, those siblings are the biological children of Divine Hand Zhou Jinyang. Qianan scratched his head and repeated the name. After a moment he was startled and realized. Don't tell me it's that Zhou Jinyang, he confirmed. It is the person you are thinking of, young master. The current leader of the Martial Alliance, Divine Hand Zhou Jinyang. He was puzzled. The supreme ruler of the Blood Palace who forms an absolute duopoly with the soul-seducing demon, So Bai-hyung. After that, the Blood Palace became the leader of the Martial Alliance, Divine Hand Zhou Jinyang. You're saying they are half-siblings with the current Vice Alliance leader, Zhou Wanui? This is unexpected, so I'm a little surprised. The hidden story is really complicated. If they are his children, how dare they lay a hand on the Alliance leader's children, he answered. I hope it's not true, but it seems to be the work of the Alliance leader. He was even more horrified to hear that, and his jaw dropped. But why? He asked back. Have you heard of the Zaihasan cult, young master? He answered. The Zara Uina or the Zara Daejeon? If you're talking about the Zaihasan cult of 20 years ago, I've heard of it, he began to explain. The Zaihasan cult was originally a religious organization with a 500-year history. The leader of the Zaihasan cult was a god. The first leader of the Zaihasan cult was Myo Ilhei of the Mosin school. He was the greatest genius of the martial world, carrying the hopes of the entire Mosin school. But too much is as bad as too little. Because he was revered by so many people, he deified himself and eventually clashed with the other disciples of the Mosin school. He even coveted wealth and women, but he developed the Mosin school into a great faction, and due to lack of evidence he avoided punishment from the elders. Myo Ilhei held a grudge and murdered his own uncle, and fearing that everything would be revealed, he killed all the elders and his master and fled with the secret manuals of the Mosin school. After that, the Mosin school declined and barely maintained its existence. 10 years after Myo Ilhei betrayed the Mosin school, a sect called the Zaihasan cult began to appear in the martial world. All property had to be offered. All women had to sleep with the leader, and if one betrayed the sect, their entire family was annihilated. Despite these absurd doctrines, the number of people who fell for Myo Ilhei's martial arts and the Mosin school's art of soul seduction continuously increased. One day the Zaihasan cult, which had hundreds of thousands of followers, suffered huge losses. Seizing that opportunity, the factions of the martial world joined forces and attacked the Zaihasan cult. After a 3-year war, the Zaihasan cult disappeared from the martial world, but until the end, no one could find Myo Ilhei's body. And 500 years passed, and the Zaihasan cult, which everyone thought had disappeared, reappeared throughout the martial world. But at that time the martial world was very chaotic after the Blood Palace War, so no one paid attention to the Zaihasan cult. It was a very old story. After that, a second war called the Zara War occurred, and this was the turning point that made Zhou Jinyang the leader of the Martial Alliance, and once again the Zaihasan cult disappeared from the martial world. In the end, the Zaihasan cult abandoned its absurd doctrines, gained trust, and lived quietly in a quiet place. And the child of the current leader is the maternal grandfather of the Muga siblings. Qian furrowed his brow. So right now Muk Soso is the granddaughter of the Zaihasan cult leader and the daughter of the Martial Alliance leader, Zhou Jinyang. Besides, the Zaihasan cult leader was originally a Myo, he explained. The first leader of the Zaihasan cult was Myo Ilhei, but after that there was the first disciple, Muk Qianhua, and to this day they are the descendants of the leader Muk Qianhua. When they were driven out of the Central Plains 500 years ago, the Zaihasan cult hid in Dunhuang, Gansu. In the barren and remote desert region of Dunhuang, the Zaihasan cult established a base and sharpened their swords, waiting for the day of revenge. After building their strength for 500 years 20 years ago, the Zaihasan cult returned to the martial world and started a bloody war. That was the time when the Martial Alliance was establishing itself in the martial world. In the end, the Zaihasan cult, judging that advancing into the Central Plains was impossible, split into a defensive faction and a radical faction, with the defensive faction going to the Central Plains and the radical faction going for a decisive battle. The radical faction, with the young leader Muk So-bang, forced the matter, and the Zaihasan cult secretly advanced into the Central Plains and began their occupation more cunningly than 500 years ago, using the art of soul seduction and the surrounding area. The year after entering the Central Plains, the Zaihasan cult expanded its forces to hundreds of thousands and launched a full-scale attack on the Central Plains. At that time, a person who was only in his 20s had to stand in the middle of a war. The power of the Martial Alliance was truly terrifying. Especially, the leader Zhou Jinyang and Divine Lord Ogi were much stronger than the Zaihasan cult had imagined. So it wasn't long before the Zaihasan cult was scattered. Nevertheless, the sect fought to the end. Within a year, the Zaihasan cult was rooted out of the Central Plains. Zhou Jinyang and his elite troops pursued and annihilated the part of the Zaihasan cult that fled to Dunhuang, and the ferocity of the Martial Alliance went so far as to find Muk So-bang's residence in the rear, and brutally massacre the elderly, women and weak children under the pretext of eliminating the Zaihasan cult. When war involves the blood of the opponent on one's hands, there is no meaning in whether it's a righteous or evil faction. Only the instinct of beasts and evil men with the goal of thoroughly eliminating them remains. Later, Zhou Jinyang realized it, but the young leader Muk So-bang was brutally burned and his daughter Muk Wei-young was sexually assaulted. To hide that fact, Zhou Jinyang killed all his subordinates in the Martial Alliance, and those who knew the truth all lost their lives. Qianan couldn't help but marvel after hearing it. But how did you come to know that? This story is really hard to believe, he answered. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, young master. I just told the truth. At that time I was part of the Martial Alliance's elite troops, and I was lucky to survive thanks to the Vice Alliance leader. I don't know what you think of me, young Master Qianan, but the order to escort the Muga siblings was from the Vice Alliance leader Mukwanui. He gaped. In that case, you were not a protector but a Kanshusha. A watcher supervisor. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and he looked up at the sky and marveled. That's right, for 20 years I have lived as a watcher, he asked again. So what happened after that, he explained. Mukwei Young was a peerless beauty, deeply learned from a good family, and was a flawless person as a mother and a woman. That alone was enough to receive Zhou Jinyang's favor. But thanks to learning the sect's bedroom arts, Zhou Jinyang became a strong supporter of Mukwei Young for a long time. Although this was an action contrary to the claims the Martial Alliance made about the Xiaosin cult, it was not protection but surveillance. From the servants to the guards, everyone in the Muga Manor was related to the Martial Alliance. As time passed, the leader no longer sought her out. Mukwei Young was always lost in thought, but because she had the Muga siblings she could overcome her fear. Qianan realized, now I understand why the 5 ultimates could so easily infiltrate the Muga Manor and break through the guards. You could have done it alone, but to hide your identity as part of the Martial Alliance, you hired other assassins besides the guards and aides to target the siblings. He continued, the leader was either very afraid of others' eyes, or he thought that using the Xiaosin cult was no longer useful to the Martial Alliance. Although he knew he deeply loved Mukwei Young, he tormented her suffocatingly just because of his own greed. Qianan suddenly asked, did you love her? The mother of the siblings you had to protect and watch over. You fell in love with her? Seeing him hesitate and flustered, he continued, it doesn't seem like unrequited love to me. Is that why Mukwei Young trusted you and confided this story to you? He sat down, sad and dejected. Your observational skills are really sharp, young Master Qianan. That's right. I loved her. For the past time I've always been looking for an opportunity, and this incident was an opportunity to fulfill her last will. It is to take those siblings to the Xiaosin cult's base somewhere in Dunhuang. Fortunately, I can now fulfill her last will, Qianan continued. The leader noticed your relationship with Mukwei Young. He was horrified. That's impossible. Qianan asked back, if not, why would he attack the Muga family without giving you orders? Whether he noticed your relationship or not, he probably guessed that you know part of the secret and will surely try to eliminate you. The problem is why he has to eliminate his own flesh and blood, he answered. It's been 40 years since the Martial Alliance was founded and he will never leave the position of leader even if he dies, but there are many who covet that position and will rush in if given the chance. Qianan asked again. If the existence of the Muga siblings is revealed, the opposing forces will use it to aim for the position of Martial Alliance leader. Isn't one of those forces Yang Moui? He nodded his head. That could be. To have sexually assaulted the daughter of the Xiaosin cult and even had a child and hid it. Just for that alone he will have to step down from the position of leader. He probably only saw the forces trying to take the Muga siblings and had no interest in the heavenly demon soul absorption art. Qianan continued. What he thought was the fruit of love he had to cut out immediately like a boil on his ankle, and he couldn't share power even with his own flesh and blood. The backstory of the Martial Alliance you told me is truly terrifying, he answered. Although the actions of the Xiaosin cult cannot be forgiven, those siblings are innocent. I have trusted you and told you all the facts. He stretched and reassured him. Don't worry. I am a man who keeps his promises. He stood up and looked at him. On behalf of those siblings I thank you. He shook his head. You don't need to thank me. Thank Sobing. I am only acting because of Sobing's request. He clasped his hands towards him. I will be sure to thank Sobing, he reminded him. And what if it's not the leader's orders, not the leader, but one of the loyal vassals who knows this fact could have secretly given the orders and proceeded? He was horrified. Not the leader, he explained. The person who is likely to know this matter clearly. The person who will be uneasy if the leader steps down from his position. The person who is loyal to the leader, he answered. In that case it can only be the leader's biological child, Vice Alliance leader Zhou Wanui. He went down. Understood. Let's go back and rest now and prepare for tomorrow. So far we have only predicted the possibility of it being the leader or the vice leader. But seeing as they moved secretly, the person blocking us is surely Crouching Dragon Jama. He was so horrified to hear this that he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Qianan looked up at the sky. Now we have to prepare to enter Gansu. First we have to fight the harsh climate of Gansu. Second, we have to fight enemies we don't know in the desert. Third, the Ianga family. Fourth, the 3 demons and the 5 ultimates. And finally, we have to face the ones that Jama ordered to wait. If it's Jama, he will have terrifying forces and wide connections everywhere. Besides, to monitor the remaining forces of the Xiaosin cult in Dunhuang, the Martial Alliance and Jama would also have a secret organization. Jama will use those forces to block our path, and he knows that the Ianga family is pursuing me, so he will surely make the most of it. Since the 3 demons and the 5 ultimates failed once, he will provide the necessary information for their preparations. And finally he will prepare a final army in case everything fails. He was puzzled. But there's no evidence, is there? Isn't it unnecessary if we're just relying on speculation? He answered. When all things are laid out for me, shouldn't I predict all possible outcomes? As he was about to say something, he cut him off. First, only the leader and his son can predict that we will go to the Xihisan cult. If the 3 demons or the 5 ultimates suddenly appear, it will prove what I just said. If not, they might send new enemies to hide everything. Suddenly he was startled and looked in a certain direction. Is it starting already? There seem to be quite a few. Let's go quickly. He who was behind was puzzled. What? Immediately, the sound of horses neighing echoed. Over here. Xianun was terrified, facing something. Damn it, who are these guys again? Sobbing shouted for him to step back. In front of them was a very vicious-looking eccentric on a horse. He immediately swung his hand and the spear in his hand flew as it was. It soon reached Xianun's front. The women were all very worried seeing it. Just then a rock flew through the air and struck the spear, saving him. The opponent was horrified to see it and looked to the side. No, as soon as he turned his head, Xianun rushed in and directly rammed the horse's body, and then the sound of miserable thumping screams echoed continuously. The horse and the person were rammed and fell to the ground. Xianun stood there, circulated his chi and vibrated the ground, and a terrifying force soon exploded, sending everyone around flying. In an instant everyone fell from their horses and screamed. Nevertheless, they quickly got up again and tried to attack Xianun, but before they could do anything, they were hit one by him as he rushed in. He soon focused on the guy in the back who looked like the leader. He didn't hesitate at all and rushed towards him. The young man was terrified and shouted desperately, and despite his shouting, Xianun swung his palm as it was. Just then another person rushed in and blocked his front, shouting that he couldn't. This made Xianun pause for a moment. That person was also terrified and shouted for the child to run away quickly. Xianun waved his hand and created a wind. As the wind blew, the opponent's face covering flew off, revealing the child's appearance. This greatly surprised everyone there. Xianun didn't use his hand and stretched out his hand to snatch the club from his hand. Even a child is attacking someone. Is there some reason? The child cried and shouted. We didn't do anything wrong, the guy behind him advised. Step back, he's not someone we can handle. Xianun asked again. For what reason are you attacking us? Chunlun also opened his mouth. We are just travelers passing through Sichuan to Lanzhou, the opponent answered. We are the dragon tribe who reside here and I am the chieftain. Our village was attacked by men from the Central Plains. All the women were captured and violated. One of them died, so we had no choice but to return. The two of them. Xianun couldn't believe it when they heard that. People from the Central Plains? Chunlun gaped. But it has nothing to do with us. Although we are people from the Central Plains, the 3 girls following us have no weapons and 2 of them are still minors. That alone says it all. The chieftain stood up abruptly. That doesn't matter now. You are people from the Central Plains, Han Chinese after all. Everyone stop. This place does not welcome people from the Central Plains or Han Chinese, so get out of here quickly. He then led his people and rode away. Chunlun opened his mouth unpleasantly. Who in the world did such a terrible thing? Xianun answered. It's probably the guys waiting for us. Soso spoke up at this time. Is it the 5 ultimates and the 3 demons? Xianun ground his teeth unpleasantly. If it's such a terrible thing, it must be those vicious-looking 3 demons. Xianun shouted. Their character is not that bad, Soso asked again. On what basis are you so sure they are the 3 demons among the 7 evils? He shouted unpleasantly. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know what the 3 demons did in the past, but from my observation they are not the type to harm women. And according to what those people just said, this was not the work of 1 or 2 people. Chunlun opened his mouth and asked, Who are you thinking of, young master? Xianun, he asked back. Do you remember the ones who were trying to capture the Muga siblings senior? He asked back. Are you talking about them? He leaned his back against the cliff behind him and explained. Considering the time it took for us to escape and move here, those guys probably waited for quite a long time. It is very difficult for hot-blooded men to wait quietly for over 10 days, Chunlun realized. In that case, if they were so noisy, wouldn't we have noticed? He answered. It's because in such a wide place, the chances of encountering them are very low, Chunlun continued. But what if it's not the 3 demons or the 5 ultimates? He asked back. If the martial alliance leader steps down, who is the most likely successor? He answered without the slightest hesitation. The demon-slaying sword, Hoyin Gak, the master of the Hoyin family rooted in Hunan province. He nodded his head. The number 1 prestigious family under heaven, the Hoyin Gak? But wasn't Hunan province originally the Murong family's home base? And wasn't the number 1 prestigious family in the world the Bygone family of Shandong? He was surprised. It seems Master Xianun hasn't been in the martial world for the past 5 years. 5 years ago, the Murong family abandoned their castle, and 3 years ago, they changed their surname back to the original Hoyin. After that, they developed fiercely, surpassing the Bygone family, which had controlled important positions in logistics, to become the number 1 family in the world. Xianun asked again. Is there a girl my age in the Hoyin family? He answered. If you're talking about Hoyin Ran, one of the twin flowers and 2 dragons, there is no one who doesn't know her. Xianun had a look of incomprehension. Twin flowers and 2 dragons, he explained. It's a term for Bukong Yin and Hoyin Ran and Crouching Dragon Jama and Black Dragon Juya Rying. They are outstanding young masters of the martial world called the 10 Absolutes of Murim. The martial arts of the Twin Flowers and 2 Dragons are almost on par with the Twin Absolutes' 5 Geniuses and 7 Sons. Among the 7 Sons, Crouching Dragon is considered to have outstanding strategic talent. Xianun nodded. All right, anyway, I'll have to stay here for another 2 or 3 days. The group couldn't understand. Shouldn't we run away from them and get out of here quickly? Qianan laughed coldly. Why should we run away? We suffered so much to get here, so we should receive some reward. The two siblings couldn't hide their displeasure at those words. What in the world are you talking about? He's not Qianan Heavenly Cloud but Qian Kai Heavenly Fool. He really doesn't care about others at all. Chang'an was also very puzzled. Why are you doing this? Qianan replied. The Han people were insulted, innocent people were killed, a family's happiness was destroyed, and a woman was violated. That reason alone is enough to kill them. If they live in this world and are not punished, it is the same as heaven abandoning its duty. So shouldn't a person act on behalf of heaven? And if they are the hands and feet of the Hoyin family, they should all be cut off. The group was worried. Master Qianan. The two handmaidens, on the other hand, were triumphant and happy, sobbing, he's so cool. He's always been that cool, young lady. Qianun sighed. Is he delusional? He's just spouting nonsense. He almost died just now and survived. Sister, if it's the Hoyin family, isn't it the White Tiger Brigade? Soso replied. Seeing how arrogant they are, it seems his guts have swollen after killing the vice leader and learning some more martial arts. Just leave him be. The young man nodded in agreement. That's right, that fool should be torn to shreds and die. Chang'an looked up at the sky, sighed, and said nothing. The two handmaidens were still looking at their idol with sparkling eyes. Qianan thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the Hoyin family and test the results of the 7th stage of the Muguxingong. In a certain place, a sheep was grazing, and in the distance there was a camp. Sheepskins were spread all over the cliff, and a group of people were lying around a campfire resting. Their leader was drinking while being served by women. Suddenly he was startled and looked into the distance where a figure stood imposingly. A rumbling vibration echoed incessantly after that. Qianan marveled to himself. Did they set up camp in the blink of an eye? The opponent was also observing him and evaluating him inwardly. He's no pushover. Qianan looked at the tracks on the ground and shouted, these are the hoofprints of the dragon tribe's horses that attacked us yesterday. They must have come this far to check on these guys, but they realized they couldn't handle them because of the difference in strength, and on their way back they met strangers like us and took out their anger on us. Thinking this far, he asked loudly, you are from the Hoyin family, right? The group answered. What a filthy mouth, we have nothing to do with them, but it's not a family that a guy like you can carelessly mention. Hey, who are you to dare to appear carelessly where adults are resting? Qianan pointed his finger. Qianan, you've probably heard my name, one person marveled. They told us to be careful and there was a reason for it, but you're mistaken. You seem to be unaware that this is the White Snake Brigade. Even if the 3 demons attacked all at once, they would die in an instant. Qianan was startled. The White Snake Brigade? Then it's definitely the Hoyin family. But someone on the prairie said that although the Hoyin family has the ability to pursue to the end, they don't have the ability to select a leader with both strength and strategy. A person asked, puzzled. How do you know about the Hoyin family's White Snake Brigade? Qianan replied nonchalantly. I was just bluffing, but it was true. Thanks for confirming. Veins popped on the opponent's forehead in anger, and he shouted for his brothers to kill him. The group, without disagreement, immediately released their killing intent. Just then, Qianan struck first and launched a kick at his opponent. But he was no ordinary man either and stepped back to dodge, then drew his sword to counterattack. Qianan hurriedly leaped into the air to dodge. The group looked up and was horrified. Damn it, he's standing in midair. Qianan from above gathered true chi in his fist again and jumped down, and with one punch the group was all horrified. Then the continuous kicks were executed. The group was horrified. He's dead. They're all dead. The leader's expression had already started to stiffen at this time. Qianan stood there looking at him with sharp eyes, and true chi exploded from his body again. The group was horrified by the blowing wind and shouted, damn it, he's even controlling the direction of the wind. You will definitely die today. Qianan's eyes shone coldly. I will keep you alive until you die. I will make you taste the pain you have given to others. I will return the hell you have brought upon them. The opponent waved his hand and instructed his subordinate. Hurry up and deploy the White Snake Golden Lock formation. The group, without the slightest hesitation, immediately rushed in. Qianan on this side immediately moved his body and executed the flashing lightning riding chi. The leader on this side cursed inwardly in frustration. Damn it, does he know that the purpose of the White Snake Brigade is defense and is trying to run away? The information that he only knows how to use martial arts was wrong. Nevertheless, the White Snake Golden Lock formation was still being executed. Qianan suddenly swung his hand and the charging group was suddenly hit by an invisible attack and collapsed. They shouted in horror, it's an invisible hidden weapon. Don't let your guard down and maintain the formation. Qianan did not let them have their way and immediately rushed in. A person turned his head and said, he's going to the right, the leader answered. Deploy the Golden Flower formation on the right. The group, without the slightest hesitation, rushed in and attacked. Qianan dodged their attacks and swung his foot to counterattack. The two sides soon entered a fierce battle. Qianan had the upper hand and continued to knock down his opponents. A person turned his head in horror and reported, Leader, the right formation is collapsing. The leader shouted, from now on do not break formation. Concentrate your power on where he's stirring things up and surround him. He thought to himself, what a cunning bastard, he's maintaining distance and using hidden weapons to scatter our formation. Qianan continued to retreat like that, occasionally throwing a hidden weapon to finish off a few people. Seeing his side continuously losing their lives, the group grew anxious and shouted, "Leader, the guys who were maintaining the formation have all been taken down." The leader gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it, maintain the formation and don't break off or separate. From now on I will focus on killing that bastard." Qianon was thinking to himself on this side. "I thought they were a disorganized mob and looked down on them, but it's admirable that they follow the leader's orders even when they fall. But everything under the Hoyin family must disappear from this world." The group on this side became even more vigilant. "A hidden weapon is coming from the left. Move in a line to the lower left, vice leader." Just then countless pebbles flew again. The group couldn't help but be startled. "Pebbles, is he trying to trick us?" Qianon stopped, launched himself and executed the lightning shadow kick. With each kick one person was hit and fell and another group lost their lives to his feet. The group was already in chaos at this time. "Leader, the left side has also been taken down." He waved his hand to stop the group. "The second row will fill the left and reinforce the center of the formation." The group immediately followed his words and formed up. Just then a sudden downpour began, and thunder and lightning echoed incessantly in the air. A person asked worriedly, "Leader, are we not going to do anything?" He answered, "Wait. Although the White Snake Brigade has the numerical advantage, we could be hit by hidden weapons before we set up the formation to the end of the prairie. That bastard can only hide a limited amount of hidden weapons in his thin clothes. If we drag this out, it will be to our advantage, and that bastard will learn the power of the White Snake Brigade." Before he could even finish his sentence, a few subordinates next to him lost their lives. This made him disbelieve and his jaw dropped. "What? How?" Qianon on this side was using the raindrops as hidden weapons. He swung his foot and sent the raindrops towards them. The endless hidden weapons were like wings to him, and the group was hit by the raindrop hidden weapons and lost their lives helplessly. The leader shouted in disbelief, "What in the world is this? Kill that bastard!" The Golden Snake 100 Brigade rushed in all at once. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared from the ground behind Qianon. Breaking through the soil, he saw it, turned his head, and at the same time swung his foot, and the thunder and lightning seemed to resonate with his technique. The group that had just sprung from the ground was immediately hit by the attack and couldn't do anything. Just then another one appeared from the ground and grabbed his remaining leg. Qianon saw it and swung his foot, and his head flew off as it was. Not stopping there, another one appeared from behind and tried to split his body in two with a weapon. "Dal, you son of a bitch," but Qianon quickly blocked it with both hands. The opponent was pushed back by his strength and fell to the ground, and after that, people continuously appeared from the ground. Nevertheless, Qianon knocked them down one by one. He continued to execute the flashing lightning, riding Qi to attack. As countless fists and kicks were executed, the group was completely unable to block them. Finally he jumped up again, swung his foot high and unleashed a technique ground god slash. The kick combined with thunder and lightning struck the ground hard, and an extremely large explosion soon occurred there, shattering the ground. The group on this side was all mesmerized by this sight. After the attack passed, the group on this side was all knocked down by Qianon. A person shouted in disbelief, "What?" Not stopping there, Qianon continued to run towards them. The captain pointed to the front and asked, "Leader, that bastard is coming towards us." He narrowed his eyes and answered, "He finally wants to face me head on. Good, I'll take him on." He then instructed his brothers to execute the White Snake Golden Lock formation. Qianon clenched his fist and executed the continuous Diamond Dragon. This one punch clashed head-on with the opponent's longsword. The longsword shattered upon impact. The group behind was also affected and struggled to endure. Qianon did not stop and continued to rush in. The continuous flying kick was the next technique he executed. Fists and kicks were continuously executed. He fought recklessly, knocking them down one by one, and they could only be taken down helplessly. Just then a giant captain rushed in again. Qianon saw it, clenched his fist and executed the continuous 6 phantom technique. With one punch the opponent became a bloody mess, and a hole the size of a basin was punched through his body accordingly. The leader saw it and shouted for the 100-man brigade to advance. Qianon launched himself and executed the whirling wind 8 flying kicks. He jumped into the middle of the camp again to fight, and a whirlwind soon rose there. In front of the leader's horrified expression, the whirlwind grew larger and larger and flew towards them. His 2 legs were still swinging continuously, executing the whirling wind bewitching stance, and a terrifying blow was soon executed. Wherever the whirlwind swept, the group fell. The leader called for the 100-pace brigade again. The group released their killing intent again and advanced. Qianon executed another technique called the dragon-slaying soul-shattering finger. Even facing this group, Qianon did not show the slightest fear and rushed in resolutely. Upon impact, several people fell, and then he launched the continuous finger to continue attacking them. The group could not dodge or block at all and could only be taken down. Corpses piled up on the ground and blood flowed freely. He resolved inwardly, "It's time to deliver the final blow." He crouched down and prepared to charge. The name of the technique he executed this time was Flying Star Chasing Soul. True Qi exploded from his body again, and a dazzling light soon erupted from him. The charging group in front was hit by the light and their bodies were shattered. The place was soon filled with dust and miserable screams. The leader shouted loudly, "Right now prepare the 100 greatswords." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people brought over a giant blade. The 2 swung the greatsword with all their might and then threw it resolutely. The blade cut through the wind with destructive power, and its target was of course Qianon. The group on this side had their vision blocked by the dust and couldn't see the situation clearly. There was a sound just now. No matter how much of an expert that brat is, how can he block a greatsword weighing nearly 2 tons? The two guys in the back gave a thumbs up and agreed. Of course, before they could even finish their sentence, something grazed past them. The greatsword was hit by Qianan and returned, and the two young men who had just thrown the sword now had their bodies split in two and collapsed. He was walking over imposingly without a single scratch. The leader was terrified and shouted to prepare the White Snake Golden Soul formation. He stood there chanting all sorts of formations. But no matter how much he shouted, there was no one around to form the formation. He realized this and gritted his teeth in even greater horror. Qianan had already reached his front at this time, resolutely swung his fist and punched him square in the mouth. Now, as I said, I will show you hell. He continued to punch him countless times, and he couldn't do anything. After a while, he barely found a chance and opened his mouth. Wait. You promised not to kill me until the White Snake Brigade was all dead. There are still some alive. Qianan heard those words and looked back at the corpses scattered behind him. Do your subordinates still look alive to you? Taking advantage of him turning his head, he took out a weapon and tried to ambush him. But before he could do anything, the weapon was shattered and he was punched in the mouth again. He retreated painfully, clutched his face and whimpered. Qianan did not stop, launched himself and kicked him straight in his precious place with one foot. This blow was more painful than all the previous techniques, and he couldn't even scream. The group on this side who were pretending to be dead also felt his pain for him. Senior brother, what should we do now, whether we live or die? Let's just lie here pretending to be dead. It was impossible to know how long Qianan tortured the leader like that. Not far away, the dragon tribe was hiding behind a rock observing and were horrified inwardly. Chieftain, that person made them so miserable in just one shichen. We should retreat, the chieftain sighed. I didn't know he was that strong. Our actions are truly shameful. Just then, Qianan's voice echoed in their ears again. Listen, Dragon Tribe, although the actions of these bastards taking out their anger on you cannot be forgiven, considering the anger you have suffered, the people of the Central Plains deserve to be blamed. So as a person of the Central Plains, I feel a sense of responsibility, and will hand these bastards over to you. The group was horrified. Chieftain, I think we've been discovered. Will we be beaten like them too? The chieftain sighed. What a remarkable person. I was blinded by revenge and made the mistake of not recognizing a talent even though my eyebrows have turned white. Qianan's voice echoed again. The villains have shed their blood, been oppressed, and are now no stronger than ordinary people. So deal with them at ease, and the women remaining on the prairie have found their way and returned there, so I don't need to show you the way, he asked the leader who had collapsed on the ground. Do you know why I kept you and your group alive? The final judgment is their share. The ones who shed their sheepskins and survived until now, they will show you hell. He then launched himself and left. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. Someone was hiding in the ground not far away, marveling to himself. How could that bastard's martial arts become so strong in such a short time? He even annihilated the White Snake Brigade, which overwhelmed the three demons. He's really crazy. The 1,000 Li tracking scent, one of the secret arts of the Black Assassin sect from 325 years ago. It is completely different from the tracking scents of other sects. The fact that it tracks the target with a scent is the same, but the scent does not disappear. And the scent bug sticks to the target, making the tracking more accurate. Besides, the scent bug can lay eggs and stick around for a long time. But I made a mistake. When I first attached the scent bug, I should have used a scent bug, not a poisonous leg bug. Although I suspected he would return to the Mugga Manor and secretly followed, I should have let him die when he fought the three demons to the death. The thought of being tied up for 4 days and nights because of that bastard makes my anger boil over. When he erased his tracks at Danjing Lake, I thought our skills would be similar if he abandoned the techniques of the assassin sect. But in just a month and a half, the gap between my martial arts and his has widened this much. And I can't tell if he used the techniques of the Amhon Solman or the martial arts of an external assassin sect. Is this guy named Qianan really a descendant of the Amhon Solman, or is he pretending to be an expert of the Amhon Solman? I, the Dark Heaven demonic sword, Huchilrang, swear on the honor of the Black Assassin sect and my own innocence. Countless crows soon flew in from that place. The White Snake Brigade had been completely annihilated at this time, with no survivors. Besides the crows, wolves also came to enjoy this buffet. The leader's corpse was hung in the air and was being miserably pecked at by a flock of crows. The scene shifts to the Hoyin family's Bygak, Co Baikian's private residence. He was horrified to hear the report. Annihilated? The entire White Snake Brigade was annihilated. Only 5 out of 200 returned alive, but they are not in good shape either. But about 3 of them can state the case. Then what's the difference from being annihilated? Just then another person shouted loudly from outside. Master Bygak, new information has arrived. Countless letters arrived at the same time and piled up on the desk. Bichian read the letters and couldn't believe it inwardly. How can this be? The martial arts are completely different from when he fought the White Tiger Brigade. Things have become more urgent than I thought. Thinking so, he instructed the subordinate next to him. Prepare to go to the Hoyin main family and see Lady Hoyin Ran. It's really troublesome. How should I report this? He broke through the White Snake Brigade's strength and tactics and prevented them from opening the White Snake Golden Lock formation. Besides, his martial arts are stronger than before. If I tell Lady Hoyin Ran about this, Mo Dagon will be furious. But when he arrived, he heard the news that Hoyin Ran was not at home. He heard that she had cleaned up around the Mugga Manor and was currently near Danjing Lake. A subordinate ran and reported. If you contact them, we will depart immediately. Bichian asked back. How long will it take for them to return? When the young lord returns, we will go straight to the Hoyin main family, so prepare from now on, and report the current situation to the vice leader and tell him to come and see the young lord quickly. His heart was filled with tension. How should I explain his martial arts? Did his martial arts suddenly become stronger, or was he hiding it? Besides, while he could have annihilated the White Snake Brigade, what does it mean that he spared 5 of them? Does it mean he'll take on anyone in any situation? Or is it a warning? The young man walked like that, lost in thought, his mind chaotic and his heart frustrated. Come to think of it, military advisor Jamma still hasn't properly grasped Qianun's martial arts. Then should I use this opportunity to inflict a great loss on military advisor Jamma? Is there a way to bring that smart guy over to the Hoyin family as a military advisor? The scene shifts to Donjing Lake. The horrified voice echoed. Is that true? An old man explained. As Master Seo predicted, this guy named Qianun has either trained in the secret manual of the Amhon Solman, or learned some of it through things related to the Amhon Solman. The opponent asked back. Are you talking about the Amhon Solman that suddenly disappeared 300 years ago? The old man continued. Currently, only the Hoyin family knows the geography of Hunan province the best, but both the young lord and the other legions could not find their traces, so it is highly likely that they know the secret passage of the Amhon Solman. Combining the testimonies of the survivors of the White Tiger Brigade and the White Snake Brigade, this possibility is very high. But this is still just a guess. Although the possibility is very low, we must remember and prepare for it. Master Seo urged us to do so. The woman was silent for a moment and did not answer. The old man, nervous, broke into a cold sweat and continued. And it would be better to bring that guy named Qianun over to the Hoyin family's side than to make him an enemy. And if you were to bring him over, it would be best for you to go in person, young lady. Master Seo said he would meet you in person and discuss that part in detail. She was agitated. What, are you telling me to use a honey trap? The old man bowed his head. I don't know the details either, she answered. Understood, I will talk to the master later. She walked away, thinking to herself, that son of a bitch, not only will I make him a person of the Hoyin family, but I will make him unable to live or die and tame him like a dog. As she was walking, she suddenly heard a sound and turned her head in surprise. Vice leader, what's wrong? As soon as she turned her head, she collided with a giant figure. Her hat flew off and a miserable scream echoed. The scene flashes back to a moment before. Muchil was lying in the forest and sighed. For days and nights I have asked myself whether I am a drum or not. I proclaimed myself the first divine demon of all ages and time, but soon after entering the martial world I've only been beaten. Ashamed of myself, I humbly stepped down and became the second divine demon of all ages and time. But soon after I encountered a talent of the martial world. I abandoned the title of all ages and left only first divine demon of time. But it still didn't work. It's really miserable, lonely and hungry. It's not that there's nothing to eat, but I've been eating only frogs for days and I'm going crazy. But what else is there? When I was hit by that black guy, I almost became a virgin ghost. That's right, instead of raising a servant, I should marry a woman who knows how to serve. When a man becomes the head of a family, he can have as many handmaidens as he wants, but in these mountains I can't even hear a woman's voice, only the cries of bears, so how can I find a connection? Just then he heard Hoyin Ran talking to the old man. The young man immediately came to his senses. It's a woman's voice. On this side, the old man finished his report and turned around. Without further ado, let's go back quickly. Suddenly he was startled and looked back, and seeing Muchil's giant figure jumping out of the bushes, his eyes widened as if they would pop out. He ran straight towards Hoyin Ran. His appearance at this time was no different from a monster, and she screamed in fear. The young man smiled brightly and reassured her. Don't be scared, young lady, she snapped. I'm not screaming because I'm scared of you, but because you're so dirty. Having said this much, she resolutely lifted her foot and kicked Muchil square in the mouth. But the young man surprisingly endured it and shouted loudly, You can't knock me down with a kick like that, you wench. As for this body, I am the ancient. No, not now. I am the first divine demon of time. Hoyin Ran was also a little surprised. You endured my kick, you're quite tough. Muchil still didn't shut his mouth. I will be your husband, so kneel before me and tell me your name. Then I will forgive everything. Hearing those words, she became even more displeased. Even without you, I'm going crazy enough because of the brigade leader. I'll take this anger out on you. The old man behind her hastily said, Miss, it is not good to cause trouble here. No matter how much he soothed her, she would not listen. The old man could only sigh helplessly. For a boar-like thing to dare to mess with a tiger. Muchil on this side swung his hand and shouted, Taste the power of the first divine demon of all ages. As he unleashed a palm, a sandstorm arose. Hoyin Ran's skirt was lifted by the wind and she had no choice but to cover it with her hand. Is this all the wind pressure is? When her veil was lifted, Muchil was a little surprised. Hey, your nose is a bit. The old man on this side was extremely horrified. He has touched what should not be touched. Now the fate of that pig will be miserable. Muchil on this side, completely unaware of what was to come, was still calm. This won't do. It's a bit much to take someone like you as my official wife, so I'll take you as a concubine. Hoyin Ran gathered true chi in her palm in anger. Muchil on this side still laughed cheerfully. What's wrong, are you trying to frown already? Hoyin Ran was not one for many words. She immediately rushed in and executed the soul-stealing ghost Shadow Claw. and the technique exploded on Muchiel's face. The young man screamed immediately after being hit by the technique, and he then knelt and called her sister as he begged for his life. Your little brother was blind. Sister, please spare my life. At this rate I'll be butchered like a pig and made into bun cha. Ho Yin-ran was enraged. You filthy bastard, let go of me. She then lifted her foot again and kicked his head, slamming it hard into the ground. The young man still tried to beg for forgiveness. As she was about to continue tormenting him, the old man ran over and stopped her. That's enough. Miss, we have a long way to go. He glanced at Muchiel and marveled to himself. To still be alive after being hit like that, is that guy even human? After that, the two left Muchiel there and departed. The young man with his head buried in the sand thought about his life. Even if I die, I will never mess with that pretty girl again. The scene shifts to Dunhuang. A group of people was moving across the desert. They were each riding on the back of a camel, their bodies covered like merchants. Suddenly, a person turned around and shouted loudly, "We have a long way to go, so hurry up." At the same time, another person rode over on a horse and reported, "In one more li, we will arrive at the place you mentioned. A sandstorm is coming from afar, so we must arrive before then. But the current situation is what it is, so I'm a little anxious." The other person nodded. "It must be because of those warriors from the rumors." They went on for a little while longer and found a dry bone on the ground whose it was unknown, and the group then continued to move. A person opened his mouth. "Elder, the sandstorm has gotten stronger. Wouldn't it be a bit much for everyone to move?" Another person answered. "Since it's your first journey, it seems you're resting quite a bit." The young man continued. "It would be better to dig a hole and hide and then rest," the old man explained. "That is a matter for the chief escort. We are just cargo managers." The young man sighed. "I understand, but you know why I followed you this time, Elder." He nodded. "Of course I do. My grandson Myung Hyun's dream is not to be a merchant like me, but a warrior. The reason you followed me this time is because of the escort agency's director, isn't it?" The young man burst into laughter. "How could I dare to stand shoulder to shoulder with Elder Jin Zhang, the head of the Jin Family Merchant Guild, one of the 5 great merchant guilds of Zhangbok?" The old man also burst into laughter. "You rascal, you're good with words. It's all thanks to the escort's good work." He lowered his face covering and continued. "You're joking too much, but why is the escort agency's director not leading directly and instead Chief Escort Jin Gook is taking the lead?" The old man explained. "Jin Gook is younger than his old brother, so his senses will be sharper, won't they? Among the 50-odd merchants and workers of our Jin Family Merchant Guild, there are 5 management supervisors. On the side of the masters from the Golden Dragon Escort Agency, there are about 10 escorts and hundreds of escort guards, and they are called the best in Henan. In other words, this journey is dangerous, but it is very necessary to open the trade route blocked by bandits. The director would not have sent Jin Gook out carelessly," the young man realized. "Compared to the disorganized bandits, it's because of the Guangpungsa. Are they that great?" the old man explained. "When the Yuan dynasty fell, the Guangpungsa stole all the miraculous medicines and ancient books of the martial world. After that, they created the most belligerent army in the martial world. The Guangpungsa was only about 300 strong, but they could defeat a Ming army of nearly 1,000. So from then on, their name became widely known in the martial world. At that time, the Ming army was also an elite unit selected from the Imperial Guard. They could shoot over 1,000 arrows, and their power was strong enough to pierce stone, so no shield could block them. It is also very famous that an elder of the Jiangnin sect was defeated by an ordinary soldier of the Guangpungsa. But one thing is certain. They are all Mongol soldiers, combatants and bandits. Their pride is so strong that they don't even care about small merchant guilds. In that case, wouldn't a large merchant guild like ours be a fat prey?" The young man heard those words and hastily said, "Elder, this is no joke." The old man didn't seem to care much and still laughed cheerfully. Not far away, several figures were quietly observing them. Soon, darkness covered the entire desert. The group was resting at this time by an oasis in the middle of the desert. A person approached and said, "Thankfully, we were able to arrive at Shipbyoktan and set up the tents before dark. Thanks to my brother's instructions, we avoided the sandstorm. Everyone, please eat your fill and relieve today's fatigue. I am Jin Gook, the chief escort of the Golden Dragon Escort Agency. I had to give orders to the escort guards, so I only now have the chance to greet the head of the Jin Family Merchant Guild." The old man politely returned the greeting. "Please sit and eat." The young man next to him stood up and bowed. "I am Myung Hyun, a manager of the Jin Family Merchant Guild. I greet you both." The person behind him opened his mouth. Come, we have a long way to go, so let's stop with the greetings. By the way, the newly hired workers are very diligent. This time it's thanks to the agile and orderly movements of the people carrying the luggage," Jin Zhang replied cheerfully. "I am also very satisfied. I was able to introduce the workers and accompany them on this occasion." Another person opened his mouth again while drinking porridge. "But there are a few people older than us, aren't there?" Jin Zhang nodded. "They are people who are struggling for a living, but in any case they are very healthy and experienced, so they know public affairs well. While managing the luggage and camels, they also respect relationships between people, so I had to accept them." Another person finished a bowl of porridge and let out a comfortable sigh. "But why did you even accept a white-haired old man with a disability?" Jin Zhang answered. "That old man was introduced to me by an acquaintance half a year ago. Although he limps and has a small build, he is a very skillful person." Another person suddenly blushed and opened his mouth. "You're quite similar to him, which is why I took a liking to you." Jin Jong couldn't understand. Have my taste changed because I'm old? The other person replied. If you had aged gracefully I might have considered it. The person who was drinking porridge almost spit it out at their conversation. But I feel sorry for making you do such a dangerous thing with me, Jin-guk, the other person said seriously. What are you talking about? I should be thanking him. The merchant guild was suffering from financial problems due to reduced trade, but this time they could earn quite a bit of money. Jin Jong nodded. Thank you for thinking so, the other person reminded him. Since we've started, let's do it well. For some reason I feel this will go smoothly, so don't worry too much. Jin Jong nodded. Thank you, but I'm a little worried because the border situation is a bit tense these days. I heard the Ming army is very aggressive and the bandits' momentum is also quite strong. I've heard that defeated Ming soldiers gather to become bandits, another person shouted. Brother, don't worry too much. This time, the #1 general of the Great Ming's Mongol subjugation has been appointed as the commander-in-chief and will be leading. He is a person known for his spirit and loyalty, and the person who will go with him is Go Daesung. He is his son, young and brave, and his martial arts are outstanding. Jin Jong marveled. General Go is a truly reliable person, but aren't those Mongol troops the Guangpungsa? Another person said seriously. Indeed they are. The work of soldiers should be left to soldiers. On the contrary, the enemy we must be careful of is not them, but the bandits called the Desert Wolf Pack. Especially if we meet even one of the 3 great bandits from the Blood Wolf Brigade, our escort guards will have a hard time. But don't worry too much. Hearing those words, the group all looked at him in surprise. Do you have some brilliant idea, brother? Do you have a hidden weapon I don't know about? He said with a serious expression. According to the fortune-telling, a noble person will appear and help us. The group was helpless to hear those words. Uncle, even I can say something like that. What an interesting joke. If bandits appear, we will have to risk our lives. Just then, another person came running hastily. Chief Escort, a group of people is coming this way. They were nervous to hear those words and shouted, Speak in detail. Could it be scouting bandits? Another person explained. They look like travelers on the outside. Jin Jong opened his mouth. According to the fortune-telling, we should treat the first people we meet in the desert kindly. Could they really be noble people? Another group soon appeared in their sight. The chief escort approached and greeted them. Hello. I'm the chief escort. The other person also smiled politely and lowered his head covering. We apologize for the inconvenience so late at night. My name is Chung-un. I have some business and must pass through the desert. The group was then invited to the camp to rest. Everyone, please come here and warm yourselves by the campfire, he replied. Thank you. We will sit for a moment to relieve our fatigue and then leave immediately. The group then sat around the campfire and talked. Since we are all people from the Central Plains, please rest comfortably. You must not have eaten anything yet, so please have some of our food. I'm so sorry. My greeting was a bit late. I am Jin-guk. Hearing his introduction, Chung-un stood up abruptly. He clasped his hands together extremely seriously and returned the greeting. It is an honor to meet the great heroes Autumn Wind Lone Sword and Alui Sword in the middle of this desert. The two were a little embarrassed that he was so polite. On the contrary, I am more honored that there is someone who recognizes me. I'm truly ashamed, Chung-un continued. I apologize that I cannot greet you properly in this situation. The rest of the people also buzzed and clasped their hands to introduce themselves. I will formally introduce myself. I am Jin Jong, who runs a small merchant guild. I am Myung Hyeon. Chung-un was once again unable to hide his surprise. Are you head Jin Jong of the great merchant guild, the Jin family? You are too humble. Although it's a bit late, everyone in our party will introduce themselves. Cheon-un's group then quickly introduced themselves, and the 2 handmaidens still followed their old habits, kneeling and bowing. They were very surprised to see the group take off their head coverings. To have 3 women traveling through such a harsh desert, truly amazing. The group then sat down again and talked. Not far away, an assassin was hiding to one side, chewing on jerky and quietly observing them. Damn it, who has a mouth and who has a muzzle? I have to chew this hard jerky. I want to eat porridge too. I want to eat bun do mam tom, a Vietnamese dish too. Ever since I met that guy named Cheon-un, I've had such bad luck. One side is gathered around a warm campfire eating delicious food, while the other is lying on a pile of sand chewing on jerky. To regain the reputation of the #1 assassin in the world, one must suffer. Just then he heard a sound again. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him at this time. He looked left and right for a moment, then did something strange. The assassin who was hiding under the sand seemed to have noticed something, but it was already too late. The other person lowered his pants and urinated where he was hiding, giving him no time to react. The young man was relieved, but the assassin on this side was submerged in urine and sighed inwardly. Is he not done yet? But right after that, another stream of urine poured down. The young man was so angry he spewed curses. This damn bastard, when will you stop? What the hell did you eat to make it smell so bad? I'll definitely shove you into a cesspool and kill you. On this side, the group of guards was talking. The center of the camp, Cheon-un's group was still sitting and resting with a few leaders. A few people discussed with each other through telepathy. They are truly strange warriors. Do you think so too, brother? On the outside, that old man named Chung-un seems to be the center, assisting that brother and sister who look like successors. That's why that brother and sister can't treat Chung-un carelessly, as if it's a symbiotic relationship. Those 2 girls are also very strange. At first, I thought they were that brother and sister's handmaidens, but it doesn't seem so. Above all, that guy named Cheon-un looks like an ordinary warrior, but he seems to be watching the entire party. What in the world is going on? and those two girls look at that guy named Qianun with respect and admiration. That guy named Qianun is afraid and wary and dares not approach. That girl named Soso's eyes seem to be very longing, yet she seems to want something. And if you look closely, even that man named Chang'an is a little wary of him. Truly strange. In my guess, Chang'an's martial arts have already reached the level of a master. If that brother and sister were to fight the top master among the Shaolin disciples, their martial arts would not be inferior. Then what in the world is that young man named Qianun? His behavior is no different from a gangster, so he probably doesn't have any great ambition. In that case, it's one of two things: either he has no martial arts at all, or he is such an outstanding master that we cannot recognize him. Not being able to find an answer, the scarred face laughed and shouted, "No matter how I look at it, it's not that. He's probably being served because he has a lot of money or is the son of some family," another person continued. "It's probably like that. When you have too many thoughts, a glass of my wife's homemade glutinous rice wine is the best, isn't it?" He then turned his head, looked at Chang'an, and asked if he would like a drink. Before he could refuse, the other person approached and poured him a drink. "Don't refuse and drink up. I see you're a fellow martial artist like me, so why refuse?" Chang'an no longer refused. "Then I will consider you my senior and not refuse." On this side, a subordinate approached carrying a pile of things. "Unlike those elders over there, please enjoy your meal, everyone. Haha. You two over there, please come here and eat." The two handmaidens heard those words and were about to refuse. Qianun immediately reminded them through telepathy, "If you no longer think of yourselves as the Muga siblings' handmaidens, act with confidence." The two heard those words, approached, and received the food. "We will eat well." The young man saw it and marveled to himself that they were so cute. He picked up a leg of lamb, handed it to Qianun, and told him to eat. On this side he was eating something, and without even swallowing he struggled to ask again, "Is that all right?" The group then focused on eating comfortably. At the same time, Qianun noticed someone again. That person was this young man, and he was very puzzled in his heart. Why does everyone have to cross the desert? Qianun saw the two handmaidens eating comfortably, ground his teeth in anger, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, those two wenches were originally mine?" After choosing for a moment, the two took the food to Qianun. "Young master, please have some more of this. We've added some medicinal herbs. Although it's not much, they are all herbs that supplement qi and blood." Qianun ate and replied cheerfully, "Thank you, you two eat comfortably too." Soso on this side glanced at him and was resentful inwardly. "It's really infuriating, but to avenge my parents and gain fame in the martial world I absolutely need him." The young man at this time returned with food again. The two siblings in their hearts harbored the resolve to defeat Qianun. The adults on this side were drinking and talking cheerfully. "Great hero Chang'an, you praise me too much. I have always looked forward to your sword dance, but what is your relationship with young master Qianun?" Chang'an answered seriously, "He is our protector." The three were so shocked to hear those words that their jaws dropped in disbelief. "No way, that young man is a protector. Are you saying that young man has martial arts superior to others?" Chang'an didn't explain much and asked again, "By the way, what is the situation in the martial world these days? I haven't been to the martial world recently, so I'm very curious about what's going on there." The scarred face answered, "Nothing special, but recently a strange rumor has been circulating, and our escort agency just heard this news. It's a rumor about a man called the Fist King, but it's not certain yet, and it hasn't been confirmed whether it's true or false." Chang'an poured him a drink and asked, "What kind of rumor is it? I'm really curious." He didn't hide it either and quickly explained, "It's something that happened in the southernmost city of Gansu province. A person fought over 200 masters, and that person took care of all 200 with just 2 fists. That's why that person came to be called the Fist King. That fist is faster than lightning, so if he throws one punch, one person is bound to fall, and sometimes even dozens of people around him fall." Another person who was listening to the two of them talk nonsense cut them off. "Brothers, rumors in the martial world are always exaggerated. In my opinion, it seems he defeated about 20 nameless masters and it was exaggerated." Jin Zhang retorted, "That's not so, but there are many cases where groundless rumors like now turn out to be true, so we can't take this matter lightly." Another person said, as if bored, "If we just talk nonsense like this, only the rumors will spread. Where are you and your party headed, great hero Chang'an?" He didn't hide it either and replied that he wanted to go to Dunhuang. Jin Zhang opened his mouth again. "That's great, we're on our way there too. How about we go together?" Chang'an was about to refuse, but then he realized something and thought to himself, "If I mix in with this group of warriors, it will be easier to hide, right? If we go with the escort agency's warriors and guards, we can be protected from pursuers or bandits. Above all, I can lessen young Master Qianun's burden." With that thought he opened his mouth. "For you to say so is a grace to us. It was a sudden decision, so I will inform my party of this and return." The other person nodded. "Please go and tell them." Chang'an then approached Qianun. Seeing that he was about to go somewhere, he asked, "Young Master Qianun, what's wrong? I have something to discuss about going to Dunhuang." Qianun cut him off. "I'm sorry, but I have to go somewhere for a moment." He couldn't understand. "What's wrong?" he replied. "Someone is calling me. Judging by the damage, they are probably somewhere in the desert. Judging by their energy, it's probably the 3 demons." Chang'an heard those words and furrowed his brow. "Have they already come this far?" Seeing Qianun approach, the group asked, "Young Master Qianun, have you finished your meal?" He replied, "Thanks to all of you, I have enjoyed a feast. I have some business, so I must go for a moment, please understand." The group heard those words and slightly misunderstood his intentions. Whether it's a big matter or a small matter, it's very important to resolve it cleanly. I want to go and resolve my sorrow too, Qianan reminded Chang'an through telepathy. While I'm gone, if someone suggests we move, absolutely do not follow them and stay here. You will understand soon enough. Please keep that in mind and be sure to wait until I return. After giving his instructions, he clasped his hands towards the other group. Then please excuse me. After speaking, he flew away as fast as a meteor. The group saw it and were completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide. The Mugga siblings on this side were very displeased. That damn bastard, he's going alone again. His actions immediately shook the group here. Qianan moved as if flying through the desert. Soon he arrived in front of a certain cliff. As soon as he landed, a voice echoed. I didn't think you'd actually come, Qianan replied nonchalantly. To pass through this desert anyway, we'd have to fight once, wouldn't we? The opponent slowly approached. Didn't you think that not only I but the 5 ultimates also came? Qianan, without the slightest fear, was still calm. It doesn't matter whether you came together or not, Guokchul ground his teeth. You're still a guy with guts. On this side, the group gathered in disgust. It's been over 2 hours, but young Master Qianan still hasn't returned, so it must be a big deal. Just then, another person came running hastily. Chief Escort, over 30 warriors are coming this way. He was startled to hear those words. What? Hurry up and assemble the escort guards and escorts. Soon a group of people came riding on horses from the front. The merchant guild on this side also assembled and prepared for battle. The scarred face was dazed. No way, isn't that person the leader of the 4 heroes, Sage Mo Dagon? The opponent, with a serious expression, looked at him and opened his mouth. It's been a long time, escort agency director. After that, he got off his horse, clasped his hands and said very politely, I didn't think I would meet a senior of the martial world like you here. The chief escort also returned the greeting politely. To meet the leader of the 4 heroes whose fame is widespread in all directions in such a remote place is truly an honor. Dagon continued. Thankfully I've met someone I know, so it's more convenient to talk. He asked again. If you have any business, please tell me. If it's something within my ability, I will do my best to help. Dagon did not hesitate and went straight to the point. I am looking for someone. We must take them with us. He was very puzzled to hear those words. You're looking for someone in this desolate desert? It's already dark, so how about you rest first? Chang'an on this side turned his body and was inwardly flustered. Dagon isn't that guy from the Martial Alliance. Why in the world is he here? He approached the Mugga siblings and reminded them through telepathy. From now on, no matter what happens, you two must absolutely not panic and stay seated here. Do you understand? Dagon on this side also noticed them. It seems the person I was looking for is also here. The escort was horrified. Is that so? But whether they go or not is not for me to decide. Dagon nodded his head. I understand what you mean. Then I will go and meet the guests we must serve. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate behind him resolutely pointed towards the Mugga group. He quickly approached and called for the middle-aged warrior. He replied, May I ask who you are? I am Chang'an, another person said through telepathy. I am Gang Yung, the leader of the White Tiger Brigade. Dagon opened his mouth again. I would like to meet the person I must serve. Qianun saw it and was startled, jumping up. Isn't that guy the one who chased us last time? The people on this side were very surprised in their hearts. For someone like Dagon to personally come to serve his master? And isn't Chang'an's martial art from the Martial Alliance? Why is he hiding his identity and crossing this desert? Chang'an furrowed his brow and thought, is this because young Master Qianan is not here? Could this be just a coincidence? First, let's trust what young Master Qianan said. With that thought, he opened his mouth. Understand who we should meet. I think it is right for me to speak with courtesy, Dagon continued. I swear on my name nothing will happen, my lord. Chang'an was sure in his heart. Who else could it be but the Hoyin family? With that thought, he opened his mouth. We must go to this place immediately. After our work is done, we will take the time to visit him in person. So please tell us his name and residence, Dagon reminded him. Please do not make us act rudely. Listening to the conversation between the two, the people on this side began to feel that something was wrong. What's wrong? I don't know either. But it's certain that Dagon is very strong. So the one who came with him must also be a person of outstanding martial arts. Compared to me, the martial arts of that big guy standing next to Master Mo are also not ordinary. The person next to him was horrified. How can a group of only masters be dispatched all at once? He scratched his head. It made sense. It definitely wasn't the Martial Alliance. Over here, Chang'an had already become enraged and shouted. Since when did the Hoyin family become so rude and insolent? That man Gang Yung already told us what we wanted, so how can you still act this way? Dagon clasped his hands together. Due to personal reasons I could not reveal my identity in advance, so please forgive me. Let me introduce myself again. I am Dagon, the leader of the Buchiangak, trusted by the Hoyin family. This is a family matter, so I will explain it later. All of this is to ensure the safety of those accompanying us and the peace of the martial world, so I hope you brothers of the 4 heroes will pretend not to know about this matter. At this point, Soso could no longer hold back and shouted, Why do you keep tormenting my brother and me? What have we done wrong? Tell me everything. Otherwise, please don't say it's for our safety. And don't use the peace of the martial world as an excuse. Hurry up and tell me, why are you trying to take us? Dagon glanced at her and replied, I cannot reveal the reason, but you two can only survive if you come with us. Chang'an stepped in front of Soso and said loudly, That's enough. There's an order to everything. One of our party has stepped away for a moment, so let's talk again when he returns. Dagon asked again if it was Qianan. He confirmed, that's right, no one can move until he comes. At this time Gang Yung approached Dagon's ear and quietly whispered something. After listening he nodded his head in agreement. We have business with him as well, we can wait. Hearing this, Chang'an let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Thankfully I've bought some time to breathe over here. The Merchant Guild group was also discussing through telepathy. Brother, no matter how strong your martial arts are, please don't be too rude. The situation is becoming more and more unfavorable. At this time, a group of people appeared on horseback to observe, and their numbers were not small, reaching several hundred. The scene shifts to the cliff where Qianan is. He spoke to his opponent. How did you become a dog of the martial alliance? The three demons were enraged. What did you say? A dog. Qianan was still extremely calm. Weren't the three demons originally famous for their high pride? The long-nosed man answered unpleasantly. Stop with the nonsense. Why should we join hands with those martial alliance bastards? What we need is, at this moment, Qianan cut him off. The heavenly demon's soul absorption art, right? Why do you keep talking about Jamma? The long-nosed man was even more displeased. What is Jamma? What we are looking for is the heavenly demon's soul absorption art. Qianan explained, if you really want to find the heavenly demon's soul absorption art, why did you call me? You could have just ambushed them. But if it's the five ultimates, their target must be the Mugga siblings. The opponent snorted coldly. You came even though you knew, so you've made a big mistake. Qianan laughed coldly. That's something I can figure out just by observing. The eldest brother opened his mouth at this time. It seems you have great faith in the power of those Golden Dragon Escort Agency guys, Qianan retorted. Of course not. I don't think those guys can handle the five ultimates. But the escort agency's director is a former Shaolin disciple, so do you know that the five ultimates will be in trouble if the Jin family merchant guild gets hurt after paying for their services? Besides, if the five ultimates were to launch a surprise attack, there would be nothing to stop them. Guokchul snorted coldly. Your reasoning is good, but from now on whatever happens don't even think of knowing it, not even in your dreams. Qianan asked back. Are you talking about Jamma's plan? Isn't it just disguising yourselves as bandits or using bandits to ambush the merchant guild? But there are others nearby aiming for the Mugga siblings. Those guys are no pushovers either, so it won't be easy. Guokchul in his anger took out his weapon. You cunning bastard. The ground below him was shattered by his strike. Accordingly, dust and dirt fell from above towards Qianan without a trace of fear. He clenched his fist and executed the continuous diamond dragon. The falling dust and dirt were all hit by him and scattered away. Guokchul not only attacked like that but also took advantage of the dust cloud obscuring Qianan's vision to swing his chain and attack again. But no matter how fiercely he attacked, Qianan dodged it all. The second demon marveled. Did that guy eat 1,000-year-old wild ginseng or something? His movements are completely different from before. At this time Qianan seized the opportunity, used a rock as a hidden weapon, and hit Guokchul's remaining eye, forcing his assault to stop. You son of a bitch, you're aiming for my eye again? Qianan laughed. Now I see that your eye is the one I warned you about before. Guokchul gritted his teeth. I'll gouge out your 2 eyes and break your 2 arms and legs. Qianan didn't seem to care much and was still calm. Is it just you, or do you need all 3 of you? Guokchul was enraged. I alone am enough to take care of a bastard like you. After speaking, he executed the Suyalan to attack, and the chain flew like a snake's tail at an extremely fast speed towards Qianan's eyes, but at the crucial moment he easily twisted his body and dodged. He then launched himself and executed the Jiamgungchul Gagong to attack, and one punch struck Guokchul's chest squarely before he could even react. A blue light flashed there, and Guokchul and Qianan were then pushed back from each other. Qianan laughed and taunted. Your 3 section is weaker. Enraged, he clenched his fist and charged in. How can you withstand my strong chi art with that weak-ass fist of yours? Qianan, not backing down in the slightest, clenched his fist, then try to endure it until the end. Guokchul laughed coldly. Truly ridiculous. Let's see. Qianan was not one for many words and executed the Peshang Chuhan to attack. The two continued to exchange fists and kicks in a close-quarters battle. Guokchul reached out, grabbed his hand and shouted, I'll squeeze you dry. Qianan at this time seemed to be sealed by his huge 2 hands, nevertheless he was unfazed. As soon as he broke free he executed the continuous diamond dragon again. A fist exploded on his body once more. After landing this one punch he let out a sigh and marveled. Do you understand now? If there's anyone else, hurry up and come out. Just as he was feeling triumphant, thinking he had taken down Guokchul, a fist flew at him. Unexpectedly, Guokchul was still standing firm and landed a blow on him, sending him flying. Where did you learn such a foul mouth? This time, as soon as Guokchul had barely managed to get a word in, he was hit by a punch and sent flying into the cliff. He stood there, flexing his hands and loosening his body, and praised, a soft landing. As the dust cleared, Guokchul's wretched figure was revealed again in the pile of dirt. The second demon jumped down from above at this time. This can't be. Where's our youngest? Not far away an assassin was hiding. He couldn't believe it in his heart. How can this be? How could his martial arts improve so much in such a short time? His internal energy has completely changed, and his fists are as hard and fierce as gravel. What in the world did he eat for his martial arts to improve so terrifyingly? Don't tell me he secretly went to Hugo Review's channel and trained in their techniques? This world is truly unfair. Over here, the second demon was crazily treating Guokchul, and the eldest demon also came down from above. How did you do it? Qianan replied nonchalantly. You seem quite surprised. I trained very hard. Are you asking what I did for the past few months? A few months is by no means a short time, the eldest demon marveled. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have dared to believe you've improved this much, Qianan continued. If I hadn't been stimulated or known my own abilities, it wouldn't have been as easy as it is now. Although the result would have been the same. Hearing those words, the second demon furrowed his brow as if lost in thought. The eldest demon spoke again. In any case, it's amazing, but don't compare me to that youngest brother of mine. The several longswords on his body flew out and a powerful true chi exploded at the same time. Qianan couldn't help but be shocked. Your internal energy has gotten stronger. To be strong enough for your martial arts to push the swords out of your body on their own, the eldest demon shouted. Today is the day you die. Come at me, you brat. After speaking, he executed the Pagyok to attack. Two longswords imbued with internal energy flew through the air. The spot where Qianan had been standing was soon met with a huge explosion, but he had launched himself in time and dodged. But from above another one still came crashing down. He twisted his body again to dodge, and as soon as he landed on the ground, the two swords surrounded him. He couldn't help but marvel. For two swords to both move on their own? Amazing. Over here, the eldest demon executed the Pagyok to attack again. In the blink of an eye, Qianan was surrounded with no way out. He didn't just stand there and wait to die and began to counterattack. He swung his hand and executed the second fist, and a powerful punch shot straight towards the encirclement. The two longswords were forced to stop accordingly. But as the eldest demon executed the technique again, they flew around crazily and attacked once more. Qianan dodged with considerable difficulty, and one after another they continued to stab at him. The eldest demon on this side was still crazily triggering his true chi, and his body's true chi was gradually becoming stronger. Over here, Qianan broke out of the encirclement and rushed in. The third fist then burst out from him. It seemed this one punch had hit his opponent, but it hadn't. At the crucial moment, the second demon appeared and blocked this one punch with the Hylian Bicha. Qianan was then forced to retreat. The second demon was sent flying even more miserably, rolling on the ground. The eldest demon was very worried to see that. He reached out and pulled out the remaining sword from his body. 3-section prohibition sword, disassemble. World-shaking great power. The second demon was horrified to see that. Eldest brother, no, you'll be in danger too. The eldest demon resolutely pulled out the sword. It's too late. What more is there to spare at this point? I'll be in danger anyway. If we can't decide the match even after giving it our all, everyone will be in danger. Qianan was a little interested. This is how a fight should be. I'll give it my all too. The second demon lifted his wooden shield again. Good, then let's throw away our pride and attack together. You can curse me for being a coward. Qianan didn't seem to care much. A coward? What's cowardly about joining forces to attack? The one who throws away his life for a little bit of pride is the real fool. In a life or death fight, what's the use of that damn pride? The eldest demon praised. You're quite something. I am one of those born into this world to be admired, but this time, I will surely make you realize this. Qianan marveled. From a distance it seems you're quite worried. A flow of power like a nuclear bomb spewed out from the eldest demon. It soon spread towards Qianan. His eyes were blinded by the light there, and he was horrified inwardly. At this level, I'll have to use all of the continuous 6 phantoms. At the same time, the second demon also executed the Hylian Gong and rushed in. Qianan didn't dodge, stood there and swung his fist to meet him. He taunted. You're giving it your all, yet you can't focus at all. Qianan was pushed by him and dragged for a long distance on the ground. Just as he stabilized himself, his opponent came crashing down on him again, and a powerful blow exploded squarely on his body. Qianan blocked this one blow, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly in a taunt. As the dust cleared, the wooden shield was blocked by his hand. The second demon saw it and his jaw dropped. You caught my Hylian? Qianan gathered his momentum and pulled the Hylian back. Don't tell me you're trying to throw it back. After speaking, he resolutely threw the Hylian back at him. The second demon snorted coldly. Truly ridiculous, how dare you imitate my Hylian? He confidently reached out and caught the Hylian without a trace of fear. The eldest demon on this side shouted in horror. Be careful. The second demon was very puzzled to hear that. But when he turned his head, he saw Qianan executing the fourth fist and crashing down on him. That bastard hid a technique behind the Hylian he threw. A powerful punch exploded squarely on the Hylian, and a dazzling explosion soon occurred there. Over here, Guokchul cried out in pain with tears in his eyes. Second brother. This one technique of Qianan sent his opponent flying straight into the cliff. Dust soon filled the air there and the ground was shattered. At the same time, the eldest demon also unleashed a technique from this side, and a longsword flew through the air from behind and attacked towards Qianan. Seeing it, he hastily twisted his body to dodge. As soon as he dodged one, another one grazed past him from behind. He then went around to his opponent's side and swung his fist. Your side is open. One punch flew straight at his opponent. The eldest demon didn't dodge and swung his longsword to block this one punch. So this one punch from Qianan couldn't touch his body. Immediately after, he turned his body and stabbed with his sword to counterattack. Qianan dodged and then swung his fist to counterattack. This one punch aimed straight for his opponent's face and flew in, but in the end he couldn't achieve his goal and had to retreat to dodge the sword's blade. The two exchanged blows back and forth, unable to decide the match for a moment. Qianon continued to dodge his opponent's sword blade, looking for a chance to counterattack. True chi condensed at the tip of his fist again, and the fifth fist burst out, but the eldest demon once again raised his sword to block it. But this time something unexpected happened. As soon as his two longswords clashed with his fist technique, countless cracks appeared. The eldest demon's true chi accordingly exploded more and more violently. This couldn't help but surprise Qianon a little. He proactively retreated and hastily observed the situation instead of continuing to attack. Over here, the second demon, who had been sent flying into the cliff, stammered, "I clearly took the hit, so why am I fine?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the third demon opened his mouth from behind. Only then did he realize that he had collided with his youngest brother. "Did you just block that one blow for me?" the third demon said with difficulty. "Second brother, eldest brother is in danger. If you had calculated carefully and acknowledged his skill, even if you had to sacrifice your life, you could have at least weakened his power. Brother, I'm truly sorry. I hate to admit it, but his power has become stronger than ours. If you hadn't shared some of your energy with me, second brother, at least you two brothers would have had time to escape." The second demon cut him off. "What are you talking about? There must be a way." The third demon was worried. "But the problem is that even if he seals all of eldest brother's power, it will be very difficult to decide the match between him and our brother." Over here, the eldest demon was still crazily attacking Qianon. As he dodged, he thought to himself, "Just grazing his sword, chi stings." One attacked fiercely, and the other dodged crazily, and the two fought back and forth like that. Qianon thought quickly in his head, "Although his martial arts are extremely strong, if this is his limit, it's worth finishing. I should test how strong the Samjalpachian is. To do that, I have to create distance first." With that thought, he swung his fist to attack again, but his opponent blocked it with the sword hilt. He then proactively retreated to create distance and immediately executed the continuous technique to attack fiercely. The eldest demon had no choice but to stop his offensive for a moment and swing his sword to block. Qianon on this side clenched his fist. Now is the decisive moment. The eldest demon also shouted one word, gathered his strength and executed the Changangom. Qianon executed the Samjalpachian Hoang. The two sides clashed head-on again, and a powerful aftershock spread to the surroundings, even cracking the cliff. As the dust cleared, the eldest demon was defeated and kneeling on the ground, and Qianon stood imposingly in front of him and said, "From this moment on, the three demons will completely disappear from this world." The eldest demon gasped for breath and answered, "This meeting was an ill-fated one, but I have no regrets." Qianon swung his fist and shouted to die. The second demon on this side immediately ran over and blocked in front of the eldest demon, executing the Hylianilson to try to save him. "I will be the one who blocks the Hylian of the three demons." Guokchul on this side wailed in despair, and another huge explosion occurred there. This side of the desert was still quiet, and Mo Dagon's group was still waiting for Qianon here. He sat in his spot, leisurely drinking tea, and suddenly opened his mouth. "Everyone prepare." Changmun was horrified. How did he get here?" He then approached and tore off a few wooden planks. The escort group came out of the tents, unable to understand. "What's wrong?" Changmun answered. "We're under attack. Everyone hurry and prepare." Mo Dagon on this side asked his subordinate, "Before this happens, we must move these things quickly. Gang Yung, aren't you trying to spread bad rumors about the Hoyan family?" Gang Yung hurriedly bowed his head and explained, "I was careless. I'm truly sorry, everyone. Squads 1 and 2, go to your defensive positions and prioritize protecting Leader Mo. Squad 3, move as planned and carry out this mission." After giving orders to his subordinate, he asked, "Do we have to prepare so thoroughly to deal with that one grunt?" Mo Dagon answered, "We'll know if it's a grunt or a monster when we meet him." The place suddenly became chaotic. "What's that noisy sound outside? Damn it, I just fell asleep. The chief escort and the head escort are both here, so why go out? Don't ask for trouble." Over here, the sleeping Mugga group was also woken up by the noise. "How bold! Who in the world is knocking so loudly?" The sound of knocking from outside grew more and more intense. Soso woke up and called her brother. "Qianun, hurry up and get up. I think something happened outside." The young man who had just woken up was so horrified that his two eyes widened. It was because an arrow flew from outside and almost hit his precious place. "Sister, let's get out of here quickly." As soon as he stuck his head out, he was met with a rain of arrows. Changmun was blocking the arrows with a wooden shield, and seeing him come out, he reminded him, "Don't come out, it's safer inside the tent right now." The other group also went into a defensive posture. "Head, is everyone all right? Is brother all right? Hey, don't treat me like an old man. I'm fine even if hundreds of thousands of arrows fly at me. Elders, it seems the arrow rain just now was to scout us out. Shouldn't we reorganize the camp now?" Myung Hyeon had something to say to Jin-guk. Over here, the White Tiger Brigade was also setting up shields. "Leader Mo, what should we do now?" After using arrows, they will use a fire attack. Mo Dagon, with a firm expression, ordered, "We must pour all our strength into defense before we get into their range. Everyone, to your positions, take your long swords and daggers and prepare for close combat." Soon the sound of horses neighing echoed from afar. This group started to use fire arrows. The group couldn't help but be horrified to see the fire arrows, and the leaders of each camp immediately shouted their orders. "Fire arrows. Everyone, to your positions and block the fire arrows. Thankfully there's water nearby, so everyone hurry and get your bowls. Squad 1, attack and find out who the leader is. Squad 2, disguise yourselves as a fire attack and act as the leader. You must hold out until the end." The rain of fire arrows poured down like that, and it was truly a dazzling sight. The scene shifts to Qianan's group. He was at this time beating the three demons group with his fists. Seeing his two brothers being beaten, Guokchul struggled to get up and ran over. "Stop, please stop. Forgive my brothers." He approached Qianan and knelt. "I won't beg for my life. Kill me until you're satisfied and let my brothers live. Killing me alone is enough." The eldest demon cut him off. "I can't do that. I'm the eldest brother, so I'll take all the responsibility. To show my will, I will run to the cliff, smash my head, and commit suicide." Qianan stood to one side, watching this brotherly scene, and finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "My ears are too noisy. I've seen enough of your tearful brotherhood. It's enough for a man with strong pride to kneel like that. If I hear any more, I think my heart will weaken. I know what I have to do. Your eldest brother's martial arts are truly profound. I hope we are not enemies when we meet again. I have business, so I must be going." After speaking, he left the group and launched himself into the air and disappeared. Guokchul turned his head and looked at his two brothers. "Are you two all right? When I recover, I will definitely get that bastard." The eldest demon cut him off. "It's over now. After leaving our parents, we three brothers have wasted too much time. We must be filial before we die. Only then can we close our eyes when we die. Jamma, I have met a strong enemy." "I bet everything on this failure," Guokchul asked worriedly. "Brothers, what should we do about Jamma?" The eldest demon answered. "That bastard has gotten his revenge by making us do these dirty things. From now on, let's forget everything and live for our parents." The assassin on this side stood on the cliff and marveled. "Qianan, you've become so strong that even the three demons can't beat you?" He then disappeared from the spot and left. Over here. Qianan was still flying like a bird, and suddenly he noticed a certain place. "That place looks good." He then immediately descended, entered a cave, and sat cross-legged. "Thankfully, I didn't use much internal energy because of the formation. Ship Bygone is now a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, so I need to train in the Muguksingong and recover to my best condition. Everyone, please hold on until then." Over here, the group's camp was filled with smoke from the fire arrows. A voice echoed incessantly from inside. "What's the damage situation? First, advance, and then observe and find the soldiers to estimate the damage. Are the camels and horses all right?" The subordinate confirmed for a while and then reported. "Currently, all the tents of Squad 1 have been burned, but there are no casualties," the captain ordered. "Collect all the tents that aren't broken and put all the luggage and other things in a place where they can be protected." Myung Hyeon said, "Grandfather, there's an injured person inside." Jin Jong answered, "Be careful." Over here, Chianun asked worriedly, "By the way, what have you been doing since earlier? Why did all of this happen?" Chunlun explained, "When the Hoyan family's White Tiger Brigade came, protecting you two was their top priority. The current situation is fortunate." So was puzzled, "But who is attacking us now?" Just as Chunlun was about to answer, Mo Dagon approached and cut him off. "The Guangpungsa, an elite Mongol unit." Gang Yung was surprised. "The Guangpungsa, are you talking about the army on the battlefield hundreds of li away from here?" The head escort group also opened their mouths. "Since they've shot both arrows and fire arrows, now they'll have to come in person and decide the match, won't they?" "That's right. It will be an all-out war." Chunlun furrowed his brow. "Why hasn't young Master Qianun returned yet? The situation is very urgent right now." The scene shifts to Qianun's side. The assassin at this time had already chased him and drawn his sword. "Truly foolish. How dare you distract yourself and circulate your energy while facing an assassin? I can finally take care of this son of a bitch. The perfect opportunity for revenge has come. Hee. When circulating energy, even a master has no defenses. That is the most perfect moment for an assassin. No assassin would take lightly an ambush that finds an opening. Before I end up kneeling in front of that bastard like the three demons. When I kill that bastard and reclaim the title of the #1 assassin in the world, if this blade just pierces his heart, if only it pierces, everything will be over." But when the blade reached Qianun's body, he realized something. "Why can't I move my body? Damn it, what did I do? Did I hesitate and miss the chance to kill that son of a bitch?" And while I was hesitating, another bastard suddenly appeared and tried to kill him. Who in the world is that?" That person was subdued by the assassin and couldn't move. And he was extremely puzzled in his heart. "Is this the Padosol? That bastard is stopping my movements. I have to run away as soon as the Padosol is released. One of the two must die, so I cannot kill this one." The assassin behind them was going mad with frustration. "Damn it, who in the world is that bastard?" On the other side, the Mongol army began to surround the group on horseback. The few people hiding under the sand observing were very confused. "Why do they just keep circling? Never mind, let's report first." After speaking, he immediately used a technique to report the situation. Over here, the signal was immediately received and reported to the superior. 300 fully armed men are moving around this area. About 100 archers, 100 defenders, and 100 spearmen. There is no one leading or commanding each unit. They are sending signals in this manner. After hearing this, Mo Dagon spoke. "The basic combat unit of the Guangpungsa I saw was also like that. From now on, the Qianryangdi does not need to protect me and Gang Yung. You will divide into small units and engage them. Gather the horses in one place and bury all the luggage under the sand. After the individual battles, we will assemble at the top of the southern Shipbyeokjin Hill." Gang Yung also observed the hand signals of the soldiers in front and recalled the oath he had made to the Hoyin family before the Qianryang sword. Over here, the Merchant Guild group also prepared for battle. The giant man asked the young man if he would retreat with his grandfather now. He drew his sword and replied, "To be honest, I'm scared, but I don't want to evade my responsibilities," he praised. "If your family were alive, they would surely be proud, truly proud. Their top priority is our goods, but our top priority is to keep everyone safe. They kill people, but we save people. So everyone must do their best. Block with your shields and cut with your swords. Let's stop them and save ourselves." All the escorts under the chief escort moved to their designated positions and fought as ordered. Fight as escorts of the Golden Dragon Escort Agency. Over here, Changlun thought to himself, it's probably because of the fight with the 3 demons that young Master Qianan hasn't been able to return. If the young master returns covered in wounds, that will also be the end. He handed a bundle to Sobbing and the other girl and instructed, "Take this and go to the Jin Family Merchant Guild and hide there with their leaders." The 2 asked worriedly, "What about the young lady and the young master? Aren't you coming with us?" He shook his head. "Just give the goods to the leader and you will save your lives. At that time, go back to the Central Plains with them and live freely. I'm so sorry for everything. If I have ever made you feel weary, please forgive me. Young Master Qianan will set you free. At that time you can do whatever you want." The 2 of them bowed their heads towards him in unison. "Thank you so much, Martial Uncle. Although it may take some time, we will surely see you again soon. We will pray for everyone's safety from the top of that hill." Changlun stood there watching the backs of the 2 as they left and marveled to himself, "Wei Young, I probably won't be able to keep my promise to you until the end. But don't worry, I will surely do my best to protect that child until the very last moment." Thinking this far, he glanced back and instructed, "Put on the armor of the Golden Dragon Escort Agency and follow me closely. From now on, the 3 of us will fight together. When the battle subsides, you 2 must run away and hide from here. I don't know what the Guangpungsa wants, but if the Hoyin family is cut off in this battle, I must send you 2 away from here by any means necessary. If you 2 arrive safely in Dunhuang, go to the Hyop Gekru and give this flag to the head. Just give this to him, and everything will be resolved." The 2 of them had looks of doubt on their faces. So took the flag and asked, "Martial Uncle, you loved my mother, didn't you?" Qianun was horrified to hear that. "What, sister, what are you talking about?" So lowered her head and said, "I know that my mother loved you too, Martial Uncle. That's why you've stayed by our side and taken care of us until now. Coming this far, we have also trusted and relied on you completely, Martial Uncle. But suddenly I had a thought that this might be the end. Why did my brother and I end up like this? Martial Uncle, please tell me. You must tell us the reason. That way, even if we die, we won't feel wronged." Changlun took a deep breath and then sighed. "Please understand that I could not tell you in advance or leave a letter to explain. But what I am about to tell you now is not the slightest bit of a lie. First, your biological father is the current leader of the Martial Alliance, Zhou Jinyang, Vice Alliance leader, Zhou Wanui, he is your half-brother. And in fact, the Vice Alliance leader's power in the Martial Alliance is growing stronger. And your maternal grandfather is the current leader of the Zaihasin cult. And you 2 are the descendants of the Zaihasin cult. That is the reason why the Martial Alliance is pursuing you under the pretext of having trained in demonic arts. To stop the heavenly demon soul absorption art, they must capture you. And they intend to use that power by pursuing you in the power struggle within the Martial Alliance. So right now, your only way to survive is to go to the Zaihasin cult in Dunhuang. Go find your maternal grandfather and become a person of the Zaihasin cult there. Train in martial arts, become strong, and then come back and take revenge." The 2 were even more shocked to hear this news. So asked as she put on her armor, "Is the Zaihasin cult strong?" Changlun replied, "It is so strong that even the Martial Alliance sometimes cannot defeat it." Hearing that, Qianun asked, "Then they can easily take care of that guy named Qianan?" Changlun was bewildered. "Why do you say that?" The young man was startled and broke into a cold sweat. "No, I didn't mean it that way. If they're that strong, there must be masters like that guy named Qianan, right?" He replied nonchalantly, "Who knows, I can't guarantee it, but I suspect there will be many masters as strong as young Master Qianan." So asked again, "What will our status be in the Zaihasin cult?" He closed his eyes and was lost in thought. "The young lady will become a divine maiden, and the young master will become the young leader. Because you 2 are the only blood relatives of the Zaihasin cult." So turned her head, looked at her brother and vowed to herself, "That's right, we must overcome this difficulty. We must survive, only then can we repay all this humiliation." Over here, the Mongol army charged fiercely. The escort group stood at the front holding their shields and preparing for a decisive battle. The longswords of both sides clashed immediately after, and the scene shifts to Qianan's group. "I am Ghost-Killing Sword Yahan, one of the 3 great assassins of the martial world. Some time ago I heard the news that my younger brother died while on a mission. Although he and I were not on good terms, seeing his body, I realized that blood is thicker than water. He wanted to surpass me and stabbed me in the back countless times. But in any case, he is my flesh and blood. Just as I was harboring the thought of avenging my brother, I received a mission to kill that bastard. It was a mission entrusted to me by military advisor Jama. Knowing my grudge against him, he must have thought I would surely complete the mission. I became an assassin to avenge my parents, and I avenged my parents on my first mission. And now I will surely avenge my brother's killer. But as I chased him, I learned countless great secrets. First is his past, that he is the successor of the Amhon Salman. Second is that unlike other ordinary assassins, he does not hide but acts openly. Third is the fact that the more he fights in the dark, the stronger he becomes. Lately I have been following him and asking myself, is my pursuit of him for my brother's revenge? Or is it because, like my younger brother of the past, I want to surpass someone stronger than me? At that time, for the first time, I shouted what I wanted to do. It is to kill him and climb one step higher. But that made me lose my original composure. I revealed my inner self without any defenses. If I move now, one of us will surely die. Over here, the battle between the two sides was still being waged very fiercely. And no matter how ferocious the Mongol group was, the group stood firm and fought back. The sound of Mongol horses' hooves came and went continuously, trying to break through the group's defensive line. One person ran to the leader and said, "Leader, you're being too harsh on the brothers of the Waipundi. If this continues, we'll all be in big trouble." That guy snapped in anger. "Shut up. On the battlefield, you have to lower your body. It's enough to know our unit. If we worry about other units, who will worry about ours?" That person opened his mouth again. "The marshal has ordered us to fight to the best of our ability, and I will submit a surveillance report on that side's formation. Each formation has its own unit, but there must be a formation whose top priority is to protect the Golden Dragon Escort Agency. The other formations are all people from the Central Plains martial world, civilians and leaders who have temporarily taken refuge behind the hill, so we can fight with peace of mind." The leader asked again how many soldiers were on that side. That person explained, "The soldiers of the Golden Dragon Escort Agency, including the leaders, are close to 50, and the soldiers from the Central Plains are close to 40, of which about 10 are protecting other people." The leader praised. "Good, we will deal with the grunts of the Central Plains martial world, and the elite soldiers on that side are all masters who can take on 100, so don't confront them recklessly. It is enough for us to take care of the lower-ranking soldiers to achieve results. Young Pundi captain, always keep an eye on my instructions." The captains of each unit quickly moved according to the orders, and the second row of each unit finished their preparations. Seeing them charge, the person on this side also shouted loudly, "Advance, protect yourselves and drive the enemy to one place to annihilate them." Over here, the group hiding behind the shields finished their battle preparations and waited for the opponent to approach. The Mongol group still charged like horses, and seeing the shields in the enemy's formation, the cavalry threw their spears and advanced. Before he could even finish his sentence, a spear flew and pierced a shield, taking the life of one person from the Central Plains side. The remaining group couldn't help but be shocked to see that. The Mongol army did not stop and came closer. As a sword grazed past the formation, a slight commotion soon arose. The chief escort on this side gripped his long spear tightly and shouted loudly, "Sword unit, focus your attacks on those whose shields have been pierced." He then attacked a Mongol cavalryman who grazed past him. Although the opponent lifted a wooden shield to block it, both the person and the shield were sent flying. Over here, the scarred face fought the enemy with his hands, and with one punch the opponent fell from his horse. Over here, Myung Hyeon was also fighting a decisive battle with his sword, and in a moment of carelessness he was slashed in the back by his opponent. Fortunately, he was wearing armor, so he was not seriously injured. He turned his head, looked behind him, and let out a sigh. "I'm alive." The group on this side was still holding their shields and confronting the group in a group, and the shield unit gathered and aimed for the horse's leg area. The Mongol cavalry was still attacking fiercely. Changlan's group at this time all gripped their longswords tightly and raised their vigilance, and the place where they were was at this time surrounded by cavalry. Suddenly he jumped out from inside and fought a decisive battle. After fighting for a moment, seeing that many enemy soldiers were charging again, he proactively returned to the defensive line. When the enemy threw a spear, it was blocked by the iron shield again. But under their fierce offensive, the group was still dying. The escort agency group on this side was flustered and couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly a warhorse charged into their formation. The group's formation was scattered and in chaos, and they were immediately killed by the opponent's spear. The cavalry charged crazily like that, and this place was at this time covered in a thick cloud of dust with only the sound of weapons clashing heard. Over here, Qianon finished circulating his energy and came to his senses. In front of him, the two assassins were still in a motionless posture. The young man in front of him was immediately sent flying. He came out and glanced at the two. One more came late. "I am always grateful to the person in the back." After saying this, he suddenly launched himself and flew at the speed of light. The two assassins couldn't understand. "What?" He finished circulating his energy in half a shichen. That insolent bastard, did he hide his internal energy and circulate it? At this time, the two finally faced each other head-on. "Are you the assassin from the south, Yahan? Then are you Hyukchil-rang of the second assassin sect?" The scene shifts to the battle by the lake. The Mongol army at this time used bows and arrows again, and the group hid behind their shields and endured with difficulty, but it seemed they couldn't last long. So turned her head and reminded, "Qianun, they're shooting a lot of arrows, so hurry up and lower your head." But this time she noticed something strange and shouted, "Marshal Uncle Changmun, I can't see Qianun." He pointed to the side and replied, "There he is." So couldn't understand. "Why is he so far away?" He offered his opinion. "I'll go and bring him." She heard those words and immediately stopped him. No, it's dangerous now, so just leave him be. Changlan gripped his longsword tightly. The distance between the leader and the ordinary people might be safer over here. The two handmaidens were hiding behind a mountain, observing the battle and worrying. So scary. Martial Uncle Changlan, the young lady, they must be safe. They'll be all right, right? But where in the world is young Master Qianan? There's nothing we can do. But when the young master finishes his business, he'll surely come back. We'll be all right too, right? Just then another voice echoed from behind. Don't worry, I'm here. Hee hee. Since Qianan is not here, I'll protect you too. Qianun stood there with his hands on his hips, speaking imposingly. I personally broke through the battlefield and came all the way here to protect you two. And you two should think about it. Since Qianan hasn't appeared until now, that guy must have been defeated by the three demons. If he's not dead, he must be seriously injured and dying. Right now, only I can protect you two. While saying this, he was triumphant in his heart. Ho ho, now that they have no one to rely on, these two children will surely be mesmerized by my coolness. Unexpectedly, the two did not show the slightest sign of admiration, but instead seriously reminded him, please mind your own safety, we can take care of ourselves, young master. Hearing those words, the young man was furious. How dare you refuse the kindness of your former master like this? The group on this side, seeing him being so noisy, couldn't understand. What's wrong over there? My goodness, if this continues, we'll all be discovered. The two handmaidens on this side explained with difficulty. Sobbing, and I do not want the young master's protection. Really, the young master doesn't have to worry about us. Qianun shouted unpleasantly. What are you talking about now? The two handmaidens did not back down either. Can't you see that everyone is risking their lives to fight? If Sobbing and I knew even a little bit of martial arts, we would gladly run over there and fight with everyone. Young master, please go and help Martial Uncle Changlan. The young man couldn't contain his anger. These insolent wenches, are you looking down on me now? I'm more than enough to show you a bitter taste. I'll show you what pain is. Over here, one person could no longer hold it in and opened his mouth to remind, lower your voice. If the Guangpungsa knows we're here, but before he could even finish his sentence, Qianun returned again and shouted, cutting him off. Don't interfere in other people's business. These insolent wenches must be punished. But upon returning again, he was startled. There's only one person over there, so if everyone here joins forces to fight. Before he could even finish his sentence, a few other people appeared from that side. Captain, we've found the guild leader. The kidnapper and the two wenches are also here. Ho ho, that was too easy. The merchant guild group was then thrown into chaos. We're dead. We've been discovered. Everyone don't panic. As long as those guys get something, they'll spare us. Give them something. Another person cut him off loudly. Guild leader, the first thing we should do right now is... He turned his head and looked at the opponent with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Are those things more precious than our lives? The cavalry on this side began to discuss, and after a moment the one in the lead instructed his brothers to pack the luggage and finally take care of everyone here. Hearing those words, Jin Zhang was struck by lightning and froze on the spot, and the cavalry then launched themselves and charged in. Just then, another person drew his sword, and the flash of the sword grazed past so quickly that no one had time to react. The Mongol group and their warhorses were all decapitated in unison. The leader turned his head and saw that the opponent had already appeared behind him. Before he could do anything, the old man had already sheathed his sword, and the moment he sheathed his sword, his life was also ended. Everything happened in just an instant. The group on this side who witnessed this scene all gaped in disbelief. Everyone was at a loss for words at the old man's terrifying skill. Seeing him return, the two handmaidens sincerely bowed their heads and thanked him. Thank you for saving us. The merchant guild group also rushed over and expressed their gratitude. We don't know how to thank you. The old man smiled. It's nothing. Actually, I had made up my mind. I would never use a sword again. But since someone recognized my sword, I just returned the favor. You don't have to thank me so much. The cavalry on this side was still crazily riding their horses and fighting. Leader, the marshal has ordered us to join the main force and continue to raise the flag. The one in the lead replied unpleasantly. It doesn't matter. We promised from the beginning. We don't have to listen to that guy. I'll take responsibility. So we just have to deal with the lower-ranking soldiers. At the same time, someone was standing on a nearby cliff observing. Truly stubborn. Below, the leader was riding his horse and a subordinate ran over again and reported. Leader, there aren't many of them left. Their protective gear is as hard as armor, so it will be difficult with just the shield unit. Since there are no long-range support troops, we can't send more troops, the leader replied. Although it's a bit difficult, let's stick close and annihilate them. Instead of arrows, maintain distance and attack with spears. We must maintain that distance for the defensive unit to enter and shatter that place. If it doesn't go according to plan, you must get out of there immediately. All useless sacrifices will only hinder us. So protect your lives. The White Tiger Brigade group on this side was still holding their shields and enduring with difficulty. The young man thought to himself, Leader, are you watching? While waiting for you, we have held on like this. But we can't hold on any longer. But for the sake of our brothers, we did not give up and held on to the end. But where are you, leader? If you are alive, please come back and save us. The Mongol cavalry attacked more and more fiercely, and the group's formation began to collapse. The Mongol cavalry became more and more ferocious, and the ground was at this time littered with countless corpses. Gang Yung on this side gritted his teeth and shouted, Leader Mo, there are 30 Guangpungsa over there slaughtering our people. Because of that cruel and cunning bastard, all our lower-ranking soldiers have been annihilated. Shouldn't I go over there and support them? Mo Dagon answered while fighting. Don't worry too much. And what's so strange about those Guangpungsa guys? We've come this far, shouldn't we show all our cards? Opposite him was an imposing cavalry unit, and without the slightest fear he clasped his hands and executed the Chukgoljo Kanpung. A palm carrying powerful internal energy was then unleashed. The cavalry on this side, completely unaware of what was to come, still charged crazily. As Mo Dagon's attack was executed, the group on this side was startled. "Leader, look at that," the young man shouted in fear. "Everyone dodge. If you get caught in that whirlwind, it's over." This place was instantly swept up by the whirlwind Mo Dagon had executed. Gang Yung was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. The chief escort group on this side had a similar expression. Chang'an also shouted in surprise, "Is that the martial art of the Hoyin family?" So heard those words, turned her head to look, and Mo Dagon alone was blocking the Mongol cavalry group, and everyone at this time had become white bones with no survivors. The remaining group in the distance was even more horrified to see that. "Don't be afraid and stick together. Still have the numerical advantage." But before they could act, Mo Dagon launched himself and jumped into the air. He floated there and formed a very strange black sphere. The group looked up, unable to understand. Should we enter the center, form up and defend? The name of this technique of Mo Dagon was Hyukshuk Chukgung. And from within the sphere countless somethings were immediately shot towards the group. One person immediately returned and reporting to the marshal, "With this second attack, about 80 of our troops have fallen," the opponent reassured. "Don't be afraid, charge and attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate in front of him was killed by Mo Dagon. Gang Yung on this side also took the momentum and shouted, "The leader's martial art has overwhelmed the enemy, so everyone charge together and annihilate them." The group, as if gaining strength, once again reorganized their formation and charged with imposing momentum. The two chief escorts on this side were discussing their tactics. "Although that is the power of the Hoyin family, let's also contribute our strength and annihilate those bastards. The direction of the wind has changed, so now it's our turn to counterattack. Over here." Mo Dagon, who had taught the group a lesson at this time, had landed on the ground again and was standing quietly. One person who saw his appearance clearly stammered and shouted, "Leader, that's definitely him." The person next to him continued, "That's right, how could I forget him?" The group immediately buzzed. "I will show that bastard a bitter taste, leader. The time has finally come for our marshal to pay the price. All the brothers and soldiers here, let's charge together and attack him," the young leader shouted in anger. "Don't speak recklessly. In such a critical situation, how can you say such things? Wake up and think a little. With our current strength we can't even touch his clothes, let alone kill him. Although it's a bit frustrating, the best we can do now is to survive. We 8 brothers promised the leader that we would definitely survive. Don't you forget that promise." The group on this side was also in chaos. "We don't have many weapons left, and the opponent's momentum is that great, truly bad luck. Marshal, we currently have less than half of our troops left." The marshal gritted his teeth. "Although it's a bit humiliating, we must retreat." The group then immediately withdrew their troops and left. The 8 young men on this side also heard the retreat order, and since they were also about to retreat, they immediately responded and fled. Qianan observed from one side and couldn't help but marvel. To maintain their formation like that even while retreating, they must be the brothers of the Black Dragon Hall. Did he turn the tide with the second attack as expected of Mo Dagon? "Thank you for taking care of the ship Byokjin matter. But I still have to purge your Hoyin family." Below, Gang Yung approached and clasped his hands. "I was truly impressed by the leader's stubbornness," he sighed. "Why do you say things that make a person embarrassed?" Gang Yung continued. "The leader's martial arts are truly strong. You took down dozens of Guangpungsa with one technique." Mo Dagon shook his head. "Those guys are not the Guangpungsa. Except for the 30 who attacked our lower-ranking soldiers, the rest were all moving under the influence of drugs or hypnosis. Seeing such a reasonable deployment, they are definitely not the Guangpungsa." Only then did Gang Yung come to his senses. "I also thought something was strange. It's quite a shame," Mo Dagon continued. "In any case, they did not achieve their goal, so they will reorganize and attack again. Before that, we must take the Muga sisters, even if it means kidnapping them." Over here, the Mongol group was still crazily riding their horses and running. The few people in the back were frustrated and cursed in their hearts. "That bastard, for his own benefit, he drove hundreds of subordinates into this pit of death. If I hadn't realized in time, the brothers who came with me and nearly 30 people would have been scattered and all died. Someday I will definitely cut off that bastard's head and cut off that bastard GWAK Ryang's head too. But with our current strength we can't do it. My brother was taken hostage, but even if he hadn't been, they surely would have used another method. For now, to protect my life and the lives of the Black Dragon Hall brothers, everyone must endure. What would Hyungnim have done if he had been in this situation? He was younger than me, but he was our teacher who taught us how to survive, taught us how to read, and gave courage to kids like us who were treated like back alley trash. He's the one who taught us how to survive in this world. If I were him, I wouldn't feel so powerless. Hyungnim, where in the world are you?" Just then a voice echoed in his ear. "Wang Ryong, are you all right?" The owner of the voice was none other than Qianan. Hearing this voice, Wang Ryong immediately stopped in his tracks. The group next to him was puzzled. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Wang Ryong answered. "It's nothing, I just heard Hyungnim's voice." Hearing that, another person lowered his face covering and asked, "Are you saying Hyungnim is still alive?" Wang Ryong asserted with a serious expression. "Hyungnim is still alive. You all saw it earlier. There's no way Young Nim would have died when that bastard is still alive. I believe Young Nim is definitely alive. That person nodded his head. I think so too. Besides, that bastard is really strong. It's so frustrating. If Young Nim hadn't stopped us, I would have chased him down and at least spat on him, Wang Ryong reminded him. Don't speak so recklessly, Big Wang. You want to die right after spitting once. We can't die now. It doesn't matter what the situation is. We have to survive even if it means groveling. If we really die, how will we see Young Nim again? Even if we want to resist, even if we want revenge, we have to survive. Don't forget why Young Nim left like that. Big Wang grew even more displeased upon hearing those words. Back then we should have charged in and attacked even if it meant dying. Wang Ryong cursed in frustration. Damn it, if only I had the strength. Just then, Qianun's voice echoed in his ear again. Wang Ryong, it's me, just listen. Wang Ryong was inwardly horrified. This voice is Qianun Young Nim, it's really his voice. Qianun continued, just listen. If you can hear my voice, turn around. Wang Ryong didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately turned his head, scanning his surroundings. A subordinate saw this and was puzzled. Young Nim, why are you so scared? He continued to turn his head and Qianun continued to speak to him telepathically. The group behind him, not knowing what was happening, whispered quietly. Why is he turning his head so much? I think he was under too much pressure and finally went crazy. Now he's even crying. What in the world is going on? The fat one couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Young Nim, what on earth is wrong with you? Wang Ryong replied, crying and laughing. I'll tell you later. You'll all find out soon enough. The group then followed the others and left. Over here everything had finally returned to normal. After the fierce battle they could finally let out a sigh of relief. The two handmaidens also followed the group and returned to where Chang'un's party was. Seeing them, he let out a sigh. Are you two all right? Thankfully, you held on. They bowed their heads towards him. A certain master appeared and saved our lives. It is thanks to him that we were able to survive. The young man, Qianun, also approached. What did I tell you? If it weren't for me, this time next year would be the anniversary of your deaths. The two couldn't hide their displeasure and thought to themselves. We're truly speechless. Seeing their expressions, the young man threw his hat in frustration. How dare you not answer properly when your former master is speaking? Do you see me as a coward trembling over there? Chang'un advised. Young master, the two children are still frightened, so please be generous. The young man retorted in anger. Why are you taking these wenches' side, Martial Uncle? That's why they're so disrespectful to me. Now they're even ignoring my words. Chang'un gritted his teeth and thought to himself, he's changed. Knowing he will become the young leader of the Zaihisan cult, he has regained his confidence, but that's only after he gets there. If young Master Qianun saw this, he might be beaten to death. So stood up at this time and opened her mouth. That's enough. Muqianun, stop that unsightly display, the young man replied, feeling wronged. What did I do? It's not like I have nothing to say. So snorted coldly with a HMPH. Are you losing all your dignity over a mere handmaiden? There's still plenty of time, so do as you please when you're qualified. The young man sighed, dejected. If I wait until I reach the Zaihisan cult, can I do so with peace of mind? That damn Qianun, please come back alive. So walked past the two handmaidens and didn't forget to grit her teeth and threaten them. Don't you even dream that young Master Qianun will protect you forever. And don't do anything stupid enough to be remembered by a guy you're not suited for. Even crows have their mates. The two handmaidens trembled all over at her words and burst into tears, feeling wronged. Chang'un thought to himself from one side, the young lady's attitude has changed too. This will be a big problem when young Master Qianun comes. So-Sol, who was still comforting sobbing, was too frustrated and said loudly, no one knows what the future holds. You can't force someone to love you, can you? And it's not about being qualified to love someone either. Enraged, So gritted her teeth and was about to draw her sword. You insolent thing. Seeing this, sobbing stepped forward to stop her. So that's enough. Qianun on this side added fuel to the fire. Sister, look at them. They're secretly looking down on us siblings. Should I cut those two bitches down with my sword? Maybe they'll die at the hands of the Guangpungsa. Chang'un could no longer bear it and shouted, please both of you stop. This is not the time for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. Besides, Sobbing and So-Sol are no longer handmaidens. And don't forget that Sobbing is young Master Qianun's benefactor. That guy was still stubborn. What's there to not know? The Hoyan family intends to help us, so you can't touch us, Martial Uncle. And that guy named Qianun is no longer useful to us. You know this well too, don't you, Martial Uncle? No matter how strong he is, can he beat the three demons? He probably can't. He's probably in league with that woman, So-Sol muttered unpleasantly. What do you think young Master Qianun is? The young man mocked her, pretending to be a ghost. By now his corpse must be food for the crows in this barren desert. It's so obvious, seeing as he didn't show up from the start. What's there to doubt about this? So couldn't hold it in and opened her mouth. Qianun, I told you to stop. The young man, far from stopping, pretended to be a zombie and mocked her. What did I say that was wrong? So spewed curses at him telepathically. You idiot. The Hoyan family knows we are of the Zaihisan cult's bloodline. Do you think those human-faced demons will save us? Please get a grip. Whatever you do, we need to quickly think of a way to escape their grasp, and pray that young Master Qianun returns alive. Our chances of survival are at least a little higher if he's here. After hearing everything, the young man's face turned pale and he broke into a cold sweat. His tone changed immediately. But young Master Qianun has always been like that. The young master will definitely return alive. The two handmaidens turned their heads and looked at him, puzzled. Really? The young man scratched his head and laughed. I said some harsh things at such a difficult time. I was too much. Please forget it all. So also opened her mouth. I'm sorry about what happened just now, sobbing. You won't hold it against me, will you? The young man also cleared his throat and apologized. Sosol was inwardly puzzled. What is this? I suddenly feel like I've won, Soso continued. I lost my reason on the brink of war. Sobbing bowed her head. No, young lady, I should also apologize to the young master, Sosol unpleasantly reminded her. Why do you have to do that? The young man approached and said. Let's forget what just happened and get everything in order so we can leave as soon as young Master Qianan returns, Sobbing replied cheerfully. I'll go check if the luggage is all right. Sosol was dejected. What's she so quick and happy about? Just then, Gang Yung approached again and asked, Hasn't he come yet? In the middle of this wide desert, where did he go again? Is he not coming, or did he run away somewhere? Chunlun answered, He will be here soon, please wait a little longer. Just then another voice echoed, Were you looking for me? Qianan suddenly appeared behind him, startling Gang Yung. Everyone's attention turned towards them. Ho ho, you've come. Mo Dagon on this side furrowed his brow and thought, I've finally seen the brat. The Mugga siblings on this side each had their own thoughts. He came back unharmed? Does that mean he defeated the 3 demons, and without a single wound? I feel bad when he's here, and I feel even worse when he's not. How did he win? He must have used poison. He definitely used poison secretly. He won cowardly and came back, or did he lie about going to fight the 3 demons? Did those 2 wenches tell on him? Although it's been a while, whenever that Qianun guy is around, those 2 bitches always stick to him and seduce him. Truly shameless. What's so good about him that they wait for him like that? Once I arrive at the Xiaosan cult, I'll show that Qianun guy a bitter taste. After torturing him to death, I'll marry him off to a witch-like woman. On this side, Gang Yung shouted loudly. I knew it was you from a distance, you didn't run away. Qianun turned his head, glanced at him and sneered. A dog in a tiger's skin is not a tiger. What's so great about you all being wrapped in the hide of the Hoyin family? Gang Yung laughed again. Haha, I promised I would break your teeth and cut your tongue, didn't I? Qianun asked back as if not interested at all. How did you fulfill your last promise? Did you forget? You said before that if I cut off one arm and came back you would forgive me, and if not you wouldn't let me live. How is my wrist? Gang Yung snorted coldly with a HMPH. Did you go crazy after overcoming a few brushes with death? Haha. Qianun looked at him coldly. By the looks of it, you don't intend to keep your promise. I will give you time to leave your last words today. On this side, Mo Dagon thought blankly. Is he the one Gang Yung was talking about? The annihilation of the White Snake Brigade, the appearance of the Fist King, is it all because of him? His martial arts shouldn't be that great on this side. Gang Yung shouted in frustration. What a madman, your improved martial arts must be all talk. Qianun sneered. My mouth has always been at the level of a god. Mo Dagon at this time suddenly realized something. Why does that brat look familiar? Who is he? My intuition tells me that if Gang Yung fights him now it will be dangerous. Gang Yung on this side was provoked and trembled with anger. Qianun also began his attack. He grabbed his hand tightly and he shouted in frustration. It's no use even if you grab it tightly. Qianun snorted coldly with a HMPH. No matter how sharp a sword is, it won't cut you if you just grab the hilt. Following that, he lifted his foot and kicked him hard. Not stopping there, he continued to unleash techniques relentlessly, making him dizzy. Soon, fresh blood splattered. The 2 handmaidens were so scared they couldn't bear to watch. Chunlun's party was also shocked. He's fighting too cruelly. The young man Qianun was so scared he foamed at the mouth. The group of escorts shouted in tension. Leader, what should we do now? We're not seeing things, are we? Miang Haion trembled with excitement. To think there is such a martial art in the world. Mo Dagon furrowed his brow and thought. He was defeated without even being able to put up a fight. Opposite him, Gang Yung shouted crazily and executed the Ho-Hil Saho, his bloody 2 arms flying straight towards Qianun's chest. I'll rip your heart out alive like this, you brat. But Qianun didn't move an inch. He held up his 2 hands that he had torn off and replied, even a cat's paw can do that. Only then did he realize in horror. How did this happen? Qianun was not one for many words. He swung his foot and executed the Yuzhongtan, and with one kick he sent Gang Yung's body flying far away. After being hit by this one blow, he knelt on the ground and vomited continuously. Qianun shouted as he threw his hands back to him. Get up and fight again, he shouted in frustration. I'll wring your neck. Qianun swung his fist again. And yet I was trying to spare your life. As he threw one punch, the desert immediately shook, and after the dust cleared, a long large trench had formed in the ground. But the one who made this was not Qianun. You've made your move, Mo Dagon. You dodge well, brat. Qianun glanced at him and laughed coldly. I'm not a guy who falls for such petty tricks. He withdrew his true chi and walked towards him. Still the same savage stray dog from the back alleys, aren't you? Qianun retorted without losing a bit. Well, this stray dog is better than the mutts of the Hoyin family. He furrowed his brow. When you disappeared 7 years ago, if you had died, your neck would still be attached to your head, but today your head will surely be separated from your neck. Qianun glanced at him and snorted coldly with a HMPH. Whether it was 7 years ago or now, the Hoyin family is still so cruel. Later I will wipe out your Hoyin family just as you see it now, he shouted in anger. Is the noble Hoyin family a name you can carelessly speak? If you stop defiling my ears with those dirty words, I will kill all the eyesores of Shipbyeokjin, and you won't be able to stop me, he laughed loudly. Truly ridiculous. I just reconsidered. Open your eyes and see if you are right or I am, he continued to walk out. Still so arrogant, he loosened his hands and began to stretch. I will show you what it is to not be able to die even if you want to. Does the daughter of the Hoyin family want to seduce a man and do such a thing? Dagon shouted in frustration. That is not a name you can carelessly speak. Qianan immediately crouched down and circulated his energy, executing the Yunwan Jiam Gungriang, a technique called Yun Sung Wall continuously spewed out from him. Mo Dagon on this side did not back down and executed the Howl Byokai to counter. As the two sides clashed, a dazzling light immediately spread in all directions. This place was once again covered in dust. When they waited for the dust to clear, Mo Dagon couldn't see Qianan's figure. At the same time, he executed the Yusung Tan from above and flew down like a meteor. A huge explosion occurred there again and dust filled the air. As soon as Qianan landed on the ground, he immediately continued to execute the Janpeng Bigak to attack him. He was no ordinary man either, and executed the Jawapeng to counter. The two then separated and created distance. He sneered at him. "Those foolish techniques of yours are useless. If you want to get my attention, your life is not enough." Qianan snorted coldly with a HMPH. "My petty tricks will soon make you kneel and beg for forgiveness. Now let's do something a little more stimulating." Mo Dagon resolved inwardly. "I must double the power." Does he mean he showed all his skills from the beginning? A technique called Mukyungroi was then spewed out from him. Qianan easily twisted his body and dodged, which greatly surprised him. How can this be? On this side, the group of escorts stood to one side, watching the battle, and were all very surprised. Is it just a trick? Is it a calculated evasion technique? What in the world is it? Just then, Qianan ran towards the White Tiger Brigade's group again. Mo Dagon was startled and only then realized that bastard dares. The group of head escorts also watched in horror. They were fighting just now. Changlan on this side also shouted in surprise. To dare to pick a fight with a master of the Hoian family. Qianan ran and executed the Chanriang Jiangui to attack the group, and countless fists struck their heads squarely. In the blink of an eye, the entire army fell at his feet and was annihilated. Myung Hyeon on this side was extremely horrified and shouted, "He easily defeated the masters of the Hoian family. To what level has young Master Qianan's martial arts reached?" Just then a huge black shadow appeared behind Qianan again. Gang Yung rushed over and shouted, "I'll bite your neck even with my teeth." But what disappointed him was that Qianan was able to dodge just by slightly lowering his body. Following that, he swung his foot and kicked his jaw, making him a bloody mess. Seeing Gang Yung fall, Mo Dagon shouted in surprise on this side. He immediately rushed towards him and attacked. Qianan slightly turned his head and glanced at him, then raised his hand to block. When one technique failed, he continued to execute the Zhangqian Mukjang. He sent Qianan flying with one punch, and the two then executed their own techniques again. The two techniques clashed head-on again, and the two forces representing both sides exploded accordingly. Mo Dagon continued to execute the Howl Byokai. "Do you think you'll have a chance to gather your true chi in front of me?" He continued to execute the Mukyungroi to attack. Qianan on this side executed the Danhan Jiam Gungriang, and that place immediately flashed and exploded again. Dust filled the air and sand flew continuously. The group on this side was already buried in the sand at this time, and they then crawled out of the sand pile one by one. "My goodness, what is this? Anyone who sees this would think we've become a tomb." On this side, Changlan was also using his body to shield the two handmaidens. "Are you two all right?" "We're fine." Nearby, the young man Qianun crawled out from below with a shovel inside. "My goodness, I got sand in my mouth. What in the world is this?" On this side, Qianun stood and looked around, searching for his opponent. Hearing the group's question, he answered, "I'm sorry, I still can't control my martial art, so I have caused everyone trouble." He shook his head. "Thanks to you, young Master Qianan, we have overcome the most difficult moment." He clasped his two hands together. "In any case, I'm truly sorry for burying you all in the sand." Qianun shouted, "But why can't I see Mo Dagon? He's the one who caused this. Did he run away, or did they split up and run away?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Mo Dagon, who was lying nearby, opened his mouth. "I can't laugh since you all are still alive," the head escort marveled. "But this isn't ship Byeokjin anymore, is it? It's like 100 ship Byeokjins. Although it's desert sand with this size, what can ship Byeokjin do? It's over." It's a relief that everyone is safe. "By the way, Changlan, why didn't you tell us that young Master Qianan's martial arts were this profound?" He answered, "I didn't know either." Qianan scratched his head. "I had something to do, so I went first and was late." "I'm truly sorry." He then gaped and noticed Qianun. "You were over there. I couldn't find you because you were buried in the sand pile. I didn't know you were here, haha." Qianun stood there dejectedly and didn't answer. Qianan opened his arms and ran towards him. "I couldn't find you when I was looking for you earlier. I'm so glad to see you now," the young man thought to himself. "He's running this way happily. Do I have to awkwardly hug him now?" Thinking this, he closed his eyes, opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Come here, my friend." But what Qianan noticed was not him but the stick behind him. "Oh my, it's so cute." After picking it up, he turned his head and looked at him. "What are you doing?" The young man was so embarrassed he sweated profusely and stammered, "I." Immediately he opened his mouth, sighed and looked up at the sky. "The air is so clear." Qianan sneered, puzzled. "What a madman, it's all just sand, what's so clear about it?" He then approached Mo Dagon's side. "Let's see, are you still not dead?" Mo Dagon glanced at him. "Have you not realized anything from this? If the Hoian family goes all out, you and this entire place will all disappear." Before he could even finish his sentence, he hit his mouth with the club. "Your martial arts have been crippled, but your mouth is still alive." He was still stubborn and shouted, "You defeated me and Gang Yung, but that doesn't mean you can defeat the Hoian family." Seeing that, he once again hit his mouth with the club. "Didn't I say I would let you witness it yourself? From now on you will pay for your sins. My revenge on you ends here." Next is revenge for the souls you used. If you beg for forgiveness, the wronged souls might forgive you, he stubbornly shouted loudly. Even if I fall into hell, I will not beg you. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was hit in the mouth with the club again. You probably don't know, but this is hell. He was still being beaten, but he was still stubborn. If you let go now, you bastard, I will surely eliminate everyone related to you. Not far away, someone was quietly observing. Senior, is that the rascal? The person next to him continued. You just figured that out? Johan marveled. Ah, that disrespectful guy, what a vicious bastard. It would be better to die quickly, Hyuk-Cho-Rang continued. I was angry until just now, but now that I think about it, the guy they first saved almost ended up like that, Johan continued. But seeing him in person, his martial arts are so different from the rumors. Hyuk-Cho-Rang was also very puzzled. What in the world did he eat for his martial arts to become so strong so quickly? He probably caught up to my level, right? Johan nodded his head. Yes, as an assassin I have always respected you, brother. Hyuk-Cho-Rang offered his opinion. By the way, let's do something together. Since we both have the same goal anyway, shouldn't we join forces to kill that brat? Is that all right? Johan thought for a moment and then answered, That's why, Senior, I don't want to be beaten to death like that. On this side, a group of head escorts were discussing among themselves. Mo Dagon is being beaten with a club, shouldn't we stop him? I think there's a story we don't know. His martial arts are profound, but he's crazy too. Myung-Hyeon gaped and shouted. This is the first time I've seen someone being beaten with a club. So on this side sent a telepathic message to her brother. Cheon-un, sobbing, and So-Sol haven't said anything to young Master Cheon-un yet, right? The young man was sweating profusely as he answered, Probably not. That's much more terrifying than when I was hit. Chang-un glanced at them and marveled. Although young Master Cheon-un is a learned man, seeing that side of him, the two handmaidens turned around and went to pack their luggage. The old swordsman on this side also glanced that way and marveled to himself, Will the entire Hoyin family be killed? Mo Dagon was beaten for a long time and couldn't take it anymore. So he clasped his hands and begged for forgiveness. Stop, please, just let me kill myself. Cheon-un looked down at him coldly. Think of the innocent people you dragged into this and the souls of the dead and repent until you die. He then glanced at the sand dune and shouted loudly, You two over there, take this trash to the Hoyin family. The two assassins on this side heard those words and were puzzled. Two? Senior, I think it's just us. Don't tell me he even heard what you just said, brother. Below, Cheon-un shouted coldly. I'll count to 3, move immediately. Johan was flustered. What should we do now, Senior? Cheon-un quickly counted to 3. Just as the two were about to go out, 2 other guys crawled out from under the sand pile. Please forgive us, young master. Please just spare our lives. We'll get lost right now. Only then did the 2 young assassins let out a sigh of relief. They were alive. The 2 then prepared their horses. Before leaving, they didn't forget to thank Cheon-un. Thank you for sparing our lives, young master. When we return, we will relay your words exactly as you said. Cheon-un waved his hand in displeasure. Stop being a nuisance and get lost. Before he could even finish speaking, they were already gone, and he couldn't help but be surprised. They're really fast. The group then prepared to leave. Everyone must be tired, and since the sun is up, let's prepare breakfast. Escorts, please clean up the area and take care of the weapons and horses. Grooms and porters, please lead the camels and move the luggage. Those with other duties, please come over here. Chang-un also gave an order. The young lady and young master will help me move the Jin family merchant guild's luggage. Sobbing, our luggage is over here. The luggage and camels were soon gathered in one place again. The group of head escorts was gathered in one place at this time, discussing. He was truly amazing. I never thought we'd be able to survive after spending a night here, big brother. If that master is the Fist King we've only heard about in rumors, wouldn't that be amazing? The Fist King from the rumors in the Central Plains, big brother, no matter how I think about it, the Fist King from the rumors seems to be a real person. The group all nodded their heads. Myung-Hyeon also chimed in from one side. In my opinion, his martial arts don't seem to have reached the level of the 3 dragons. The man in the orange clothes spoke again. Think about it. To be so outstanding at such a young age, he might become the #1 master in the martial world later, don't you think? The gap between people like us and those children is already this huge. Now that we have met the Fist King in the desert, it is truly an honor. The scarred face stood up after a moment and shouted. Let's go and greet him properly. It would be truly foolish to miss this connection. When I didn't know, I just thought of him as a hooligan. But now that I know, I must greet him properly. I failed to recognize you earlier and was rude. We did not treat you properly. Will it be all right? The man in the orange clothes replied. We couldn't help it when we didn't know. When he said he was the Fist King, I was truly surprised. Over here, Chang-un asked Cheon-un. I was thinking of leaving with this merchant group. Is that all right? No, Cheon-un answered coolly. Fine. When crossing the desert, the more people, the better. Just as Chang-un was about to say something, his gaze turned behind him. The group of head escorts had already approached. This lowly one was blind and did not recognize the great man before me. The group clasped their hands in unison and paid their respects. We lowly ones formally greet the Fist King. I am Yulmuk Jin-guk, the director of the Golden Dragon Escort Agency, and I am head escort Aol-guk Jin. I apologize for only now meeting you, great man. Cheon-un also returned the greeting politely. Cheon-un, this is the first time I have heard the name Fist King. Jin-guk was shocked. Then we are honored to be the first to call you by that name. Mok Jin also opened his mouth. Throughout the land, everyone calls you young Master Cheon-un the Fist King. Cheon-un marveled. You praise me too much. I am still lacking to be called the Fist King. Jinzhong opened his mouth at this time from one side. You are more than enough. If young Master Qianan is not called the Fist King, then no one will be worthy of those 2 words later. I am Jinzhong, the head of the Jin Family Merchant Guild. I formally greet you. I share the same thoughts as the Golden Dragon Escort Agency. He also smiled awkwardly and replied. He continued, to meet the Fist King in the middle of the desert is truly my honor. This child is my disciple. He is still lacking in many ways, so I ask for your kind guidance. The young man immediately clasped his hands and bowed his head. I am Miang Hairon. It is an honor to meet you, Qianan replied. I will never forget last night's feast. Let's end the greetings here. It's time to prepare. Miang Hairon couldn't understand. Prepare if you mean breakfast, it will be ready soon. We have prepared an especially delicious breakfast today. Qianan explained, we fought all night, but we must reorganize our camp and prepare for the next battle. The group was puzzled. Right now, Qianan confirmed. By now those fake Guangpungsa bastards will be returning here. The group was even more surprised. Fake Guangpungsa, then the ones who attacked us last night were. Qianan shook his head. This is all I can explain for now. They are just bandits imitating the Guangpungsa, the escort group began to discuss. I thought something was strange too, that's right, they weren't as strong as I thought. Jinzhong also chimed in. In any case, they stole our treasures and even killed the porters and commoners. Over here, the young man Qianun was pretending to shake the sand out of his shoes. He was completely engrossed in the conversation of the 2 handmaidens nearby. Suddenly he approached and called them. The 2 handmaidens who were talking cheerfully were startled and turned around nervously. The young man approached and said imposingly, set aside the heavy luggage, we'll split it among us, hee. I want to carry all the heavy luggage too, but that guy from earlier gave me this sword for self-defense, and I'm wearing it on my waist. It's really too heavy. Besides, the blade is so sharp that with one swing a head will fly off. You might not even know your head has fallen off and keep walking. So approached and threatened. Remember this clearly. If you run your mouth carelessly just because you got scolded a little, your head won't be left. Qianun continued to threaten. In the past there were guys who bled just from me looking at them. Be grateful that the world has gotten better now. The 2 handmaidens nervously nodded their heads and said nothing. Over here, Chang'an slightly turned his head, glanced at them and thought to himself. Please stop with those threats before young Master Qianun notices. But why do I feel so uneasy? Over here, the 2 White Tiger Brigade members were still leading their horses, dragging the 2 Modegons. And one of them opened his mouth. Do you still remember the words he told us to relay? The guy in front immediately answered. You bitch from the Hoyin family and you old geezers, clean out your ears and listen well. The time has come for Qianun to return to the martial world. The Hoyin family will be annihilated and I will cut off that Hoyin family bitch's limbs and kill her. The Hoyin family will be cursed for generations. The young man sighed. I want to live a little longer, the 2 discussed as they walked. But if we say this, the Hoyin family will kill us. But if we don't relay it, he will kill us. My goodness, are we dead either way? Then how about we write a letter and put it in Lord Mo's body? That's a good idea. You're a real genius. We might be able to live a little longer after this is over. The scene shifts to another place. In the forest, the sound of a dog barking echoed incessantly, and they approached and sniffed the hand on the ground. After licking it to confirm, they opened their mouths to eat. Just then, Muchil got up again and shouted not to bite. The young man turned his head and looked at the dogs surrounding him, unable to understand. These wild dogs are trying to eat me while I'm unconscious. That girl I met must be the #1 woman of all time, past and present. Otherwise, how could she beat me? Another type of person to be careful of has been added. Strong, good figure, looks dangerous, looks ordinary but wears eye makeup, a bit skinny, pretty but has a strange nose. I'm probably the unluckiest guy in the world, but as I ate, how many did I eat? Anyway, there's nothing more to eat, so let's stop. After eating his fill, he lay down there and let out a long sigh. Just then an old woman passed by. Hey young man, I have a few things to ask you. Have you seen a young veiled lady and an old man go by? Muchil furrowed his brow, observed the other person and evaluated her inwardly. What, is this old woman one of them? She looks like a servant. Should I try to scare her? The old woman couldn't understand. Why are you looking at me like that? Muchil slowly stood up. I'm unlucky, but you're even more unlucky. You won't die at their hands, but at mine your nose is strange and you look strange. It's time for me, Muchil, the first divine demon of all ages, to unleash this anger. From the looks of it, you're one of them too, so I'll punish you on their behalf, the old woman sighed. Seeing the nail marks on your body, you must have met the young lady. That's why you don't know how high the heavens are. After speaking, she resolutely kicked him in the chest. Since you know the young lady's secret, you no longer need to live. Muchil immediately fainted and fell to the ground. She approached, checked his pulse and marveled. Has he stopped breathing? Since this is your fate, don't hold a grudge. She then left Muchil there and continued on her way. The scene shifts back to Qianun's group. Mok Jin explained, with ship Byeokshin at our backs, we place the luggage on the left and the camels on the right, quietly looking down the hill to face the enemy. If the situation hadn't been like that then, it would have been quite difficult. Young Master Qianun is also skilled in military strategy, he replied. You praise me too much. I just use some petty tricks I saw or heard from my seniors in the past, but may I use the elders' property to turn the situation around, Jinzhong answered. They wouldn't try to save the life of a porter like me either. If those goods can save people, it's a worthy cause, Miang Haion chimed in. But can the camels protect us? If we run with all our might, it will only increase the number of injured, Qianun explained. There is an open space to run separately. When I go outside, everyone will be assigned different missions. The escort agency's soldiers will set up a formation below, and the inside will focus on defense. If the situation becomes unfavorable, everyone should ride the horses or camels and flee. We must minimize casualties as much as possible. The reason the Guangpungsa attacked before was unexpectedly because someone from the Hoyin family was involved. But after that battle they will prepare thoroughly and attack, the group agreed. That's right. Now that the Hoyin family's army is gone, it will be easier to defend. By the way, does the young master know the Hoyin family? Qianan shook his head. It's nothing. What he said made the entire group's jaws drop. Before my martial arts became what they are now, I was almost beaten to death by a girl named Hoyin Ran. And in the past, I was chosen as a sandbag for about 10 miners and was unfairly beaten to death. The group couldn't understand. Then why did you only cripple the martial arts of Lord Mo and Lord Gang and send them back? I'm also very curious why you had the Hoyin family soldiers drag them all over the desert. Qianan explained. Although I want the Hoyin family to be annihilated, I will not kill anyone. Only then will they know what the price of confronting me is, Mok Jin observed and thought to himself. To make the #1 master of the Hoyin family, Mo Dagon, a cripple, and to have the person they considered their top master dragged around the desert by soldiers. It is a more cruel act than killing them at once, making those from the great families who see them remember this fear. The Hoyin family has sinned against young Master Qianan, and they deliberately created this unfortunate situation. By various means, the number of Hoyin family soldiers being attacked must be minimized as much as possible. Over here, Myung Hyon's 2 eyes sparkled as he marveled and thought to himself, Big brother Qianan is so cool. Over here, a few handmaidens were also hiding in a tent, sobbing worried. Will we all be able to arrive there safely? Sosul asserted from the side. Of course. When we arrive safely and send off the young lady and young master, we will be free. Just then, Qianan returned again. Sobbing, are you ready? He patted the girl's head. Well done, you got through that crisis well. I'm glad you're not hurt. Sobbing pointed to the old man in the distance and explained, our hiding place was discovered because of someone, but fortunately he saved us. Qianan stood up. I should go and thank him. The two also got ready and went. He then approached the old man and paid his respects. I am Qianan, thank you for your help, senior, he replied. It's nothing. It's only natural to help our own side. He smiled. Sir, I heard that you saved not only Sobbing and Sosul but also the seniors of the Mojiktan. The old man was a little surprised. How do you know they are the Mojiktan and not the Guangpungsa, young master? Qianan explained. There is a reason, senior. You will find out soon enough. By the way, how did you know about this, senior? The old man sighed. I also have a reason. I have something I must settle with them. He asked back. Then you will not stop them, senior? He shook his head. If they were really the Guangpungsa, everyone would have died in an instant. Hearing those words, Qianan clenched his hand tightly. Are they that strong? The old man stood up straight. Yes, they are that strong. Qianan clasped his hands again. Please help us, senior. He shook his head. I will not be of much help, Qianan continued. Just your presence, senior, is a great help. He marveled to himself. To meet such a connection in this wide desert is truly interesting. Thinking so, he opened his mouth. Call me Old Man Byun, he replied. If that is what you wish, senior, I will call you that from now on. Over here. Qianun opened his mouth. Sister, that guy will probably leave us and go back now, right? Soso replied. It's all over your face, so stop looking that way. She snorted coldly in her heart. This damn bastard, you will pay the price soon enough. Let's see if you can still ignore me after you've entered my skirt. Qianun sighed. I feel like we've been isolated, she reassured him. Just endure it a little longer, Qianun. Chanlan at this time approached Qianan and asked, Young Master Qianan, you did not tell others, but did you really face the 3 demons and return safely? He answered nonchalantly. I was just lucky. He clearly didn't believe it. How can one defeat the 3 demons and return safely with just luck? How can one defeat Mo Dagon and the leader of the 4 heroes so easily? Qianan glanced at him. It may seem so, but we should hurry to the meeting. After arriving at where the group of head escorts were, he began to explain. I have something to tell you seniors, which is why I asked you all to gather. We are almost ready now. So I want to go and meet them. The Mojiktan that attacked us this morning is probably the Blood Wolf Brigade. It would be better to go there and fight than to fight here. The group was worried. The Blood Wolf Brigade, isn't that the strongest and most ferocious unit among the 3 great bandits of this desert? Qianan confirmed. That's right, it must be them. Jinggu couldn't understand. Then why did they disguise themselves as the Guangpungsa and attack? Although the Blood Wolf Brigade is very strong compared to the ones who attacked us yesterday, they seem to be lacking something. Qianan replied, they drank an explosive chi pill. If you drink that pill, you don't feel pain and just blindly follow orders, Jinguk marveled. Truly strange, they didn't even groan when their limbs were cut off. Myung Jin shouted from the side, it's not that they don't know they will die, but that they don't fear death. Mok Jin opened his mouth at this time. But why do you want to go to them, young master? Qianan explained, if we fight here, the people who don't know martial arts and the porters will be in danger, and we can't fight with all our might, Jinguk realized. In that case I will go with you, young master. Qianan shook his head. Everyone please stay here and protect this place. He furrowed his brow. Are you going alone, young master? I heard the Blood Wolf Brigade has close to 1,000 men. About 300 came before and only about 100 returned. That means you will have to fight nearly 800 men. Are you really going alone? Qianan explained. I don't have to fight all of them. Among them there must be one blood wolf king who commits such atrocities behind Onshimsa. My younger brothers can also help me. They probably had to leave the soldiers guarding the main base and come, isn't that so? The group couldn't understand. Younger brothers, Chianon explained. That's right. They are younger brothers I knew in the past. We were together since our difficult times but were suddenly separated. We haven't heard from each other for 7 years and now their bodies belong to the Blood Wolf Brigade. Fortunately, we were able to meet again because of this. Mok Jin suddenly stood up. I have a request for you, young master. I want to go with you. My younger brother Jin Gook is skilled at managing the head escorts and escorts. It is fitting to leave this place to him. So young master, you must take me with you. Chianon said with a serious expression. This time we must separate all the people who came to Shipyokjin. Their target is the Muga siblings, so the escort agency and you seniors must stay. Jin Gook cut him off. That is precisely the reason. I have 3 just reasons why I must go with you, young master. First, regardless of who the Blood Wolf came for, our head escorts and escorts have died. If I, the director, do not avenge this, what right do I have to call myself the director? Even if it's not because of the Muga siblings, their target has not changed, only the time is different. Even if I defeat them now, they will aim for their target until the end. If a colleague joins forces to help me defeat them first, that would be the best strategy. This is the second reason. And the biggest reason is seeing the Fist King fight. For someone like me, it is the greatest honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with such a top master. This is my very sincere third reason. The group was speechless for a moment at his words. Jin Gook finally opened his mouth and reminded him. Big brother, it's not good to praise too much. Jin Zhang also opened his mouth. It seems you've started to take an interest in power. Chianon helplessly scratched his face. All right, let's do that. In any case, 2 is better than 1. Mok Jin asked again. Then you will not be participating in this battle alone, young master. Chianon scratched his head. Not necessarily. Myung Hyeon suddenly shouted. Then I want to go too. Please take me with you. A few people looked at him as if they couldn't understand. Myung Hyeon, if you want to go, you have to risk your life. That's right. It's not a place you can go just because you want to. Myung Hyeon made an extremely determined expression. Although my skills are nothing compared to the masters here, I am strong enough to protect my own life. I am not saying this as a joke. Besides, as the director said, I also have a duty to protect the treasures. And even if I die, I will not hold a grudge. Chianon glanced at him and praised. You've grown up, Jin Zhang chimed in. Great hero, although my grandson is not a talented fellow, he is quite useful. The 2 Mok Jin brothers immediately cut him off. Isn't this too dangerous, big brother? Please reconsider. It's a matter of putting your life on the line. The old man was extremely calm. Then all the more reason to go. I don't want to raise Myung Hyeon like a flower in a greenhouse, but strong like a weed. I didn't teach him to avoid all the dangerous things in the world. I think this experience will teach him a lot, but if he doesn't survive, that is his fate. Everyone, don't worry too much. Myung Hyeon continued, since my grandfather also thinks so, please take me with you. Chianon nodded his head. We should go together. Get ready, little brother. The young man was excited and bowed his head in sincere gratitude. Thank you, young master. I will get ready right away. If my friends find out about this, they will surely be very envious. Mok Jin reminded him. This is not something to brag about. This is very dangerous, so you must be very careful and always stick close to me. The young man answered seriously. Don't worry, martial uncle. I will definitely show my abilities this time. Chianon instructed the group again. Then everyone get ready and let's depart together. Just then old man Byun appeared again. I will go with you, Chianon was delighted. It would be great if you could go with us, senior, but everything might become very inconvenient. Will that be all right, senior? He replied. My bones are not what they used to be, but it's not to the point where I can't go, although we're fighting the Mojikton. For some reason it feels like they are calling me. Chianon nodded his head. I understand what you mean. I asked you to take care of Sobbing and Sosol, but I didn't know this would happen. Old man Byun replied, the 2 children are not as weak as you think, young master. I just don't know if it's all right to leave them as they are. The 2 Mok Jin brothers suddenly opened their mouths at this time. Sorry to interrupt, but is that elder regretting it? He's not a master, is he? Now that I think about it, I haven't had time to see him since last night. Chianon said again, it's a bit awkward for me to introduce him, so it would be better if you introduce yourself, senior. The old man, without any disagreement, immediately introduced himself. It's just an ordinary name, so I had no intention of hiding it. My name is Byun-il Hawk. The group froze for a moment upon hearing this name, and soon 3 people stood up and clasped their hands in unison. We greet you, great senior. This lowly one was blind and did not recognize you earlier, so please forgive me. I am so ashamed to have treated you like this, great senior, that I want to gouge out these lowly 2 eyes to atone for my sin. I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you, senior. The old man waved his hand. Don't make me ashamed. I who hid my identity am the sinner. Everyone, please don't be like this. Jin Zhang at this time gaped and shouted, when you saved us I knew you were a talented person, but I never thought you were one of the legendary masters. For such a person to be a porter. Myung Hyeon at this time trembled all over and realized. I remember. Byun-il Hawk of the soul-chasing sword. The very Byun-il Hawk that the world calls the Sword Saint of Jongnan. The very Byun-il Hawk I saw on the Hugo Review channel. Before the Blood Palace War, he left his name as one of the absolute masters of the martial world and was a representative figure of swordsmanship and the Sword Saint of Jongnan. But one day he suddenly disappeared from the martial world. Seeing him get excited, Jin-guk reminded him, "You're being very rude. I heard that the reason the masters retired was because they were defeated in a fight with an ordinary warrior of the Gwangpungsa. Is that true?" Myung Hyeon was dazed. "How can that be?" Mok Jin shouted in anger. "Jin-guk, how can you be so rude?" He was startled to hear that, came to his senses and bowed his head to apologize. "Senior, please forgive me. Due to your sudden appearance, this lowly one has spoken rudely and insulted you. Please forgive me," the old man replied. "No, because of me, the Jongnan sect was put in a difficult position, so I have no face to face them. Please understand my situation and do not speak of it further. Please keep my identity a secret for a while." The group buzzed and replied, "We will do so. From now on, matters concerning you, senior, will absolutely not leave this tent." Chianan reminded them again. "Then everyone, please get ready. I have something to take care of, so I will go first. Please understand." After speaking, he left the tent and walked away. Chang'un watched his back and worried, "I feel uneasy for some reason." Meanwhile, the Cheon-un siblings were talking to each other. "Why have you been digging up the ground since this morning? Did you find something?" the young man answered. "The guys who were here yesterday dropped something. This morning I picked up this sword and now it's an axe." Just then he was startled again. "Sister, that guy is coming our way." Soso was startled. "What? It looks like he's coming to greet us," the young man said triumphantly. "Don't tell me he's figured out our real identities," Soso answered. "That could be, or maybe he just likes us and is coming to say hello." As soon as Cheon-un arrived, the young man's lips curled up. "What is it? Where are you looking?" A look of disappointment was evident on Cheon-un's face. "Your temper is truly incurable." The young man didn't hide his displeasure. "What are you talking about?" Cheon-un said coldly. "Do you only know it hurts after you've been hit? If you're not a fool, you'll figure it out. I pretended not to know at all what you did to Sobbing and Sosol." Hearing that from the side, Chang'un was terrified and clutched his head. Soso approached and explained, "It is not right to treat someone as a sinner based on mere speculation without seeing it for yourself, young master Cheon-un. A true man should present a clear reason or evidence before deciding how to treat someone." Cheon-un snorted coldly with a HMPH. "Speculation, a true man, evidence, fine." Soso let out a sigh of relief inwardly. Thank goodness, Sobbing and Sosol really didn't say anything over here. The young man was still very firm. "My sister is right. It's not right to treat others carelessly based on your own speculation." Before he could even finish his sentence, he was kicked square in the mouth by Cheon-un. "I won't ask how you treated Sobbing and Sosol or how you threatened them. Just looking at those children's expressions and attitudes is enough. My speculation is the truth. It's just a matter of whether it matches my speculation or not." He lifted something, and as he was about to strike down, he suddenly realized this was rated 15 and up. The weapon in his hand was immediately turned around. Now he began to torture and beat Cheon-un. Not far away, the two young assassins were hiding and observing, unable to help but feel puzzled. "What's that sound? Is someone chopping firewood in the middle of the desert?" Hyukcho-rang said unpleasantly. "What? Are they fighting since the morning? Is that damn bastard an assassin, a warrior, or a punisher? It seems that brat is getting beaten again." Since this was the first time Yahan had seen such a sight, he watched a little more carefully. After being beaten by Cheon-un for a long time, the young man at this time grabbed his leg and begged, "Please just listen to what I have to say." Cheon-un snorted coldly with a HMPH. "I don't need to hear how you tormented Sobbing and Sosol. Just looking at those children's faces is enough," the young man shouted. "I haven't even dared to hit those children since that incident." "Why are you hitting me?" Cheon-un swung the club again and hit him squarely on the head. "My speculation is the truth. It's just a matter of whether it matches my thoughts or not. Do you know why I tied the axe blade and I'm holding it upside down to hit you? It's because of the 15 and up rating restriction. If you die too easily, where will you find the time to repent? Do you still not know why I'm hitting you? Then I'll beat you until you do." The young man could only lie there, take the beating, and continuously beg for his life. "Please spare my life." Not far away, the escort agency group was watching very intently. Jin-guk shouted worriedly, "We can't let this go on, big brother. If this continues, it'll turn into a murder." Mok Jin shook his head. "Stop it, this is their private matter. Besides, who can guarantee that young master Cheon-un won't hit you over here?" The young man was still enduring Cheon-un's torture and he could only wail in despair. In the middle of his beating, Cheon-un suddenly stopped. It was because Soso ran out, hugged her brother and shielded him with her body. "What are you doing? Is it all right to shout like that? How rude. If you're a person, you should know your place. How dare you, for the sake of such insignificant things." Before she could even finish her sentence, she was mercilessly slapped by Cheon-un. The audience on this side, seeing this sight, exclaimed, "Oh, in interest. Is he hitting a woman too?" Soso was hit by him, fell to the ground and was mortified. "You son of a bitch, do you know what you're doing right now?" Cheon-un approached her and raised his hand again, and the sound of slapping echoed continuously after that. The assassin couldn't help but be shocked by this sight. He's truly a heartless bastard. When he starts hitting, he doesn't discriminate between men, women, young or old. Hyukcho-rang laughed. "In any case, it's quite a sight. If you look closely, he's beating him so he spits blood without losing consciousness. Look at that, he bit his tongue and blood is flowing, but he's not dead." He looked at Yahan next to him and couldn't help but be puzzled. "Is this guy possessed? He's even eating jerky while watching. Get a grip, you punk, over here." Chang'un clutched his head, lost in all sorts of thoughts. Young Master Cheon-un promised not to kill the Muga siblings, but what if he makes them live a life worse than death like Mo Dagon? If I intervene now, will the young master get even angrier? But I can't just stand by and watch. What should I do? There must be a way. Over here, sobbing, asked the person next to her. Sosol, what should we do? It seems Master Qianan has noticed something. Should we go and stop him? Sosol immediately stopped her. No, what if he hits you too? They deserve to be beaten. Although they look a bit pitiful, just leave them be. Just then, Changlan ran over again and knelt before the two, sobbing, please save those siblings. Over here, Qianan was still beating the two siblings and they could only endure it. We're sorry, we won't do it next time. It will never happen again. Even if we die, we will show Sobbing and Sosol our repentance. Please stop hitting us. We will absolutely never do it again. Young Master Qianan, please take Sobbing and Sosol with you. We will never torment them again. Qianan raised his club again. You're still just apologizing with words. Don't even think of asking for forgiveness. I promise not to kill you, so live on and become human. Just then, Sobbing ran over again and blocked their front. Master Qianan, please stop hitting them. In any case, they are the ones who took me in. Please stop hitting them. Qianan withdrew his club. You two should thank Sobbing once again, especially you, Moksoso. It's also truly disgusting how you follow me around, and how you bother me every day to get my attention. Besides, I hate that you're comparing yourself to my fiancé. Although your guardian is kneeling and begging Sobbing right now, don't mistakenly think that's why I'm sparing your lives. I am here now, but next time there will only be Sobbing. Over here, Changlan let out a sigh of relief as everything stopped. The siblings on this side sincerely bowed their heads. Thank you for sparing our lives, young master. Sobbing, thank you for saving us. Thank you so much, Changlan marveled inwardly. Because of this incident, no matter what power those siblings gain later, they will not be able to overcome Qianan's shadow. He must have known that they are the young leader and divine maiden of the Zaihisan cult, so if he really had to kill them, would he have kept them alive? Or is it because of the promise he made not to kill them before? I can't tell if he's a gentleman or a scoundrel. In any case, it's a relief that he kept his promise. But is that the reason the young master kept his promise? The more I don't know, the more anxious I feel. Qianan suddenly turned his body and silently looked into the distance. The siblings looked up a little puzzled. He turned his head and glanced at them. After I return, if I see any strange signs from those children, I will deal with you as I just did according to my judgment. You considered those children toys in the past, right? Then from now on you will be my toys. The two were both so frightened they didn't dare to talk back. We will keep that in mind and follow your words, young master. The audience on this side also gradually regained their composure. Suddenly, Miang Haion shouted and called for his uncle. Jin Guk, who was next to him, was startled and answered. Oh my, you surprise me, the young man asked in fear. If I accidentally commit a sin against young Master Qianan, please just cut me down with your sword, uncle. He continued, that's exactly what I wanted to say, you punk. Young Master Qianan considers the Hoyin family his sworn enemy. I'm so glad I'm not from the Hoyin family. The scene shifts to another place. The sound of constant conversation echoed from within the forest. Honey, do we have to come all the way here to gather herbs? What if the children come home while I'm here? Oh my, this old woman. Didn't I tell you we have to come here to get medicine to cure your cough? My cough is because I'm sick, not because of my body. When the children come home, do you want to show them your coughing and groaning? I'm sorry, honey. You've been suffering a lot lately trying to cure my illness. Ho-ho, didn't you say the children will definitely come back and be filial to us? We have to wait together until then. The old woman sighed. If I had known we'd be gone this long, I would have brought more of the youngest's favorite rice balls. The old man said helplessly, you must be hungry from talking so much. Just take the mushrooms I just picked and boil them. Just then they discovered Muchil. Honey, someone has collapsed over there. Isn't it our youngest son? The old man carefully approached Muchil's side. You don't know, just wait over there. The build is similar, but our youngest son is bald. He checked for a moment and then shook his head towards the old woman. Seeing that, she covered her face and cried, Namu Guanxiam Bozul, what in the world happened? Our child is safe, right? The old man reassured her. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't he bring money and gold a few days ago and take the rice balls? I'll ask this guy, so you go rest a bit. The old woman was still continuously praying to the gods and Buddhas. The old man then swung his hoe and began to dig the ground. How much time passed? He finally stopped. Oh my, let's catch our breath. Let's go up and stomp on it together. The old woman climbed onto the grave and marveled. This guy has a big build, so the grave is quite steep, the old man reminded her. That's enough, just stomp on it. That way the evil spirits can't get out, the old woman answered. I know to stomp on it so the wild animals can't dig it up. The two old people stomped hard, and as they stomped they laughed very cheerfully. This is the first time I've held someone's hand and stomped on a grave. The two old people were stomping away when suddenly the ground moved strangely. The two stopped for a moment, unable to understand what was happening. The ground under the two old people's feet soon vibrated violently, and a hand shot out from below, shocking the two. The two hastily fled from the grave. A moment later, Muchil crawled out from inside the grave. He ate the two old people's food and said it was delicious. It tastes like mushrooms and poisonous herbs, the old man corrected him. It's not a poisonous herb but a medicinal herb. But why were you collapsed here? He was about to explain when he remembered something and asked. Are you also a martial arts master, grandmother? The two couldn't understand. I'm sick, so the two of us came to find medicinal herbs. What's a martial arts master? The young man explained cheerfully. It's a term from the Central Plains. I happened to meet a master and ended up in this state. I came from the outskirts of the Great Desert and am on my way to conquer the Central Plains martial world. If I unify that place, I will first find a medicine to cure your illness, grandmother. The old man at this time realized something. Now that I see your cough has stopped, old woman. The old woman was also surprised. Is that so? Maybe I got better because I was having so much fun just now. The few people then talked very cheerfully. Later I will find your medicine, grandmother. But you can't just keep coughing, can you? So instead of a cough medicine, I'll find you an elixir of immortality that cures all diseases. That would be good. Thank you for saving my life, grandfather, grandmother. Haha. The scene shifts to Henan province where the martial alliance is located. A person rode a horse and rushed over. At Bukong Yin's residence, that person rode his horse inside. A servant then quickly ran and reported, Miss Soso, Lord Zhou Qian Wang the Black Dragon has arrived. Bukong Yin sighed. Let him in. Soso, who was below, immediately received the order and complied. A young man walked in from outside. Yin, have you been well? It's been a long time and you've become prettier. I'm so happy. I'm 34 now. How long are you going to make me wait? Bukong Yin replied unpleasantly. You treat a great matter like marriage as if it were a contract. I have a fiancé, the young man replied coldly. Isn't it obvious that I've cut off all contact with that small, weak scholar? She reminded him unpleasantly. You are too rude, and from now on, please do not call me Yin carelessly. Soso on one side thought to herself, the nephew of the martial alliance leader Zhou Jinyang. It is very rude for Zhou Qian Wang, the Lion Heaven King Black Dragon, to meddle in another family's affairs. The young man laughed loudly. If I was rude, I apologize. Perhaps I misspoke. Bukong Yin cut him off. That's enough. Why on earth did you come? The young man explained. I finished the work the elders entrusted to me. I wanted to see Yin before I returned, she reminded him unpleasantly. You are truly rude. Did I not tell you not to call me Yin carelessly? If it is not a matter related to the martial world, please return. Next time you will not be able to enter the inner palace without a pass, so please keep that in mind, the young man marveled. You're pretty even when you're angry. Seeing you today gives me energy. Don't miss the runaway dog too much. Even a stone wears down in flowing water, let alone a human body. She didn't care and replied nonchalantly. I will not go to the demon sect. The young man sighed. You will regret letting go of a top-class man like me later. Next time I will buy a whole flower garden and come. Soso at this time opened her mouth to console her. He's gone, so please calm down, young lady. She sighed and marveled. Wherever he is, that person will remember me. The scene shifts to the desert. Hyukchorang was sleeping like he was dead at this time. Yahan was still carefully observing below. He's definitely dead. Hyukchorang woke up and marveled. You finally made up your mind, younger brother. Look at those burning eyes, Yahan answered. After thinking about what Qian'an did, I made up my mind. He is dead, Hyukchorang praised. Well done, you must succeed, and you must kill that ignorant and inhuman bastard for me. If you can't, I will collect your body. Yahan trembled with excitement. That son of a bitch from the Martial Alliance told me to kill him. Do I have the strength to kill him? Take me to that monster. I'll peel his skin off and kill him. Hyukchorang sighed helplessly. To you, the scene shifts to another place. A group of people was moving when suddenly the person in front signaled to stop. How much farther to Shipbyeokjeon? A person answered. We should arrive in about half a day, but the terrain has changed because of the sandstorm just now, so I can't be sure. An old man named Eon Hang instructed the group. Go around behind the hill, have a sip of water, prevent damage, and resolve all disputes, a person shouted worriedly. Elder Eon Hang, I'm sorry, but we're out of water. He was startled to hear that. What, are you joking? How can that be? Another person explained. We had to cross the desert, so we couldn't prepare enough water. He somewhat accepted it after hearing that. That's true, I told you to bring only 10 days worth of water. There must be water somewhere in this desert. Just then he spotted a person in the distance. The young man next to him smiled cheerfully. There might be water, he instructed. It's not much, but go and ask for some. Another person answered. Understood. If they don't give it when we ask, we can just take it, can't we? Thankfully, they're coming our way. 3 people, all armed, were approaching on horseback. Their weapons were completely different. One person was wearing a shield and an axe all over his body. Another was using a giant sword, and the last was using a bow and arrow. They were talking in a language no one could understand. It seemed they were talking to each other after watching a very interesting cartoon on the Hugo Review channel yesterday. A moment later, the man with the shield took out a water pouch and drank as if thirsty. The man with the sword coolly poured the entire water pouch over his head. The group on this side at this time all furrowed their brows, a look of tension on their faces. They are Mongol soldiers. Why did they come all the way here? Those cowardly Mongol bastards dare to come this far. They're too scared of us to cross the Bukong border. Someone, go and talk to these guys. Tell them if they offer us water, we'll spare their lives. Is there anyone who knows Mongolian? No, I only know a little of the northern language. Then we can just beat those guys up and take all the water, can't we? Haha. Just then the opponent asked again in Chinese. Are you warriors from the Central Plains? The old man answered. That's right. The young man next to him was surprised and dazed. What is that guy? Why is his Chinese pronunciation so accurate? The opponent continued to ask. Are you on your way to Shipbyeokjeon? The old man got angry, held his weapon and gritted his teeth. How rude, the opponent praised. The spear looks quite good, but is it suited to your hand? The old man grew more displeased and shouted. What cowardly eyes! I am Eon Hang of the Jinju Eonga family. The man with the sword heard those words and opened his mouth. The Eonga family, they're just guys who are arrogant and only good at blindly believing in their own insignificant abilities. Old man, it would be better not to believe too much in the clumsy martial arts of the Central Plains. The man with the shield turned his head and said with contempt, They're not the ones we're looking for, so let's ignore them and go. Yan Hang on this side was angry and shouted for his brothers to fight. The guy next to him immediately rushed in. I will take care of it. The man with the shield was about to leave when he was startled and turned his head. What? He then swung his hand and threw something. The young man from the Ianga family who was rushing in on horseback was immediately hit by the technique and fell from his horse. The Ianga family group were all shocked by this scene, and what the opponent threw was an axe. The Ianga family group at this time all took out their weapons in unison, and the opponent also prepared for battle. The person who had just flown off was still alive and got up again, approaching the warhorse. The archer of the Mongol group on this side was still quietly observing, and showed no signs of making a move yet. Yan Hang and the man with the sword were at this time gritting their teeth and looking at each other, and once again an axe was thrown. The scene shifts to another place. Qian'an's group was also moving across the desert, and the young man Miang Haion, who was behind, was staring at Qian'an with sparkling eyes from beginning to end. This made him very uncomfortable, so he turned his head and asked, "Is there something you want to say?" The young man answered, panting, "No, it's just a look full of respect." Qian'an couldn't understand, and old man Bian shouted, "You have a good eye." Qian'an suddenly shouted, "I see about 10 horses. Is something wrong?" The old man rubbed his eyes. "I don't know either. I'm old and can't see far," Qian'an explained. "It seems to be a big fight. About 10 people have fallen." Miang Haion was excited to hear that. "I'll go and see." "Good, finally a chance to show my courage to the Fist King." Qian'an raised his hand and stopped him. "No need, we must be careful first," old man Bian advised. "Just let him be." To a child like Miang Haion, the existence of the Fist King is like the burning sun. "I have something to ask you, young master Qian'an. There are many things I want to ask, but I dare not." "You are a spokesperson for justice, aren't you, Fist King? There is no danger around, so please just let him be." "Young master," Mok Jin sighed. "I brought him for nothing," the old man continued. "To admire someone is proof of growth, and that is the future of the martial world." Mok Jin glanced at Qian'an and said, "It seems we have to leave it to fate since we brought a huge bundle of bad luck." Qian'an continued, "It's fine to bring luggage, but that's a bit much. Over here." The young man Miang Haion spurred his horse and came back running like crazy, shouting without closing his mouth, "Fist King, there are 11 corpses all dead." Qian'an marveled. "Since it's come to this, I'll go and see for myself." The group then advanced together. Soon they arrived at the battlefield. "Truly amazing. There's a flag over there. Is it their symbol? Is this the work of the Majektan? But what do they gain by killing this unit? There might be someone still alive, so let's check carefully." Qian'an suddenly realized something and glanced down. This battle ended not long ago. He soon noticed the Ianga family's flag. Yan Hang, who was miserably dead on the ground, also caught his eye. They are the 10 ultimate thunder spears. Yan Hang and the Jinju Ianga family's cloud movement 10 ultimate spears. Mok Jin was shocked. The Ianga family, one of the 5 great families of the martial world, and Yan Hang is one of the 13 elders of the Ianga family. Why was he attacked in a place like this? Qian'an slowly rode his horse. "I will chase after them." The 3 heard those words and shouted in unison. "For what reason?" Old man Bian immediately realized something and shouted, "Then you mean someone did this?" "Just a glance and it seems to be them." Qian'an confirmed, "That's right." Miang Haion asked as if he couldn't understand, "Who are they, Fist King?" Qian'an bent down, picked up an axe and answered, "The Guangpungsa." The group all buzzed upon hearing those words. "Then it's no use even if you chase them, young master, is it? Besides the Majektan, there are also the Guangpungsa here. Facing 300 Guangpungsa, even several Ianga families cannot guarantee their lives," Qian'an said with a serious expression. "No, there are only 3 of them. And they were all taken down by this one blow. The Cloud Movement 10 Ultimate Spears, Green-Faced Tiger Eon Byuk, the 10 Ultimate Thunder Spears Eon Hang. All 12 of them could not withstand this one blow and lost their lives." Miang Haion asked again, "Even if it's the Cloud Movement 10 Ultimate Spears, you're saying even an Ianga family elder couldn't do anything?" Mok Jin also opened his mouth. "Besides, all 10 of the Cloud Movement 10 Ultimate Spears are soldiers of intermediate level or higher, and their martial arts are above that of the Golden Dragon Escort Agency's escorts." Qian'an explained, "All 10 were taken down by one Guangpungsa who uses an axe." Mok Jin furrowed his brow. "How do you know that?" Qian'an explained, "Their hoofprints only go in one direction." The scene shifts to the previous battle. A person held his spear and executed the Cloud Movement wall spear, and the spear flew with terrifying power. The opponent on this side swung his hand and threw an axe, and as soon as they clashed, he was surprised. The Ianga family's spear is made of steel melted for 1,000 years in volcanic lava, so how is that axe blade not even scratched? Soon his long spear was split in 2 and he himself was hit by the axe and lost his life. The man in the lead shouted loudly, "Split into 2 sides and attack, throw spears towards the center to scatter their defensive line." Their opponent on this side took out several more axes. The axes flew from him at a terrifying speed impossible for the naked eye to follow. Before the group could even charge, they lost their lives miserably, and one person shouted in fear, "Leader, there are only 4 of us left. What should we do now?" The man in the lead answered, "Do your best. Even if you fail, you can return to the Ianga family and report everything truthfully. I will charge following the tip of my spear. If I catch him, you 3 charge in and attack. You can join forces, run these bastards through and kill them." The group then charged in again. The giant on this side said with contempt, "Truly ridiculous. Stop with that clumsy battle plan of yours." Not only was the incoming spear blocked by his axe, but it was struck back by him, taking the lives of 2 other men. The large man at this time launched himself, trying to grab him. "Let's die together," but before he could do anything he was struck by an axe and split in two. The remaining rider saw that and was horrified, immediately stopping his horse and without a second thought turned his horse to flee. Seeing him try to flee, the three on this side were a little worried. At this rate that guy would escape and report everything to the Ianga family. The giant immediately lifted his shield behind him, took a stance, then swung his hand and threw it, cleanly severing the opponent's head. Catching it as it flew back, he remarked, "It just dirties my weapon." He disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the scene shifted back to the present. After stating his judgment, Qianan uttered one sentence. "They died in the blink of an eye." Myung Hyun's jaw dropped in disbelief. Where were Eon Byuk and Eon Hang while they were fighting? Couldn't the two of them have stopped this from happening? Qianan answered, "They probably couldn't help it at that time either." Myung Hyun asked again, "Are you saying they were busy fighting the Gwangpungsa?" Qianan confirmed, "That's right, Eon Hang must have killed a Gwangpungsa spear cavalryman and was trying to help the others." Scene shifts back to Eon Hang's battle. He shouted loudly and charged in. "You bastard, how dare you try to break my spear?" The opponent snorted coldly in contempt. "You'll die even if I don't break that stick of yours." Both sides then spurred their horses and charged towards each other. As the tip of Eon Hang's spear stabbed in, the opponent blocked it with his weapon. The two then grazed past each other. Eon Hang was slashed in the waist by the opponent's sword and cursed in frustration. "You despicable bastard." His body was split in two by him and he lost his life on the spot. He stood there and laughed coldly. "It's your fault for not seeing my longsword." Eon Byuk saw that, shouted loudly, and charged in. The archer in the distance also began to move at this time. Eon Byuk snorted coldly and said, "I was going to forgive you for that guy's sake, but I suppose I can't." At this time there were countless long spears around his body, and the name of this technique was Golgangchong. At his urging, all the long spears flew up in unison. Then they all flew towards the group in unison. The archer at this time began to aim his bow, and the other two were struggling to block the incoming spears. To attack head-on, truly ridiculous. Eon Byuk didn't care and continued to grit his teeth and execute the technique. The giant, horrified, lifted his head and looked into the air. "When did these spears start flying here?" "They flew when you were flapping your cape and bluffing." Just then that archer also released his bowstring and shot an arrow. A few long spears in the air were thus blocked by the arrow and had their direction changed. The other two were also able to escape the crisis thanks to that and stood there, taunting. "Tricking us was quite something, but you're still far from good enough." Eon Byuk furrowed his brow and looked at the archer. "There was one more?" He then threw a spear again. The opponent on this side raised the corner of his mouth and laughed coldly. "In fact, even if you use a spear, your internal energy is limited to within 70 meters. From 100 meters, the long spear will just fly normally." Eon Byuk didn't care and continued to take his stance and throw another one. This spear flew and pierced the tail end of the previous spear. It added momentum to it. So that spear was able to fly as if flying, exceeding the 70-meter limit. The archer saw that and couldn't help but say, "Oh, piercing a spear with a spear, but it's too late anyway, so which cowering turtle should I deal with first?" After dodging this one spear, he drew his bow again. "You throw a spear quite far, but you still lack strength." After speaking, he shot and flew an arrow. Eon Byuk immediately ran behind the horse and hid. "Truly an exaggeration. If you use an arrow, I will use this horse as a shield, but dreams and reality are different." The arrow pierced the horse and at the same time pierced his body. With a large hole in his chest, he lost his life there. The two on this side turned their bodies, rode their horses, and went towards the archer. "You should counterattack and dodge. That way there's no way to retreat when your vision is blocked. In any case, there are some quite interesting guys among these Central Plains people." The scene shifts back to the present. Myung Hyun said, as if he couldn't understand, "He pierced and killed a horse and a person with an arrow from over 100 jong away," Qianan explained. "But that is the truth. It's even more certain if you look at the footprints and the traces of the weapons they used." Myung Hyun still couldn't quite believe it. "Then is it really possible to do that?" Old Man Byun opened his mouth at this time. "It's possible if you use it after enhancing the weapon," Mok Jin chimed in. "Traces of power on a weapon? How many people in the martial world can do such a thing?" Myung Hyun agreed. "This seems to have nothing to do with my world at all," Old Man Byun explained. A single slash from the Gwangpungsa defeated the Ianga family's famous 10,000-year cold iron spear and their master. The problem is not that his weapon is too strong but that it contains the owner's power, so it is difficult for others to understand. Myung Hyun asked again, "Then what about the abilities of those three Gwangpungsa members?" Old Man Byun explained again, "It's not easy to know if the skills of the Gwangpungsa's junior commanders are good or bad. 5 years ago I was defeated by one of the Gwangpungsa's junior commanders. At that time, I barely lasted 30 moves and was miserably defeated." Myung Hyun was even more horrified to hear this. "Truly barbaric." Qianan with the axe on his waist opened his mouth. "But now Senior Old Man Byun will not lose," he continued. "Their talent aside, there is one thing I have realized. They definitely did not come here to play. The problem is why they came here and not to the battlefield in Gansu," Qianan replied nonchalantly. "If you want to know the reason, we'll find out when we meet them. Let's talk a little more about them," the old man explained. "To compare an ordinary soldier of the Gwangpungsa to the martial world, they are more than just naturally talented. They create an army with only such soldiers with outstanding martial arts, and after that they make them soldiers who live and sacrifice only according to orders." Myung Hyun, breaking out in a cold sweat, asked, "How many are there in total?" He answered, A total of 300 men are divided into 3 squads, and that army was formed with a 100-man spear and sword squad, a 100-man archery squad, and the remaining 100 men. The 300 men are once again divided into 10 squads, and each squad consists of 30 men. One squad consists of 10 who use spears or swords, 10 who use bows and arrows, and 10 elite soldiers. Each squad has a spear and sword squad leader, an archery squad leader, and an elite squad leader, and they are called junior commanders, Mok Jin continued. The position of commander is given to the one with the most experience and ability among the 3 junior commanders, and he is called a senior commander, Myung Hyeon realized. To summarize, each squad has 1 senior commander, 2 junior commanders, and 27 members, and there are a total of 10 such squads, but the person who defeated Senior Byun was not a senior commander but a junior commander, wasn't he? He continued. It doesn't matter what you think of me or what you consider me to be, but it is a fact that I could not defeat a junior commander. Cheonan asked again. Is dividing the army into spear and sword, archery and elite squads related to their tactics? The old man praised. You're quick-witted. They are all familiar with several martial arts and techniques. The spear and sword are skilled in spearmanship and swordsmanship, and the archery is proficient in archery and knife techniques. The elite army is good at using shields and axes, since each can use more than 2 types of offensive and defensive techniques when combined. A spear and sword squad and the elite squad fight at close range, and the archery squad supports from a distance. Myung Hyeon marveled. So they're strong when combined and strong when fighting separately. In that case, the Cloud Movement 10 ultimate spears were really unlucky, Old Man Byun continued. While I was in hiding, I explored their abilities. When their formation collapsed, I studied their martial arts and created a new kind of martial art. I also know that they revived soldiers with miraculous medicine. Myung Hyeon was horrified. Whatever martial art it is. Where is there an archery technique that can kill over 100 masters with arrows? The old man explained. In my opinion, enhancing power is a type of Iggy-Osa. When cornered, its power does not decrease, but when cornered, it explodes all that strong chi to annihilate everyone. That's about it. If you break it down, there are 100 junior commanders and 70 archers. Myung Hyeon trembled in fear. So people and horses were pierced like that, Mok Jin continued. In my opinion, the archers are more difficult to deal with than the elite army and the spear and sword-wielding army. Cheonan observed the corpse for a moment and then asked. Senior Byun knows more about archery than about the spear and sword or the elite army. The old man broke an arrow and explained. All 3 of my disciples lost their lives to that arrow, so for a while I learned the sword and studied them in detail. The 2 Mok Jin brothers' faces stiffened upon hearing those words, and they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Cheonan asked again, but the real problem is not them, is it? The old man confirmed. That's right, the real problem is the Emperor of the Desert, the Gwangpungs's Iron Steel Great General, and his 2 Wind Masters. The group realized upon hearing those words. Iron Steel and 2 Wind Masters. The scene shifts to another place, deep within a certain mountain range in the desert. This place seemed to be someone's hideout. The sound of constant conversation echoed from within. You are the Phantom of the Martial Alliance's secret shadow number 3. On my way here, I heard a rumor that the 3 demons confronted the Fist King. When I arrived, the Blood Wolf Brigade and the Fist King were already gone. Otherwise, I would have surely met him, the other person asked back. What is the probability that the 3 demons will fail? The opponent shook his head. It's difficult to predict. Even if the 3 demons die, we have sent a man with strong martial arts named Yahan to assassinate the Fist King, he asked again. But why is there no news from him yet? Another person answered. If the 3 demons had defeated the Fist King, they would have returned to the Central Plains immediately. He was puzzled. We haven't received any news yet. I don't know if they took care of the Fist King, another person explained. If they send news from the Central Plains to here at the same time, I think it will arrive around noon today. The giant nodded his head. I understand. The Fist King aside, we don't need to help on the ship Byokjin side, do we? Another person reassured him. You don't have to worry about that side. Ha-Jae has prepared the Heavenly Demon Gold Pills for the 600-odd members of the Blood Wolf Brigade. I prepared them at the Ghost Gate and sent them. If you drink the Heavenly Demon Gold Pill, your strength becomes 3 times stronger than usual and you don't feel pain or fear. The warriors of the Hoyin family will surely no longer be their match, the giant marveled. In the end, this battle became a place to test the Heavenly Demon Gold Pill, the opponent confirmed. I'm very much looking forward to the results, the archer next to him suddenly said at this time. I hear that guy named Cheonan is very strong. The giant was puzzled. Is he that strong? Another person explained. He is also strong, but the most difficult thing is that his actions are very unpredictable. The giant was interested. I also want to fight this master once, but the conditions do not allow it. It's truly a shame. Another person next to him opened his mouth at this time. The people of the Central Plains are also good at bluffing. It's not yet certain whether he's a master or not. The giant glanced at him. Isn't the news about the 3 demons a rumor you heard too? He raised the corner of his mouth. If you take my spear now, it will just become a useless stick. The masked man on this side furrowed his brow and thought, what if the 3 demons defeat the Fist King? Who won between them and the Fist King? The giant opened his mouth again. I'll leave the matter here to you. Although dealing with the disorganized mob of the Mojikden is not an easy task, there is no better opportunity than this to test that pill. Then how should we handle our news and whereabouts? The mask answered, General Go Daesung's fiancée, the eldest daughter of the Beijing Ha family. Ha Young, the rumor that she is coming to the desert to meet Go Daesung is true, and moreover, she is coming with 3,000 soldiers. The giant clutched his head. Are you saying 3,000 scarecrows have fallen into a trap? The mask continued. It was dangerous, so everyone advised against it, but she was too stubborn. Originally, the Ha family, her and the older brother are also that strange. She even shouted, I'm going to meet my husband who dares to stop me. The giant raised his hand and praised. Truly a great woman, the mask continued. She doesn't know at all that she is putting her husband in danger and at the same time shortening her own life because of her own stubbornness. Rather than calling her a great woman, it would be more fitting to call her a fledgling. The giant came out from inside and sighed. If I had known in advance that I would become a target, I would not have come. Who would have known that we would become targets ourselves? Now it is enough for me to do what I have to do. I hope what you are doing also has results. The mask bowed his head. Thank you. And this is Ha Young's portrait. Please have it, my lord. He received the portrait, looked at it and praised. Quite pretty. If I catch her, I'll make her my concubine, the mask answered. She is one of the most beautiful women in Beijing, the giant realized. Truly worthy of her reputation. You've worked hard. Tell them I received it. All right, what about the matter we asked for? He bowed his head. There is a subordinate who can defeat the Blood Wolf King, so I think I can help. He got on his horse and nodded his head. Good. Now we just need to prepare. Then who will take charge of the matter here? The fat man in the yellow clothes immediately opened his mouth. I will stay here, General. The giant nodded his head. I'm relieved that the junior commander is staying. Lead the new soldiers well, he answered seriously. Don't worry, General, he continued cheerfully. Then let's go to the place we decided on before. The new soldiers will finish their mission quickly and follow. Suddenly he stopped again, stroked his chin and was lost in thought. The mask saw that and asked, Is there anything you want to say? He answered. No, are we really okay? If you speak now I will take care of it all, the young man asserted confidently. The 5 ultimates and 600 members of the Blood Wolf Brigade are waiting for orders. I will wipe them all out so not a single one will be able to escape. By now they probably know that it was the Mojigdan that attacked that place, not the Guangpungsa. The rumor has also spread. So for now we just have to wait for the Mojigdan's movements. The giant listened for a long time and then nodded his head. Understood. At the same time, countless figures appeared on horseback around the cliff. The giant slowly advanced with the archer and the group then followed him and left under the masked man's gaze. On this side, Qianun's party was still moving across the desert. Myung-Hyeon, hurry up and come down. We still have a long way to go. Myung-Hyeon pointed far away from the sand dune. Everyone hurry up and look at this. Observing from here, it seems the Guangpungsa's footprints are going in the same direction as us. Mok Jin said as if it were nothing, then we can just follow them. Qianun gritted his teeth. I have to go and see quickly. Old man Bian was puzzled. What's wrong all of a sudden? Qianun answered. My younger brothers seem to be in danger. Old man Bian continued. Is this matter related to the Guangpungsa? In that case we must hurry. Myung-Hyeon was flustered to see them suddenly speed up. Let's go together. The scene shifts to another place, the camp of a certain army. A person hastily ran in from outside. Big brother, the Blood Wolf King, came to the blood camp and gave the order to march. Wang Ryung was surprised. What? Why haven't I received any contact yet? The few people inside also buzzed and said, They probably didn't call us because they knew we would arrive soon, don't you think? That guy who can't do anything to us, whether they call us or not, it would be best for you to go and see, big brother. The atmosphere is strange right now. Wang Ryung asked again. Are all the Blood Wolf Brigade members gathered there carrying weapons? Another person explained. It seems they have finished preparing for battle. They are all equipped with main and secondary weapons. Wang Ryung stood at the forefront and went out. Thankfully, we do not hesitate before drawing our weapons. Everyone wear black clothes. Those who are not wearing armor put it on and gather quickly at the Jihyoljang. The rest tell our entire squad. Tell them to be on their toes and prepare for any eventuality, he thought to himself. Now is the moment to decide the big brother's life and death. Truly bad luck. The scene shifts to another place. Secret Shadow number 3. All preparations for the Blood Wolf King are finished. The Blood Wolf Brigade has all assembled, so please give the order to march. We have also finished our preparations here. We will depart soon. When you come out, we will escort you to the highest place. Another person asked back. There is still no news about the 3 demons. Is it all right to move this early? The young man advised. That matter is separate yet related, so you don't have to worry too much. On this side, Wang Ryung and his brothers arrived, and a person saw them and shouted, Ah, I thought my lord would not go to battle. As expected, the leader is different. Wang Ryung approached and asked, What's going on that you didn't call my squad and those people? The other person gave him something and answered, I don't know either. Since you've come, please take this and step back. This pill is much better than the one distributed a few days ago. Wang Ryung looked at the pill in his hand, furrowed his brow and thought, Another pill. They're truly shameless bastards to drive their own comrades to their deaths. At this time a great many people had gathered here, and a voice soon echoed from above, Now according to the law of the desert we will drive out those who have broken our law from here. In return we will get 200 niang of gold and that silk. Everyone please do your best. The two on this side looked at the mask as if they couldn't understand. Can you tell me why we must see this scene? The mask explained. Hajie wanted to show you their determination, Lord Jamma's efforts and how strong the power of the force behind them is. Another person nodded his head. If that's all, it's enough. We will not change our minds just by seeing or hearing more. The person next to him also opened his mouth. Now we will go straight to Shipbyeokjin. The rest you take care of it, the mask continued. In Haje's opinion, the 3 demons have already failed. The fact that no one accepts the 5 ultimates except for Qianan is enough to know, isn't it? The other person gritted his teeth. Do we have to report such things to you? The mask bowed his head. I'm sorry, this lowly one has only fulfilled the mission I was entrusted with. I may have been rude. The 2 followed him and left. It doesn't matter. Now we know what we have to do. Relay that to the Martial Alliance. Did you do this because your ambition is too great? The mask bowed his head and snorted coldly to himself. Any bastard is that arrogant. The group below at this time was continuously shouting and was very imposing. Wang Ryong at this time met someone. Oh, Hamya Yang, has your squad come too? The other person continued. We were originally with the wounded, but everyone except us was summoned, so we came to see what was going on, Wang Ryong marveled. Now they've gathered everyone except the 2 squads that don't listen, especially my squad and yours, Hamya Yang sighed. But the other squads don't know this. What in the world are they hiding? Just then, the person above spoke again in a loud voice. The pill, the one you just received, is my fruit. It showed its effect last time too. If you drink it, your strength becomes several times stronger and you don't feel pain. He suddenly approached a subordinate next to him and said in a low voice, Why are Hamya Yang and Wang Ryong here? Another person shook his head. This subordinate does not know. We definitely did not inform the 2 of them. This subordinate told them to wait for orders at the rest area. He shook his head. That's enough. Since they're here anyway, we can use them to raise the morale of the entire army. Having said this much, he shouted loudly, Hamya Yang and Wang Ryong, I have been displeased with you during this time, so today I will apologize to you. A few people were all shocked to hear those words and looked on. The young man continued to shout loudly, There is no need to doubt. You have suffered a lot during this time, so today rest well. The matter of the desert will be handled by the brothers gathered here. While you rest, pray for us to return safely and victoriously. We will not disappoint you. I, the Blood Wolf King, will shoulder this difficult mission and take all responsibility for all this special treatment. Below they heard his speech, shouted Blood Wolf King, and cheered. Wang Ryong and the other could not offer an opinion and could only bow their heads and receive the order. The Blood Wolf King then gave the order to march, and the group immediately mounted their horses and left the camp. As 600 men charged out together, the desert shook, and the sound of horses neighing echoed in all directions accordingly. At this time only a few people remained sparsely in the camp. The entire Blood Wolf Brigade has moved out except for us, Wang Ryong answered. Including the wounded, my squad has only 23 men left, Hamya Yang sighed. Thankfully, thanks to you, all the squad members were able to be safe. Wang Ryong furrowed his brow. I have an ominous feeling. It's as if they are excluding us. Just then someone called again. Wang Ryong was startled and turned his head. What's wrong? The sound of horse hooves soon echoed from the front, and a unit slowly entered accordingly. The group couldn't understand. Who are you? Why did you appear here? The other person laughed loudly. You imitated us and now you're asking who we are? Truly foolish bastards. Wang Ryong immediately realized why the Guangpungsa had come here. He didn't hide it and answered frankly. The Blood Wolf King asked me to kill you, so our new soldiers came here to taste blood. The group's faces all stiffened upon hearing those words. Wang Ryong gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Truly a despicable bastard. On this side, Qianan and his group were still moving quickly, and Miang Haion, who was chasing from behind, shouted, Fist King, if we run like this in the desert, the horses will soon get tired and collapse. Old Man Bian stopped and made them stop. This is the western border. The group heard those words, turned their heads and glanced far away. Qianan then said, It's the Guangpungsa. There are 8 of them in total. They must all be Guangpungsa people. Old Man Bian furrowed his brow and quietly muttered something that no one could hear. Miang Haion approached, unable to understand. Aren't you all going? Mok Jin asked, Is there a familiar face among them? Miang Haion said again. The Fist King said he was very anxious because of his younger brothers, so what should we do now? Qianan said to Old Man Bian. My lord, don't hold back, go out and have a fight with them, the old man answered. But didn't you say your younger brothers are in danger? If we fight now, won't we be delaying your time? Qianan explained. If the senior discovered them and you know one of them, then my lord surely knows them. In that case, they probably won't let us go easily either. Besides, Big's people left, but today there are 8. We should probably think about what kind of conspiracy they are plotting. Mok Jin was puzzled. What do you mean, young master? Qianan said with a serious expression. The fact that the soldiers have decreased means that some of them are concentrated somewhere. They are trying to complete their mission or finish the remaining work first. Let's talk to them. I want to know what they're trying to do, and the direction they're heading today is towards my brothers of the Blood Wolf Brigade. This means they must have guessed we would be going there and are intercepting us. If the relationship between the Guangpungsa and the Blood Wolf Brigade is one of mutual support, they wouldn't be happy to see a master like Senior Bian in a group like us showing up. Mok Jin marveled. I couldn't think that far ahead. As expected, you are more skilled, Old Man Bian agreed. That makes a lot of sense, Miang Haion chimed in. There are 8 of them, so doesn't that mean we're outnumbered? Qianan replied. Actually, that's what I'm most worried about. To be so calm after clashing with the Ianga family. If all 3 junior commanders were present, they wouldn't leave a trace no matter where they were. Furthermore, based on their martial arts, I guess there are 2 junior commanders here. And that means the remaining one has very likely stayed behind with the Blood Wolf Brigade, Old Man Bian agreed. The young master says is very accurate. Mok Jin was puzzled. But why would they leave one junior commander behind? Manhua sighed. In any case, there are 8 Guangpungsa members here, Old Man Bian advised. If we can avoid them, let's avoid them for now. Qianan shook his head. It won't be that easy. He turned his head and instructed the 2 mock Jins. If a fight breaks out, you 2 must stay at least 100 zhang away. Or if they get close while Senior Bian and I are fighting them, you can just run even farther away, the 2 replied in unison. We understand, Mock Jin marveled to himself. If their martial arts can stir up a bloody storm, then we'll be nothing more than dry leaves tossed about by that storm. I must do my best not to get in their way. Miang Haiyan also bowed his head sadly, thinking, the Fist King will surely be the one to face the Guangpung's junior commander. Will he be able to protect me? Mock Jin suddenly blurted out. From the moment we set foot here, we've already disregarded our own lives. Let's just do as they say. The men of the 2 factions slowly spurred their horses forward. Soon the 2 sides came face to face. The giant man laughed. This old man isn't dead yet. I thought you would have hidden in some corner to bite your tongue and commit suicide. Old Man Bian snorted coldly. You have no respect when speaking to an old man, do you, Taigang? He sneered. We never show respect to the defeated. Seeing Old Man Bian grit his teeth in frustration, he continued to taunt him. What's wrong? Do you want to perform that cute little sword dance for us again? Not far away, the 2 young assassins who were still following closely were hiding. Huqiurang spoke. They already knew we were following them when they were riding their horses. In the middle of this desert, it's exhausting whether you use lightness skills or crawl, Yahan continued. In any case, they've discovered we're watching them. What do we do now? Huqiurang sighed. My God, I'm so thirsty, my throat is dry. That's why my tongue feels like this, right? The 2 then began to look for water. They wandered among the nearby pile of human corpses searching. Huqiurang cried out in frustration. How can there not be a single drop of water? Yahan observed the corpses and marveled. If we just stayed at Shipbyeokjin, they would have come back on their own. Why did we have to torture ourselves by chasing them all the way here? Huqiurang huffed in annoyance. Are you asking because you don't know? Where did that bastard go? I wonder if he's gone off to fight again. If he keeps running around like this, it'll probably be easier to take his head. Fighting is tiring, so it's faster to just chop off his head, right? But you've already broken the contract, so why are you still chasing him? Yahan immediately took out a water pouch and handed it to him. Senior, please drink this water. Huqiurang decisively snatched it without any courtesy. Smart, aren't you? Seeing that I'm about to die of thirst before you give me water, I'll just have a sip. Yahan explained. Although I've broken the contract, I will still make him pay the price to avenge my younger brother. Huqiurang didn't seem to care much and was still chugging water like crazy. Let me drink a little more, the young man readily agreed. I still have some, so please go ahead and drink. In his heart, he pondered. Why do I have to chase after him? If I kill that guy with him, then I will naturally become the #1 assassin in the world. Or if I go through life and death with him and become his companion in the next world, I will also become the #1 assassin in the world. If that doesn't work, at least I'll get to see you get beaten to a pulp. Just thinking about it makes me feel great all over. Hee. Huqiurang, walking in front, was puzzled. Is something so funny that you keep smiling? The young man hurriedly replied. I'm just happy thinking about trying to get my revenge, Huqiurang agreed. The opportunity will definitely come. Over here, Old Man Bian praised his opponent. Well said, but we need to keep going, so could you please step aside? He asked back. Where do you want to go? The old man said unpleasantly. Do I have to report to you where I'm going? He mocked. Has the sword saint of Jiangnan gone soft? To see an enemy and want to run away? You remind me of the old days. Seeing your own disciples about to die and still running for your life, you must have been very scared, right? Back then you could still run fast, but now that you're old, you can only run slowly, can't you? Old Man Bian was so provoked by these words that his whole body trembled, but he still managed to control himself. That's right, my disciple was killed by an arrow and I couldn't beat you, so I had to run away. You won, but so what? Move aside and let me pass. The opponent laughed even more gleefully. What's the fun in that? I have to use the magnanimity of a victor to send you, old man, on your way for it to be fun. You can go if you want, old man, but I can't let you and the person next to you go so easily. I will make you run away while watching your companion die, just like in the old days. Old Man Bian was pushed to his limit, and this time he chose to remain silent. Qianan finally spoke up. You pig, that stinking mouth of yours is good at barking, isn't it? He was enraged by this and gritted his teeth. What did you just say? Qianan narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. So you're a pig whose fat is covering your ears so you can't hear what people say? He clenched his fists in anger. You're a damn brat who doesn't know his place. Qianan said. Oh, and you know your place, which is why you're so polite to your elders, he answered nonchalantly. Who told him to be a loser? Qianan looked at him seriously. You're about to be a loser too, you stupid pig. He was so furious he couldn't win the war of words with him and could only glare menacingly. Qianan, without a trace of fear, threatened. Be careful your eyes don't pop out. He let out a breath. I don't intend to spare any of you anyway. I hope your martial arts are as strong as your mouth. Qianan replied seriously. I don't intend to spare a bastard like you either. Upon hearing this, the opponent shouted loudly, Die! Seeing the archer approach, Old Man Bian immediately drew his sword. The opponent was drawing his bow and aiming at them, and at that moment Old Man Bian also attacked. The arrow in the opponent's hand flew. The group of mock Jin on this side was amazed. The sword is moving on its own? Could it be the legendary EOSA? The sword moves by itself as if it has a life. The moment the arrow flew was also the moment the archer's head was cut off. It flew in front of Qianan and was split in two, flying to either side without causing him any harm. He stood there nonchalantly, not even bothering to blink. Tai Gang on this side roared and swung his axe. Damn it, the axe blade was now in front of him, but just then it was blocked by a sword blade. Old Man Byun spurred his horse forward. I won't let another drop of my companion's blood be spilled. Tai Gang took out another axe. That's right, because today is the day you die. After speaking, he threw the axe at him. Old Man Byun jumped up to dodge, stepped on the axe to gain momentum, and launched himself at his opponent. A powerful sword strike down from the air, and although he raised his shield to block, the sword pierced straight through the wooden shield, fortunately not hitting his body. He swung his fist to counterattack, but Old Man Byun ducked to dodge and swung his sword again. He thought that by piercing the shield he could cut off his opponent's head, but no, he had used the axe blade to block the sword blade, and at the same time spun the axe, forcing Old Man Byun to retreat and create distance. He then returned to his horse's back. Tai Gang unpleasantly gritted his teeth. This old man specializes in running away on this side. Mock Jin's group became even more amazed as they watched. The famous title of Sword Saint in the martial world isn't just for show, is it? It's truly bad luck to run into these people without knowing who they are. Mock Jin continued, he's good, isn't he? And the reason he can fight so freely is thanks to that person over there. Young Master Qianan has cornered the rest of them with his overwhelming power. The rest of them exchanged glances, and then they began to spread out their formation. Miang Haion pointed in panic and stammered, Fourth uncle over there, 2 Guangpungsa members are coming towards us. On this side, the skilled archer reminded his subordinate. That guy is not simple, you have to be careful. Didn't you see him cut off the senior's head just now? On this side, Old Man Byun and the other had once again assumed a fighting stance. Qianan was still standing there quietly, looking at the group in front of him. They slowly spread out their formation and did not rush to attack. At that moment, the archer in the distance released his bowstring and an arrow flew. Qianan easily tilted his head to dodge. At the same time, another person swung a spear from behind in a sneak attack. Just as he leaned back to dodge the spear tip, he was met with an axe blade striking down from the air. On this side, Old Man Byun and the other had charged at each other again. Mock Jin reminded his nephew next to him, open your eyes wide and watch them fight. This is all martial arts learned from the Hugo Review channel. In front, one of Tai Gang's axes had directly split a warhorse in two. This made the young Miang Hairon unspeakably terrified. One axe split a horse in two, yes. Qianan at this time had also jumped off his horse and landed on the ground, and at the same time another arrow flew from the distance. He thought it would hit his head, but it didn't. He had launched himself into the air to dodge. One man looked up in horror. This is bad. He flew up to dodge the arrow. Qianan up there swung his leg and executed the flying heaven wind summoning kick. His target was the spearman, and countless kicks and spear strikes were exchanged between the two. Seeing this, the shield wielder on this side raised his shield to gain momentum, then threw it towards Qianan to help his comrade. He lightly dodged and landed on the shield, but it didn't stop there. An axe followed. He somersaulted up to dodge, at the same time reaching out to catch the axe, and finally spun around and threw it back at his opponent. Seeing this, the young man tensed up and raised his hands to block in despair. But just then an arrow shot out and knocked the axe away, saving his life. Qianan looked over there in surprise. An arrow can even knock away an axe blade. This archer is the most formidable one. On this side, Mock Jin and the other were also shocked. His martial arts are not flashy at all, but extremely swift and efficient. Truly worth learning from. Yahan on this side also marveled. There's no longer any doubt whether he's an assassin or not. Truly worth learning from. Mock Jin was suddenly startled and glanced back. What assassin? What doubt? Miang Haion was puzzled by his sudden strange words. Fourth uncle, what's wrong? He scratched his head. Nothing, I think I just misheard something. The two young assassins at this time had hidden again, concealing their presence. On this side, Old Man Baiwan's sword continuously struck Tai Gang's shield. The sword tip had just pierced a little when he used an axe to strike down, aiming to cut the long sword in half. But each time, Old Man Byun was quick enough to withdraw his sword. Too slow, kiddo. He was enraged and roared. You old man, you're much faster than before. You'll probably run away faster too, right? The weapons of the two then clashed once more. On this side, Qianan was now rushing towards the archer. Seeing this, the spearman charged forward. You're planning to let me go and run to the archer, aren't you? Qianan was stopped by him as he was running. He reached out and grabbed his long spear, which greatly surprised him. Want to compete in strength with me? As soon as he finished speaking, his fist had already struck his chest, but this one punch was blocked by a longsword. On this side, the assassin had drawn his bow again. Right now, this time, I must hit. Qianan, without the slightest hesitation, used the spear tip to raise and block the archer's arrow. This made him very annoyed. Damn it! How many arrows do I have to use? The skilled archer shouted loudly for him to be careful, but it was too late. That young man had already died right in front of him, and he was completely surprised. A hidden weapon? I didn't even realize something was flying towards me. He turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and observed carefully. And right after that, his warhorse's head was also hit. He jumped off the warhorse and rolled on the ground, his thoughts still spinning endlessly. Hidden weapons shot at different times. I can't tell what kind of hidden weapon it is, and I can't sense it. If I can't use my bow, I'll have to use a similar and best method. He then shot an arrow aimed at Qian'an. He also realized it and immediately turned to run. The archer snorted coldly. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't escape the path of this arrow. The corner of Qian'an's mouth lifted as he thought to himself, as expected. I guessed the arrow's trajectory correctly. He ran in circles and led the arrow right to the shield wielder. Seeing that, the assassin immediately withdrew his control and the arrow plunged into the ground. The spearman shouted angrily, "Where are you shooting?" On this side, Qian'an had swung his fist at the shield wielder, and fresh blood immediately flew out along with the axe blade. On this side, Tai Gong, while blocking Old Man Baiwen's attack, marveled. To take down Suo Yi in just one blow? Who in the world is he? But without giving him time to think, Old Man Bian continued to attack crazily. Now is not the time to be careless. On this side, a person standing before a few arrows marveled. The senior commander is losing. At this rate, that side will be out of my range, so the hidden weapon technique just now was used to reduce the speed of the hidden weapon aimed at the horse, not me. On this side, Mok Jin was also explaining. He avoided the other intention in the opponent's attack and also eliminated another opponent. In that case, he can prevent the opponents from coordinating with each other. In the next battle, I don't know how much longer the Guangpungsa can stay united. Miang Haiyan was puzzled. Even with his own men there, he still gave the order to shoot. Huqiurang, hiding under the sand, clutched his head in frustration. This is truly annoying. I agreed with that guy and now I'm worried sick. This is truly a pain, Yahan next to him continued. It's good if he dies too, but that person has to win for you to be able to kill him, senior. Isn't that right? There's no other way. On this side, Qian'an had finished off the two spearmen and axemen. That's the price you pay for interrupting me. At that moment another spear stabbed towards him, and another spearman on horseback attacked, but he dodged it. He didn't stop and continued to swing his spear, and although he dodged, he was still grazed on the neck by the spear, causing fresh blood to spurt out. He angrily ran towards him. He snorted coldly and raised his spear. I dare you to stab me again. The spear tip spun and was struck out again. Qian'an executed a demonic movement technique, dodging and at the same time approaching his side. The young man was no slouch either, turned his head, raised his other hand and swung his sword down, but Qian'an once again executed a movement technique and dodged. For an elite soldier without a spear, that greatsword was the weapon to prevent the opponent's close-range attacks. At that moment another axe flew towards him. He dodged and glanced back. An axe? Didn't I just take down that soldier? On this side another one was riding a horse and charging towards him. Miang Haiyan gaped. The elite soldiers just now were watching us, weren't they? How did he get there? Mok Jin snorted coldly. We were truly careless not to think of the possibility of a replacement. Now in front of them only one spearman remains to act as a barrier. Mok Jin furrowed his brow and thought. Thanks to the battle with the Fist King, I can see that their martial arts are very high. If I were to fight him, it would at least be a draw. If Miang Haiyan and I joined forces to fight him, it's very likely one of us would be taken down. But we can't escape completely unscathed either. Moreover, if we move into the archer's range, the situation will surely be reversed. So is it right to corner those spearmen in one place? On this side, Qian'an was surrounded by the two of them on their warhorses. He was at the center and had to constantly block their continuous attacks. Seeing him kick at the horse's legs, they attacked in unison. How can you aim for the horse's legs? I'll aim for your ankle. Qian'an slithered and dodged like a python, but that python was finally hit and injured. His leg was hit by an arrow and its author was none other than the archer in the distance. You block my movements, so I'll do the same. Open your eyes and see how I butcher this writhing dog of yours. Then drew his bow again. Qian'an thought to himself, they have extremely firm beliefs. Each arrow he shot has harmed his own comrades. He never considered that each arrow would fly around them. Damn it, only after my leg was injured did I realize how wrong my thinking was. I still have a lot to train. Seeing the archer raise his bow, he was startled, and his gaze turned towards Old Man Bian, who was fighting in the distance. He was currently overwhelming his opponent. Tai Gong swung his axe in a counterattack but was dodged by him as he jumped up. Then he swung his sword and continued to attack. The archer on this side was aiming at him. Running on a horse's back is a suicidal attack. The arrow aimed straight for Old Man Baiwen's head. At the critical moment an axe flew and helped him block the arrow. The one who attacked was none other than Qian'an, who was sitting on the ground. Old Man Bian marveled. I owe another debt to a junior. The spearman attacked again. This is not the time to pay attention to others. Qian'an dodged. Now I understand the methods of the Guangpungsa. Let's end this here. The axeman also threw his axe and attacked. I will carve that arrogance of yours onto your tombstone. The archer once again took out another arrow. It's time you acknowledged our abilities, but this is as far as it goes on this side. Tai Gong also gritted his teeth and shouted, we gave you a way out but you didn't take it. You're dead for sure today. Old Man Bian, without a trace of fear, raised his sword. If I cannot wash away this humiliation today, I will bite my own tongue and commit suicide.